a broad area. But the center of circulation could be over places like Needville, Damon, even moving right over Rosenberg and Richmond. But on this side, that's where you're going to get just the torrential downpours. Brazoria County, Galveston County, and the city of Houston in Harris County. By the afternoon, it starts to move off toward the north. This is the approximate position by 7 p.m. and then by 7 a.m. tomorrow. So I want to show you this just to, as rough as today is going to be, I don't want you to think this is going to be Hurricane Harvey, because we're not going to have, remember that was like 4 days of just like an onslaught, right? This is not going to be that. So we're going to be dealing with it today, and then I'm not going to say it's going to be beautiful tomorrow, but there's a good chance it's going to get a whole lot better. All right, this is probably the most important graphic I'm going to show you, and that is the futurecast wind gusts. So this pretty much is what we're seeing right now. So wind gusts across Houston about 30. It's going to become closer to 40 for Sugarland and Pearland. Now look at this. As we look ahead, at about 5:30 this morning, we may start to see wind gusts of 61 for Pearland. These are approximate now, okay? Maybe almost 80 in Freeport, maybe about 65 or so in the Sugarland area. I mean, that's when the power is going to get knocked out, could start to get some trees knocked down. Don't venture out, just hunker down in place in your home. As we head toward 10 o'clock this morning, that center of circulation may be over here in Waller County. It may even be in Harris County. And that's the point when we're going to have our opportunity for very high winds in Montgomery County. And then beyond that, makes its way up past Huntsville. I mean, look at this. By 2 in the afternoon, there's a chance. And like I said, this is a computer model. It's not necessarily going to be 100% on the money, but it gives us a good idea of potential. 64 miles an hour up in Huntsville, 53 in Cleveland, and still really windy in Houston, although we're maybe starting the cleanup down there around Bay City. And then beyond that, by this evening, we should see improving conditions, and thank goodness, right? But it is going to be just incredibly rough between now and then, especially between around 4 a.m. and 2 p.m. or so. So landfall overnight, I mean, look, this depends on, I don't know if this is the nighttime for you. For us, it's the morning, but basically overnight, which is what's happening right now, the landfall is going to take place. A very serious storm surge. So if you didn't evacuate, and it was a voluntary evacuation, be advised that that water level, Surfside Beach, the water level, Jamaica Beach, Crystal Beach, down around Sargent and all those areas, that water level is still going to keep rising 3, 4, 5 feet above where it normally is, maybe 6 feet above where it normally is. Very dangerous situation there, so don't venture out in that, obviously. There's a hurricane warning that is in place along the coastline and for inland areas that are going to be near that eye. The entire area is under a tropical storm warning. So tropical storm force winds, which are 40 to 74 miles an hour, could be expected across, basically, it doesn't matter where you're watching us right now. We're also, by the way, under a tornado watch because, like I mentioned, you get tornadoes sometimes with landfalling tropical cyclones. Expect power outages, expect some wind damage. All right, this is what I wanted to show you, the projected wind field. So this is going to tell us where we could possibly see tropical storm force winds, and we're already actually starting to see that around Galveston Island, at least in terms of gusts. This is the extent of the 58 mile per hour winds, so basically 60. And then if we see red popping up, that's going to be potential hurricane force. And this is crazy. Boy, I hope this is wrong. But we may actually see some hurricane force winds as far north as Conroe, which would be very rare. It really is pretty rare. Okay, tropical satellite, another view of how things are developing. These brighter colors that you're going to see down here in Matagorda, that's where we're going to have the heaviest of the rain coming down right now. And the hurricane hunters have been investigating the system. They have recently flown through it. Now the Hurricane Center is going to take that data and use it to update their 4 a.m. advisory. So big deal. I will be back with you here coming up in a few minutes as I gather more information. Meteorologist Allison Gargaro. Oh, wait, where are we going? Oh, we're going to Jade. Okay, well, let me tell you. So Jade Flurry is, let's see, down here in Port Lavaca. And strangely enough, lucky for you, Jade, you ended up pretty far away from the center, from the eye of this storm. I know you're going to get on the road and try to travel to get some of the heavier stuff, but right now, even though you're not in the eye, I mean, what are you feeling?
Good morning, Mike. Like you said, we are out here in Port Lavaca, about 2 hours southwest of Houston, and the rain just started to pick up out here. There are some wind gusts, not enough to move me around, but it's not something that you want to be traveling in. So we are definitely feeling the effects of the storm out here. I'm going to step out of the shot just so our photographer can show you what's going on out there. The rain has been continuous all morning with spurts of heavy rain, followed by a little bit of breaks, a little bit of drizzle. But like we said, it is picking up out here. And this area, which is Calhoun County, was under that voluntary evacuation order. We did see some people who decided to leave the area, and we also saw some people who decided to hunker down for the storm. And we've seen the majority of businesses out here boarding up their windows and closing for the night, or until the storm passes. But so far, we haven't seen any damage. We haven't seen any flooding. But again, these are not conditions that you guys want to be out here traveling in. And these conditions, they're not too severe at the moment, but that's not to say that they won't pick up later in the day. And power outages, officials tell us that power outages and those high tides are some of the biggest dangers that they are warning people of. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jade, it's Sally McDonald now here. Good to see you, although not under these conditions. Have you noticed many people out and about, and give people an idea of where exactly you are in Port Lavaca?
Yeah, we are here in Port Lavaca. We're not on the coast. I would say we're probably about 30 minutes from the coast. But as you guys can see, there are literally one car on the road, but again, it looks like a ghost town out here. People have been advised not to travel. So I think they are taking that advice, and I would say the best advice is just to hunker down and wait out the storm.
That is the advice we're hearing from city officials up and down the coast, and even further inland. Wherever you are right now, that should be the spot where you stay through the duration of this storm. Nearby Bay City and Palacios are under curfews right now, and I know you're going to be heading a little bit further north to try to catch where this is making landfall, but just please stay safe, Jade, and we'll check back in with you soon. Now, further up the coast, it's just starting in Galveston. You're looking live right now at a camera from Saltwater Recon. This is Seawolf Park, a popular fishing spot, and it is just getting battered right now by Hurricane Beryl. Conditions intensifying there. I mean, look at the waves crashing over into the parking lot, and those are only going to continue to grow and grow. Galveston has issued a voluntary evacuation notice for the island's west end ahead of Beryl. Tides there could make it very difficult for first responders to reach people. So this is for those folks who are not protected by the seawall. If they decided to stay, they need to be prepared to ride it out on their own. Let's go ahead and listen in to what the Galveston mayor had to say.
We put all of our personnel, those public works and those emergency type personnel, we put them on standby. That means they will be here. They may not even leave their shifts and be here around the clock to be available if needed. We also stage our equipment. We also monitor those areas of the island that give us flooding quickly so that we can see how that's happening. And also, let's take downtown, for instance. We also put barricades up downtown to keep the traffic out of downtown, because developing a wake in that water as it builds up in the streets causes a lot of flooding in our shops also. We opened our emergency operations center about 24 hours ago, so we're taking calls from community residents here. So from the standpoint of being prepared, we're just done everything we can to make sure that we're ready to handle whatever happens.
Now, just as of about 15 minutes ago, the Galveston Ferry did post on Twitter X that the ferry operations have been put on hold for now. That was certainly expected. They don't have a timetable of when they're going to resume the Galveston to Bolivar ferry, but again, that is on hold for now. So those folks who are on that Bolivar Peninsula with water expected to come over Highway 87, and now the ferry is shut down until further notice. Those people are going to be stuck there. They're going to ride out this storm and just hope for the best. Let's send it over there to Allison for another check of what's happening right now with Beryl.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If we could actually put Links 1 behind me, that would be great. But so I just wanted to go through some of our tide times, and if we could get Links 1, that would be awesome. So high tide in Galveston is in our 7 o'clock hour, so about 5 hours from now, meaning the water's going to continue to rise regardless of if Beryl was there. But with Beryl coming in, we are going to be seeing that water likely start to rush into the shore. Now, I checked Jamaica Beach, and their low tide is not for another hour. Meaning that if you live along the coast and maybe you're like, okay, the water's not all too bad. Well, the thing is, high tide will be happening around 11 o'clock this morning, meaning likely a lot more of that water will be rushing in. But here is a look at our radar over the last 4 hours. And Mike was doing such a good job at showing we're looking at a broad center. I mean, there's not a super well-defined eye as we are seeing most of the action on the east and northeast side of the storm. So folks that do live along our coast out toward Lake Jackson, take a look at these rain bands. So it looks like there's an initial one out here, secondary one, and then that third a bit closer to the center. But let's take you down city by city. Freeport, you have some heavy rain that's heading up towards you. Bryan Beach, you're likely in the thick of it right now. As we head out over to Palacios, you can see that the rain has really been stuck overhead. As we look at that counterclockwise motion, that's keeping a lot of the rain along our coastal zones right now before that center or the eye does officially make landfall, maybe within the next hour, potentially 90 minutes. But let's take you over League City. You're going to start to see some heavy rain, I'd say likely within the next 20 minutes. Texas City, even Galveston starting to get hit with some of those heavy outer rain bands. But here we go with our lightning strike count. 0 strikes right now. There are maybe about 2 or 3 out toward Palacios, but when we see this tropical moisture move in, it's not uncommon to see a few strikes, but honestly, it's more about the heavy tropical rain rather than the increase in lightning. But I want to take you through the Houston Metro inside the loop. We have been seeing some light rain, but take a look at what's just off to the south. That first real heavy outer rain band that will be making its way on in very soon here. But I want to talk about our, if we could go back to Links 1, if that's possible, we do have our flash flood warning. And that is showing an area that has already seen a ton of rain. So you can see where it's outlined. It's a bit hard to see, but from Bay City to just south of Angleton, that does include Lake Jackson and Freeport. Here we go. The last 6 hours, we have seen anywhere from 4.5 to about 5.5 inches of rain. And I'll say a lot of that has fell within the last, let's say, 3 to 4 hours. So folks that live here, this is what we've seen as of 2:21 this morning. And the thing is, we're likely going to be seeing an additional 5+ inches there. But for spots that really haven't seen the accumulation of rain, we're talking anywhere from 5 to 10 inches. Now, this is a broad brush of some forecast rainfall, but it's really doing a good job at showing the path of where Beryl will be, making its way from the coast. And I'd say likely from Houston, probably out to Katy, and then some of these northeastern portions of the viewing area likely going to get hard with those rain bands as they'll be on the northeastern side of the storm. But let's get you out to winds, because like we mentioned, we did have a reported wind gust that is in Matagorda Bay of 75 miles per hour, meaning that is hurricane force winds. You can see Galveston right now about 30, but down to Palacios nearly 50 mile per hour sustained winds. Here's a look at those gusts before I leave you. They're up to about 69 miles per hour in Palacios, 44 in Bay City, and about 45 mile per hour wind gusts in Angleton. So we're going to continue to see these winds start to pick up, like Mike was doing a good job at showing the potential for some hurricane force winds even inland. So want to let you know that things are likely going to go downhill from here. Please stick with us here at Fox 26, and if you can, download our apps so that if you do lose power, you can watch us right on your cell phone. So now we're going to send things over back to Sally just to see how things are going on the news desk side.
Allison, thank you. Well, Shelby Rose is live for us in Sugar Land at the town center right now. Shelby, I don't know if you could hear Allison and Mike, but it's possible a Category 1 hurricane could come over Fort Bend County in just a matter of hours. What are you seeing there right now?
Yes, good morning, Sally. Just in the last, I would say 10 minutes or so, conditions have definitely worsened out here. We got on the road, I would say about 30 minutes ago. We were dealing with some consistent lighter rain, not really any winds, but I will say we've been hit with some pretty decent gusts in the last 10 minutes or so. The rain still relatively steady, but it is coming down. Thankfully, though, we haven't really seen anyone around town center. A couple cars here in the last 20 minutes or so. Definitely you can consider it a ghost town. When we were driving on 59 south coming towards Sugar Land, there definitely were some people on the roads and it was slick. There were a few times that we minorly hydroplaned, so it's definitely conditions that you do not want to be out in. But right now, thankfully, it's really not too terrible. Of course, as you said, and as Mike and Allison have been saying, Sugar Land right in that path could be seeing the eye of the storm. So of course we're expecting conditions to deteriorate just in the next couple hours or so. We're stationed right outside Sugar Land City Hall, which is where the Office of Emergency Management is. We're told they're going to be working 24 hours throughout the day to try to update the community. And of course, we're going to be relaying that information as the morning goes on. But for now, Sally, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, Shelby, and just a huge thanks to our first responders working around the clock right now. Also, a reminder for folks to only call 911 in the event of an emergency. If it's a non-emergency and you're in the city of Houston, you can always dial 311, but let's leave 911 open for emergency calls only. Thanks, Shelby. We'll check back in soon. Well, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has taken on the role of acting governor while Governor Abbott is on an economic trip overseas. He and the Texas Division of Emergency Management holding a briefing about their response to Beryl.
Everything you can think of, we're ready, whether it's saving animals, whether it's having EMTs ready to go where needed. If power's knocked out, and there will be power knocked out for people at homes where they need electricity to operate their medical devices at home because they depend on those. We have water already masked up. We have buses to take people out if needed. Now, we've been preparing all week, but what happens really from now forward is it's going to be recovery very soon.
And I just checked, only about 10,000 CenterPoint customers are without power right now, but of course that number expected to grow. 121 counties are already under a state disaster declaration, and more may be added if conditions warrant. Now, there are closures all around town today. Only essential City of Houston employees are reporting to work. There's no trash pickup either, so remember, bring your trash can inside. We don't want it blowing down the street. Most school districts are closed for summer classes, as are many businesses, including the Houston Zoo and Space Center Houston. H-E-B stores across Houston will reopen at noon today. We have a running list of closures on the bottom of your screen, and as always, you can find them in one place at fox26houston.com. I also want to let you know Metro has suspended services until 8 o'clock this morning. That includes all bus, Metro Rapid, Metro Lift, Park and Ride services, and HOV lanes. Metro teams will be monitoring the conditions, and they plan to resume services once it is safe to do so. Now, another way to stay informed is with our free Fox Local app. You can download it today for your smart TV and other streaming devices. There you can find the latest on Beryl's track, and you can also use Fox Local to watch Fox Weather. There are other Fox Weather reporters who are out all around the Gulf Coast, and you can see their reports by downloading Fox Local as well. Now I want to give you this live picture from the Strand in Galveston, where outer rain bands here of Hurricane Beryl are just beginning to move into Galveston right now. The Strand, an area that typically does see some storm surge flooding, right now it looks like the roadways are clear, but again, the message in Galveston, as is in other cities, stay off the roadways today if you can. Get to that place where you are safe and hunker down with your friends and family. Only essential workers, only essential people should be out and about. We want to keep those roads clear for our emergency vehicles in case we need them. Another reminder, if you missed the update from about 15 minutes ago, the Galveston Bolivar Ferry has shut down until further notice. It's just not safe to run that ferry right now. The big waves, they look fun, but they are very dangerous. So the message from Galveston is keep your family and the lifeguards safe. Avoid going in the water today. We've got high tides and strong rip currents. All right, we're going to give you a live look outside right now down in the Clear Lake area. This is I-45, the Gulf Freeway at NASA Road 1, where rain is coming down in this area as well. We are continuing to monitor Hurricane Beryl as we are getting closer and closer to landfall. We're going to take a quick break and meet you right back. The effects along the coast, but our effects inland, Mike. 40 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts. That's a huge range in wind.
Yes, and the thing is, it's going to last for hours too, Sally. So I mean, imagine. Okay, so let's just talk about the derecho, that we had several weeks ago. There was pretty widespread 70 mile per hour winds, and then of course it peaked at 100 downtown. I don't think we'll have that, but imagine a widespread swath of 50, 60, maybe 70. This is going to be a rare sort of widespread wind event, and some spots that are not very commonly getting hurricane force winds, or at least strong tropical storm force winds, may certainly get them. I mean, we're talking about like Cypress, Katy, Sugar Land, places like that could see some very, very high winds as early as about 6, 7, and 8 o'clock this morning. So big concerns for that. Boy, look, I hope that does not happen. And I'm not rooting for that at all. But that's what the models are showing us right now. So what is happening right now? Well, the center of Beryl, which is now a Category 1 hurricane, is really just an hour or so away from making landfall or less. It's going to hit near Matagorda or near Palacios. This area that's circled right there is where we have a flash flood warning that is in effect until 4:45. So not that you would be advised to leave the house anyway, but if you know anybody that's out there, make sure they know that not only are there going to be high winds in Lake Jackson, in Freeport, in Sargent, but now flooding is already beginning. So how high are the winds? Yikes. So here's what we're looking at here. So at the Angleton Lake Jackson Airport in Brazoria County, right now we have a sustained wind at 26 miles per hour, but a recent wind gust of 58. So that is already getting kind of scary, and we're not even close to the center of circulation being there. Galveston, recent wind gust of 45 miles per hour. Bay City, about 44. In Houston, we have a consistent wind at 21 miles per hour, but we've had gusts of about 30 to 35, and this is just the beginning. We've already had rainfall totals. This is so far today. Well, look, I know this is nighttime for most of you, but it's today for us morning folks. But so far today, meaning since midnight, we've already had more than 1.5 inches of rain in Angleton. And like I said, things are just getting started. And where this blue is showing up, that's where we've already had about maybe 4 to 5 inches of rain since midnight, which is 2.5 hours ago. Let me show you forecast rainfall. And this is where, you know, we run into multiple concerns. Obviously, we have a concern with high winds, no doubt about that, but also flooding. So this is the futurecast rainfall that we have between now and 6 a.m., where we start to see the blue showing up, which is 4 to 5 inches. And then as we progress in time through 12:30, through just after noontime today, when you get into the pink, that's 7 to 8 inches. Anything white means 8 or more. So that could mean, you know, 10. And we're looking at that in parts of Fort Bend County, western Harris County, heading up to Montgomery County. So obviously a big concern for flooding there, even in the Houston area itself. A wide swath of 5 to 10 inches of rain possible with some isolated higher totals. Here's our future cast here, and we'll take a look. The reason I'm showing you so many future casts is these are variations, you know, some different models. They're all showing something similar. So here's our graph model, which again is showing that landfall taking place near Matagorda, you know, within the next hour or so. And then we see something that is not very common, and that is that we could have the eye of this potential Category 1, strong Category 1 hurricane over Brazoria County. Now this particular model is farther east with the center of circulation. We showed you one before, and I think maybe Allison's going to show it to you. If not, we'll take a look at it coming up, of the GFS computer model, which had the center of circulation over here, basically just off to the west of Katy. This graph model, which is our IBM model, is showing the center of circulation right over Houston, which would lead to extremely high winds across places like Splendora, the Woodlands, Conroe, and those spots. From here, by 1:30 this afternoon, we already see some improvements taking place south of I-10. I'm not saying it's going to be wonderful, but already seeing some big improvements. And then by this evening, by 10 o'clock, it's basically over. Still going to be breezy, but it's just pretty much over. So this is the latest as far as the numbers, and we'll get another advisory at 3. Unless a landfall takes place, then we'll get an immediate advisory. But we'll get that coming up at 3 a.m. But as of the latest advisory, 80-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds with higher gusts moving to the north-northwest at 10. The pressure is down to 982. This time yesterday it was about 992, so the pressure has been dropping. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm gets. And then here's the latest track, taking it almost due north with the center of circulation passing almost right over Harris County, or at least really close to it. And then moving up to the north as we head into the afternoon. And then, like I said, you know, sort of exiting the area fairly quickly. So landfall should be occurring within the next hour. Expect flooding. I mean, just, you know, we talk about hunker down, right? You know, you go back to the days of Judge Emmett, and we heard so many times, hunker down, right? This is the day to hunker down, because we're going to have flooding, almost guaranteed. We're going to have this very rare appearance of very high inland winds for Houston and the suburbs. Plan for a loss of power. You know how often the power goes out. And again, this doesn't, and as you know, we'll talk to, you know, Lena throughout the morning, who's our sort of energy guru. This doesn't have to do with the Texas electrical grid. This is just literally power lines and stuff getting knocked down, transformers and so forth getting knocked down, and I fully anticipate that happening. This is what the system looks like on satellite imagery. This is not a major hurricane, meaning that we don't have this super well-defined eye. Remember, at one point, Beryl was a Category 5, right? It set records as the earliest Cat 4 on record, the earliest Cat 5 on record. You know, devastating parts of the Caribbean Sea. This is not that kind of storm anymore, but what we have is this very widespread storm that's going to give us those 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, which when you're talking about an area here in the Houston area with 5 million people is a big, big deal. Here's another look at radar, sort of a wider view, and I want you to notice how we have bands that's set up. So by bands, I mean there are individual lines here, curves, of high amounts of rain. So you have one there, another one there, and this is where those heavy rainfall accumulations come into become a big problem, because if you get caught under one of those rain bands, that's where the rain just, I mean, it's a deluge, and that's where we start seeing some flooding. Last night, well, I say last night, this was only 5 hours ago. Well, let's see, 7 hours ago. Over here around Beaumont, there was a tornado. And so I want to let you know that tornadoes are always a concern with landfalling tropical storms or hurricanes. As soon as that wind starts to hit the land, there's like a tumbling effect that takes place, and you can get some water spouts or tornadoes. This was reported to broadcast media in the Beaumont market that there was a tornado touchdown. And again, I'll leave you with this. Just know that if you're watching us from Katy, Sugar Land, Pearland, League City, you know, Houston itself, this is as good as it's going to get until the afternoon. So Allison, I mean, it's getting worse and worse and worse. We're probably only an hour away from landfall. Oh, Sally. And so Sally, you know, a lot of these places where we don't often talk about, you know, super high winds, the Woodlands, Tomball, you know, Kingwood and these spots, all need to be ready for the power to go out. I'm concerned about trees falling too. You know, Sally, we went through a very long, hot summer which weakened a lot of trees. And we've had very wet weather since late April. So we went through all April, May, June with a lot of wet weather. And so I'm concerned that maybe the root systems and stuff of some of these trees has been weakened a little bit, and then you get these high winds. So I'm concerned about trees too. Absolutely.
It's just crazy to me that this wasn't even supposed to be a Houston storm a few days ago, and now it is turning into a potential situation where the eye wall goes directly over downtown Houston, right?
Yep. Yes, and remember with Hurricane Ike, and I don't think this is going to be an Ike, so don't get me wrong, but Hurricane Ike, the center went right over Houston too. You know, it was a pretty big deal, and our maximum wind gust, I think, was 92 miles an hour with that one at Hobby Airport. This one, not going to be as severe as that one. It's not as large. It's making landfall from a different angle. So like Ike came in like this, you know, and just pushed all that water into Galveston Bay. This is a smaller storm, a little bit weaker storm, and it's strengthening later. So yes, there's going to be a pretty serious storm surge, but it's not going to be as bad as Ike. But we haven't seen anything like this. The last hurricane that we had was Hurricane Nicholas 2021, and that was a Category 1 hurricane, and it was pretty nasty. We had power outages, but this is going to be stronger than that one.
Is it slowing down just a little bit right now, Mike?
Well, it's moving at 10 miles an hour, which is okay. It was moving faster. Just yesterday, it was moving more like 15 miles per hour, but it does look like we're going to see this thing start to move. In fact, that's this next graphic. Excellent question, Sally, because that's this next graphic I have. There's this, I want you to see this that's dropping down like that, okay? That's in West Texas. That's part of a trough that's going to come in and push this thing away. So even though it might be slowing down now, which is the last thing we want to see, I think it'll end up speeding up again. So I'm not really worried about it stalling, which is good. So Sally, you know, one rule of sort of a rule of thumb is you take the wind, you take the forward speed of the storm, which right now is 10, and you divide it by 100, and you get an approximate rainfall estimate. So, you know, 100 divided by 10 gives you 10. So we're looking, that's why we're approximating, give or take, about 10 inches of rain.
All right. Again, a good thing that this is not Hurricane Harvey, despite what some people may have seen about comparisons online. This is a fast mover, and it's going to be out of here. We're just in for a rough 12 to 16 hours. Thank you, Mike. We'll check back in soon.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and get you back outside now to reporter Jade Fleury, who is in Port Lavaca, really getting slammed hard now by some wind and rain there, Jade.
Good morning, Sally. Yeah, the elements definitely picked up since we last spoke. Heavier rain, strong wind gusts. We're getting pushed around a little bit, but this has been continuous all morning. And as you can guys see behind me, the roads are empty, the businesses are empty. This county, Calhoun County, was under that voluntary evacuation order. So some people decided to leave town and some people did decide to hunker down, heeding that warning. Again, we haven't seen any flooding lately, or we haven't seen any flooding yet or damage, but that's not to say that it won't come. We're going to continue to monitor these conditions, and we are going to be heading a little bit north to see if it is impacting the area even more up there. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jade Fleury, you stay safe out there, and hopefully you can take some breaks, get inside the truck, and get dry in between your reports. We appreciate it. We want to get over to meteorologist Allison Gargaro now. Many of you may be waking up in Montgomery County or Fort Bend County wondering what are the impacts going to be where I live.
And that's going to be the important thing, is that they do differ just a bit depending on where you are across our very large viewing area. But I want to start along the coast. Galveston County, you're likely going to be seeing the rain starting to pick up. It's definitely a bit closer to Matagorda County, at least the heaviest rain at this time. But in total, you know, anywhere from Galveston to Texas City, Jamaica Beach, 5 to 8 inches will be possible with the entirety of the storm moving through today. But let's talk about the winds, because you're going to be on the east side of the storm where those winds are likely going to pick up. So sustained, I'd say 45 to 55. And already we've been seeing winds right about in that range, but gusts could be up to about 75 miles per hour. And then storm surge that we need to worry about. And the high tides and low tides differ from point to point. So Galveston is going to be seeing high tide within our 7 o'clock hour, so about 5 hours from now, whereas Jamaica Beach going to be seeing low tide within the next 35-40 minutes. So that really could help differ some areas that will be seeing the storm surge. Now let's take you down to Matagorda County, where we're likely going to be seeing those wind gusts potentially reaching up to 90 miles per hour. And honestly, that's going to be a bit closer inland, as just like Mike has been doing a good job at talking about all morning long, is that we actually continue to see this strengthen. But the thing is, it could be just up until landfall, meaning it's going to take a bit for those winds to decrease. And that's why we could be seeing some of the really strong wind gusts even inland. Now, storm surge in Matagorda County, anywhere from 4 to 7 feet. So that does look like it increases just a bit. And let's take you out to Brazoria County, Surfside Beach to Lake Jackson, and then moving inland, again, 5 to 10 inches of rainfall in total. And we're likely going to be seeing some really, really strong winds of 90 plus miles per hour. Again, that's gusts, but still going to be rather significant. Now let's take you into Harris County. We're going inland again when this storm is still forecast to be pretty strong, potentially at that Category 1 strength. So rainfall again, 5 to 10 inches, because it really just depends on where that center of the storm is going to be. Sustained winds 50 to 65 miles per hour, but those gusts up to 80. And a friendly reminder, folks that are on the east side of where the center is, so that does include Harris County to Montgomery out to Liberty, we are under a tornado watch through this morning, meaning isolated tornadoes will be possible. And let me tell you, I've covered several hurricanes, and we have seen some spots where there's one tornado warning and then there's several in a row. We just see these little pockets of rotation within these outer rain bands. We haven't seen that yet. I've been watching our velocity scan, but the second we do, we're going to let you know, because A, you don't want to be out in these conditions regardless, but especially if there are any tornado warnings in your neighborhood. Let's take you out to Fort Bend County, and want to let you know, take a look at the wind gusts, 80 plus miles per hour. But I'm going to show you our futurecast modeling that's showing some spots in and near Fort Bend County could be seen close to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. So lastly, I'm going to take you out to Wharton County, and then we'll get to other counties later throughout the morning. Again, isolated tornadoes, 4 to 8 inches of rain in total, and those wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. So I want to talk about the extent of the winds right now. And it's pretty far and wide, from Galveston and then continuing out over the open waters and potentially even down the coastline. But once this starts to make its way onshore, that's where we're really going to be seeing the strong winds confined to where the center is. And I want to show you that this is our GFS model, so different from the model that Mike was showing you just a few moments ago. And it's going to be showing that center moving up toward Bay City. And again, if you're looking at the eye of the storm, literally in the center of the eye, the winds are not going to be quite as strong as where the eye wall is and just outside of that. So that's why right now it looks like maybe Bay City not seeing the strongest winds, but it's definitely going to be on the outer edge up toward El Campo. And then up toward Needville, 65 to 72 mile per hour winds by about 3:45. So we're talking about in the next hour. But take a look as this moves inland, that these wind gusts have picked up to 89, if not nearly 90 miles per hour. So that is going to be very, very strong winds. We're talking hurricane force winds as it makes its way inland. But again, this model differs just a bit than others because it has that center actually between Eagle Lake to Rosenberg and then out on the west side of Katy, whereas some other models have it a bit closer to Houston. So I'd say that the winds are probably correct in the sense that we're likely going to see those really strong winds, but the actual location of them could be shifting a bit more to the east. But we're going to see these winds continue to pick up out toward Navasota as we head into the late morning, early afternoon. And that's going to also be the case with the rain as those rain bands move up to the north. But then take a look at folks by 2 o'clock. In our southern viewing area and southern coast, the winds really have decreased by that time as that center starts to zip off to the north. So the winds are really going to be playing a big role in this. And a friendly reminder, if you're not under the hurricane warning, then you're under a tropical storm warning where we're going to see those winds pick up, like we mentioned, sustained 40 to 70, but I would say gusts are likely going to be higher than that. The hurricane warning is along our coast. We have a storm surge warning where if we take you out to the next graphic, we're likely going to be seeing 3 to 5 feet of water level. Again, rising, and that's going to be on top of some of these areas that will be seeing high tide within the next several hours. But you can see that that storm surge is going to be a bit higher, anywhere from Palacios to Lake Jackson, and then you can see just a hair lower as you head a little bit further north up to Galveston there. And I quickly just want to leave you with our severe threat. So the tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. Like I mentioned, we've been looking at our velocity scans and honestly haven't been seeing anything too impressive in the way of any rotation, but that could change on a dime. So please make sure that you have downloaded our Fox 26 weather app because you will get alerted if there is a tornado warning. Again, we're not asking anybody to go outside. This is your time to hunker down, but especially if there is a tornado warning and potentially rotation over your neighborhood, we want to make sure that you are staying alert and aware, and we've got you covered. We're going to be here with you all morning, walking you through exactly what we're seeing as things are likely going to be changing rapidly, starting in the southern viewing area and then moving north as we head throughout mid-morning and then into the early afternoon hours. So Sally, we're going to send it back to you, but we're going to continue to bring you updates if we do hear any new maybe wind gusts that have been reported, so you can stick with us throughout the morning.
Absolutely. We will go right to Allison and Mike if there is anything that is breaking and that you need to know right away. Right now, you're taking a live look at a driving shot from one of our photographers who is heading toward Galveston. It is very dark out there and the streets are very, very slick. Right now, if you have not heard yet, the Galveston Bolivar ferry service has been shut down. That's the service between Galveston and the Bolivar Peninsula because of high winds from Hurricane Beryl. So the ferry is no longer operating. So for those folks who are on the Bolivar Peninsula, they are likely there for the duration of this storm. They're going to be riding it out on the Bolivar Peninsula. If you are in Galveston as well, make sure that you are staying safe off the roadways so that we can keep the roads clear for our emergency crews. Power outages have about doubled in just the last 30 minutes. So now we're seeing about 21,000 people, according to just CenterPoint, without power. Of course, those numbers are expected to increase because the strong winds have not even made their way to us just yet. So 21,000 people without power. Just a reminder, if you do lose power, you can always go to Fox 26 News app and hit the Watch Live button and keep track there. Let's talk about the airports for a moment. If you have plans to catch a flight today, you're going to want to think again because most of our flights have been canceled out of both Bush and Hobby airports. Right now, Bush Airport showing nearly 1,000 canceled flights. It is a mess over there. I don't know if we can pull up the, oh, okay, so this is going to be the flight tracker showing the storm, and you can see where all of those flights are being diverted away from Hurricane Beryl right now. Over at Hobby Airport, the situation is not much better. There are about 230 canceled flights over at Hobby Airport. United right now at Bush is operating out of Terminal C. B is temporarily closed just so they can streamline everything out of one terminal. But again, if your flight takes off, consider yourself a lucky one, because most of these flights are canceled today. Houston Airport System wants to remind everyone that the airports are not supposed to be storm shelters. They don't have the supplies, the staff to accommodate people who are trying to seek refuge during the storm. So just remember, they're not designed to be a place where you ride out this storm. So please take note of that, and don't flight is canceled. We're talking a lot about how Fort Bend County, Montgomery County, other inland counties could see hurricane force winds. Our reporter Shelby Rose is live in Sugar Land at the town center, where I would say this is still, what, the calm before the storm, Shelby?
Oh, absolutely, Sally. It really hasn't gotten too much worse at all since the last time we spoke. It's gotten maybe slightly windier. The rain has definitely stayed consistent, but of course, this is going to definitely get worse, especially as the morning goes on. The rain is starting to, go sideways a little bit because of the wind, but definitely nothing of huge concern at the moment. Of course, definitely going to get worse. We have made contact with the city of Sugar Land within the last 20 minutes or so, and they are going to let us know if there is anything worth noting or anything that they need to be broadcasted out. Right now, there's no road closures. They don't have any shelters set up at the moment, but of course, that could change as the morning goes on. They do want to remind people, though, that the city, if you are a Sugar Land resident, you can sign up for text alerts on the government website, the city of Sugar Land. .gov website. It's really easy to do. I did it literally in 2 minutes. So of course those will be texted out if there's anything that anyone in Sugar Land does need to know. But of course, Sally, we're going to be out here and we're going to be monitoring the situation. Of course, bring you the latest updates as they come.
Okay, Shelby Rose live for us in Fort Bend County. We will certainly check back with her as needed as well. Thanks, Shelby. Okay, let's go ahead. It's 2:54 in the morning now. If you are just joining us, we want to get another check of the weather. Are we going over to our chief meteorologist? Okay, Mike is standing by in the weather center, ready to update us. I would think that landfall is minutes away now, Mike.
Yeah, so we're waiting on the 3 a.m. update. Hey, Allison, can you check the NHC website, see if they gave, because most of the time, when it gets this close, we'll get updates by the hour, and then we'll also get a landfall notification right when it makes landfall. So, okay, they haven't said anything yet, thanks. But that's going to be happening, like Sally said, very soon, within the next hour, maybe even 30 minutes, because the circulation is just off the coastline. So if you are just waking up with us, or maybe you're staying up late with us and just tuning in, here's the latest. Very high winds expected today. Very heavy rain expected today, beginning basically now and then taking us over the next 12 hours or so, maybe the next 14 hours heading into the early afternoon. Winds are starting to gust very strongly across the area, 49 miles per hour wind gusts for Galveston with a sustained wind at 35. We're starting to see wind gusts of about 35 to 40 in Houston. Gusting in Brazoria County right now in Angleton, 60 miles per hour, and it's only going to get worse from here on out. Now, this is our GFS computer model, which is the American model, showing winds potentially here by 6 o'clock in the morning, gusting to near 80 in Freeport, 60 in Pearland, 65 in Sugar Land. High wind gusts. Now, remember, these are just the brief bursts of wind, not a sustained wind. But we could see wind gusts in the greater Houston area, even, would you believe it, the Woodlands, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour or even more. Here's the good news. By 2:30 this afternoon, we start to see conditions improve, and then heading into the evening, it gets a whole lot better. So it's not going to be a Hurricane Harvey. It's not going to last all day. We are going to have a fairly significant storm surge, but not like Hurricane Ike. Remember, Hurricane Ike was up to a 15-foot storm surge. Almost made it all the way to I-10 in Chambers County. We had 15-foot storm surges take place for communities around Galveston Bay, We had boats on I-45. I mean, this is not going to be as severe. We're looking at more like a 5-foot, maybe a 6-foot storm surge compared to 15. Okay, so it's not safe to be anywhere near the coastline, especially, well, out of your home right now. But it's not going to be as bad. As far as rainfall that's been picked up, this is just since midnight. We've had about 1.5 inches to 1.6, at least measured at the airports, but that blue area indicates radar estimates of about 5 inches. Futurecast rainfall. How much additional rain is going to fall? Well, between now and noon, we're looking at some locations here getting 7, 8, even 9 inches of rain or more. Right now, the focus is on Fort Bend County, Harris County, even Montgomery County. But this thing is going to wobble a little bit. And a lot of times it depends on if you get stuck under one of these heavy tropical rain bands, then you'll have isolated locations of, super heavy rain, like more than 10 inches. Here's the Futurecast on Hurricane Beryl. After it makes landfall, it heads into Brazoria County most likely, and then the center, the eye, which isn't well defined right now, let's just call it the center, is going to be passing over Fort Bend County most likely, maybe Harris County or Waller County, and could even make a close approach to the Woodlands and to Conroe before exiting the area. So, it's short-lived, but definitely rough. 3M advisory coming out, showing an 80-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. We'll get the full forecast again coming up at 4 a.m., and we will be back with continuing coverage right after this.
This edition of Fox Weather First, we're up an hour.
Hurricane Beryl again.
So we're going to walk you through kind of what happened in the moments that you were sleeping. A lot of anxiety out there, like when is this going to land? How is it going to affect us? So we did have a couple of changes in the track and the intensity while you were sleeping. And we do have team coverage here. We have the entire newsroom working to keep you informed, not only here on air, but also online as well. A perfect time to download that Fox 26 weather app in case you do lose power or, your cable access. We want to be able to get you the alerts that you need when you need to have them.
Right. We have our meteorologist, Allison Gargaro, who is standing by right now as we wait for Beryl to make landfall. We still think somewhere near Matagorda Bay, right,
yes,
Allison?
100%. And I'm actually going to zoom in on our radar to show you what it's looking like right now. Now, this is a very large center of circulation, or eye as we could call it. Now, we haven't heard anything that it has made landfall yet, but you can see all those outer rain bands are over land right now. And let's zoom you in. Here we go. We're not seeing much on the radar right now in Matagorda. And usually when we see very quiet skies within the middle of a hurricane, that we have seen where the eye wall is. Again, no exact reports on that. We're going to wait until the National Hurricane Center does make a call on when it makes landfall, but as you can see, the heaviest rain is out toward Palacios right now. But Matagorda, it looks like you are going to be seeing some quiet weather just for a bit longer until we see the other side of the storm roll through. But let's take you on a tour of the radar, because this is important. If you live along our coast or even close to it, mainly south of League City, we're seeing these outer rain bands just continue to drop a ton of rain. And I'll get to some flash flood warnings that we're monitoring at this time. This is a look at Freeport, and we have Bryan Beach, and then making its way up toward Hoskins here and even out toward the Four Corners. You can see this second band of rain is starting to move in. There's no lightning associated with it. We don't normally see a ton of lightning associated with these tropical systems, but they're big raindrops, meaning a lot of rain embedded within these bands. Now I say that, and there's a few lightning strikes out toward Palacios, but again, 2, 3, not a ton, not showing that there's severe weather there. It's just kind of right where the edge of the center of the storm is. Now let's take you out to League City, to Texas City, Galveston. You're going to be getting hit hard with this rain band as it kind of starts to whip up from the Gulf of Mexico and then pushing onshore. Now, if you live in Pearland, you're likely going to be seeing some heavy rain move in, I'd say within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Now, we're taking you out a bit wider, showing you out toward Houston, inside the loop. We're looking at light to moderate rain at this time. At Atascocita, you probably saw a surge of a bit heavier rain, and it's going to turn back to, I'd say, light rain to sprinkles before this most outer rain band starts to move in. But let's time it out for you. You can see that heaviest rain extending from Santa Fe to Alvin and then all the way out toward Needville. It's likely going to be moving up, I'd say, within the next 5 to about 15 minutes. You'll start to see some pulses of that heavier rain begin to move in. But I want to take you out to some storm winds right now. Now, I wouldn't say that these numbers that I'm going to give you at the moment are complete gospel. They're what we call pixel query. So we are getting some of the best information that our radar can bring us at this time. But anywhere from 45 to 55 to about 70+ mph gusts in some spots that we are monitoring. So again, these winds are going to continue to pick up. Now, I just quickly want to go back to that flash flood warning in portions of Matagorda and Brazoria counties. Now, this particular area is in effect until 4:45. So we're talking another hour and 45 minutes from now. And the reason being, this is a look at 6-hour rainfall totals, 5.5 to 6+ inches of rain that we have seen so far. This has been the area that's in the northeastern side of the storm, which, as a lot of folks refer to it as the dirty side. And boy, are they getting that rain. With the counterclockwise motion, when we see these winds just whip around, they really pick up on the northeastern side of that circulation. And boy, are we seeing it. So if you live from Freeport, even Bay City, and just south of Angleton, I'd say now is not the time to go outside. You need to hunker down. This is where we are seeing likely the winds will be picking up within the next hour or so, but really it's all about the rain, which could lead to street flooding. We're talking about saturated ground. So saturated ground from the trees and even potentially some power lines, and then the winds start to pick up. That's when things could start to topple over as we head throughout the mid-morning hours. But I want to take you out to our GFS future wind gusts. Now, it does look a bit different from some of our other models. This has it a bit more west, whereas some models have it moving right up through Katy and into Houston. But we're likely going to be seeing those winds really start to ramp up within the next 2 to 3 hours. I mean, we're talking forecast wind gusts near the edge of Fort Bend County, potentially up to 85, if not near 90 mph wind gusts. Again, that is Category 1 hurricane strength winds that we'll see continuing through the mid-morning. I mean, this is still at 7:45, and those winds 55, 65, if not 75 mph. That's the thing with this storm, is that it is going to be increasing intensity up until the moment it makes landfall, and then it's going to take a bit for these winds to really decrease. But I'd say by late this morning into the early afternoon, that center of the storm is going to be in the northern portion of the viewing area, and then we'll start to see winds decrease from south to north. So this is going to be moving through pretty quickly, at least relatively speaking, meaning this is not going to be stuck overhead for days upon days. That once it does move through, it's going to take the worst of the weather with it. But we need to get through those really strong wind gusts that we will be seeing this morning. So tropical storm warnings do continue for spots that aren't under the hurricane warnings. That does mean inland. If you were just with us probably about 30 minutes ago, I was going county by county, letting you know that folks that are from Fort Bend County to Harris County, Montgomery County, you're likely going to be on the east side of the storm, meaning that wind gusts upwards of 80+ miles per hour as that center is making its way north, and it's going to do so in pretty quick fashion. Now, folks along the coast are under that hurricane warning, meaning we're likely going to be seeing those winds start to ramp up rather quickly here. So we have that storm surge warning as well continuing. Now, some spots are going to be seeing high tide within the next several hours, meaning that as that water is rushing up on shore, and we've been showing you live pictures from out along our coast, and it is truly impressive to see what's happening now. But the thing is, as the water is going to be rising, regardless of if the storm was here or not, with that high tide, that water really starts to rush on. We've already had reports of down near Jamaica Beach. Jamaica Fire did report that we're starting to see some of that water on the roads that are closest to the coast already. So there's still a lot going on that we have to show you, and I know that Mike has some really good graphics showing what the current wind situation is, because I went over what the radar looks like, but the wind is going to be a very big portion of this as well. So Sally and Lena, we're going to send it back to you, but we're going to continue to bring you those updates all morning long.
So that's the science behind what we're looking at, the radar version of it, but we want to actually get you a look at what it would be like if you're in these areas.
Yeah, we have some brand new video into our station right now. I believe this is going to be Matagorda. Is that correct, guys? This is the Sargent video. Okay.
So we see the strong winds coming in. You see the rain coming in sideways here, which is why we have so many warnings, watches, and alerts that are happening this morning. Because you know there are multiple aspects of a hurricane. You've got the wind is an issue, storm surge is an issue, the possibility of tornadoes is an issue, and then flooding as well. So there are multiple aspects that we need to be watching out for.
Sargent is in the eastern part of Matagorda County. This is a very popular fishing and boating community. Lots of people
Look at this.
Go down there and enjoy time away from the city, and look at the wind just whipping that flag. I mean, you can imagine what it's like right now with this storm surge really pouring into Sargent. It is possible that landfall could be near Sargent, Texas. We will just have to wait and see here in the next few minutes. We have another piece of video as well to show you. This also just into our newsroom. This right here is going to, okay, this is the one I actually believe is from Sargent.
Yes.
Guys, okay, let's confirm that. But I believe this is from Matagorda. Okay, it is from Matagorda. Again, you can see where the storm surge is being pushed over the roadway there. It looks like we probably have some storm chasers who are out on that roadway right now, and that's who you're seeing out there right now. But again, this is another piece of video here from Matagorda County.
You know what? Let's go ahead and get you kind of a round robin idea too, because Palacios, let's take for example, right? You've got wind gusts of 81 miles per hour here. Remember, I think 96, Allison, would be Cat 2 force winds,
yes,
right?
This is a strong
this is a strong category 1. So we've got 81 mile per hour winds in Palacios here. In fact, the weather station for National Weather Service is down in Palacios as well. So we do want to get you a live look outside here. We do have reporters stationed all over town, you know, interviewing areas, so we can get you a look here. And we have in Palacios, if you're waking up with us there, don't forget that you're under curfew.
Right. Reporter Jade Fleury is in the car driving toward Bay City right now, which is also under curfew. Jade, what are you seeing where you are?
Good morning, you guys. Yeah, we were headed to Bay City, but we pulled over a bit just so you guys could see how strong these wind gusts are. They're literally blowing the rain across the roadway, and this has been going on all morning here. And these are just constant elements. We can feel the car shaking from these wind gusts. And these are not conditions that anybody wants to be out on the roadway. Obviously, we're doing it to bring you guys, the viewers, updates and constant information about this storm. But this is what it looks like going on the road, headed north, headed to Palacios. Again, we're headed to Bay City, and these are the conditions that we are seeing right now.
Well, Jade, I'm glad that you pulled off onto the side of the road right now, because no one wants to be driving in that kind of blinding rain. You mentioned that you're feeling the car shake a little bit too. Would you say that you've seen the wind definitely pick up just within the last 15 minutes?
Oh, definitely. The wind and rain have both picked up. Heavier rain, stronger wind gust, and again, these are not conditions that people want to be out on the roadway in. And it's just, everyone is hunkering down. Nobody else is on the road. So, we're just making sure that everyone stays safe.
Okay, again, the National Weather Service reporting in Palacios, the wind is gusting up to 81 miles per hour right now.
Yeah, and so now we can see it. When you see it like this, it's a good idea to pull over. You'll notice that the roadways, we don't see pooling water because of the wind, which doesn't mean that it's safe for you to pass by.
Right.
So why don't we go ahead and check in with our chief meteorologist, Mike Giskovitz, who has been working double duty for you all weekend long to make sure that you're informed on air, online, on social here. So what is your main concern? Who should be the most affected right now? Like, what advice would you have for people living in certain locations for the moment?
Yeah, well, right now, I think Brazoria County, we got a lot of folks that, are watching us from like Angleton area, Lake Jackson, Freeport area. You guys, the wind is going to pick up even more. The storm surge is going to be a big deal anywhere near that Surfside Beach area. And then very quickly, over the next few hours, we're going to have it affecting Fort Bend County and even northern Brazoria County, like up around the Pearland. Also, those winds on Galveston Island are going to really start to pick up. I wanted to show you this. This is actually the reconnaissance flight from the hurricane hunters that are out there right now. And I know this looks like a bit of a mess, but I wanted to highlight a couple of things for you. So their highest measured wind speed, 92 miles per hour, out in the Gulf of Mexico. And this concerns me too. They measured a surface pressure right now. It's at least on our graphics here. The data that's coming down shows surface pressure of 971. As of the latest advisory, the pressure was 982. So 971 would be much lower. And if that is the case, then the storm is continuing to get stronger as it approaches the coastline. Tracking the eye of the storm, it's really about to make landfall. I mean, landfall really is more of a technicality. I mean, we're not going to notice anything once it makes landfall necessarily, but the northern part of the eye wall has already moved inland into Matagorda County. The center of the center is what they're going to, consider the landfall, and that really is probably only about, just a few minutes away. It'll happen probably within the next 30 minutes, but it's really areas away from the eye or the center where we're seeing some of the most dangerous weather. For example, that rain band moving into, like I said, Brazoria County, Lake Jackson area, Freeport area, and then another big rain band now moving into Galveston County. So from the island up through Dickinson and League City and all those spots, San Leon, you're really going to be inundated with very heavy rain. I wanted to show you also, by the way, how broad this center of circulation is, 40 miles wide. So for 40 miles out here, it's not raining at all. Of course, it's windy, but that's pretty amazing to see. All right, this is a way that we could measure cloud level winds. By that I mean the radar beam is coming here out of League City, so you're not exactly getting a wind on the ground, but you're getting it just above the ground. With Doppler radar, we can measure how fast the rain droplets are moving, basically. And so right now over here on Galveston, they're moving toward 58 miles per hour, and there's a wind that's coming in away from the radar over here, 78 miles an hour, 92 miles per hour up at cloud level, and that's probably a pretty good estimate. You maybe subtract 10 or 20 miles per hour off of that, and you're going to get that wind, pretty accurate measurement of the wind there. So we're talking about like 58, 62 miles an hour. This is getting more concerning. Okay, so this is the latest look at winds and wind gusts. In Houston, about a 25-mile-an-hour wind, but with winds gusting 36 to 39. But look what's happening closer to that center of circulation. Yikes. So Palacios, a north wind now. So they're on the the west side of the eye. A wind blowing offshore out of the north at 56 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 74 miles per hour. In Bay City, a sustained wind coming in from the west-northwest, from the east, northeast at 46 miles per hour. Angleton, look at that. You got an east wind coming in 35 miles an hour, gusting to 60 already. Galveston is at a 56 mile per hour wind gust. And the thing is, this is just the beginning for what we're going to see in Brazoria County over the next 2 hours. This wind is going to pick up. What we're going to see around Bay City, the wind is going to pick up. What we're going to see around El Campo and Wharton, and eventually into the Pearland and Sugarland area. Here's a look at our futurecast wind gusts, and this is our GFS computer model estimates here, showing that center of circulation moving by Bay City as we head toward about 5 or 6 o'clock this morning, maybe 6:30, and the winds. Now these are just the gusts, so it's not going to be a consistent sustained wind of 65 in Sugarland. It may be 45 with gusts to 65, and then it actually gets worse from there on out as we see really pretty widespread gusty winds up to about 60 to 70 miles an hour, even right in the city of Houston, even in Pasadena and Baytown and Webster and back up to Spring. We could see these 60, 65, even 70 mile per hour winds at times. Here's 3 p.m. as it's still windy around Houston, but getting better. And then by 7 p.m., getting a whole lot better. So this isn't a Harvey situation. It's not going to linger for a long time. It also is not a Hurricane Ike situation, although we are going to have a fairly substantial storm surge of about 5 feet, maybe 6 feet in some spots. Remember, Ike, we had a 15-foot storm surge, so this is not going to be as widespread. It also isn't going to be as long-lived. The high tides this morning, Galveston Island depends on where you are, but some areas are going to see high tide at about 7, which is going to coincide with the storm surge coming in. So you take the storm surge and you have to add on top of that about another 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet for the high tide. So we're going to have a lot of water inundation across Bolivar Peninsula and the west end of Galveston Island, also the harbor side Strand area of Galveston Island. This is the newest futurecast rainfall that has come in, and it's still showing amounts here. When you see white, we're talking about more than 8 inches of rain. So 8, 9, 10 inches of rain coming in to parts of Wharton and Fort Bend County, even here getting up into 6, 7, maybe 8 inches of rain across parts of Harris County. And even though Galveston is showing blue like 4 to 5 inches, it could certainly be more than that in some locations, because if you get stuck under one of these rain bands, the rainfall rates that come down are pretty incredible. A wide swath of 5 to 10 inches. As far as the timing is concerned, here we go. I'll look at the rainfall and the center of circulation. Looking ahead at 6:30 this morning, it is going to be nasty across the greater Houston area. Then it shifts up to Montgomery County, to Grimes and Waller counties coming up by around 10 o'clock this morning. We'll see some improvements in Houston by around 2 in the afternoon. And then, like I said, some pretty big improvements heading into the evening hours. We're going to get an update to probably the landfall coming up here within the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then we'll also get an updated wind speed that is likely going to be higher than 80 miles per hour. So right now, are we going back to Sally and Lena? We're going. Oh.
Palacios wind gust of 89.
Okay, so Allison just said Palacios just had a wind gust of 89 miles per hour. And you know what concerns me about that? I'm going to see if I can go back to this first graphic here. Allow me to just, this is going to zip through real quick, but this is what concerns me. So Palacios just had a wind gust of 89, you said?
Yep.
Okay. So let me just show you guys this real quick. I know this is kind of like on the spot I'm doing this, but so Palacios right now is getting a wind from the north. Now, if they just had a gust to 89, which hasn't registered here yet, but if they did, that's concerning because they're actually on the so-called, weaker side or cleaner side of the circulation right now. So if they're going to get 89, we could be looking at wind gusts here, Sargent and Freeport and those spots, maybe even higher than that. I mean, it could be 100. So yeah, those are the areas we need to be really, really concerned about right now. Brazoria, Matagorda, and then as we head toward 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning, a lot more so into Fort Bend and northern Brazoria County. So a lot of our big suburbs and even Houston itself, mid-morning to late morning, very dangerous.
Mike, thank you. Okay, as Beryl is on its final approach right now, we want to take a look at outages, power outages. According to CenterPoint Energy, these have been going up and up all morning long. Right now, there are about 47,000 customers affected. I would say that number has quadrupled just within the last hour. So do expect these numbers to continue to go up. Remember, you can sign up on CenterPoint to get outage alerts and restoration times.
So just a couple of notes here. This is not, an ERCOT issue, right? This has to do with down power lines because of the winds. Maybe, transformers have been inundated with the water. So this is going to be an issue that, could take days before they're able to get it back, because remember that they have to wait for safety to be an issue before the crews can come out to repair those. So again, perfect time to download the Fox 26 weather app. That way we can keep you informed. If you do lose power, we want to be able to get you the warnings, the alerts that you need to know when they're happening. Remember, the threat of tornadoes is still a possibility. That's something you would need to know in the moment.
Sure.
And so we want to be able to get you that information when you need to have it.
And also remember that these the storm has not even passed through some of our areas with the most trees yet. And so, we're expecting huge numbers of power outages, unfortunately. So give those CenterPoint crews lots of grace as they try to get your power restored as quickly as possible. All right, let's give you a look outside here at what is happening right now down on Galveston Island. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is Seawolf Park, just getting battered by heavy waves and storm surge. And on the right is Galveston Strand District, where you can see wind having an effect there as well. I don't see high water in the Strand yet, but the Strand and the Harborside area are areas that typically do see storm surge flooding. So I would expect that to possibly be the case as we move further into the morning.
And because the wind gusts we've seen so high, I'm going to say the reason that we're not seeing the water kind of settle is because we're seeing it move right now. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what the winds are going to be like. And again, this storm hasn't made landfall. We haven't seen the worst of it at this point.
Now, the west end of Galveston Island is under a voluntary evacuation order. They did that because without the seawall, the tides could make it difficult for first responders to reach people. So right now, folks who are on Galveston's west end or on the Bolivar Peninsula, if they haven't left already, they just need to hunker down for the remainder of this storm. The Galveston Bolivar Ferry did suspend service about 90 minutes ago, so there are no more boats going between Galveston and the Bolivar Peninsula.
And also Highway 87 in Galveston has been closed because of the water, the storm surge overtaking the roadways.
Yeah, that's the only other way out of the Bolivar Peninsula there. So they're stuck there now.
Yeah. So why don't we get you outside again to get you a round robin look of how things are looking outside your front door so that you don't have to go out there and experience it.
So we're going to take a live right now to Shelby Rose. Okay, she is live for us in Sugar Land, Fort Bend County. If you're just waking up with us there, our meteorologists have said get prepared. You could see Category 1 hurricane winds pass through there later on this morning. That is just incredible to think about.
Yes, good morning, guys. Absolutely. I mean, thankfully, though, in the last hour or so, conditions really haven't gotten any worse. We're still seeing consistent rain and some wind gusts. I'm having to hold my hood up so it doesn't blow off. But thankfully, though, it's definitely a ghost town out here in Sugar Land. I think everyone has heeded the warnings. They've seen the path of Hurricane Beryl take that turn into, the Sugar Land and Fort Bend County area. So we've been keeping in contact with the city of Sugar Land for any updates. Haven't heard anything in the last couple hours or so. So no news is good news, right? They are saying that they are going to continuously update us with any road closures. No road closures so far. We're not really even seeing any flooding at all, at least in the immediate area that we're at. But of course, it's something we're going to be continuously updating as conditions are obviously expected to get so much worse throughout the morning. And so we will be updating you as that moves along. Back to you.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and get you a look at the timing of this, when we're going to see the worst of it, when we're expecting the landfall. Again, you know, it's been really hard to track. This has been a weird storm,
right,
and how it was able to kind of have that rapid intensification again and again repeatedly, and then it kept shifting to the east, to the east, to the east, and making that northward track. So that's happened again overnight while you were sleeping.
Can you believe we've been talking about this storm for a week now, right? So what a lot of people are wondering, Allison, is this going to really be able to maintain hurricane force winds all the way inland, Fort Bend County, then Montgomery County, and then what's going to happen after that?
I would say after Montgomery County, as it's making its way up toward Huntsville, we'll start to see a decrease in the winds. So the thing is, this storm is going to be strengthening up until the very last moment, meaning once it runs out of water, that's when we'll start to see those sustained winds, you know, hold strong for a bit and then really start to decrease. So let's just take you through the latest track. So we got an advisory at 3 o'clock this morning, still looking at 80-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. And the pressure is at 982, so it has dropped over, you know, the last several hours. And even Mike was showing on one of our graphics saying that the hurricane hunters saw pressure even lower than that, meaning that strengthening is continuing, even though we are still seeing it make its way over land. And usually when we see that, it does tear apart the system a bit. But really, it's not going to be until, I'd say, late morning, early afternoon, when we're really going to see those winds drop down to tropical storm strength and then continue. And then this is going to be up toward Tyler by tonight and then making its way out of Texas late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So I think the one good thing about this track, as it shows how quickly it is moving, and it's going to take all of this strong winds and heavy rain with it. But we still have a lot to get through. So I want to talk about the winds because they are starting to pick up. So these are current sustained winds, meaning if you were standing outside, you'd feel this, and then a gust would be that one little push of air that you're like, oh yes, okay, winds are really picking up. So from Galveston to Freeport, 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Matagorda at 47 miles per hour. Bay City at 46. But Palacios, that we've seen over and over again over the last 30 minutes, is looking at the strongest winds right now in our viewing area with 54-mile-per-hour sustained winds. But here we go with the wind gusts. And this is where things are starting to pick up. So in Palacios proper, we have seen a wind gusts of 81. And if you were just watching us, and I was talking with Mike over my mic, that we actually saw that 89-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the Bay. But still about 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts that we are seeing even on the western edge of the storm. So that's going to be our concern that we always talk about. The east side is where we see some of the heaviest rain and strongest winds. And already Angleton looking at wind gusts right now at 66 miles per hour. But take a look at Pearland to Houston to Sugar Land, just shy of 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And again, it's 3:30 in the morning. This hasn't, air quotes, officially made landfall yet, and Mike was doing a really good job at showing that there isn't something big that we feel it made landfall. It's just, okay, the center of the eye has made its way over land. It's more of an official thing so that we can go back and say, okay, at this time in this location, it made landfall. But for us here in Houston, our greater viewing area, it really doesn't matter because we're going to be seeing those strong winds regardless. Right now, we're looking at 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Galveston. So this is a look at our GFS future model, and if you guys can take me back to Lynx 1, that would be best. This is showing max 3 here. So as we look at Lynx 1, I was just showing those winds, and here we go. So 345. So this is a future cast of what we could be seeing. Once again, Palacios on the west side of the storm right now, seeing some of those really strong winds. But our latest forecast models continues to show that the winds are going to stay really strong. Here's the northeastern edge. We're talking Rosenberg to Needville, and even points to the east of that could be seeing future wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour. Now, the GFS over the last several model runs really has this making its way west of Katy, whereas some of our other models are showing it a little bit further east, meaning a little bit closer to, let's say, Sugar Land and even into Houston. So we need to keep an eye out on that. But regardless, the winds are going to stay strong. We're talking 65 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts still within the next 3 to 4 hours, meaning that this thing is not going to be decreased in intensity really anytime soon. But then it makes its way up toward Huntsville and then even close to Tyler by this afternoon. And then that's when those winds do start to decrease. Now, I quickly want to show you power outages. And we just got an update moments ago. Oh, it looks like this is on a forecast model run. But Bay City to Palacios, you are starting to see power outages increase to potentially several thousand folks without power. We actually did get a report that we have seen gotten reports that at least one power line along the coast has been down, so that's probably knocking out power for a lot of folks off to our south. And we're likely going to continue to see that as these outer rain bands make their way to the north. So again, we haven't heard of any official landfall, but Mike's been doing a good job at showing 40 miles wide is how far the center of this storm is. So folks that live in Matagorda proper, maybe you're seeing some sprinkles, not much. It's really everybody that's on the outskirts that is continuing to watch those outer rain bands now move up toward League City, Santa Fe, Galveston, Angleton, and Lake Jackson. So stay put, stay with us here on Fox 26, where we will be bringing you those latest rainfall totals as well as the winds. So Sally and Lena, we're going to send it back to you at the desk.
Okay, thanks so much, Allison. Let's focus in now on Brazoria County. Brazoria County, you are going to be on the dirty side of this storm, as we're still expecting landfall to be in the next few minutes around Matagorda Bay.
So why don't we go to Chelsea Edwards, who is live right now. She's headed up to Freeport. She's in the Angleton area here. Give us an idea of what you're seeing there.
Yeah, we definitely been watching the wind pick up coming down 288. Right now, we've pulled over. Visibility is extremely limited on the roadways. If you've ever been south 288, it's not a whole lot of businesses, not a whole, you know, you got some street lamps and all that. So we needed to pull over to give you guys a better view at this gas station here. I mean, I wish you could see the way the rain is swirling around, like underneath the lights. I've been watching the sheets of rain rippling across the concrete here. I mean, it's just, it tells you how high the winds are getting at this time. As Jeff makes it around the parking lot, you can get hopefully a view of this grass out here. We've been looking at the trees, the smaller trees, getting more and more bent over by these gusts. It looks like people have been staying off the roadways. We saw one truck for a while making it out this way, but for the most part, it's been dead out here, which is what we want to see. We don't want to see people driving under these conditions that are only worsening. Again, like the wind is definitely picking up, so that's what we're witnessing. We're not to the point where, you know, the truck is rocking back and forth. I'm not trying to dramatize it for you, but we're just watching it pick up and watching this rain getting swirled around under these street lamps. We're definitely expecting, I mean, man, take a look at that. I don't know how well you guys can see how that rain is coming up off of this 18-wheeler. Yeah, it's definitely worsening conditions out here as we make our way to Freeport. Again, Angleton also expecting, you know, heavy flooding in this area. We're actually at this point not sure exactly how far we'll be able to get because this area is prone to flooding going 288 south. We're going to do what we can to get you guys the best pictures, but even now, just watching what's happening in this parking lot with the wind gusts is really jaw-dropping, just where we are right now.
See, do me a favor, because you're stationary and you're parked right now, do me a favor, can you turn those windshield wipers off? Because we're hearing that rain. I just want to get a sense of like the sound of this as it's hitting the car.
Turn the windshield wipers off.
Yeah, because we're hearing it.
Yeah. Turn.
Yeah. And that's what you're hearing.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit of Yeah, you're getting a little bit of what it sounds like. You know, we can't hear the wind as much, but we're definitely getting plenty of droplets. There it is. Jeff cracked the window a little bit, so maybe you can hear it a little better. There it is. Yeah, it's coming through pretty strong. Yeah, hitting my face right now. This rain and the wind just, I mean, if we were out here, I might get blown over. It's picked up so much.
Chelsea, we're also, okay, there's your shot again. We were looking there at one of the cameras from Galveston. It was the Murdoch camera where you could see there was no beach left there for a moment, but now we're focused back here on Brazoria County. What are your plans for riding out this storm here? You're in Angleton. Are you heading down closer to the coast, or what's your plan?
We're going to see how far we can get, but one of the things, you know, Jeff and I were talking about, of course, we want to do this safely, but there is a lot of flooding that happens along 288 going towards Freeport, so we're going to see where we can get, but we're definitely going to keep an eye on the conditions out here, and I've been listening in. I know the wind gusts have picked up tremendously coming out this way, so we're gonna keep an eye out, and I'm gonna definitely follow Jeff's advice, because he's covered this area plenty of times. 30 years he's been working as a photog, so I feel like I'm in good hands, and we're gonna do what we can, but we're gonna do it safely.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's our number one concern, not only for, you know, for you watching at home, and hopefully you get to stay there, but also for our field crews out there. We want to get you an idea of what's going on out there, but you know what, we only do what is safe to do. So I'm glad that you guys pulled over. Thank you for that look, and thanks for indulging us with the, you know, turning the wipers off, rolling down the window a little bit, so we can get a sense of what you are in the middle of here.
Sure. All right, so we know wind gusts as high as 89 miles per hour have been reported in Matagorda County. We're going to go ahead and check in with our chief now, Mike, who is taking a look at where, you know, Chelsea just was there. She's on that dirty side of the storm, so she is going to feel the effects more than most people right now.
Yeah, we were just talking about this with our with Jonathan, our executive producer. You know, he said she's in Angleton, Chelsea's in Angleton. He says, "Do we need to move anywhere?" I said, no. I think
the spot.
She's going to get slammed right where she is.
Yeah. I mean, and we've been seeing over the last 30 minutes, the winds really start to pick up. And not just on the outer edge of the eye wall, but we're starting to see it kind of extend out too, with, you know, wind gusts upwards of 40, 50 miles per hour out to Galveston, and then even making its way toward Houston.
I've been tracking, well, of course we will through the morning, CenterPoint Energy. Right now the outages are up to 55,000. We're going to see that go way up today. I mean, we're probably going to end up with at least 500,000 no power. So you've been making a great recommendation, is get the Fox 26 weather app on your phone now, because even if the power goes out, you'll be able to track everything on your phone, you know, with the cell phone signal. This is the kind of day where you don't want to let your guard down. And you don't want to venture out, you know, like there's enough professional storm chasers out there, you know, we don't need you guys to, you know, to risk it out there.
Yeah, and the thing is with these storms is that the outer rain bands are carrying all the rain. And then that's going to create very saturated ground, and then the winds come in. And that's when we start to see the trees down, the power lines down. So tornado warning
Fort Bend. All right, we're going to get right on top of that. Thanks, John. Hold on, guys. We need to get to this immediately. Let me go ahead and pull this up.
Near Siena, or 7 miles southwest of Fresno, and it's moving at 50.
Okay, let me
I can run radar for you, Mike.
Well, let me pull this up. Oh, okay. Can you, guys, can you take
Lynx 1.
Can you take Lynx 1, please? And let's see. So it's pointing. Can you see? Would you mind? Okay, so Fresno, Arcola area. Now Thompson's is just off to the south of Riverstone, Siena. Do you think can you switch to the velocity product maybe and see if the storm relative velocity maybe? Wow, it's kind of hard to see, huh?
Yeah, it's very difficult to see.
Okay, well, no doubt we have high winds there. So if you live in this area here, which is from approximately FM 521 back over across the Brazos River. It looks like just around Siena, southward to, let's see, Pleak. I mean, now in Needville. This is Richmond. This is Rosenberg, I should say, down. That's Crab River Road, Highway 99. So south of that area, heading down to like around the Fort Bend Fairgrounds area, apparently a tornado. Now let me go ahead. I want to see if I could pull up the, I'm going to read you what the National Weather Service just said. All right, so this is 3:37. So just moments ago, the National Weather Service in League City has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Fort Bend County, as well as northern Brazoria County. It's a little sliver of Brazoria County there. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Siena or 7 miles southwest of Fresno, moving to the west at 50 miles per hour. So that means, I mean, look, this thing is zipping along, which means that, you know, if it was near Siena, it's out of there now because it's moving at 50 miles per hour. But that means it's quickly going to move toward places potentially like Greatwood. And, you know, gosh, that area there, Rosenberg, has been growing so much. So for you guys as well, and then down around Beasley, Kendleton, Needville, and the National Weather Service is saying this is a radar-indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter, which of course you shouldn't be. That may be a little bit of that circulation. I think that's it. That might be it right there around Thompson's. Can you zoom in a little bit more on that one? Because this is okay. So this is not too far away, guys. This is just off to the north of the Brazos Bend Park down there along the Brazos River, and it looks like it is moving super fast toward 59 or I-69 down there in Fort Bend County. So again, keep in mind this thing's moving at 50 miles an hour from east to west. So it's going to be moving really, really quickly over there to the Rosenberg area. So yeah, definitely, no doubt, this is something that we want to take seriously.
It looks like, can you just take
well, we
Max
just
3?
Would you guys mind taking Max 3? We just had a little
computer just crashed.
Little glitch. If you guys don't mind, if you could take Max 3, that would be great, because this is not good right now. But okay, let me go ahead. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and track this for you. Let me turn off all this garbage and just get you to the tornado warning. So here we go. So right now, this is the area we're looking at. Brazoria and Fort Bend, really, really, really fast mover. I'm going to switch this, guys. Well, no, I guess I'm talking guys. I'm talking to you watching at home. I want to switch this to a different imagery here because sometimes the airport, it looks like the airport that covers Hobby Airport out of Pearland is down, unfortunately. So I'm going to try to use the Bush Airport one and see what we can get. And I'm really not seeing anything super
Well, take a look on that east side.
Clear. See, the radar's coming in from the north. I mean, I'm going to switch this back over to the, okay, so wow, here we go. So this is a little bit of an indication of a rotation. This is approaching FM 762. So FM 762 in Fort Bend County near George Ranch. So some of you down there definitely familiar with that, you know, maybe taking a field trip down there or something like that. That is what we are looking at right now. Now this thing, if this is the circulation, I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track on this. And let's say it's approximately this location, and it is zipping. Gosh, I can't even, hold on, I'm going to have to zoom out, because things don't usually move at 50 miles an hour. Hold on, let me zoom this out here for you so that we can actually maybe stretch this. If this is a tornado, and by the way, these things form and dissipate really fast. So this general area of concern will be moving toward Pleak in 9 minutes, Needville in about 12 minutes, Kendleton about 23 minutes, and Hungerford in about 29 minutes. By then, it may have dissipated. This warning is in effect until for 14 more minutes. And it's important to realize, guys, that these tornadoes that are embedded in hurricane rain bands like this, they form really fast and they move really fast and they dissipate really fast. So it's, you know, really, really, really hard to track these things because they move along so fast, you know, so quickly. But this right now is sort of in a, you know, in rural areas. They're not too far away from George Ranch Historical Park, George Ranch Park. And when we look at some of the winds from this, let me switch this to, let me put this on just regular old velocity, where we could really get a sense of how fast the winds are blowing here. We're looking at, wait, I didn't want to do that. Sorry, guys. We are looking at winds that are probably going to be close to like 60 or 70 miles an hour. Here we go. So here we go. Here's 59, 81, 77. Now this is, we're testing, this is querying how fast the raindrops are moving at cloud level, but we're really only a couple thousand feet above the ground, so it's still fairly representative, you know, of what we may see at the surface, or at least close to the surface. And this is the area of concern right now. Again, if you're watching us from this area around FM 762 in Fort Bend County, this is the approximate location of where we may be seeing a rotation within the circulation of this rain band.
Yeah, it looks like Smithers Lake Road, Ricefield Road, and Booth Line Road. If you live near here, or maybe have family or friends, you need to just stay inside right now, because we've been talking about just how quickly this is moving. I mean, 50 miles per hour. Think about how fast you drive on the freeway, or even down some, you know, local roads, usually right around 45, 50. So that's how quickly this is moving. And we're going to continue to see it make its way off to the west, you know, with these rain bands, with that counterclockwise rotation. You know, that's exactly what we see. And this is something that you need to be inside for if you do live in Fort Bend County.
Do we have
seriously.
The shear markers in the analysis layer? Yeah. Do you think any of those are showing up as showing a rotation? It didn't come up yet.
No, they haven't.
See, you know, honestly, everybody, these when you have circulations that are taking place in rain bands like this, I mean, look, we have these rain bands that are. Hold on just a second here, guys. When you have rain bands like this that are, you already have high winds in the rain bands, you know what I mean? So then embedded within those high winds, you have little circulations that take place, and the one that just moved by Siena and is making its way there, you know, this may be the area of concern right there that's approaching Pleak. So if you live in Pleak or Needville or Beasley, I know it's already really rainy and windy there, but you could have some even gustier winds that are getting ready to move through to your location, because, you know, sort of embedded within this, it looks like this is the little area. And guys, I know it's kind of hard to see. Let me put on a different color table, see if maybe we could see it. Yeah, that might be, yeah, here we go. So that might be an easier way to see it here. Right over George Ranch, where you have these changing of colors right here. Again, this is now past FM 762, and it's approaching FM 2977 down there in Fort Bend County. This is the area that I'm talking about, that you know, that we may have these winds kind of, they're moving really fast there, and then they're moving a little bit fast there, and then in between, that's where you have this rotation that's taking place, you know, give or take there is where we're going to see that rotation. And again, it's moving at 50 miles an hour in the direction of Pleak. So yeah, I mean, you know, like we were saying, I mean, look, you're already taking cover out there, but, you know, out here in this part of Fort Bend County, there are some mobile homes, you know, so if you live in a mobile home right now, I don't really think there's anything you could do. I mean, you don't want to run out and get in the car or anything and drive anywhere, but you do need to take cover as best you can. If you start hearing, more of a howling noise or a freight train kind of noise, you'll want to protect yourself as best you can. Even if it's with a mattress or something like that, because we already have high winds, and now we're going to have even higher winds. In fact, let me go ahead and click on this and see if I can query this little pink box. So 80 miles an hour there, and 36 miles an hour here. So what that means is between these two areas, you have a difference of 50 miles per hour. So that does indicate a rotation that's taking place in those areas. And it's a little bit hard to understand, but there's a spin that's taking place there, and then the whole thing is moving this way real fast.
Yeah, I'm really thinking this, like you had mentioned, making its way toward Pleat, so south of 69. So we're looking at Ricefield Road, Bryan Road, A. Meyer Road, Power Line Road. Maybe you live in this area or you have friends or family that do. It's moving quickly. So if you live near 69 toward Pleak, you need to make sure that you're staying inside. Rosenberg, you're technically just outside of where this tornado warning is, but if you live maybe on the south side of town, closer to the freeway there, please stay indoors. When we talk about tornado warnings, you need to get away from windows. Now, I know that you might be staring at your TV and you have some windows in the room, like a family room, living room. If you can, download the app with us and go to a room that doesn't have any windows, that's in the most interior spot of the house. Because again, this is radar indicated. No, we don't have any reports that this is on the ground, but we need to use caution and make sure that folks are staying safe and aware that these winds are moving quickly, again, at 50 miles per hour. That's normally how fast you drive on some roads, and you know how quick that is. So again, this is in effect for the next 8 minutes. So we're gonna stick with you here until this does expire. Again,
this is the area where the tornado warning is in effect. And sometimes as quickly as these things pop up, they dissipate. And the thing is, throughout the day today, we're going to see a lot of these where there's going to be these little, we had this in Harvey, you get these little circulations, they form real fast, it's embedded within the rain band itself, so it's already windy, and then you have this little zip, circulation that comes through that causes a little bit of extra wind, and then before you know it, it's out of there because it's moving at 50 miles an hour. So even if the wind does pick up, really, really strongly, it may only pick up for a few minutes or so, if even that long. It may just be a quick minute. So again, this is the area we're talking about here, guys. Rosenberg southward to Pleak and Needville. It was initially spotted on radar near Siena, but it's out of that area now. And, the circulation very, very, very hard to spot, as we've been telling you, because it's just so small that even with the best of technology, it's almost impossible to see. But as best we could tell, I think it's this right here.
Which is now basically on the edge of where the tornado warned storm is.
Yeah, and it's about to expire, right? So,
yes.
So
yeah,
I guess
wouldn't be surprised if that expires probably earlier.
Yeah, so that does, and pardon me, guys, for kind of switching through these different color tables that we have and trying to pick the one that's going to best display for you where the circulation is. And it's, it's probably, this is the area that we're talking about where there's a little bit of a circulation, and that's right along FM 2218 near Pleak, and also just like Allison said, just off of 69/59 there in Fort Bend County. This is set to expire in 5 minutes. And, not to be overlooked is the fact that, we also have increasing winds
to the south.
Yeah, just in a lot of other spots. And, a crazy wind is starting to pick up even over here in Pearland. And remember, guys, we do have tropical storm warnings that are in effect across the rest of Fort Bend County and Harris County and Brazoria County too. So even though you might not necessarily be under that tornado warning, it's still going to be, pretty rough going as far as the just the regular old winds are concerned.
And I'm just doing what we call just kind of test in the area, see what winds are looking like. Down toward Long Point, more than 70 mile per hour winds.
Okay, did you see this? They issued another one.
Okay, so they extended it.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
They just
wow. No,
they just issued
this.
they just issued another one that includes.
And now it's to the east.
Right. There's probably just an. Okay, so the hurricane has just made landfall, but okay, so guys, the hurricane has made landfall, but really, that's not. I'm not as concerned about that. Wow. So if you live in this vicinity around Siena, or even like just north of Highway 6, there is like the like Lake Olympia, Teal Run area. If you live there around Highway 288, so this is Iowa Colony, guys. This is, if you're watching us from Iowa Colony or just to the south of Iowa Colony, you will definitely want to take cover right now. You know, not that you would venture out in this anyway, but you will definitely want to take cover because, you know, it's a fast mover. It's a little bit difficult to see as far as where the circulation is. You're not going to be able to see anything coming. I mean, you know, it's pitch black out there and it's pouring down rain.
And it's, reduced visibility. I mean, we were talking with Chelsea and she's like, I can barely see right now. So even if there was that rotation coming down.
Yeah, I have my daughter on the phone right now. Hey, okay, don't say anything weird because you're actually broadcasting live right now. But so I have, hey Gia, what's happening at the house right now? Because you guys are under a tornado warning, so I don't want you to get near the windows.
Our ceiling is like leaking and there's a puddle over the floor. But like we put towels and stuff. What it is?
The ceiling is leaking? Okay.
Yeah.
Does it feel really, I mean, is it really windy? Is it scary?
It's just like raining a lot. It's like
Okay. All right, well guys. Okay, well, the dog is scared. Okay, well guys, look, seriously, don't, try to stay away from the windows, please. And, you know, you guys might have to go downstairs with Mother, because, all right, so please be careful.
Wait, what'd you say? Okay.
I said, well, where are you right now? Are you all upstairs in your bedrooms?
Yeah, I'm in my bed. I'm in my room. Upstairs. I'm in the living room. The AP scores came out. I know, I'm about to check. I don't.
Oh Lord. Okay. All right, Allison, we got AP scores that just came out too, in addition to the tornado warning.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, maybe it's good if they go downstairs.
Yeah, you all should really go downstairs. Text me your AP scores and text me when you've gone downstairs away from the windows. Okay, I gotta go. I'll call you back soon. Bye. Okay. Lord.
Wow.
Okay. Well. Everybody, I'll give you the update on the AP scores coming up. But
These winds are really starting to ramp up. And not just where we're seeing the tornado warning, you know, down even out toward Wharton, El Campo, 70 to nearly 80 mile per hour winds. Again, this is potentially just higher than the ground, so maybe not directly at street level. And can I just ask if our director could just tighten the green screen shot so that I could go out there, if that's possible?
Yeah, guys, because we'd like to use our hand tracking tool. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
We'd like to use our hand tracking tool, and the thing is, so we need that tight shot on chroma camera, and you turned on the.
Well, I have to wait till it's tightened.
Okay. Oh yeah. All right. So guys, Manville, Iowa Colony area. You guys are currently under a tornado warning. I know this looks pretty crazy. What I'm trying to do is get you the best view I can, get myself the best view I can of where this possible circulation is. The area that's in this box is the area that's under the tornado warning, and it is, as I've been telling you, really hard to see, because you already have high winds everywhere. You know, you've got super high winds that are already blowing through the storm. And then on top of that, there's a small circulation that's taking place. And unfortunately, I'm just having a, you know, it's a difficult thing to display to everybody, you know, where the circulation's taking place. But suffice it to say that if you're in this area for another 15 minutes, you know, we had a general area here of an area where we had a detected circulation. So let's just say it's right around there, approximately 288 south of Iowa Colony. And if this thing is moving off in this general direction at about 50 miles per hour, then we are talking about Lake Olympia, Siena Point, and then this is the Brazos River here as well. So this is, the areas down there around Brazos Bend State Park. This warning is in effect for another 15 minutes. And let's see, I'm trying to loop this. It's not working for me here for some reason. But the bottom line is we are not only concerned about heavy rain, which is already coming down, and not just concerned about the high winds, which, by the way, are already, also coming in with this system. We also have, by the way, flooding that's taking place. These are now flood advisories. Flood advisories for just about all these areas: Angleton, Galveston, Lamarck, back over here to Wharton, El Campo, Needville. So all of these areas experiencing some flooding right now. And as we continue to track this potential for a rotation there, it's really tricky to see. So, I would say we can't even focus in necessarily on any specific spot. I think you just really need to be aware of, the fact that there could be some increasing winds headed your way. And yeah, I mean, this might be the rotation. There might actually be a couple of rotations in there. But this might be the area of the rotation that's getting closer to Siena. We're seeing a driving shot right now. Where's that from, Producer Taylor? Okay, that's down in the Galveston area where we have really high winds taking place. So, okay. So we do have a couple of areas of possible circulation. One is right there over Siena, and then it looks like there's another area here. This is FM 521, so this is down to the south of Juliff, south of Fresno. This looks like a circulation here too. So that's going to be moving toward also like Siena Point area. Lena DeFlorius is here.
Hey guys, I'm just wondering, because it is such a fast mover, you're talking about winds about 50 miles an hour. Is that a good or bad thing? I mean, I'm assuming good that it would move out of the area quickly, but bad in that if you're right underneath it, you don't want it to have that kind of speed.
Yeah, I mean bad because it's like extremely hard to track, but good that it's not going to last very long. But you're not really going to have really very much warning. The thing is, it's already windy, so I mean, you already have like 50-mile-an-hour winds, and then kind of zipping through there, it'll zip up to, 90 or something. And you're just really not going to have that much notice. So that's why I just want everybody just, get away from the windows, try to get to a central portion of your house, anywhere in this area, just simply because it's so hard to track this circulation. So like I said, anywhere from around this Lake Olympia, Teal Run area, Siena Point, and then all these, there's so many new communities that are down here along FM 521 in Brazoria and Fort Bend County, Arcola area. So,
but even without the rotation, though, you could still see similarly damaging effects, though.
Definitely. And if you live in a mobile home down here, and if you're there right now, the only thing you could do is to try to protect yourself as much as possible, and if you do hear sort of a roaring sound, I mean, the best you could do is just sort of get under a mattress or something, because, we have seen in similar circumstances, we've seen them knocked over,
And then the warning, of course, means that you're seeing the rotation or you're seeing the possibility of rotation, whether confirmed or not.
Right,
so,
yeah, they call it like radar indicated rotation. I'm switching to a different product here because I'm trying to see if I can maybe detect the rotation a little bit better.
So with that warning, what that would mean is if you're in this area here, if you're living, in or around Siena, if you're in, Brazoria or Fort Bend County, that would be the time for you to get into an internal room. So if you have a closet, if you have a bathroom, you want to grab the family, grab a couple of essentials. You want to get in there now until the threat has passed over you. And if you're living in, near the area, but you're thinking, yeah, it's windy, but I'm not seeing rotation, doesn't matter. Go ahead and get into that internal room because it is a fast mover. And even those straight line winds can be just as damaging as when you're getting that rotation of a tornado. But just to give you an idea and perspective, what that tornado warning means that you've got the conditions where danger is imminent, and so you want to get to that internal room, get up the family, get everybody inside, that way that you know that you're safe. Again, you want to stay away from the outer walls of the house, you want to stay away from the windows. If you have a basement, you want to do that. You want to get into the center of the house. That's where you're going to be the safest and the most protected. So again, if you're living in these areas, now is the time. You want to wake up the family, you want to grab a couple of essentials, you want to get into those inside rooms. Also, Go ahead and make sure that your phone is charging right now in case you lose power. That way you can extend the life of that. We want to be able to get in touch with you and let you know when that threat is on top of you. You want to download our Fox 26 News app. That way we can keep you informed. You could also watch us live as well, just in case obviously you don't have a TV in the bathroom.
Yeah, all good advice. And you know what? This is not going to go away. If anything, we're going to see more and more of these as the rain bands come in. Now, I know Allison, I think, is over on the wall. I don't know, Allison, if everything technically is set up yet. I have to restart my computer because it's not. It's kind of, you know how things are.
Yes.
But, so let me. Yeah, let me go ahead and have you, share your knowledge with everybody here in a little bit on the chroma key wall on Links 1. And I will check back in with you guys shortly.
So Mike's been doing an amazing job at just going through and showing you exactly what we're seeing. Now, what I have here is actually a plot. So from just south of Siena, we are seeing this line where some of the strongest winds have been. Now, this is moving west at about 50 miles per hour. So take a look at this, likely moving into Thompson within the next 3 minutes. Fairchild's within about 17 and Pleak within the next 20. And honestly, I'd say it could be moving even a bit closer. So if we take you out and I can actually show you what some of the winds are looking like right now, anywhere from, let's say, 55 to about 65. But here we go. We're getting updates from the radar and those winds really start to kick up. So we could be seeing upwards of 72 mile per hour winds. And if we actually zoom you in a little bit, so here is Siena. We have Miller Road where we're seeing 64 mile per hour winds. And, we can just see how quickly things are going to be picking up. And you can where we're looking at some of the brightest colors here, so brightest reds and even almost to what looks like a white, that's where some of the strongest winds will be. Now, this says 100 miles per hour, and this is just a radar indicated total, so it could be like a little bit less than that, but it's just showing how quickly these winds are going to be pulsing up, anywhere from 64 to 74, and I'd say probably upwards of about 80 mile per hour winds. So you can see a Miller Road here. So it's going to be right at the intersection and as the bayou goes through. So if we move up to the north and we do have Siena, you can see Siena Parkway. It looks like Waters Lake Boulevard, as well as Scranton Trace here. Very important that you are staying indoors as these winds are picking up significantly. So what I'm going to do is zoom out so you can see where the tornado warning is. And again, in effect until 4:15. So we still have about 7 minutes with you, at least with this tornado warned storm. But the thing is, this is now our second one, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more throughout the morning. So I'm going to actually just click out of this, and I want to go down to the south where we are looking at Damon right here and West Columbia, Sweeney. This is where the strongest winds are. Now, no, it's not where the rotation is. So that's going to be the difference. When we talk about the tornado warning and some of those strong winds, that's showing winds moving toward and away from the radar. But the thing is, these are going to be some very strong winds that we are seeing popping up here. So let's make sure that the pixel query is on. There we go. And we're looking at 90 plus 86 mile per hour winds. Now, these are not reported at an airport or one of our weather stations across the viewing area, but this is just showing from the radar that these winds are really starting to pulse up. So we're looking outside again of the tornado warned storm where some of the strongest winds are. But the thing is, we are still looking at the tornado warning in effect. Now, that does include Julif as well as Siena Plantation. We have English. Now, Thompson's is technically out of where the tornado warning is, but that doesn't mean that you can't let your guard down, because as we've been seeing the winds really start to ramp up on really the western edge of where this tornado warning is officially. That's going to be making its way toward Thompson's. We have English. So a lot going on here. Now, something that I do want to take you out to is actually let's just look at the radar here, because some of the heaviest rain embedded within that initial rain band is off to the north. We're talking out over Pearland, Hobby making its way out toward Mission Bend, Sugarland. And so that's the thing, where this tornado warning is just where the strongest winds are and the potential for any of that rotation. But really, yes, it's heavy rain. It's blinding. I mean, it's dark outside. You couldn't see if there was that rotation making its way to the ground. But regardless, we need you to be staying weather aware. So let's go out to our velocity scan, and you can see that the winds really starting to pick up. So we have English here and Sandy Point. Thank you, Lena. And we're looking at those winds. Let's get a pixel query. About 68, 65 miles per hour. So again, these are going to be sustained, but within some of these spots, we're likely going to be seeing the wind pick up even more. So there's a lot going on with this situation. It's not just the tornado warning that continues for the next 4 minutes. And I can just step out to see what the National Weather Service is saying, if they think that they are going to extend this or not. But again, this tornado warning goes for about another, let's say, 3 minutes. And they haven't said anything on extending it. So there is the potential that the warning will expire in a few minutes, and then all eyes are going to be on what's happening to the south. So again, this is in Fort Bend County, but if we zoom you out and actually click out of the warning, well, this is likely where the center of the storm is. And the thing is, it's about 40 miles wide. So when we talk about that, meaning that if you're in the eye, which is soon going to be coming to Bay City, it's been in Matagorda, things are quiet, but just outside of it is where we are seeing things really start to ramp up. So let me get rid of this and take you out to some of the winds out toward El Campo, even Bay City and into Wharton. We're looking at those winds anywhere from 67, 75 to 85 miles per hour. And likely, this is going to continue for the next several hours as things are really starting to pulse up. So once again, all eyes are on the tornado warning that we're monitoring. Let me see if we can get you out of this. And it looks like, okay, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but that's okay. We have, again, that tornado warning that we are seeing move right in. So let me just step off for you. Looks like the computer's glitching on me just a bit. And we are continuing to watch. Okay, Mike, I'm going to send it out to you while I get this computer situated. And it looks like the map's upside down. Okay, Mike.
Well, there's a button over here that I accidentally hit with the remote.
Oh.
And I messed you up, so
That's
I'm sorry about
okay.
that. All right, everybody, so here's what you need to know. The winds are picking up. Embedded within these rain bands, we're going to have these small rotations. Now, we do have a tornado warning that's set to expire in 1 minute. It is nearly impossible to spot on radar, but the area that's under the tornado warning, again, for another like 50 seconds, is around Siena and Lake Olympia, Teal Run, Siena Point, and then also south of Arcola, south of Iowa Colony. So 288, FM 521, Highway 6 between 288 and like University, getting in Missouri City basically. So this is what we're looking at right now. We have been trying to give you as specific information as possible on what kind of winds we're looking at here. But it still looks like, you know, if there were a rotation, it's in this general area. It's very hard to see. So in the entire area, and really outside of this box even, you're going to start seeing some very gusty winds. Okay, so the tornado warning has now expired, but I do want to let you know that we have some other things to worry about. I'm going to switch this back over to our regular reflectivity. And we now have a flood advisory, which means street flooding, for Houston, Pasadena, Pearland, and Sugarland. That's going to be in effect until 9:15. All of Harris County, actually just about all of Fort Bend County, all of Brazoria County, all of you down around the Space Center, LaPorte down to Texas City, all of you guys are now under a flood advisory, and that is in effect until 9/15. At the same time, we also have a flood advisory that's in effect right now for Brazoria County, for Alvin, Angleton, for Galveston County, around the Galveston area, and Lamarck. That's in effect until 6/15. That'll get extended. And then we also have a flood advisory for El Campo, Needville, Wharton, and Bowling. That's in effect until this morning at 7 a.m. So moments ago, we did have landfall take place, and this was just off to the south of Bay City, and took place, it looks like the landfall location was right around here, like the barrier islands around Matagorda. The thing is, the landfall, I know a lot of times we talk about landfall, since this thing has a very wide eye and most of the worst weather is actually away from the eye, we're not really as concerned about where the eye is, guys, you know, to be honest with you. I know landfall is sort of like important, but this thing's about 40 miles wide, 40 miles wide. And I know at least earlier, our Jade Fleury was in Bay City. Do you guys, is she still down there? Okay, we're checking to see, because interestingly enough, Jade, she was in Bay City. I'm not sure if she's still there, but this center of circulation is going to move right over Bay City and Markham if you're watching us from down there. So it's actually going to go calmer. It's probably going to, the rain is going to slow down or stop, and you're actually going to experience some pretty, you know, decent conditions down there. Let me go ahead. I'd like to switch over to our to the wind product that we have, because this has just been insane. This is the latest look. Oh, Jade is down there in Bay City? Okay. Hey, Jade, first of all, I hope you're staying safe. So the eye of this is going to pass directly over where you are. I mean, the latest observation we had was that you recently had a 61-mile-an-hour wind gust. Has the wind calmed down at all yet? And if not, it probably will, you know, over the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, Mike, the wind has definitely calmed down a bit, but getting here was hectic. The weather was intense, and it looks like portions of Bay City are out of power. We see some buildings that are dark while others are lit up, but it seems like the more further north we head, the more intense the conditions get. And we did pass through the town of Blessing on our way here, and it was dark there as well, so I'm assuming they're without power. And again, we see one car on the road here, but for the most part, it's empty out here. Nobody's on the roadways. Everybody heeded those warnings to hunker down, and luckily everybody seems to be staying safe while they're out here.
4,000 customers without power right now, so, and that number is going to go up and up and up. I'm glad you guys are staying safe, and it's interesting that you're going to get to experience something pretty rare, which is being, you know, right in the eye of the storm, where it's going to start to go pretty calm here after a while. So are you guys, so you're driving in Bay City right now? Oh, okay, I guess, okay, we lost Jade. That's okay. So I hope they're staying safe, and her photojournalist that's with her as well. Jade, do we have you?
Flashing over there, so that's probably, you know, caused. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can
you guys
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, we saw a transformer over there. It looks like it's lighting up, so that may be contributing to the power outages. We're also seeing a little bit of flooding on the roadways here. It's hard for you to see on camera, but in person, there's water almost all the way covering this this road right here. As soon as we find a place to set up, we will be going live for you guys so you can get kind of a closer look at what's going on here in Bay City. But like you said, Mike, the wind has calmed down a bit. I believe you said we're in the eye of the storm right now. So, you know, we're just kind of gauging what's going on. But again, it is very dark out here. It looks like that HEB is probably one of the only places with power right now. But again, there's no one out here, no one on the roadways. Everybody's hunkering down and staying safe.
Hey Jade, if you can hear me, other than the lack of power that you're seeing in a lot of locations, have you seen any damage? Because you did have some wind gusts that were about 60 to 65 at least. I mean, anything knocked down, any signs or tree limbs?
Surprisingly, we haven't seen much damage, but like you said, we did see some tree limbs on the roadways, and we saw some of those signs bent over or blown over. So if that just tells you how strong the wind is, if you can blow over a traffic sign, that's pretty intense.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So yeah, you know, please proceed with caution. It is going to be getting temporarily better where you are. But yeah, you can't let our guard down with this one at all. Okay, Jade Fleury joining us live from Bay City, Matagorda County, very, very close to the eye of the storm right now. All right, so back here in the Fox 26 Weather Center, got a little bit dicey here over the last half hour because we did have some tornado warnings issued. But keep in mind, we're going to get a lot of these. We'll probably get more of these today as well. I can almost guarantee it. We're probably going to have half a dozen tornado warnings at least. Most of the time, just know that you're not going to get very much of a warning or a lead time on these things. And what I mean is, like, for example, the ones that we had at 4 a.m. for Fort Bend County and at 4:30 a.m. or at 3:30 a.m. for Fort Bend, and then at 4 for Fort Bend and Brazoria. As soon as the warning is issued, these things are moving at 50 miles an hour. So as soon as it's issued, it's already almost, you know, on your doorstep. So you need to be prepared. You say, okay, it's already really windy out. It's already pouring down rain out, but you need to just think, okay, if it got worse suddenly, would I be safe? So that's why we don't really want you, you know, sort of outside observing the storm. You know, there's going to be, I'm sure, plenty of video on Instagram and TikTok or whatever. So we don't need you to do that. It's just not safe. Let's go ahead and we are going to check in now with Lena and Sally. So guys, we will gather some more information for you. Bottom line is we're going to start to see flooding in Houston coming up here within the next hour. So we have a super, super heavy rain band right inside the Beltway on the south side.
Okay, so you and Allison, I mean, you break in and interrupt us if you see another warning or we need to let viewers know, something in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. All right, so as Mike and Allison have been telling us, conditions are really going to start to deteriorate in our inland counties now. We just saw what it's like down on the coast in Bay City, where Jade Fleury is, and now look at Shelby Rose in Sugar Land.
Yes, because you're under a flood advisory now, so that is in effect, and we can see why this is considerably different from the last time we checked in with you, Shelby.
Oh, it's worlds different from the last time you guys saw me. It has gotten so substantially worse just in the last 30 minutes or so. I mean, we're seeing so much water. I mean, just look at these winds. That's what I want to show you. I don't know how else it's translating to the camera, but you can see the water and the rain just going over the road here. We are getting pelted tremendously by rain at the moment. I can't even hardly see. The wind's definitely picking up. We're getting hit with some pretty good gusts every so often, which is definitely something like we're getting hit right now. And so we actually were just watching some City of Sugar Land employees about 30 minutes ago, before it got too terrible like it is right now, securing a lot of the outdoor furniture and stuff that's out here. And so that's definitely good news. We haven't seen any debris flying, no branches, no trees. So the wind isn't, that bad, but it is still something to note. It's something that I'm getting completely soaked. Everything around here is just getting definitely worse as the morning is progressing and as these rain bands are starting to really hit the Sugar Land area. Thankfully, though, in terms of flooding from what we're seeing in our general area, it's nothing that is significant. I've been keeping an eye on the City of Sugar Land Facebook page to see if there's been any updated road closures and so on and so forth. That hasn't been the case so far, but of course we're going to keep checking in with them and continuously updating you here in the Sugar Land area as conditions are expected to get worse. Back to you.
Okay, Shelby, the National Weather Service right now reporting rainfall rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour. Yeah. So if it does keep up like that, flash flooding will definitely be an issue where you are and in many other areas as well. Doesn't look like anybody is out and about, though. Have you seen anybody passing by?
No, thankfully not. We did see some cars drive by, like probably about 2 hours ago or so, but nothing like remotely within recent times, especially as the weather has gotten definitely worse.
Okay, and we do see though that the lights are on behind you, which is nice at this moment because we're checking and more than 90,000 of our neighbors are now without power, and that number has been increasing as obviously the storm is starting to move in.
Yeah, no, there are no power outages, at least in the town center area, and I'm kind of like looking down the street and looking around me. Don't see any power outages, at least at this point.
Okay, Shelby, great job keeping the microphone dry out there. You can't say the same for yourself there. So get inside the car and take a break, and we will, of course, check back in with you very soon. Thanks, Shelby Rose, live for us in Sugar Land.
So a lot of our viewers, you know what, thank you for staying on the ground or staying at home so that we can keep the roadways open. Guys, I wonder if we could take a look at the up in the air view here. Just wanted to give you kind of a perspective with the flight cancellations and what we're dealing with here locally. So cross country, we've got about 1,300 flights canceled. 950 of them are right here at Bush Airport. Altogether, we're accounting for 1,100 of those 1,300 canceled flights this morning. So obviously, you're going to want to check in with your airline if you do have to fly out or you were expecting someone to come in. But you're seeing the Missouri map here. We are the center of it, basically. We'll normally see that in the tri-state area. Most of the cancellations, the majority, about 90% of the cancellations are happening right here locally in our area. So travel up in the air and on the ground is going to be a problem for you today.
Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and take a look now at the latest power outages as well. If we can pull those up for you as I refresh the map here, it looks like more than 90,000 CenterPoint customers are currently without power. That's not including Entergy customers as well. This is just CenterPoint customers, and this is not a power grid issue. This is going to be an issue related to the storm, perhaps tree limbs that have fallen down on power lines, transformers that have blown. So if we can refresh that, guys, I think it's showing now about 90,000 customers without power. That's what I'm seeing here on my end. Safety is a priority, so if you see a down power line, be sure to stay at least 35 feet away and always report it. That's going to be CenterPoint's #1 priority, responding to those downed power lines, and then they're going to try to get your power back up and running as quickly as possible. But go ahead and make sure you practice generator safety as well today if you do have one of those that you're going to be firing up soon.
So Mike was talking about how, you know, if you're living in Houston proper, we're going to start to see the flooding potential and a lot of rain coming up here in the next hour. In fact, we've got a flood advisory in effect for all of Harris County. That goes until 9:15. So you're talking about some 5 hours from now where we're going to be dealing with this. So now is the time where we're going to start to really see the effects now that landfall happened about a half an hour ago in Matagorda with the sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. And remember, the wind gusts can get near Category 2 levels here with the wind gusts. So it's not just the sustained winds, it's also the gusts that we have to deal with. And remember that the wind is only one, you know, of the 4 components that we have to deal with a hurricane.
If you're just waking up and thinking, okay, it doesn't look too bad in the city of Houston right now, I'm going to try to go out, just be aware that wherever you go, you may get stuck there because the outer bands are just now starting to reach into Houston and things are really going to go downhill. And so we are closely watching Houston TransStar for you for any possible high water locations on the roadways. Right now, there are no major problems on any of our major roadways in the city of Houston, Allison, but that's a different story the further south you get.
Yeah, and we've been watching these winds just ramp up significantly. I'm telling you right now, Palacios is still getting hit hard, and we've been talking about how they're on the west side of the storm, not even the dirty side, but as we see that counterclockwise rotation, the way that this icon's moving, it's just really whipping those winds really along the south, but also pushing inland. So I just wanted to quickly update you with our 4 a.m. advisory. That pressure dropped even more to 979 millibars. Still looking at those maximum sustained winds at 80, but gusts within that are likely going to be even higher as it continues to move inland. It's not going to be until midday that we see this set up to our north, and then it's going to be taking the rain and wind with it. But the thing is, right now we are going to be in the thick of it and already seeing that. So I quickly want to start with power outages. As you can see, our coastal zones are starting to see those numbers increase. As the winds rise, that could create start with power outages. As you can see, our coastal zones are starting to see those numbers increase. As the winds rise, that could create down trees onto power lines or down power lines. And we're likely going to be seeing not only these numbers increase, but starting to see the power outages move inland as the winds do so. But let's take you out to the radar, because I want to show you these outer rain bands are starting to move into Houston. So if you're up with us, you've been up with us, you saw that it did make landfall. This outer rain band in particular is dropping rain at 2 to 4 inches per hour. Now again, it's moving quickly, so you're not likely going to see that at one time, but just take a look at this area in particular, our camera view. Angleton's basically right in the center, and they're seeing heavy rain, then a little bit of a break, and then even more heavy rain starting to move in. It's a similar story from Lake Jackson out to West Columbia, and then points even to the north. But here is that band. So for reference, we have League City down to Texas City, and spots north of that are getting hit, and that does include Pearland. Now the southern portion of downtown into Bel Air. Likely, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to hear some of that really heavy rain on top of our Fox 26 studios within the next 5-10 minutes. So here's Bel Air once again. We have Bunker Hill Village, and then making its way up toward Jersey Village. So again, the 610 loop here out toward the Galleria, and then up to 90. You're probably not getting too much rain right now, but take a look at what is to come. And you can see even out to the west, just this very thin band of heavy rain that has now made its way outside of El Campo, and that likely will be moving toward Edna pretty quickly. But here's a look at the rainfall rates. So I mentioned 2 to 4 inches. So anybody that it is shaded in this purple color here. So north of League City out to 45, to Sugarland, 69, even Highway 6 south of Needville, north of Bay City. You can see a little cluster here. That's going to be the rain that is completely blinding. So A, it's dark outside. You can't see normally. B, with this heavy rain and the winds whipping, you will not be able to see very far in front of you. So we please ask that you stay inside. This is happening at night, so it makes it difficult to see, but hopefully that means folks are going to be staying inside wherever you are. This is not the time to get out and move. No, we're not seeing any tornado warnings at this exact moment. We've already seen 2, and let me tell you, there's a potential for more as we continue throughout the morning. So I actually did put on a track of this latest rain band over Pasadena. It's making its way toward Houston into Baytown in about 2 minutes. Jersey Village, like I mentioned, 5 to 10, and a similar story out in Brookshire. Now the thing is that it is making that counterclockwise motion, so it's not directly moving to the north. It's going to be a little bit more to the north and west. Now, I want to take you down south, because right now, folks that are very close to the eye, and you can see Bay City, you're almost there, but just to the south of that, the radar's quiet. When you're actually inside the eye of a storm, and again, it's dark, so you really won't be able to see, but if it was daylight, you just see some puffy clouds, blue sky. Things are quiet, but that changes quickly as this storm is moving off to the north. Now, I want to show you that we're looking at a flash flood warning once again, Matagorda and portions of Brazoria County. Now, it says until 4:45, and I could see that expire on time as there's not a ton of rain out toward Bay City. Lake Jackson or Freeport still getting hit hard, but take a look over the last 6 hours. So again, for reference, it's 4:30, and this did start late last night. We are looking at rainfall totals upwards of 6 to 7 inches. So our forecast models were pretty spot on. We were saying 5 to 10 inches of rain is possible. And the thing is, right now, a lot of this is happening on the northeastern side of the storm. But as the center of Beryl and that eye starts to move off to the north, that's where we're really going to start to see those rainfall totals increase. I mean, even take a look out toward portions of Brazoria and Galveston counties, well, you're looking at this red here, which is showing probably 2 to 3 inches of rain. And that was probably more like in the last 3 hours. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some of these red and purple colors of 5 to 7 inches really start to move inland as the center of the storm does so. Now, what I did for you is broke down county by county what you can expect, because I think a lot of folks are wondering, okay, maybe things are quiet where you live, but what is to come? So Wharton County, 4 to 8 inches of rain possible, and we're likely going to be seeing those wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. If we haven't already felt it, it's likely coming soon, and then the threat for those isolated tornadoes will continue. Let's take you into Harris County, where the southern half of the county is getting hit with those heavy rain bands. Now, really, accumulations have not been all too impressive at this time, but that rain band, like we talked about, is setting up. Those rainfall totals are increasing, so could be seeing 5 to 8 inches, and I'd say probably in the southern half of the county is where we really could be seeing those things pick up. And if you guys could take me back to Links 1, that would be great. Mike is working on a graphic, which we're going to get to in just a moment. But for us, I still want to take you county by county. So if we can head over to Links 1 again, that would be great, where winds are likely going to be picking up to, 75, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Okay, so are you sure we're on? Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Fort Bend County, I'm just going to take you through verbally rainfall totals, 4 to 8 inches possible. Again, that's in total through the entirety of this storm, but we're likely going to be seeing wind gusts. And we already did. We had 2 tornado warnings in Fort Bend County, and we were looking at those wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour. So I really should have put a plus sign next to that, as we're likely going to see those winds continue to increase. So again, that tornado threat is still here, but like Mike and I were showing you on the radar as it was going through, it was so small where that rotation is that it's almost difficult to see on radar at times, but we know that the winds will continue within these outer rain bands. Now let's take you back down to the coast, where storm surge is going to be of issue of 4 to 7 feet. Now, I haven't gotten an update, which I can do as soon as I step off the wall for you guys, but we did see storm surge reports up to about 3 feet plus. So, that 4 to 7 range is not that far off. And yes, now that this is making landfall, some of the outer rain band's still going to push some of that water on shore, but I think a lot of that is going to happen, already happened, or will continue over the next, let's say, hour or so. But really, it's going to be inland what we need to be keeping an eye out on. Now, Matagorda already seen 5 to 7 inches of rain. So an additional 1 to 2 definitely going to be possible. Those wind gusts will continue, as that just outside edge of the eye wall is where some of the strongest winds are going to be. And once again, that storm surge, something that we're keeping a close eye out for. So I just quickly want to leave you with what Galveston County can expect, potentially up to 75 mile per hour winds. That's wind gusts sustained would be closer to the 45, 50, which, let me tell you, we are already seeing at this time. So Lena and Sally, we're going to send it back to you, but things are changing so quickly as that outer rain band, like I mentioned, now making its way into Harris County. We're really going to start to see things picking up further inland compared to what we were seeing along the coast earlier.
The good thing is, and the interesting thing is, we've been watching this thing for a week. This is its 3rd landfall. It's been a slow mover as it's been making its way through the waters in the Gulf, but as it's moving here, it's going to be out pretty quickly. So it's not like a Harvey situation where we have these ridges of high pressure that we're forcing it back down to the south. This thing, actually, the ridge of high pressure is going to kick it out of here.
Yeah, and that's what we were really waiting on. And I think a lot of folks were saying, wow, this made a quick turn to Texas. Well, it was that ridge of high pressure over the southeast. It kicked out almost over the Atlantic. That made a window and an opening for this strong storm to make its way up to us. But the good news is, like you mentioned, it's going to be out of here. So we're telling people to hunker down and stay inside. And we mean that for the next several hours. We're not talking like 2 or 3 days, anything like that. But it's important now, as those winds are starting to pick up, rainfall totals are increasing, likely going to be seeing that street flooding happen now, if not very soon.
Right. Allison, thanks. Let's go ahead and take a look look outside and give you a look at what it looks like out on our roadways. The mayor said he wanted everybody off the roadways by 10 o'clock last night unless you are an essential worker. So this is our camera shot from 610 the South Loop at Kirby, right near NRG Stadium. It is a ghost town out there. I am seeing a lot of heavy rain and wind in this area, and I just saw that one car passing by. So that is certainly what we want to see. This means that Houstonians were listening to that warning and that they are staying home, hunkering down so that emergency crews can get to where they need to be. You see some drivers even using their flashers there. That indicates to you just how strong the rain is, and that visibility is extremely low right now. We also have a live look outside here in Galveston. It looks like we've got a photographer maybe filling up at the gas station this morning. Want to let you know, though, that the Galveston ferry between Galveston and Bolivar is closed right now. So there is no ferry service between Galveston and Bolivar. This is a live look at the Strand, where it doesn't look like we've got any flooding there right now, but that, of course, could change. Galveston under a voluntary evacuation order for the west end, where the seawall does not protect homes.
So not only is the ferry not running, also, you know, Highway 87's been overtaken by water, so that's actually been shut down. So this is one of those, you're forced to kind of hunker down in place and stay where you are if you're, you know, waking up with us in Bolivar there. So we do have Chelsea Edwards, who has now made her way. Wow. Give us an idea of what you're seeing here, because this has changed a lot since the last time we saw you. Where exactly are you?
Right. So, you know, last time we spoke, we were trying to make our way to Freeport. We ended up having to back ourselves back into Angleton. It was just getting too rough out there on the road. So now we're back in Angleton. We have been watching transformer after transformer blow out here. For a while, I was keeping an eye on the rain and just, you know, how it's moving. You're getting a look at it right now as we move through this parking lot. But, you know, I was looking out the window watching the rain. All of a sudden saw sparks flying in the background, and, you know, power went out. We've seen the power go out a couple times. It kicked back on for a little bit, but then it went out again. You're getting a look at a downed tree. I was mentioning earlier how we were seeing the smaller trees getting, you know, getting whipped a little bit in the wind earlier, but now we're starting to see some of these trees down. Also, a little bit of debris we saw on the way here. Yeah, it's been pretty rough. Mike mentioned earlier I was on the dirty side of the storm, and it's definitely been getting pretty dirty, pitch black out here, especially on the road. So this is just a reminder of, like, why we are constantly telling people that even when it doesn't seem that bad, we want you to hunker down and stay off the roads. I have my window cracked right now, so I'm getting whipped in the face with this rain and some wind here. But yeah, definitely not a place to be on the roads right now, because with whatever's happening out here, we don't know if there are power lines down. We've seen people pull in here, mostly trying to hunker down. Some people are inside the gas station here as well. But it looked like earlier we saw somebody trying to pull debris from under their car. Again, very dangerous to drive. Just a few minutes ago, we were feeling the truck rocking back and forth. Before the lights went out, I was watching the parking signs getting pulled back and forth. Just, you know, a lot of this rain coming across this parking lot here, it gave me the effect of, like, when you're at the beach and in the shallow water and you can just see those waves coming across. It was giving me that, and even faster watching these sheets of rain come across this parking lot. Just really blustery out here as well. Just not a place you want to be. I mean, we've been watching the radar also to see when we would hit the eye of the storm. Looking forward to it calming just a bit, but right now, I don't know if you guys can hear that roaring, those strong winds there. Yeah, we're watching it. We're keeping an eye on what's about to happen. I'm getting hit with some rain right now. Yeah, just getting rough out here. It's been pretty rough, but now we don't have power. There's just not power out here. So I imagine a lot of the residents out here dealing with the same thing because we can't see lights for miles. We got a little bit of something over here. Maybe they have a generator that they're operating off of. But inside this Buc-ee's where we are, the attendant is using a flashlight to move around. We've also been watching the doors to the ice, the freezers over here, flipping back and forth, and it feels like this wind is just continuing to pick up right now. Looking at the radar, we've gone from green into the yellow, which means that it's getting a bit stronger. So I know you all have been keeping an eye on the wind speeds. I'm just feeling it right now in my face. These raindrops. We're getting a little bit slammed just having the windows down for a little bit here. Yeah, again, thank goodness, I got Jeff here keeping us safe. It's just, it's pretty rough out here right now.
Chelsea, we've got 111,000 people now without power, so the number's been ticking up considerably just over the last hour. At what point did you notice the power was out? I mean, are you talking about miles around where you are, or is this the central location where you've not seen power?
Yeah, I want to say mostly over here in Angleton in this area. It probably started less than an hour ago when we first started seeing those transformers blowing. The first time, I thought it was lightning for a second. But we still had power. It was just, we saw that flash just like that. We were seeing those flashes. And then it was just a few minutes later that the power went out. And then it was out probably right at 4 o'clock. It was out for several minutes. Then it came back on for a little bit and was out again. And so that's what we've just been watching this area here in Angleton, watching that happen. But yeah, right now this is the longest stretch. Earlier it came back on, but now we just have not seen power for the past
Chelsea,
15 minutes or so.
I'm hearing from viewers in Lake Jackson too, so that's just south of where you are. No power in Lake Jackson either. One viewer just messaged me the strongest winds that she's felt since that she's ever stayed for, and that the doors are moving in the house from like all the pressure changes, she says as well. And she also says she's got all the pets inside and keeping them safe, and that's certainly what we advise everybody to do right now is stay where you are. There's no need to get up and move around in this storm. But if you can make it to Lake Jackson at some point, it sounds like they are seeing some significant damage in Lake Jackson, just south of where you are, Chelsea.
Thank you for that, too. And you know what? Another jump in power outages. So we've got another 18,000 people in just the last few moments losing power. Hey, thank you for the look around there. And thanks to you and your team. Yeah. So, you know what? The one thing we noticed there, she was saying, she was really feeling the raindrops coming in sideways as she rolled down the window. We could hear it. We saw a lot of lightning. The one thing we didn't hear, though, is thunder. So it kind of makes me wonder about the thunderstorm possibilities. But Mike, our chief meteorologist, Mike Iskovitz here, who are you concerned about now getting the worst of it, let's say, in the next 15-20 minutes?
I'm telling you, Brazoria County, they are getting the dirty side, what's called the right front quadrant. That's where the winds are the strongest. That's where you're going to have the heaviest rain. And in fact, the wind is probably going to get stronger even from where it is right now at Chelsea's location. So central Brazoria, and then, that's going to work its way closer to Pearland. And we've had Fort Bend County getting in a lot of heavy rain. Galveston, you're probably going to end up seeing like 60 or 70 mile an hour winds here soon. Very soon, at least as far as wind gusts are concerned. And by the way, in terms of lightning, a lot of times we don't see lightning because lightning is usually associated with like ice that forms in the cloud, and with tropical systems like that, a lot of times it's so wet, saturated, and above freezing that we don't get that interaction, and so lightning is not as frequent most of the time until you get farther away from the storm. Then you'll get some legitimate thunderstorms. Okay, so what's the latest? Landfall took place at around 4 a.m. near Matagorda, which is just up the coastline from Palacios. 80-mile-per-hour winds. So, hey, here's the good thing. It didn't become a Category 2. I mean, that would have been worse, right? It did not become a Category 2. It's like a mid-range Category 1. The thing is, it's a little bit larger. The other good thing is it's rated at moving to the north at 12. Now, that's not necessarily fast moving, but it's also not slow. So it is going to make its way off toward the north coming up. By 9:30 this morning, I mean, just it's hard to imagine, right? By 9:30 this morning, we could see the eye of the storm over Katy, over Rosenberg, maybe over Cypress. I mean, it really is going to be pretty wild, and all along this path, and especially anywhere to the east of it. So we're talking about Lake Jackson, talking about Galveston, around Dickinson and League City, Pearland, city of South Houston, Pasadena. All of you guys are going to get in on really heavy rain and probably wind gusts of at least 60 miles per hour, maybe even a little more than that. This is the expected position as of 1:30. By the way, the yellow that you're seeing is like the cone. So, you know, it might be over there, might be over here. So there's a little bit of a range, you know, a little error, because these things do wobble back and forth. Here's the good news, too. By 7:30 tonight, it really starts to move out of here, and we'll be experiencing much better conditions. But by then, so many of you are going to have no electricity. The latest winds and gusts. Look at that. Galveston Island, 45 miles per hour sustained. A recent gust to 67. And holy moly, this just came in. Hobby Airport, wind gust of 58 miles an hour. And the center of circulation is not even near Houston yet. So this is going to get a whole lot more common. Bush Airport 31, Sugar Land at 36. Wharton has had a recent wind gust of 56 miles per hour. And when you get closest to the circulation, so we were just, Sally just said that from what she's hearing, you know, on social media, or I should say reading on social media, some of the worst of it is happening in Lake Jackson right now. So Lake Jackson is just, you know, south of Angleton. The airport there in the Angleton Lake Jackson area reporting a recent wind gust to 70 miles per hour. Palacios, winds gusting right now coming in from the north, actually. They're on the, you know, the so-called clean side of the circulation, 81 miles per hour. Now, all of a sudden, Bay City, not as windy. That's because the eye is basically moving right over Bay City right now. So you're getting in still windy, but, you know, not as bad. So what are our expectations here? Best advice, hunker down. Jade Fleury gave us a live view earlier from what was happening down in Bay City. It was a ghost town. There was nobody on the roads. And we really need the whole area to be a ghost town. Like, nobody should be out on the roads in this. It is way too dangerous. You could have falling trees. I mean, you know, people have died that way. That happened, you know, remember during the derecho show that happened. Trees fell, you know, on people in their car. Very sad. We don't want that to happen. So hunker down, stay put, even if the power goes out. The landfall took place in Matagorda, so it has moved inland right now, so it's not going to get any stronger, at least as far as the maximum winds. But still, the maximum sustained winds are at 80. We're going to have widespread flooding, and it really is not the center so much that we want to focus in on, but these rain bands. Those are going to be the ones that bring us the threat for tornadoes, the guarantee of flooding, and also the guarantee of very high wind gusts, you know, 60, 70 miles per hour, even inland wind gusts. The circulation is about 40 miles wide. So this isn't like a tight eye that you would expect with, you know, one of these, you know, super strong kind of, you know, Cat 3 or 4 hurricanes. But that being said, it's also spreading out, has a pretty wide circulation. The most serious flood-related advisory we have right now is for Bay City, for Clute, Freeport, Lake Jackson. Until 6:45 this morning, we have a flash flood warning that's in effect. So that means very serious flooding. That means you cannot be out on the roadways. Well, plus it's dark out. I mean, you're really asking for big time trouble if you're driving out there through this kind of weather and through this degree of flooding that's taking place. Tons of other advisories across the area, including here a flood advisory for Alvin, for Galveston. That's until 6:15 and will be extended. We also have a flood advisory for the city of Houston right now, where we have very high winds. Like I said, you know, we just had a Hobby Airport wind gust, 60 miles an hour, and the heavy rain coming down is going to start to cause some flooding in the city too. This flood advisory is in effect until 9:15 this morning. And a look at the rainfall totals. Look at this. Now, this is radar estimated rainfall totals, 9 inches in the Lake Jackson area. And the storm just made landfall. We've only been dealing with the rain bands there in Brazoria County for about maybe 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. We've already had accumulations here of about 5 inches in the Santa Fe area, over here around Danbury and Liverpool, and in the southern parts of Fort Bend County, more than 4 inches of rain. As far as some of the storm reports that we've had, 2:30 this morning, there was a storm surge that was reported in Port O'Connor, which is here in Matagorda Bay. 3.7 feet. Now, this is a little confusing, MHHW. What it means is the highest high tide that you typically get, this is 3.7 feet above that. So it means, pretty serious inundation of water, and you can expect that absolutely across the whole coastline of Brazoria County, and Galveston County and Galveston Bay. Do you know that this morning, and this actually just came out, there was a report that came in from 1:57 this morning of a tornado, a report of house damage and power lines down in Jamaica Beach. So the tornado, isolated tornado, came in pre-storm, just with an outer rain band. Now that area, getting slammed with the really heavy rain. This is our velocity product, and we'll just title this cloud level winds. So it gives us an idea of the type of wind gusts that we can have. It's measuring literally how fast the raindrops are moving in the cloud relative to that location in League City. So for example, down here in Wharton County and in Fort Bend County, the raindrops are moving away from the radar at 83 to 87 miles per hour. Along the coastline here, we're getting 68 mile per hour winds toward the radar, 74 toward the radar. So these are estimates of what types of gusts we could have. Now, this is the futurecast, and this is our GFS computer model. Starting here at 4:30, it really seems to be latching on pretty closely, give or take 10 miles an hour, of what we're seeing of wind gusts right now. League City, about 58 miles per hour. Freeport, about 79 miles per hour. And then putting this in motion and pausing it here at 8:30 this morning. So look, this is coming up in 3 hours, guys. 3.5 hours. We could see Pearland getting wind gusts near 80. Now, it's not going to be sustained winds at 80. Might be sustained at 40 or 50, and then wind gusts up to around 78 miles an hour. Maybe a gust in Katy up to 75. Now look what happens here. Woodlands, Conroe, and you guys could briefly see wind gusts as high as 70, and then that moves up to the Huntsville area. I mentioned earlier, trees knocked down. That's always a big concern. Kingwood, right? Livable forest, right? Kingwood, the Woodlands, Tomball. A lot of these areas where you guys have a lot of trees, those trees were weakened by the big drought that we had this past summer, and now some of the root systems have been kind of softened up, or the soil has been, by the very rainy weather that we've had since the end of April and through the month of May and June. So that's one of the biggest hazards we have, is going to be from trees getting knocked down. It looks like, in fact, we have a brand new warning that's been put into effect here. I'm going to click on this just to move it out of the way to delete it here. There we go. Okay, so this is a brand new warning that's just come down, a flash flood warning, guys, for Harris County, for the city of Houston. Flash flood warning. So this is going to cover, let me zoom in here real quick. You guys don't have to change cameras. I'm just going to zoom in on this real quick so we have more cities populate here. So right now we have a flash flood warning that's in effect for the city of Houston, for Baytown, for League City, the Space Center, for Pearland, for Missouri City, Sugarland, Rosenberg, Katy. All of these areas now under flash flood warning. Now that's serious. A flood advisory lets you know street flooding is taking place. Flash flood warning means that it's much more serious. The bayous might start to rise, and we're going to keep an eye on that for you. Streets are going to be more seriously flooded. Flash flood warnings usually are the type of situations, especially when they're widespread like that. When we've had some of our big flooding events in Houston where you see cars, ruined all over the side of the road, you don't want to be out in this. So when we look at our TransStar cameras of the freeway, anybody that's out there is taking a huge chance, and we don't want that to happen. This flash flood warning is in effect all the way until 8 a.m., so another 3 hours if it isn't extended. By the way, the yellow that you see here is a tornado watch. That means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. We also have a tropical storm warning in effect area-wide, including Houston, including the Woodlands, including Humble, including Sugar Land, all these spots to let you know that tropical storm force winds are to be expected. Look at these rainfall totals. This is since midnight. So it's 4:59 right now, just since midnight. Palacios, more than half a foot of rain, 6.65. Bay City, nearly 3 inches. Pearland has had more than 3 inches of rain, and we're starting to see that rainfall accumulate closer to Houston, too. Additional rain for the rest of the day today, where you see the blue colors, that's more than 4 inches of rain, and where we see the pink colors showing up, that's an additional 7 inches of rain. Now, keep in mind, this is on top of the rain that's already fallen. So in a lot of these areas like Galveston County and Brazoria and Fort Bend, where we've already had maybe 3 inches of rain or 4 inches of rainfall, we're adding 4 or 5 inches on top of that for a grand total in many spots that should be around 10 inches. I mentioned earlier this morning that as a general rule of thumb, this is something you might want to just store in the back of your mind. It's an interesting thing to know. Is that if you take the speed that a storm is moving, its forward direction, and you divide it into 100, it gives you an approximation of how much rain you can expect. For example, if the hurricane's moving at 10 miles an hour, divide that into 100, you get 10 inches. Right now it's moving at about 12 miles per hour, so we're looking at maybe 9 inches or so of rain widespread coming out of this system. So Sally and Lena, this is going to get worse for the city of Houston between now and about 9 or 10 a.m., and then should start to improve shortly thereafter. But we're going to be under the gun area-wide for about another 4 to 5 hours.
Okay. So now it begins for our area. So now is the point where we're going to start focusing, kind of honing in more in on the Houston area, because we're next in line to start seeing the severity of this.
Now, in Matagorda County, Bay City, where our reporter Jade Fleury is, the eye wall has just passed over you. Are you still seeing calm conditions right now, Jade, compared to what you did see?
Yeah, right now it is calm. The rain has stopped for a moment, a little bit of drizzle. There is still some wind gusts coming in and out. But as of now, there are portions of the city, I should say, that are without power. Right over this way, completely dark. No lights, no street lights, businesses, all of that shut down. And one of the main things that officials were worried about when it comes to the inland area of Bay City is the flooding. And we're finally seeing some of that. I'm going to go in the water here just so you guys can see kind of how deep this is. And like I said, this is what county officials were worried about, the flooding in the inland area. But so far, when it comes to wind damage and damage in general, the only thing we've really seen is some tree branches on the ground. We've seen some bent over signs from that strong wind. So if that gives you guys an idea of just how intense that wind was at the time. It looks like I see a trash can over there in the distance that has been toppled over. But once again, right now it is pretty calm in Bay City. I don't know if those rain bands will make their way back here, but we will be here stationed just in case it picks back up. Whew.
Jade, good to see that you are getting a break there, but now the back half of the storm is going to start coming up there, and that means more rain bands, more high winds.
The back half of the storm has been surprisingly strong. So usually you look for the front side and the right side as being that so-called dirty side, but even the back side of it to the west, we had a wind gust above 80 miles an hour in Palacios, after the eye passed by, and that doesn't happen real often.
Yeah. No, but so far the strongest wind gust that we have reported is 92 miles per hour in Freeport.
That's borderline like Hurricane 2 force winds.
Because that's what, 95, 96?
As far as sustained, as far as sustained, but these are very gusty. And the thing that we don't want to focus too much on the center, because as bad as the winds are near the center, and they are, the rain bands that might be 100 miles away from the center, 50, 60 miles away, are still really nasty.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's where we've seen some tornado warnings, and that's where we're going to have flooding taking place right in Houston.
Yeah. And the National Weather Service actually just came out and showed some of the peak winds. 66-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Houston. Now, that was at a med center at a helicopter pad, so it's not quite at the surface, but still, it's just showing, like Mike was saying, you're even far away from the center, and it's strong out there, so please just stay inside.
Yeah. So we want to welcome you aboard. If you're just waking up now, so the breaking news is that it has made landfall. Beryl has made landfall as a Category 1 storm. It's made it to the west of us. We're on the dirty side, the east side of it, where all that moisture is going to get dumped on us. We do have a flash flood warning now in effect for Houston proper and the surrounding areas. So over the next few hours, we're going to start honing in on those areas as opposed to the coast. We still have team coverage out there in the field from Matagorda all the way inland as well. So over the next, let's say, half an hour, who is most at risk and what should we be looking out for? What are the major concerns and where should we be focusing?
I think the question is who isn't?
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's most of the area right now. I mean, we have some heavy rain coming right into Houston right now.
And this wasn't going to be a Houston storm 3 days ago. I mean, that's why we told everybody to make sure that you're staying informed throughout the holiday weekend.
This was an outlier. It's making landfall outside of where the cone was.
Yeah. Right.
You know.
It is. Well, it's been pushing further and further east.
You know, the interesting thing is last week, even last Wednesday, our exclusive Fox model was hinting that this was going to happen. And there you go. But, you know, it's one of those things. It's an outlier. So
really
you can't just say, okay, this is exactly what's going to happen, because everything else was, you know, kind of on that Mexico-Texas border. But it was that area of high pressure that we were watching over the southeast that just kicked.
So you see our crews in multiple locations right now. We have Jade Fleury, who's down in Bay City.
Which you see, it's rather quiet, right?
They're in the eye wall. We have Shelby Rose, who's in Sugar Land, getting hit really hard right now from some of these outer bands. And then the middle shot is Chelsea Edwards' shot. She's in Angleton. Angleton, Lake Jackson, Holiday Lakes. Those are the viewers I'm hearing the most from right now this morning, saying power is out, trees are down everywhere, and it sounds like the wind is just howling.
You mentioned Holiday Lakes. So all the communities that are along the Brazos River, this is something to think about, that you're going to have a combination of actually a storm surge. People don't think that there's a storm surge for rivers, but there is, because the rivers drain into the Gulf. So there's a rise, you know, in the level of the Gulf of Mexico, which causes a rise on the Brazos River. Then you have actually rain that's going to be coming downstream from Fort Bend County, and all the rain that's actually happening, like in that area right now, Sweeney and West Columbia, and maybe even farther up into Fort Bend. So the river, if you live near the river, there may start to be some pretty widespread flooding, like in the floodplain. That's one of the dangers we have now, too.
And that's one of the 4 things that we're keeping an eye out for you. So just to give you some perspective, we've jumped 70,000 more of our neighbors just lost power in the last 10 minutes. So there are several things that go into a hurricane that we have to watch out for. We have to watch for flooding, and now we have this flash flood warning, which means the conditions are perfect for it to be happening at any moment now. We also have the wind is a problem. We already had a tornado warning for Brazoria County. I know you were concerned. You even reached out to your family, like, hey, get away from the windows. And then we also have the potential of the storm surge as well. You were saying 3 to 5 feet in Galveston. So there are multiple angles to this story where if you're not getting hit by, you know, one thing, it's another, and you might be affected by 2 or more.
Yeah. I mean, really, that wind is something that we're going to just watch continue to pick up. And that's the crazy thing, is we were talking about even this morning that hurricane force winds were going to be felt inland.
Like maybe the Woodlands.
Yes, maybe even Montgomery County.
Like that is so rare. And even like with Hurricane Ike, you know, the eye moved right over downtown, and we had Hobby Airport had a peak wind gust, I think, of 92, and which is bad, you know, but we've already had a Hobby Airport wind gust above 60 with this one. Every storm is different. That's why we try to, you know, so people were comparing it to Harvey. Absolutely not. It's not a Harvey. I mean, Harvey made landfall as a Cat 4, and then it was an extremely slow mover. This isn't going to be that. And it isn't going to be Ike, because Ike came with a tremendous storm surge of 15 feet. We had sailboats on I-45. It's not going to be that, but it's pretty darn bad. And so we're going to have power outages for most people. We're going to have quite a bit of flooding. You know, we're going to have some isolated tornadoes. There's going to be some coastal flooding, not as bad as Ike, but coastal flooding.
And it did make landfall right near where Hurricane Nicholas made landfall a few years ago. But the difference was, right, and tell me if I'm wrong, it hugged the coast a little bit more. It didn't go.
Nicholas moved like over to Louisiana, so it's like it moved in and then slid off to the side.
But this one's going, whew,
yeah,
right
so this one is going to have much more widespread effect than Nicholas did. And if I recall correctly, Nicholas was sort of a minimal category 1, 2, like 75 miles an hour. But there were a lot of people that lost power for a long time with Nicholas. And they were like fences that were knocked down.
Right. Well, it just goes to show you,
that one cost me like $1,000.
For a vent. Why you have to check in, like, literally hour by hour for some of these storms, because if you went to bed last night in Montgomery County, you might not be thinking this is going to be passing over you. You may just be waking up now looking at this saying, wow, this is coming, you know, right over the western edge, possibly like central Montgomery County.
We were talking about too about this thing is a fast mover. Like by the afternoon, it's going to be kind of cleared out of the way, to the north of us. But it makes me wonder though, does that make it more concerning? Does that make it more, you know, the potential for tornadoes or straight line winds? Does that make it worse? That it's a fast mover?
Well, I think the thing is, when it's a slow-moving storm, that's why you don't see Category 1 storm winds so far inland. But because it's moving, it really doesn't have a ton of time to lose steam.
Excellent point. So because it's a fast mover, if it was a slow mover, you'd get more rain, but it would also start to lose its wind speeds closer to the coast, you know? But when it's zooming like it is now, then it doesn't fall apart fast enough, and you can get those surprisingly high winds, you know, in Katy or Tomball or Conroe or Place Spring or whatever. So that's why every storm is different. That's why this is a really weird one. And you know, and you know, continue to keep us updated on social media too. I know, gosh, all of us have been so busy, that's why I haven't had enough time to get on there and kind of chat with our friends online. But we're going to try to do that as much as we can.
Well, Aslan, why don't you go ahead over there to the weather wall and show us the latest data you're seeing?
And you know, sorry, I was making this graphic, so please ignore this. This is not correct at the moment. So let me just get out of here real quick. Okay, so I want to take you out to that flash flood warning that we're watching, because we talk about these outer rain bands that are already starting to move up to the north. So here is Houston. You can see inside the loop, but then we have some of the outer loops that are getting hit hard with that heavy rain. So the flash flood warning is in effect for 3 more hours. That includes cities like Katy, down to Rosenberg, Sugar Land, Houston, Bel Air. We have Pearland, even out to Baytown, LaPorte, League City. You know, anybody that I just mentioned, and that's right on up to IAH as well, needs to be aware that street flooding is going to be likely. Friendly reminder, do not drive under any of those underpasses. That's where we kind of see that water start to accumulate first. So please just stay off the roads if you can. This is a look at just the last 3 hours of rainfall that we have seen. So south of League City and toward the coast, we're talking near Jamaica Beach, anywhere from 4.5 to about 5+ inches. Want to take you out close to Alvin, about 4 inches of rain. Anywhere from 3.5 right along League City and 45 here, and then inside the loop about 2.5 to nearly 3 inches of rain. And again, that's in the last 3 hours, but honestly, that's probably within the last 1.5 to 2 hours, meaning when we were talking about 5 to 10 inches of rain is going to be possible, this is what it starts to look like. We see that heavy rain, and all of these spots that are shaded in purple, that includes Spring Valley. We're seeing it out toward Katy, Cinco Ranch, just south of Jersey Village, and then north of I-10, likely north of the Heights. We're looking at rain falling at a rate of 2 to 4+ inches. Now, that would be if it stood overhead, and in an hour, that's how much you'd see. But the thing is, yes, these outer rain bands are moving pretty quickly, but a lot of that heavy rain is staying in some of these spots. So that's why this flash flood warning is in effect, not only going to impact the roads, but potentially some of the bayous. Mike was doing a good job at showing, okay, storm surge rushes water in from the coast, but we're also seeing the rain falling, and then all of those rivers are going to be dropping some of the warnings. So it does look like a tornado warning was just put into place, about to come out over I-5 southwest of the airport. And here we go. So let me get you out to our velocity scan, and I'm actually going to turn on our track here, but let's get you out to this tornado warned area. So you can see where the Heights is, and just south of IAH, we are looking at some very strong winds that are starting to pick up. So let me just get a few things set for you guys. And here we go with our velocity scan. So let's just take a look at some of these really strong winds that are coming in at anywhere from 45 to about 50 miles per hour. And actually, I'm going to step off for you just because the way that that's set up. We are looking at rotation likely right by the airport. So let's get out of here. We are looking at some winds, and again, this is maybe a bit difficult to see. I think this scan maybe looks a little bit better. So you can see that potentially some rotation here, but I assume what they are looking at right now is going to be right about here. So you see Melrose Park, we have Berry Road, and then 45. These winds right here are really going to start to pick up, and that's what we are monitoring for at this time. So they're looking at what they're calling an awkward vorticity signature, meaning, okay, it doesn't look, you know, exactly like we would be seeing in a normal tornado warning when they're really close together, but you can see some of these winds are really starting to pulse up, anywhere from 25 to nearly 45 mile per hour winds. So once again, this is, and let me actually just exit out here, a tornado warning that we are monitoring at this time. And I'm so sorry, I'm not exactly sure why it's taking these weird measurements, but what we are seeing is sustained winds at about 56 miles per hour. So here we go with some of these really strong winds, 53 to 45 to 50 miles per hour that we are getting radar indicated. Again, this is going to be a radar indicated tornado warning for Harris County. So it's going to be the south central Harris County. So we're looking at Kashmir Gardens, Greater 5th Ward at about 45 miles per hour. So all of these spots that I mentioned, yes, we are seeing those winds really starting to pick up. Yes, we're going to send things over to Mike whenever he's ready, but we can see that not only is it the heavy rain, but also those very strong winds that we can see from 610 just north of I-10. So right down here is the start of the tornado warning, but we're seeing some winds really starting to pick up at around 45, and then even just north of 610 here. So you can see the Heights. This is all going to be moving off to the northeast very quickly. We're talking at about 45 miles per hour is where it's moving west. So this is the tornado warning. Like I mentioned, near Kashmir Gardens and the Greater 5th Ward. So if we take you out to some of the winds that we are getting from our velocity scan, ranging anywhere from 46 up to about 56 miles per hour. So these are very strong. You need to be in your safe place if you live in the Heights. If you live along I-45 and 610, you can see right here is basically the center of where this tornado warning is. We have Kelly Street, we have Fulton Street, Berry Road, Main Street, Hardy Street. Any of these spots that I just mentioned, please get into your safe place. And our very own Mike Iskovitz is also looking at the tornado warning, talking about some of those strong winds. And You know, like I mentioned, National Weather Service saying that this is what they're calling a bit of an awkward center of circulation, but that's kind of what we see embedded within these storms. You can see some of the reds and greens here, and then up toward Highland Heights, right across I-45 from Veterans Memorial Drive. We have Little York Road, Airline Drive, and obviously the North Freeway and North Shepherd Road there. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we're probably going to see probably a half a dozen more times, if not more, with this system. So you already have a rain band with high winds, and then within that, there are tiny circulations, and they're almost impossible to see. I mean, they're so small, but that's why everybody needs to be on alert that even if it's already windy, it's already rainy, it's already nasty outside, that without very much warning, without having very much warning, all of a sudden those winds could suddenly pick up. So let me show you on Max 3 if we could check it out here, if you don't mind just taking it full. The tornado warning right now, so we're talking about, this does include places like Acres Homes and Kashmir Gardens, and so let me just sort of highlight some of the places. So this is East Tex Freeway and the 610 North Loop. So yeah, this is sort of over in the Kashmir Gardens area, and then it is moving really quickly off to the west, which brings it here to around 45 in Parker, 45 in Tidwell. I mean, we know what's up there, Gallery Furniture. And then over here, just to the north side of Houston, over around Montgomery Road, this is TC Jester. And this is to the north of 610 TC Jester. So I know it's a little messy to look at, but I want to try to get you as much detail as I can. Now, let me do this because I want to put this in motion here. I don't want it to look too ugly here for you. So let me just turn this off. And we'll see that, you know, all of these rain bands are just continuously moving across the area here, you know, really fast, moving, just zipping by really fast. And then within that, you occasionally get this little circulation. And that's why this is such an odd, you know, looking tornado watch for it to be so small. We have a look, in fact, at one of our boxes that is a look at Houston Transtar's view of the 610 North Loop at Lockwood, which is in this general area. I wonder if we could find one on 45 North Freeway, somewhere up there around Tidwell. That might be a good place to kind of check things out, too. By the way, lower left-hand corner of your screen is Lake Jackson. Angleton, Lake Jackson area where Chelsea Edwards is riding out the storm there. Upper left-hand portion of the screen is one of the areas that's in. So here's I-45 north at Airline. There are cars out there. There should not be cars out there. Right now, I just want to let you know, guys. So up there, this is on the north side of Houston, I-45 North Freeway at Airline. You know, I know some people got places to go, but the thing is, I mean, right now you're under a flash flood warning, you're under a tornado warning. You know, any reason that you have to be out on the roadways, I think it can wait. Now, the circulation is, like I said, it's really, really difficult here to find. Let me just try to see if I can pinpoint an area right now. It is just next to impossible to see it. I could even switch to a different radar here and see if maybe it shows up more vividly on this one. But the bottom line is we're talking about that area between the East Tex Freeway and the North Freeway and the 610 loop. So that is going to be the area of greatest concern right now. So we have some areas here, like there's a heavy downpour area right here. North Freeway, like I said, at Tidwell, and this is Cross Timbers right here. Here's North Freeway at Cross Timbers, North Freeway at Tidwell. Here's West Road, Yale Street, where it meets up there with Parker along I-45 North Freeway. So this is going to be one of the areas where we're of greatest concern. This warning, by the way, expires in 7 minutes. So because of the fact that this thing is moving at 45 miles per hour, I mean, just such a fast mover. I think this is probably the area here of the greatest concern, even though it's almost impossible to locate the circulation itself on the radar product that we have here. I still think it's a concern. I mean, this thing is zipping along to the west and northwest across I-45, the North Freeway. So again, this is near Acres Homes. This is going to be just off to the north of Acres Homes, to the south of Greens Point, and crossing I-45 in the general direction here of North Houston. Whoops. In the general direction of North Houston. Let me just zoom in again here for you. Again, tornado warning is in effect for this area. See, we just got an update. So now we're here on Tidwell and West Little York and I-45, the Highland Heights area. This is probably the greatest concern. Veterans Memorial at I-45 and moving over even toward Antoine. So I don't know if it's extended. Right now, this is set to expire in 6 minutes. Let's go ahead and I want to go ahead and put a tracker on this for you guys, just to give you an idea. Now, I'm not saying this whole thing is the tornado, but it definitely is the area of greatest concern. Let me go ahead and, this thing is moving so fast, I need to move the camera out farther than I normally would. So let's get some arrival times for you here so that I kind of can give you a time of possible increase in your winds. So Jersey Village, about 9 minutes away. Now I know it's already nasty there in Jersey Village. I mean, the rain is already coming down. You're already going to have gusty winds, probably 50 miles an hour, if not more. But the core of the system that appears to have higher winds is going to be moving in your direction here, coming up in about 9 minutes, about 13 minutes to the Satsuma area. And Lois, I must say, guys, I've never heard of Lois, but it's right there on the 290 Northwest Freeway in the northern part of the Spring Branch area. So this is with us for another now 4 minutes. We have this warning that's in effect. Incidentally, the rest of the area is also under a flash flood warning. We're talking about Jersey Village, Katy, all the Memorial Villages, Alief, Med Center, Pasadena, Cloverleaf, Channelview, all of you guys. Pearland, Sugarland, Missouri City, Stafford, all under a flash flood warning. And that flash flood warning is going to be in effect for the next 2.5 hours at least, as we continue to watch the progress of this this reddish, not reddish, but the darker red area, I think, is where we're probably seeing that rotation that was indicated on radar that was recognized by the National Weather Service. So I think this is the area we're looking at here. I'm going to shuffle. I want to just, again, reiterate to you guys, we're talking about I-45 at Veterans Memorial, I-45 at Tidwell, that area right here. So this is, again, Veterans Memorial and 45, West Gulf Bank, just off to the west of I-45, is where it looks like we're seeing the highest chance of this rotating. I'm going to switch this real quick to a different imagery to see if it shows us a little bit better, and it may or may not. But I'm just kind of going through all of our tools here because I want to give you the best view. Let's go ahead and switch back over to this. The warning expires in 4 minutes. This is not a super strong indication of like a large tornado. It's not going to be a big wedge, coming down like you see on TV. This is where it's pouring down rain, where we already have gusty winds, and then embedded within that rain band, you have this little spot of a twist that's taking place where it could enhance the winds that we're already seeing. And like I said, we're going to have this over and over through the morning. We're going to see several of these really, really small rotations take place where we're going to see somewhat of an increase in our winds. In addition to that tornado warning, like I said, we do have a flash flood warning that's in effect for just about all of Harris County, Fort Bend County, and Galveston County. And then we're still dealing with flooding taking place down there in Brazoria County, where some of the most vicious winds, by the way, are going to be affecting you down there around Freeport, back up to Angleton, Lake Jackson, over to Liverpool and Danbury, and actually moving into Pearland as well, as we continue to track this tornado warning. In fact, I think it looks like the actual area of rotation has exited the area now. So we're talking about like this area right here that's moving out. I think that is probably where the most likely rotation was. Maybe it's a little farther back. But again, we're still talking about, if you're just joining us, I-45 at Veterans Memorial, I-45 at Tidwell, I-45 at West Little York, and then heading back over here to Montgomery Road and basically north and northeast Houston, and even potentially Jersey Village is where we're looking for this rotation to go. The tornado warning is going to expire here coming up in 60 seconds, but it may or may not be extended a little farther out toward the west. I suspect it isn't, but we do have, in fact, some of the heaviest of the rain that we have right now is right here in the Jersey Village area. Jersey Village, and then back down here to around Clay Road and the Beltway. And then that's going to be moving westward toward Katy, that Maid Creek area, or as some people call it, Mady Creek area. So let me just wait for another 45 seconds till this tornado warning expires, because I want to see if it's going to be extended across that northern part of the city of Houston. I think it will be allowed to expire, and we'll wait for the next one. But the bottom line is we're going to have heavy rain and high winds here for the next several hours, and it is going to get worse in Houston, taking us through 8 a.m. and maybe 8:30 a.m., maybe 9 a.m. It's going to be with us for a while here, guys. So definitely hunker down until this thing passes. Let's just let this go another few seconds to wait and see if it gets reestablished, or if maybe they issue a new one farther out here toward the west. Again, this is going to expire here in about 5 seconds, so just give me a second here. I want to make sure that it doesn't get extended any longer than that. And here we go. So it has since expired, and now we just have that flash flood warning in effect. So heading back here to the desk, I just want to get another check here real quick, ladies, on what is happening with these winds. And it is pretty remarkable. Right now, Bush Intercontinental Airport has seen a recent wind gust of 60 miles per hour. Hobby Airport, a recent wind gust of 62 miles per hour. 55 in Pearland, Galveston 66. Angleton 79. So that is very close to where we have our Chelsea Edwards right now. And so, yeah, it's you know, Lena and Sally, it's getting much more treacherous out there in terms of the wind speeds and in terms of the heavy rain. We have been watching our Houston TransStar views out there. There are people on the roads. Look, there's probably surgeons and nurses, you know, that have to get to the medical center for it. I understand that there are absolutely vital, life-threatening conditions out there that people have to be out on the roads perhaps, but unless it is an absolute dire emergency, I don't think anybody should be out on the roads. We've got tornado warnings, we've got flash flood warnings, we've got tropical storm warnings. Please try to stay home unless it's an absolute urgent emergency.
Okay, thank you for the update there. Okay, so just a reminder here, even though the tornado, warning has expired, we still have a flash flood warning right now for Houston proper, Pasadena, and Pearland, and that is until 8 a.m. this morning.
And for Harris County as well.
Yeah, in general.
In Harris County as well. So when Mike was just talking about do not be on the roads right now, we're seeing proof that this can be very dangerous. We've got a serious accident working right now.
So come take a look here at I-45, the outbound lanes of North Freeway at West Road. This is a shutdown. It's not being reported as such, but I'm looking at it and it's impassable right here. It's hard to tell, but just right in the front of there, we saw a white truck being towed away now, and you see a lot of wet roadways here. Now inbound it is no better. There's no wreck, but you're seeing a lot of wet roadways, and of course the wind. Take a look at the camera kind of shaking around because of the winds that we're experiencing as well. So while that's being cleared out of the way, it just gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. And also it's so important to keep these roadways open for our first responders to be able to get to where they need to be.
Yes, definitely. Let's take a look at some of the high water locations that we're seeing around town as well. Let's take you south here to the Alameda area. This is going to be, you know, near Shadow Creek Ranch. We've got frontage road lanes here on the South Beltway westbound right before Alameda FM 521. They are impassable. Take a look at just how the wind is blowing that rain across the roadway right now. Again, we've got frontage road lanes blocked here on the South Belt westbound right before Alameda. Now let's take you closer into town. This is going to be in the Montrose area. This is 69, the Southwest Freeway at Dunleavy. Right now, Houston Transstar is reporting a couple of lanes are impassable due to high water there. It also looks like, you know, this tree branch has been knocked down and is covering part of the camera. You see flashing lights out there as well. We've got our first responders who are responding to emergencies, and that's why it's so important we keep these roadways blocked. Here's a look as well here at the West Beltway at Harwin. This is being reported as another high water location right there. So I'm sure people are just hoping and praying and waiting for daylight to come so that they can see a better idea of what exactly is happening out there. And also they just want to be able for daylight to come to get out of this nightmare. It's so scary hearing the wind and the rain at night like this.
Especially if you don't have power, and we have more than 100,000 people waking up without power right now. So again, right now, tornado watch is in effect for Harris, Fort Bend, Galveston, Brazoria, Chambers County. That's for another few hours until about 8 o'clock. And then we have the warning as well for flash flooding that goes until 10 a.m. for all of Harris County. So it's just not safe right now. And Mike and Allison telling us, you know, the worst of it is about to happen, and it's going to last for several hours here. So why don't we get you a live look outside?
Yeah, Shelby Rose is live for us in Sugarland. She's been getting the worst of it for the past hour or so, and there's still more to come here as Beryl makes its approach into Fort Bend County. Shelby, how you doing out there?
Hey guys, within literally the last 30 seconds, all of Sugarland Town Center lost power. We got hit with an insane gust of wind, so much that I genuinely thought I was about to fall over. And within 2 seconds of that gust of wind, this whole area is now without power. I mean, we can probably show the camera. I mean, it'd be dark, but yeah, it has been relentless, just absolutely torrential. I don't know if you guys saw that flash. That might have been a transformer that had blown. I had saw another transformer blow probably about 30 minutes ago. That's the only one that I have seen until now. So definitely conditions in Sugarland are getting incredibly worse. Just in the last 5 minutes or so that we've been standing out, it has been steady, insane torrential rain, as well as these really strong winds. But I will say, it has gotten so much worse just in the last 5 minutes. So this is something that no one needs to be out in right now. No one needs to be driving out in this. Thankfully, it has been a ghost town out here, so people are really heeding the warnings and such. But, oh my gosh, sorry. These winds are crazy. I will not lie. I am getting just annihilated at the moment. But guys, yeah, as I said, well, I think what's behind me, if you see power in the Sugarland City Hall, and that's, I'm assuming, because they're backup generators, but everywhere around me does not have power. And so we're gonna try to see if I can get an update from the city of Sugarland. I've been trying to get in contact with them the last few hours or so, try to see if I can get an update, if there's any certain road closures or any other things that you guys need to be aware of. But of course, we'll bring you those updates as we receive them.
Shelby, great job out there giving us an idea of what it is like. That's why you want to stay inside your home this morning, where it is safe, where it is dry. Shelby Rose taking one for the team here, showing us what it's like outside in Sugarland.
Yeah, you could just really got hit right there.
You can hear her say that, you know, power had just gone out in that area right before she came on live.
And it's not a surprise, because now we have 317,000 people waking up without power. To give you some perspective, that number was under 200,000 about a half an hour ago. So why don't we focus on you waking up with us in Fort Bend County? This is where we had a tornado warning earlier this morning, and so you might be wondering, all right, now we've got this flash flood warning situation. What's going on with drainage in the water?
Well, since May, the Brazos River level dropped 30 feet, but they're monitoring water levels from 3 watersheds: the Brazos River, the St. Bernard River, and the Barker Reservoir.
In addition, the San Bernard River and Barker Reservoir are pretty much empty. They've got full capacity for the rainfall that is set to occur. So this next 24-hour period is very important. We're going to watch the rainfall closely. We'll have crews here monitoring through the night, and we'll be ready to respond as needed after the rain passes.
Listening to Fort Bend County officials there, CenterPoint has pre-positioned crews and equipment. They're going to be ready to respond to power outages when it is safe to do so.
Again, 317,000 people. If you want to refresh that number, guys, the number's actually gone up. So 317,000 people waking up without power. So that could be hours. It could be longer than that because we've seen transformers blowing along I-45 corridor. Chelsea, who is also in Angleton, she said she has seen the same situation. So that means that it could be a while. So I'm going to say right now, just go ahead and keep your phones on the chargers. That way, if you do lose power, it's at least at 100% for the moment. And you also want to take a look at downloading our Fox 26 News app. That's where you can watch us live. And also, we can get you the updates when you need them. We can get you the push alerts if you do get a tornado warning on top of you, which is a possibility.
Good idea. Remember, leave 911 open for emergencies only. If you're in the city of Houston, you can always call 311 for non-emergencies, but we want to leave our 911 line open for emergencies. Jade Fleury has been down in Brazoria County all morning. She's actually had the calm of the storm here when the eye wall passed over, but she's getting ready for the outer bands to now hit.
On the back end.
Yeah. So Jade, how are you doing down there in Bay City?
Yeah, like you guys said, I think those outer bands are starting to make their way here. The rain is starting to pick up again along with the wind gusts. It's still fairly calm compared to what we saw earlier today, but right now I think the biggest issues are the power outages. If you guys take a look around, it's pretty dark. The only reason there is a little bit of light is because we're at this grocery store here, but the rest of Bay City is dark. It looks like a ghost town. We've seen a couple of risk takers and drivers getting on the road, but again, we wouldn't suggest that people do that, but they are making the decision to drive around, kind of leave their houses. But again, the power outages are the big things. We are seeing a little bit of flooding on the roadways, especially the one over there. You can't really see it right now, but that is what city officials told us, that the flooding is the biggest issue in the inland area of Matagorda County. And like I said, I think the rain bands are starting to make their way here.
Okay, Jade Fleury reporting for us in Bay City, Matagorda County. Excuse me, I believe I said Brazoria earlier, and I apologize, Jade. So are you seeing any kind of like storm surge flooding or anything like that where you are?
Well, we're not along the coast, so we don't know about storm surge flooding, but definitely flooding from the rainfall. That's pretty much the biggest thing that we're seeing out here.
What about power? Are you seeing power in your area, or is that out? Because we're seeing those numbers go up minute to minute.
Oh no, the power is out. There are certain areas in the city that do have power, but I would say the majority of it is out. And when it comes to damage, we haven't seen a lot, just a couple of branches on the ground. I believe we saw a couple of the street signs bent over from the high winds earlier. But again, I think it's going to start picking up as the rain bands make their way here.
And Jade, what was that like for you after going through wind gusts of 70 to 90 miles per hour, and then all of a sudden it just got calm as can be? The water was like glass. What was that like experiencing that?
At first it was scary. We were scared traveling here, but honestly it started to calm down. It was almost a little eerie. That's kind of how I would describe it here, because again, it is currently raining, but it is calmer than it was before.
And then there's the anticipation of knowing, you know, you still have the backside to go through. Well, glad you're getting a little bit of a break. Jade Fleury, our reporter in Bay City, Matagorda County. Thanks so much.
All right, so taking a look outside here, just to get you more of a perspective, we like to give you a round-robin look of what's happening outside your front door here, and we've already seen some problems on the roadways. Again, remember that the heaviest of the rain is starting to kick up now, and we're going to be under this flash flood warning for several hours, up until 8 a.m., 10 a.m., depending on where you're waking up. So right now you're taking a look at the Beltway. This is at Harwin, and we've got, you know, what looks to be a shutdown here. Now, why? I'm going to assume it's high water and it's too dangerous to pass through, and then you're seeing some backup there of the cars cars who are trying to travel to get through, where now they're unable to.
Yeah, that looks like a mess down there. Let's give you another look at another one of our Houston TransStar shots now. This is going to be the Beltway at Bel Air. Is this the same incident from a different camera view, I believe? Okay, so same incident, just a different camera view there. So again, this is going to be, is the Beltway shut down, guys? That's what it appears to be. Okay, it's showing that it is shut down here. Okay, let's go ahead and give you another look now, courtesy of Houston TransStar. This is that camera shot on the Southwest Freeway at Dunleavy. This is in the Montrose area. The northbound lanes right now do have high water on them. I mean, you can see it almost looks like, I mean, you can see the ripples, you know, in the water right there. That is affecting at least a couple of lanes, the right lane and the center lane. The left lane is the only lane that's getting by there right now on the Southwest Freeway. You can see very few cars out there at the moment. This is only going to get worse, so we can't stress enough to stay home and stay where you are.
Yeah, particularly if you're waking up with us in Galveston, the Office of Emergency Management is actually suggesting to shelter in place, saying that if you were to reach out to 911 looking for help, there's no guarantee that the emergency services could get to you.
And also in certain areas like Bolivar Peninsula, that's another place where the Galveston Bolivar Ferry has shut down service. Highway 87 is impassable. So those folks there, and they're hardy. They've been through many of these storms. They know what to do. But they were warned, you have to be prepared to take care of yourself, fend for yourself for a little while, because first responders are not going to be able to get to you.
Okay, so Sugar Land has been one of the areas that's getting inundated as well.
And that's where we have, are we going to Chelsea?
Chelsea or Shelby?
Chelsea. Okay, Chelsea Edwards is live in Brazoria County. She has been in Angleton all morning long. Chelsea, where are you now?
Yeah, we're still in Angleton. There was really no way to drive right now. It's just been getting worse. I got to tell you about a scary moment. We've been sheltering inside of the gas station here for a moment. These sliding doors in the front, they actually felt like they were buckling. They were pushing towards us. The wind is so strong. I got Jeff right here behind the camera. He's taking a look at the parking lot right now. You can see the waves of that rain on the ground just rippling across the concrete right there. We've been still looking at these trees getting pushed over by the wind. Not a whole lot of debris right here where we are at this time, but yeah, we're definitely seeing the effects of the wind. These trees bent over more than they were before. Oddly enough, there's a car on the roadways, but this wind has picked up. It is so powerful. Jeff stepped outside for a minute to get some video earlier, and he could barely stand. It is hitting us hard right now in the face. Y'all, I mean, people are sheltering inside this gas station. It's pretty rough out here. I've already gone through one pair of clothes, got soaked through just being out here for a few minutes earlier at the beginning of the show. So yeah, just getting poured on. We have yet to really experience a break. Just getting poured on at this time, and the wind, you can hear that howling. I cannot keep my hat and my hoodie on. Earlier, my earpiece blew out of my ear. So that's what we're dealing with out here in Angleton.
It is rough out there, Chelsea, but I tell you what, if you have to be anywhere during a storm, I'm glad Buc-ee's is open. Yeah. We just lost connection with Chelsea there because of the water and the wind.
And you lost her earpiece because the wind is so strong out there.
You can imagine what you're dealing with when you're a working reporter out there in the field. So Chelsea's going to get inside to get dry and maybe another change of clothes until we see her again.
Okay. Let's take a live look at Galveston here. So Galveston, again, the Office of Emergency Management suggesting that you shelter in place, that you stay where you are. And of course, that may not even be an option for you, because if you're waking up with us on, Bolivar, you're pretty much stuck there because Highway 87's been overtaken by the storm surge. So that's impossible. It's been closed. Also, the ferries are not running in that area as well. Sorry, I'm just getting an emergency alert to my phone. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is why, because you're taking a live look. I mean, first of all, you're seeing the winds, all right? And you're seeing the rain as well. So these are, right now, it doesn't look like, this would be a convection of any kind, not, forming a tornado, but you got those straight line winds, which is one of the concerns when a hurricane does make landfall. And then you've got all of that rain. So you'll notice the rain isn't just falling straight down. It's whipping all the way around. And if you look at the bottom of your screen, you look towards like the ground, you'll see the water just kind of shooting across the pavement there because it's moving so quickly. And unfortunately, I am seeing a couple of cars in the distance having to pass through, and that's just not a good idea right now if you can stay where you are.
We have some new flash flood warnings just in as well. They include Alvin, Angleton, Lamarck, so down in the Galveston County area. We also have that flash flood warning in Harris County for several more hours as well. So remember, a flash flood warning means that dangerous, life-threatening conditions exist. Do not try to travel. If you are in an area right now under a flash flood warning, you need to stay exactly where you are. And that is the majority of us here in Harris County, Houston, and now in these new areas down in Galveston County, which include Alvin, Angleton, and Lamarck.
So even though you're seeing the lights on and the power on in this particular location, we've now jumped up to nearly 400,000 people now in our area waking up without power. So again, keep that cell phone on the charger so that you have power. Also, you want to download the Fox 26 News app so we can get you those alerts. If there's a tornado warning, we want to be able to let you know that so you can get to safety right away. Just to give you some perspective in the Galveston area as well, most of the lights on Broadway, they're out as well. So you can kind of expect that if you are having to head out, or, for people who are already out, unfortunately, you're going to be dealing with a lot of issues, not just the weather, but it's the ripple effect as well.
Absolutely. And if you do have to get out, if you're an essential worker and you have to get out here, just remember we have a lot of traffic light outages right now. Harris County emergency management officials want to remind you, treat those traffic light outages as a four-way stop. Let's go ahead and take a look at how things are looking at the airport. If you have a flight this morning, don't expect that you're going to actually catch it.
Yeah. All right, so taking a look at the Missouri map here in the tri-state area, you've got some slowdowns, and that's normally the case. What's not normally the case is that the majority of the country's outages are happening right here on top of us. It's not a big surprise. So to give you some, context here, we've got 1,300 flights that have been canceled nationwide. 1,100 of them are right here in Houston. In fact, Bush Intercontinental, where Terminal B has been shut down, more than 960 flights have just been canceled altogether. There have been a couple of delays as well, but those delays could be hours, if not, the very next day. So I'm just going to say forget it if you had a flight today. Plus, you'd have to get to the airport, and that's something we don't want you to have to do in these conditions.
Yeah, good point. All right, let's check in with Mike right now. Mike, we've got about an hour and a half left of darkness out there. So we want to really remind people how difficult it is to recognize flooded areas at night and stay where you are, especially for the next hour or two.
I am very surprised at the number of people who are on the road. That view that we had from, and I don't know if we could pull that up again, but I don't think we could just drive this point home enough. That view from the Beltway, the South Belt, is it closed, Sally and Lena? Or
Yes.
Because there's just a traffic jam out there, and there are people who are stuck on the Beltway right now, or Sam Houston Tollway, in a driving rainstorm with 60, 65 mile per hour winds, a flash flood warning. Oh my, this is a nightmare. So this is the this is over in southwest Houston. So this is, or on the west side of Houston. So this is the West Sam Houston Tollway, Beltway 8 at Harwin. So this is over Asia Town area, I think, like A-Leaf. And you've got folks that are stuck. They're not going anywhere. Those winds are going to gust 60 miles an hour, maybe higher than 60 miles an hour. We even have a chance for some isolated tornadoes. You can see the wind whipping the rain there across the highway there, across the tollway. Man, that's scary. It's shut down. So, the complicating thing is now the only way to get off. So if it's shut down, the only way to get off the tollway is going to be to somehow backtrack to an exit. And then once you get to the exit, then you've got a feeder road, and let's just pray that that feeder road isn't flooded. So I don't know. If there's somebody that you have out there, a loved one that's on the roadway, you might want to give them a call, because this is you do not want to get involved with this situation. All right, we're going to have a weather update here coming up in just a moment, but right now I think Sally's got some important information for us. Sally.
Oh, sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to I was just going to tell you that this is involving an 18-wheeler, and so it's hard to tell if the 18-wheeler is overturned.
I think, look, do you know that the winds, there's a crosswind. There's a crosswind on that road. So that's a north to south road. And so if the truck, well, it doesn't matter if he was going northbound or southbound. Is the closure southbound or northbound?
The closure is going to be northbound, at West Park.
Okay, so the truck is driving along northbound, passing West Park. You have, from the passenger side of the truck, you've got these winds blowing across from right to left across the highway, across the tollway, at 50 miles an hour with gusts to 60 miles an hour. And you have this big high-profile tractor trailer. It might have just knocked that thing over. Of course, we don't know. I mean, we don't have all the facts yet, but that could have happened. And if there are any other trucks out there, that is a huge threat also. So yeah, this is an absolute terrible situation to be out there on the roadways. I mean, could you imagine, God forbid, somebody was driving next to that 18-wheeler?
I cannot even
Let's just hope not. Let's just hope not.
This happened about 5:15, just to let folks know. And so we're still waiting on details to see how bad of a wreck it is, how long the cleanup will be. But it looks like those people are not going anywhere. Maybe one lane was getting by.
And really, how much, you've got first responders out there. You've got paramedics, maybe. You've got police, and they have to get out of their vehicles to go try and help folks that might be hurt, and they're now out in this with the 50, 60 mile per hour winds and all of the heavy rain. I mean, just, gosh, all we could do is just hope for the best for everyone. It looks like they are maybe rerouting folks onto the exit, maybe, but then you have to worry about the feeder roads being flooded, and then if the feeder road's flooded, then you turn off onto West Park or Bel Air Boulevard, or any of those, Westheimer, and then you might run into flooding there. So anyway, bottom line is, everybody, please, please, please stay off the roadways unless it's an absolute dire emergency, and even then, you've got to watch where you're going. Okay, so if you want to take a look at weather again, I want to give you an update as to what's happening out there with the latest on Beryl. So this is, and can you imagine all the trouble we're having? This is a Category 1 hurricane. Not to minimize what a Category 1 is, but I mean, think about how this thing was a Category 5 when it hit the Caribbean. Dangerous Category 1. It did make landfall at 4 a.m. So it's been on land now for about 2 hours, and it's really not weakening just yet. It will, but not just yet. We have been checking out a storm surge, and Allison's going to show us this here coming up, and I'm going to detail what's happening with some of the rivers coming up here in just a moment. Flash flood warnings are in effect area-wide, including Houston and the entire greater Houston area and all of the suburbs. Very high winds across the area. We have a flood watch. We have a tornado watch. Starting to see some thunderstorms out there, too. Most of this is not producing any thunder and lightning. Widespread flood advisories. Finally getting a break here. Bay City, the eye of the storm, moved right over Bay City, and now it's making its way toward around the Wharton area. So you're going to have some high winds, and then in some areas it'll go calm for a little while. So flood advisories. We also have a flash flood warning here across most of Fort Bend and northern Brazoria and Harris counties. Down here to the south, I want to warn you about a new flash flood warning that came out. This is for Bay City, Clute, Freeport, Lake Jackson. This is until 6:45 this morning, but might be extended. We've had, upwards of about 6 to 7 inches of rain falling there, and it continues to come down. So we got that going on. Also over here, from Bayou Vista back across to Santa Fe, up to Dickinson, back over to Danbury and Liverpool, we have a flash flood warning in effect for you guys, Alvin, and along with Galveston Island. That is until 8:30. 7:30 this morning. So this is the latest on Beryl. As of the 5 a.m. advisory, still 80-mile-per-hour winds. We'll get the 6 a.m. advisory here momentarily. We're looking at some of the side is that it is moving, so this isn't a Harvey kind of situation. It's moving to the north at 12, and it's fortunately going to keep moving by here. Let me just leave you with this, guys, before we get to Allison, and she's going to share with us in just a minute here. In fact, the first graphic she has is talking about storm surge. But what's happening here, guys, if you live near any of these rivers, like the Brazos River, or even farther up, the San Jacinto River even, or any of the bayous, like even Buffalo, anything that drains into an area here that has a storm surge, it may back up the river. And as we check in with Allison right now, at least in Freeport, along that area, they're getting a pretty significant storm surge right now.
And, you know, Mike and I were talking about this number. And the thing is, different spots along the coast have different high tides. So what we are seeing is, yes, water is getting pushed into some of these rivers and bayous, which is causing a backup. But here we go at Freeport, 8.44 feet. Now, that's going to be the storm surge mixed with the water coming from the high tide. But still, that is a significant number. And Freeport is actually one of the spots that we have the highest recorded wind gusts so far with Beryl in our viewing area. So it's interesting to note, you know, some of these colors. You can see that this is what we're looking at currently, showing that, you know, major flood stage would be at 5.5, and we're well above that. But some of these other spots, you know, potentially getting close. So we need to make sure that we're still staying alert. Yes, Beryl has already made landfall. Yes, a lot of the winds and heavy rain are starting to move to the north, but that doesn't mean that we can let our guard down along the coast, as, you know, those winds are still going to be whipping up a lot of water on shore, and then which could cause backup some of these rivers and bayous. So we talk about flooding, flash flood warnings across a big chunk of the viewing area. You can see through Harris County out to portions of Fort Bend, and then all the way down to the coast. Galveston, including Lake Jackson, and into Freeport, not including Palacios. But take a look at some of these impressive 6-hour rainfall totals. More than 6 inches near Lake Jackson, and even up toward Houston, just to the north, probably 1 to 2, and some spots close to 3 inches. And you know, these outer rain bands only started moving into Houston within the last hour and a half to 2 hours. And I just quickly want to update you on those peak wind gusts so far. Freeport, 92 miles per hour. Jones Creek, 91. And Palacios had a peak wind of 89. Now, some buoys out over the water saw much more than that. So, you know, there's still a lot going on. Let's get you down to the current wind gusts, though. Okay, right now, Palacios is looking at 81-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's take you up to Angleton, 61. So is Galveston, 60-mile-per-hour winds in Pearland, nearly 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Houston, and they're getting that number from Hobby. Bush is at about 53-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and Tomball at 61. And remember, the center of the storm is still, you know, rather close to our coast, at least in the southern portion of the viewing area. So we talk about just how strong the winds are even far away from that center. Current sustained winds at 66 in Galveston, 44 out at Hobby, and then 15 to 20 Tomball and points north. But let me tell you, these winds are going to be coming in a big way. So these are what we're calling radar indicated winds, meaning this is not an official number, but just take a look. Widespread, mainly south of the I-10 corridor here, and pretty much west of 45, looking at anywhere from 60 to nearly 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this is not something you want to drive in. It's 6 o'clock, so we're going to be waiting for the sun to come up. But at this point, it's still difficult to see. When the rain is coming in sideways, you just can't see anything. And we don't want you to be on the roadways. Like Mike talked about, this is moving at about 12 miles per hour. So it is going to be moving through. You need to give it a couple hours, but y'all can stay put. We want to make sure that you are aware that likely the center of the storm is going to be moving to the west side of Houston. I'd say probably around Katy. This GFS model has it just to the west of Katy, but wouldn't be surprised if it may be kicked off to the east a little bit. But still, by 8, 9 o'clock, and again, it's 6:01 this morning, we're going to be still seeing wind gusts upwards of 50, 65, nearly 70 miles per hour. It's not until we get into your 10, 11 o'clock hour that the winds start to decrease south, and then it's going to start to lose some steam. But the thing is, from the time it made landfall, I was looking at what the National Hurricane Center was predicting, you know, the cone that we talk about. It wasn't until 12 hours later that the storm dropped from 80-mile-per-hour winds down to 65. So we still have a lot of time as this storm is moving rather quickly. So I do want to take you out to the radar, and here we go with that center of circulation. Bay City, you're probably going to start to get an increase in winds and rain as you're pretty much out of the eye of the storm. Sweeney, not seeing much in the way of, you know, any rain activity. Needville, you're likely going to be seeing the eye cross over within the next 20 minutes, I'd say. But let's talk about the heavy rain bands. And you can see that they're coming up from the southeast, and then starting to move off to the northwest. That's just the name of the game when it comes to these tropical systems. But you can just see that it's not just really one line. It is just bands and bands of that heavy rain making its way toward Angleton and even into Lake Jackson, Holiday Lakes. Let's take you up a little bit further north. You have Alvin, Santa Fe here, up to Baytown, LaPorte, even into Pasadena, Pearland, Bel Air, Sugar Land, and even Katy. You're kind of on the edge of one of these rain bands, so expect much more heavy rain. And then now to the north of Houston, we're looking at Spring. Here's the Woodlands. We have Cypress, and then out toward Hockley, even into Jersey Village. Here's this initial round of rain bands that will be moving in. And let me tell you, it starts now, and we showed you what's all to the south. Well, that's going to be coming up to the north. So you probably don't have much in the way of rain accumulation at this time. But let me tell you, this rain is falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. That's why we've been seeing these flash flood warnings in effect, because street flooding, think of underpass. You know, you're driving, you need to do that U to get on a freeway. I mean, it's going to be completely flooded. So do not get out on the roadways if you don't have to. We're still looking at some of these cameras that folks are out and about, and you would just be taking too big of a risk, as we're not seeing the winds really decrease at all at the moment, and so is the rain. I just quickly want to leave you with some arrival times. So we're looking at let me just see here. The Woodlands in about 6 minutes, when that heavy rain band that's over Spring right now will be moving in. Pilot Island in about 8. Indian Springs and Panther Creek probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So these outer rain bands are moving quickly. Not only is it the rain that you need to worry about, but we're also starting to see some of those really strong winds, like we talked about at Hobby, more than 60, nearly 70 mile per hour wind gusts right now. So please be safe. Stay inside. And, you know, we've been talking about the power outages. They're likely going to increase as this center of Beryl continues to move north through the viewing area. Download our Fox 26 News app. You can watch us live. Hopefully you'll still have cell signal, because we're going to be here throughout the storm to get you and your family through in a safe manner. So make sure to stick with us as always. Ladies, we'll send it back to you.
Let's get you updated. Thank you so much for walking us through that. You know what? We do have a couple of developments here. So West Columbia Police, they say that all their emergency response there has been suspended because it's just too dangerous with these high winds and with the rain as well. Also in Galveston, Office of Emergency Management also saying no guarantee that if you were to make a call to 911 that they would be able to get to you.
Also, if you are down in Galveston County, maybe in the Texas City area, you may have been noticing some flaring going on at one of the refineries, Marathon. Well, Marathon did reach out to us. We just received this statement from them, and it reads that the refinery is currently flaring due to a brief power disruption. Flares, as many of you know if you live down there, are safety devices, and there's nothing to be alarmed about right now. They go on to say the health of our personnel and the community are our top priority, and they are working to resolve that situation.
Just to give you some perspective as to why they're saying some power disruptions, and we've got more than 500,000 people now waking up without power.
Unbelievable. Well, let's go ahead and see if we can take a look at some more of our Houston TransStar cameras, because there is a strong warning right now to stay off the roadways, especially as we wait for daylight. We have this look here in the Baytown area, Highway 146 at 3:30. I mean, the rain is just whipping across the highway there, the wind pushing it very quickly across the roadways. You see not many people are out, but those who are, I imagine that's a bit scary to be up on an overpass at this time. I certainly would not want to be on an overpass. We're seeing more and more high water locations pop up around town, not just on our major freeways, but also on a lot of our frontage roads and side streets. This is a live look from I-10, the Katy Freeway at Barker Cypress, and as the cars go by there, you can get an idea of just how much water is there, and the wind is what's really preventing it from ponding right now, because it's pushing it across the freeway pretty quickly. A lot of our TransStar cameras are also down because of the high wind, and so we're going to continue to check to see which ones are up and bring you those live looks throughout our coverage.
So we do have, just to give you perspective of the winds, you know, we were talking about these wind gusts about 89 miles an hour. You're like, well, what does that look like? What does that, you know, feel like? Well, we had in Freeport, the Buc-ee's there, the sign just blew over, you know, in all of the wind. And then we're seeing again, as you said, the rain just seems to be like skipping on the ground once it lands. It doesn't even really pond in any particular location because it's moving out so quickly.
Yeah. Shelby Rose has been in Fort Bend County all morning long. She is in Sugar Land Town Square.
Getting pelted.
Yes, no break for you, Shelby. It's just been band after band after band.
Yeah, it is honestly, truly relentless. We have been being hit with so much rain, these insane wind gusts. Even when we're sitting inside the news car has been shaking. We've been seeing transformers blowing all around this area. Sugar Land Town Center is completely in the dark. The only reason why you see lights on at City Hall behind me is because of their backup generators, because they obviously need power for the emergency services and emergency management that is operating out at City Hall this morning. But it has truly been relentless out here. We have seen a few fire trucks and police cars going around this area, definitely trying to make sure that everyone's staying safe. Aside from that, though, we haven't really seen anyone on the roads, which is good news, because it has truly been terrible in Sugar Land, at least the last hour or so, being hit with so much wind. Thankfully, right now, the wind isn't as bad as it has been. I mean, by the way you're probably looking at it, you probably know that it is still not great. Oh, I think I spoke a little too soon. Hold on. Okay, anyway. But yeah, the wind, terrible. The rain, terrible. It is definitely conditions that no one wants to be out in. I know that a lot of Sugar Land is in the dark. My parents live in Sugar Land. This is where I grew up. They said their power is flickering on and off. It's not completely out at this point, but I can't imagine that may not stay the case for much longer, because this area is just getting absolutely tormented by Hurricane Beryl at the moment, guys. So I think it's time for us to go into the car. This wind is really ramping up, so I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, get in the truck. You know, just to give you perspective, so we first checked in with Shelby at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's before, you know, landfall. It was before we really started to get the brunt of this. Go ahead and get in the truck, guys. It was like the calm before the storm, the proverbial calm before the storm. Now that they're out there, she mentioned the word relentless. It's been like this since we've been checking in with her for the last 3 hours,
2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, where it's been just a constant relentless with the rain, and it feels like pellets on you, you know, when it's moving at that speed. So, which is why we're saying if you can stay inside, then just do it.
It's just not something we're used to seeing in Fort Bend County or Montgomery County. The Montgomery County judge, by the way, if you're waking up with us in Conroe, the Woodlands, any of the Montgomery County area, his message right now is don't underestimate what's happening right now. If you walk outside and you're just noticing some light rain and you think, oh, I can go about my business, things are going to deteriorate in Montgomery County as we move through the morning. They're still expecting winds of 70 miles per hour along that I-45 corridor, and in some places in Montgomery County, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds.
Which is interesting, because to be so far inland, you know, you're usually getting it in that area when the storm is coming in from the north. So to have it coming inland and then to go go that far north. I mean, you know, later on this week, they're going to be filling in Illinois. So this thing is going to dump water the whole way. So why don't we kind of take a look at just keeping you safe. Now, we did mention we've got 500,000 people who are waking up without power, and those numbers are going up because we're seeing blown transformers. We're also seeing the wind taking down power lines. So you might find yourself in a situation where you don't have power. So keep the cell phones on the chargers right now so you're at 100% if that happens. Download the Fox 26 News app so we can get you, you know, we've already had multiple tornado warnings. We want to be able to get that to you in the moment that you need it. So you might be thinking, you know what, hey, I checked my generator, it's ready to go. You have to be safe with that, though.
Yes, absolutely. We want you to make sure that you keep those generators outside. Make sure the extension cord is not frayed in any way. The Houston Fire Marshal also has some things to keep in mind.
I want to remind you, do not run them in your garages. You want to run them 10 to 20 feet away from the house. You don't want it anywhere near your eaves. Remember, some of you may be turning these on while it's still raining. Remember, they can cause electrical shock. So again, watch for the carbon monoxide. Be careful with the electrical shock.
Okay, so here are some more of those reminders right there for you. If you do have to use a candle, practice some safety with that as well. Don't be walking around with it or go out of the room without blowing it out. We want to make sure everybody stays safe in their home while they get through the next 12 hours or so.
So, you know what, we've already had 3 to 6 inches of rain depending on where you're waking up. This is from a National Weather Service for Houston, but we're expecting another 2 to 4 inches more. And then Allison was telling us that it's falling at a rate of about 2 inches per hour, you know, and then that can give you an idea of why the flash flood warning is now in effect for Harris County.
Yeah, multiple counties under that flash flood warning right now. Fort Bend, we got Brazoria, Galveston, Harris, all under a flash flood warning right now. So we're going to continue to update you with those warnings as we move throughout the day, as well as update you on the latest wind speeds that are coming in too. We've seen gusts of up to about 90, 92 miles per hour, which is a very strong Category 1 hurricane, almost Category 2 strength.
And don't be fooled by the fact that, you know, maybe you're saying, well, I haven't been under a tornado warning, so how bad can it be? Remember, I mean, just a few weeks ago, about a month ago, those straight line winds through downtown, it really made a mess of it. So just because it's not, you know, you don't have the convection, you don't have the turning, doesn't mean that, oh, it's not going to be an issue. I mean, it could still be massive, you know, damage in your area, and we've already seen some damage reported in some of our southern, you know, areas closer to the coastline. So let's get you live out there and give you more of an idea of what it looks like.
Jade Fleury is live in Bay City for us. That's in Manatee.
Wow, what a difference between you and what we just saw in Sugar Land.
And you're on the coast, Jade, so you're still in that eye wall right now.
We're not exactly on the coast. We're a little bit inland, but like you guys said, it's very calm out here. Just a little bit of drizzle, a little bit of breeze. Earlier today, you know, we had those strong wind gusts, the heavy rain, but everything seems to be settling down for a little bit. I don't know if we're in the clear, but all that flooding that I mentioned earlier, it seems to have receded. I remember county officials said that before the storm got here that they were preparing and they were cleaning out the storm drains to prepare for that flooding, and it seems that that has worked because I don't see any flooding. But again, the big thing we're seeing out here is those power outages. The most of Bay City, I would say, does not have power at the moment. The only thing that has power here is the HEB, but for the most part, everything's pretty dark out here. Like I said earlier, it was kind of eerie, but we do see people driving on the roadways. I guess they're feeling more comfortable to get outside and move around a bit. But again, I do not know if we're in the clear out here in Bay City.
Okay, Jade, thank you. We just did get an update from Matagorda County Precinct 6. They're saying if you are around the Sargent or Cedar Lake area, just know there's going to be a lot of debris scattered around. After the storm surge came in, we saw water, you know, over the roadways there. And so if you can stay where you are until the electric company and first responders get out there and just assess everything to make sure roadways can safely be open, that's a good idea to do so. But I know people are anxious to get out and see, you know, what it looks like. But again, it can, a lot of times the most danger comes after a storm when people are getting out and about looking around.
And that's why we have our team coverage across the entire viewing area to give you an idea of what it looks like out there, so that you don't have to, you know, because you're safe at home, and that's where we want you to stay, because it's a mess out there. Even if you were to head out, looking at the TransStar cameras around town, you're going to run into high water. You're going to run into the wind speeds. I mean, look at this mess. You don't want to get stuck in this, and unfortunately a lot of people have, because of high water in some areas, and we've had several, you know, roads that have been blocked off, whether it be because of a wreck or because it's just not safe to pass. I mean, you see a lot of water here now. It's off to the shoulder, I'll grant you, and overtaking maybe the right-hand lane.
Yeah, Houston TransStar is reporting that it has overtaken the right lane and a center lane there. So
yeah, you don't want to get stuck in this, right, if something happens. And also we've seen like a blown transformer just off I-45 on the northern part of town. I mean, that's something that could affect the roadways too. You get a blown transformer and all that ponding water, you don't want to be in that situation. So this is wanted to get you an idea. And also you can see by the branches in the forefront there how strong the wind is as well.
All right. We're going to take you up a little bit further north of where Jade just was, to Brazoria County. Brazoria County has been on the dirty side of this storm, by far getting, you know, the brunt of what we've seen so far. That's where Chelsea Edwards is. She has been in Angleton for the past couple of hours or so. Oh, Chelsea, you are not getting a break there. How are you doing?
No, it just seems like, I know you gotta be tired of hearing this, but it just feels like it's been getting worse. Like, we've been watching the radar, trying to see when we would get that break, hit the eye of the storm. That has yet to happen. It just feels like it's just been hanging out for the past couple hours or so since we've been out here. We've seen earlier, we were showing you guys the trees getting bent over. We saw one of them get loose over here and is stuck at the gas pump. You can see these sheets of rain just blowing across the area over here. Lena was describing it earlier, like it's not even dropping. There are no pools here. The rain is falling, but not even able to hit the ground. It's just blowing, and right now it just feels like it's darts in my face. The wind is so strong. Yeah, we've seen people out here on the roadways, not really sure why. One of them was a gas station worker we did talk to. She had a tough time where she was. There was flooding in her area. Trying to get from Freeport, so it took her quite a while. But again, we've been telling people to stay off the roadways, and we still have not had power. Power went out shortly after 4 a.m. So it's been dark over here. That's the other thing that people have to keep in mind. There might be down power lines on the roadways, and we're just now getting a little light. Still kind of hard to see. Hard for me to see with this rain in my face. It's still rough out here, guys. It feels like we have not been able to get a break at all, and this wind is just picking up, howling, blowing us. And even Jeff was having trouble trying to stay upright earlier. So it's still on the dirty side of the storm, from what I understand. Whatever's happening, it is not a place you want to be. Hunker inside if you can. One guy was up here just a minute ago. He was saying how these ice boxes, the ice chests that you see at the front of the gas station, one of them got blown over, almost hit his car. So a lot of things that people have to, you know, preferably stay inside. If you are out, I mean, these are the things that you want to consider. Like, is it really important for you to be out in the middle of this with all the hazards, even if it doesn't seem that bad? All kinds of things can get blown around here. So we're already seeing the effects of that. These small trees, and I mentioned earlier we did see some debris on the roadway, but this is not what you want to be out in, guys.
Chelsea, we can hear how it is just taking your breath away. I mean, trying to stand out in those conditions is very difficult, and yeah, we can hear it in your voice.
When are you getting into
it's almost like, you know, I'm in the, like I'm trying to, it's like trying to swim and you don't know how to swim because the water is just coming at you so fast and so hard.
Yeah, thank you for that. Why don't you guys get in the truck, because that was a really good look, though, at, you know, how quickly things are moving because of the winds, which is what Mike and Allison were telling us is one of the issues, is the high winds, and the wind gusts are going to be even stronger coming at you, and you never know when it's going to happen. So that's especially why you don't want to be in a car on a roadway.
Mike, just told us too, 6 a.m. wind gust at Hobby Airport, 70 miles per hour at Hobby Airport, guys. So in Brazoria County, where Chelsea was too, just be aware there are a lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines. Emergency management tells us that there are lots of reports of power outages in Brazoria County. Just a reminder, if you have a power line down, you want to stay at least 35 feet away from it and then report it to whoever your provider is, whether that's CenterPoint or another company.
Right, especially because you also have water now a factor too, and you have, of course, when you have electricity and you have water, you don't want to be a part of that at all. So we do have a look, I believe, are we going to okay, let's take a look at this. This is a really great looking map that can kind of show you what's going on here. It's going to show it to you in multiple. Oh, do we have the one that I sent you guys? The other. That's okay. So we do have.
You can go back to that one, guys.
We have 1,300 cancellations across country, and we've got 1,100 of those flight cancellations are happening right here in Houston. The majority are happening at Bush Airport. We did have that major gust at Hobby. What was that, in the 80s? I think the wind gust at maybe 87, I thought. And we do have. The majority of them are happening at Bush Airport. This is cross country. The majority of the flight cancellations are happening right here. So we have 1,100 flights canceled in the Houston area. More than 900 of those are happening at Bush Airport. So if you're thinking you're going to get to the airport, I'm going to say probably not, because you're going to be stuck there. No one wants to be stuck in an airport. But your chances of actually getting there are actually diminished, because we do have shutdowns on roadways. We have those high winds. We also have a lot of rain, and we have a lot of standing water, believe it or not, even though a lot of it is moving out because of the wind so quickly. All right, let's go ahead and get you down to Galveston County, where we have Judge Mark Henry joining us on the line right now to let us know what's going on in his county. We're about to see the worst of it here in the Houston area, Judge, over the next 3 to 6 hours. Are you guys getting the worst of it right now in Galveston County?
Well, we certainly hope so. It's been quite sporty since about 3 o'clock this morning, so we have certainly seen a lot of wind and a lot of rain for the last several hours.
How many high water rescues have you made, if any, so far today?
I'm not aware of any high water rescues at this point. We are asking people, don't call 911 unless it's a life-threatening emergency. The first responders are having a hard time moving around, just like anybody else, would have if they were out. They shouldn't be. So life-threatening calls to 911 only. The dispatchers are doing their best to keep up. Also, we need to report that the ferry service got suspended around 2 a.m. this morning to Bolivar, and Highway 87 in Bolivar is impassable. So if you're on Bolivar, you're stuck there for at least a little while.
Also, we saw some reporting earlier about Galveston OEM, the Office of Emergency Management, saying that, there's no guarantee that 911 could even get to you because conditions are so bad, recommending that everyone shelter in place. Are you making that same recommendation this morning, Judge?
That's correct. I don't think that Galveston Police Department's responding west of the airport down there because of the hazardous conditions. So we're talking countywide. Otherwise, in the county, only call for life-threatening, but that may not even be a possibility if you're on the west end of Galveston Island.
Are you getting any reports, Judge, of flash flooding beyond some of the usual areas like the west end of Galveston and the Bolivar Peninsula?
Not yet, but it's not daylight, so people able to see hasn't really occurred yet. Also, I was going to say we have at least 11,000 customers without power, but CenterPoint is not reporting, so that number's greater than that. We just don't know what it is, not having CenterPoint's numbers.
You've also got the refinery in Texas City, Marathon, flaring because of a brief power outage, but everything is okay there. That's just something that happens when the power goes out.
Correct. That's a safety mechanism, actually. So flaring is not desirable, but it's not dangerous, and that's kind of their safety valve for not letting things get out of control.
Judge, what's your main concern or your main message right now for people who are in the area? We did see a lot of people taking heed of the voluntary evacuation, but for people who stayed, what's the one thing you want to get across?
Stay indoors. This is not a time to go outside and investigate and look around. We have enough trouble without having people on the road who don't need to be on the road. So to the best of your ability, just stay inside, let the storm pass. That's only a few hours away, and then we can resume normal operations.
Okay. And do you think you've seen storm surge flooding peak there in Galveston yet, or are you still expecting to see a peak of storm surge?
We can't say for sure because it's still coming on shore. So we would hope it's peaked, but I can't say that definitively.
Okay, Judge Mark Henry, Galveston County Judge, thank you so much for your time this morning. We know you and your team are very busy, so we appreciate you coming on here on our Wake Up Show and telling our viewers what's going on.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, we've had to have him on multiple times over the years because, Galveston always, is a barrier island. I mean, they get the worst of it and they get it often. So, but he's always really good about getting out the information to keep people safe in the area.
Yeah.
So thanks to him and thanks to you all for staying, indoors, keeping the things as clear as you can, as at the recommendation of our officials for your own safety.
Well, our team coverage with our meteorologist continues now with Mike and Allison. They have been taking a close look at these wind gusts and what's expected as we now turn our attention to Houston and inland counties.
Do you know what I just noticed? We've lost data now from Bay City, from Angleton, from Galveston. So those weather stations are offline right now, so we're not going to get any more wind gusts or temperature or anything, information from them probably for a couple of days.
And let me tell you, right over Galveston Bay really is where one of the heavier rain bands is setting up, so I wouldn't be surprised if there is a ton of pretty strong winds within that too. So
so the focus of the winds is heading inland right now. Hobby Airport, 68-mile-per-hour wind. That is not common at all. No. You'll get wind gusts like that in an individual thunderstorm or the derecho or something like that, but to have widespread winds across the area of like 40, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. We don't see it very often.
No, I mean, usually we talk about a hurricane makes landfall, it moves over land, and it starts to just get tore apart. But the thing is, this is moving so quickly, it almost doesn't have time to get torn apart, at least right now. It made landfall at 4, it's 6:30. So I'd say give it still a few more hours. Once it's probably north of our viewing area, that then we'll start to see those winds begin to decrease.
You pointed this out a few minutes ago. It actually took a little jog to the right, didn't it? It's like it was moving north and it kind of went over just a little bit when it got into Brazoria, or near Brazoria County. That's where, boy, Chelsea, we just saw Chelsea Edwards a few minutes ago. Oh man, she was getting battered around all over the place. And so, yeah, it took a little bit of a jog. This is going to be a storm for Fort Bend County, for Harris County, and for all of that. It's pretty amazing. All right, well, let me show you some of the latest wind gusts that we have across the area. If we could switch this to max 3, that would be fantastic. This is a look at Lynx 1 and the 6-hour rainfall totals. We have several flash flood warnings that are in effect. We have flash flood warning in effect for Montgomery County now, including the Woodlands, and for Northeast Harris County, including Atascocita. We have a flash flood warning for all of Harris County, and then down to Fort Bend and Brazoria, so that includes Sugar Land and Pearland. Flash flood warning for Brazoria. Flash flood warning down to the south. Here's what I meant by the fact that we have lost data now. So the automated weather reporting stations for Galveston, for Angleton, and for Bay City, offline. Knocked offline. The rest of the area, we are still getting data for now. And look at this. Those of you around the Friendswood and Pearland area, that's Clover Field Airport, which is right on the city line. 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in from the east. Hobby Airport has recently measured a wind gust of 68. Bush Intercontinental 59. Even out west in Columbus 37. Katy 51 miles per hour. And this is going to actually get worse over the next couple of hours. So as we head toward 7:30, 8:30, we're going to feel these winds most likely increase in Fort Bend County and heading up to Katy, heading up to Cypress, Tomball, Spring, even potentially down around places like Webster and Pasadena. Deer Park could feel those winds picking up too. As we head over the next couple of hours, because this thing isn't quite weakening yet, even though it did make landfall at 4 a.m. So many advisories to tell you about. Suffice it to say, just about everybody watching right now, you all are under flash flood warnings. Now, when they expire differs a little bit, but right now, the entire Houston metropolitan area under a flash flood warning until 9 a.m. So another 2.5 hours, we could have some serious flooding taking place. And I think you can see why. The radar is just lit up right now with the reds and oranges indicating heavy rain. And of course, all of that is being blown sideways all across the area right now. This is where the eye, quote unquote, is starting to break up a lot, by the way, which is good. because we're actually seeing a big area out here in parts of Matagorda and parts of Wharton County where it actually isn't raining right now, which is really interesting. But on the back side of that, we're feeding in a lot of heavy rain to places like Sweeney, West Columbia, Lake Jackson, and so we have a flash flood warning that's in effect right now. That goes into effect, that's in effect until 8:45 it looks like. Another flash flood warning covers Alvin, Angleton, Galveston, Lamarck, so all the communities here from around League City down the Gulf Freeway, 288 down to Angleton. So yeah, it's like a double, triple, quadruple whammy there in Angleton with the very high winds, very high wind gusts, flooding taking place. As of the 6 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, remember we'll get an updated intermediate advisory in about 28 minutes or earlier. Coming up from the National Hurricane Center, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and this is what Allison was mentioning. It's moving to the north at 12. That's good in some ways, bad in other ways. What's bad about it is that most of the time a hurricane makes landfall, starts to weaken. And this one will start to weaken. It's doing it right now. But it's moving so fast that it doesn't weaken in time for those of us in Houston or even like, around Magnolia and Hempstead and stuff. It's not weakening as a normal storm would, so that you guys wouldn't get in on those strong tropical storm force winds. This one is going to be passing by Rosenberg and Katy and Alief and Tomball and all these spots. You guys are going to get in on winds that could be gusting to hurricane force, as this thing is actually still labeled as a Cat 1 up there around Waller and around Hockley. From there, here's another bit of good news, and it's mostly bad news, but this is a bit of good news. It's going to move out really fast. So by this evening, even by late afternoon, I think everything's going to be looking a lot better around here. But this is going to be a long cleanup. We're going to have tons of people without electricity. I know, like at our house, we've already got rain leaking in through the roof. I'll have to check in with them again actually pretty soon, but I know that's happening to a lot of people across the area. All right, so yeah, Galveston, Angleton, Palacios, those are knocked offline. So you'll see what happened. You see how that got up to 81, and then we lost contact with it. So that's what knocked it offline. Across Houston right now, we're still getting those really tough wind gusts coming in from east to west. So hunker down. This thing did make a landfall in Matagorda. The eye is starting to expand and starting to dissipate, but it is still a Category 1 hurricane, and you should expect pretty widespread flooding. Look at the rainfall totals so far. Now, these are just rain totals that have been measured at airports. In between, there's going to be a lot more. You see that white area down there? There is a flash flood warning in effect. That's just to the south of Angleton. This is Lake Jackson down to Freeport. White means about 8 to 9 inches of rain. Can you believe that? I'll leave you with this here as we track the eye of the storm. It's become very large, about 50 or 60 miles across. And so the highest winds are really not even going to be as much of an issue near the center. The highest winds are going to be in rain bands moving outside the center, and then little things like this. Look at this one right there. You see how there's like a little mini rotation there, and when that thing whips through you around to the west of Lake Jackson, in fact, if you're watching this from Holiday Lakes, West Columbia, right now, that's going to be moving right over your area. That's rough. That's where we're going to see some of the highest winds with this system as it moves in. Rainfall totals have been crazy so far. We've had reports of storm surge. That's just one of the spots where we've had storm surge reported down here in Matagorda Bay. Early this morning, we actually had a tornado that touched down there, Jamaica Beach, that caused some damage to a home. So goodness gracious, this thing is a whopper, ladies, and we are going to have updates for you on all the latest watches and warnings coming up in a few minutes.
That's right. Our team coverage continues right now here at 6:30. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sally McDonald alongside Lena DeFlorius.
So good morning and welcome. All right, so the breaking news overnight while you were sleeping is that we do have landfall of a Category 1 hurricane here, Beryl, making landfall and making a mess. So just to give you some perspective here, the flash flood warning in effect right now until 9:30 this morning now extends as far north for you if you're waking up with us in the Woodlands, in Atascocita, in Spring.
That is unbelievable. unbelievable how far north these warnings are extending. This jogged just a little bit to the east, and so we even now have, according to the National Weather Service, a wind gust of 81 miles per hour on a weather station near like the city of Houston that is located pretty high up there, but still 81 miles per hour. Right after Houston has just finished, cleaning up after the derecho a couple of months ago. Now we're dealing with a hurricane that is getting ready to pass, right over Harris County and then up into Montgomery County.
For several more hours. We're thinking like 9, 10 o'clock. So it's going to be a while here before this thing moves out of the way. You've got more than 500,000 people now waking up without power. So it's a good time to put the chargers or the phones on the chargers, making sure you're at 100% if you do lose power, and also downloading our Fox 26 News app so we can get you those alerts for, let's say, a tornado warning, which we've already seen several of, so we can let you know what's happening when it's happening.
Right. Let's go ahead and take it down to Rosenberg right now. Good morning to you there. If you are waking up with us and you have power, consider yourselves one of the lucky ones. I want to show you what Rosenberg police have been dealing with this morning. They've been dealing with street flooding. They've been dealing with downed trees, power outages, and water rescues. Rosenberg police urging people to please stay off the roadways. A downed tree even fell on one of their high water rescue vehicles that was coming back from a rescue. So this particular high water spot and this rescue was happening on Avenue N just a short time ago. You can see Rosenberg PD out there putting up the barricades in what is almost knee-high water. So that is why we have folks urging drivers to stay off the roadways, especially when it is still dark outside. There is a lot of road closures right now in the city of Rosenberg, as there are in many other cities and communities around town.
Let's get you a live look at some of the issues that we're seeing on the roadways here. So we want to get you some looks outside. This is happening over at the Beltway and West Park here. Yeah, and this is just to give you an idea, thanks to our photographer Ray Williams, who's out there now. You're seeing the ponding of the water because there has been so much rain. We're seeing a rainfall rate of 2 to 4 inches an hour, but you're also seeing how quickly it's moving. I mean, it almost looks like a current because the wind is so strong, and those are two of the issues that we have to deal with a hurricane. So you're seeing that the road is, I mean, this is something you don't want to drive into. You want to turn around, not drown, because we don't know how deep the water is, what's in it. But in fact, you should take heed, just like everyone else in the area. They're not even out right here. You're seeing not one car, not one person, which is exactly what we want to see. Our officials asking us to stay home because we want to leave the roadways as open as possible for emergency response crews.
I'm surprised the traffic light is still working at that intersection. Chelsea Edwards is live at the Buc-ee's in Angleton. We have been checking in with her all morning long. Wow. She has just been getting slammed by these bands of rain, and it is not letting up for you at all, Chelsea. How are you hanging in there?
Oh, barely. We've been taking cover inside. Thankfully, we've been able to do that. But take a look again at what it looks like. It's not hard to imagine that it's flooding just south of us based on the amount of rain that we've been getting just here. And even though it's not pooling right here in this parking lot, it looks like we have a good slope going on. You can see just that rain just swirling up because of this wind. We got a couple more trees down. These aren't huge trees, but nonetheless, by those winds, 80 miles per hour, or whatever we've been getting within the past hour or so, that took down a couple more trees since you last talked to us. It's whipping up again. So my camera guy, I wish you guys could see him. You know, he's bracing himself like I am over here. The employees over here at the gas station, they just came out a few moments ago because these ice chests, the doors kept slamming open and shut, open and shut. We at first did not know what the noise was. It was so scary. But they've also been stacking up water to help brace the doors. I was telling you guys earlier how the wind hit these sliding doors so hard we thought they were going to come in on us. So that's what we've been dealing with, just hopping in to take cover here and there in between these live shots. But we're getting some light so we can see a little better now. Good to be able to just see what we're dealing with. So a few trees down. Once we pass, once we get through the eye of the storm, we'll venture out and be able to see what other people are dealing with. We've been getting reports of damage over in the Freeport area, Lake Jackson area. So we'll head that way and get a look. But for right now, we've been trying to take shelter. As you can see, the wind just keeps picking up. We're going to I don't know if we can call them breaks, but it seems like, you know, for a few moments it might die down a little bit, but then it picks right back up and we have to brace ourselves, keep ourselves from falling over. But yeah, as you can see, that rain still coming down hard, and these sheets just moving across the parking lot here. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
The sound of that wind and rain, it is absolutely howling out there. Chelsea, all right, you stay safe.
Pelting.
All
right. So you know what? The center of the storm, right? The landfall, the Iowa, was in Matagorda area, which means that, you know, in the middle of the eye, it was relatively quiet. So that's where we had Jade Fleury, and, you know, she was reporting like, hey, you know what? We did get some rain, and then it kind of moved out. And so now she's on the move.
Yes, she is heading toward Fort Bend County now, and it still looks relatively calm where you are. Jade, describe the conditions and where you're headed next.
Yeah, right now we're on Highway 60 headed towards Wharton. We're trying to get to 59 right now, but as you guys can see, we've seen multiple downed trees, but that's the most damage that we've seen in this area. It seems to be clearing up. There's a little bit of drizzle, still a little bit of rain and wind, but again, it's clearing up in this area.
Okay.
We see kind of leaves everywhere all over the roadway, but nothing really just blocking us from traveling.
Yeah, that's certainly good news that you're not seeing the power lines down across the roadways, and that roadway is going to be passable, other than, you know, for some branches and leaves down. Of course, we haven't made it all the way to the coast in Matagorda County to see what it's like there. I'm sure that once we make our way down to areas like Sargent and those areas, we are going to see, you know, much more significant damage. So where are you headed now, Jade?
We are headed towards 59 to get closer into the city, but our photographer said that we are kind of going to pass Wharton, I believe, and we're on Highway 60 right now.
All right. So because it is, you know, we're not like in the center of the city, right now. We're not seeing, you know, the majority of what we would see if you were closer inland. Okay, so we're going to let you hit that drive there, heading up to Sugar Land, which unfortunately we've seen a lot of rain and a lot of wind just getting pelted out there, similar to what
came
Chelsea
up another
was experiencing.
Tree there too.
Yeah.
Look, where they got to go around it. We're up to almost 1 million people without power right now, and that is just center point. We're not even talking about, you know, customers who are with other power companies.
Yeah, with other power companies. In fact, we had for Galveston County judge telling us that they had 11,000 outages on the island alone, and that's outside the center point area. So the numbers are definitely bordering the million mark here. So why don't we take a look here at the latest and who can expect the worst of it next? In our weather center, we have not one but two meteorologists, including our chief, Mike Iskovitz here.
Boy, you know, I've covered a lot of hurricanes. You've covered a lot of hurricanes. Seem to follow you for some reason. This one is really something else.
Yeah.
The number of you, the extent of the area that are seeing these incredible wind gusts of 50, 60, almost 70 miles an hour is really rare.
And this far inland.
This far inland.
And we're just not seeing it slow down. I mean, literally and figuratively, as this is moving at 12 miles per hour. So yes, that seems slow, but just think of how large this system is. And those outer rain bands we're starting to see move up north of Houston, and those winds are going to be following suit. So if you live in the Woodlands, you live in Conroe, no, you might not be seeing the strongest winds yet, but that's likely to come.
Yep, coming up late this morning, it's going to get a whole lot worse for you guys. We're seeing a lot of power outages. Yes. We've had well over 100,000 customers without power, and that's going to keep going up. We also have had lots of flash flood warnings now extended, almost for everybody.
Yeah. And you just look at the video of all of that water that was rushing on the one street, and I can't remember the intersection off my head, but that's not something you want to drive through. And the thing is, it's not just that road. There's likely a ton across the viewing area. We always say turn around, don't drown, but truly with this storm in particular, just don't go outside right now.
Don't go outside, yeah. I mean, that's the best way to avoid getting yourself into a dangerous situation, is to just not leave the house. That's the best thing to do. So I want to start off talking about forecast winds. We're also going to talk about power outages and things like that. So let's get to it. So, so far, the wind speeds have either met our expectations or in some spots even exceeded our expectations. This is a look ahead at our future cast for wind speeds as we head into, I'm sorry, I have the wrong clicker. That happens. This is a Futurecast wind speeds as we head into 9 a.m. this morning. Now, notice the center of circulation there near Wharton, that's where we have light winds, right? But wrapping all around that, really dangerous winds. Now, these are not 100% gospel, completely accurate. But this model's been doing a really good job estimating these wind gusts, and I have to say, I have no reason to disagree with it at this point. Freeport, a wind out of the south by 9 a.m., not sustained at 76, but gusting to about 76. League City could have gusts near 70. In Houston, we could have gusts of about 55 to 62. Keep your eye out for the Woodlands as well. Maybe 53 miles an hour. Houston, well, we've already had gusts close to 70. Could have it again heading into the afternoon. But the good news is that by late afternoon, for example, this is 4 p.m., we start to see the winds get more manageable. And then as we head into 8 p.m., we're in much better shape. The problem is many of you will be without power for a long time. Can't see anything from our tower cam right now. Heavy rain, an east wind at 39. That's from Hobby Airport. By the way, for those of you who keep up with barometric pressure, 29.5 on the barometric pressure. Average would be 29.92. So this is really below average. Over here, we're looking at video. Is that from Harwin? Is that the one that's over there on Harwin by the Beltway? Yeah? Is it? Okay. Well, then we do have, flooding that's ongoing in Houston right now. So very, very important that you stay home. Current hazards, a serious storm surge is taking place with an 8-foot storm tide. So high tide and storm surge down in Freeport. We have lots of flash flood warnings. We have lots of high winds across the area right now with the latest observed wind gust at Hobby Airport up to 68 miles per hour, 58 miles per hour in Katy, Pearland 59 miles per hour. And in addition, it's pouring down rain, and so just about every location is under a flash flood warning. Remember, a flash flood warning, most of the time when we have heavy rain, you'll get what's called a flood advisory. So that means watch for street flooding. Flash flood warning generally means that there's going to be life-threatening flooding taking place. And so, hopefully we don't get water in homes here, but if this doesn't let up after a while, some of these neighborhoods that flood more easily could start to experience some flooding. So Houston, Pasadena, Pearland, Sugar Land, flash flood warning until 9 a.m. We also continue to see this flash flood warning for Bay City, Clute, Freeport, and Lake Jackson. Also until 8:45 this morning. The 288 corridor, I know you guys have been hit so hard there in Angleton, Lake Jackson, just crazy winds. We've also had heavy rain with a flash flood warning for you. We're going to get an update from the Hurricane Center here momentarily, so it's 6:48 right now. We'll get an update at 7, but as of the latest advisory, they still had it as a Category 1 hurricane with 80-mile-per-hour winds, and we'll see if it maintains that Category 1 status for the 7 a.m. update. Moving to the north at 12, that takes it here mostly over Fort Bend County and then even over western Harris County coming up. By 11:30 this morning, it's already north of I-10. So we'll have some very much improving conditions for most areas south of Interstate 10, especially the farther north you go. And then by 9:30 tonight, it's past Lufkin on its way up to Texarkana. So we got that going for us. Rainfall totals, we continue to add to the rain bucket. Now, by the way, there's a lot more than 6.5 inches of rain in Palacios. Remember, that got knocked offline, right? We also had Angleton got knocked offline along with Galveston. So those totals were up until we lost contact because of the 80+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. Here's one example of storm surge. This was observed down in Port O'Connor early this morning, but they had inundation of about a 4-foot storm surge, storm tide. And strangely enough, even before the hurricane hit, there was an isolated outer rain band that actually dropped a tornado, basically a waterspout that moved ashore near Jamaica Beach, caused damage to a house there. We're checking out some of the cloud level winds that we could measure with our velocity product. We're seeing 68, 74, 83 mile-per-hour winds observed at cloud level. And, the power just went out at the station, so we're waiting for the generator to kick on in. So again, we have tons of advisories across the area, flash flood warnings. We also, for the yellow area, we have a tornado watch that continues across the area. We also have a tropical storm warning that's in effect across the area and hurricane warnings along the coastline. Futurecast rainfall. Remember, this is in addition to what's already fallen. So for the rest of the day today, additional rain in Fort Bend, Waller, Harris County, Montgomery County, upwards of anywhere between about 4 to 8 inches of additional rain in many locations, with rainfall totals of about 5 to 10 inches when you add everything up. Some spots more than that. We're already seeing some flooding taking place. You'll see there across the city of Houston. Combination of high winds. We've had, I think, 3 tornado warnings so far, no confirmed tornadoes. But as we check in with Allison over in the studio, this isn't stopping anytime soon. I mean, it's 6:50 right now. We're probably not going to see improving conditions in Houston until probably noontime at the earliest. Okay, we're going to go back to the desk first, but we're probably not going to see very much improvement here until about maybe noontime, maybe 1 in the afternoon. It'll start to improve a little bit, but can't recommend enough that folks need to stay put at home. Sally and Lena, we just had a power outage here at the station.
Our generator
we just heard that kicked up. Yeah.
Just like that. We have Fox Weather's Britta Merwin right now out at Surfside Beach in Brazoria County. She's actually been riding out this storm with the fire department.
Right, yeah. So you're getting a kind of the best view for us of what's happening there. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to hear all your voices. I wish it was under better circumstances. We got to the barrier island around 11:30 last night to ride it out with the fire department. And then shortly after 3 o'clock in the morning, the storm surge started to creep in, and the firefighters that were left behind with us, they wanted to move the trucks and invited us to follow suit and gave us an escort up to the bridge. So I'm going to have my producer flip the camera here. I'll take you guys for a little drive because we're getting more of a break in between these wind gusts. You know, Mike was talking about how strong these wind gusts have been. We've easily seen and felt wind gusts over 90 miles per hour here in Surfside Beach. This is the welcome sign. So literally we're coming off the bridge. Right in front of us is the Gulf of Mexico. So Lena and Sally, as you look forward, you're talking about at least a good 150 yards of Gulf water that is pushed up to the intersection here off the bridge. We have a lot of debris on the road, and as we turn the corner here and look back towards the fire department, this is the Circle K, the gas station convenience stores, you're coming off the bridge. This is the road to the fire department, which finally the water is subsiding. We have high tide that's actually coming up in about 20 minutes, but again, because we're getting more of a break in between these powerful wind gusts, that affects the storm surge. It's affecting that onshore push. So you can tell that we have pockets where we still have surge, but look at the debris as we roll forward. I'm going to do so very carefully because these wires are rocking and rolling, and we do have a wire that's drifting from one of the power poles. But look at all of the debris that's in the middle of the road. You'll also notice that we have about 6 vehicles that are kind of hanging out here. Many folks that, you know, decided to not heed the mandatory evacuation orders yesterday have kind of been doing that dance between trying to stay out of the storm surge and protecting themselves from the wind. So a lot of those cars are in front of homes trying to sort of break themselves from the wind. I gotta tell you, riding it out on the bridge itself was gnarly. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. It felt like we were in Jurassic Park. You know that scene when the kids are in the car and T-Rex starts stomping next to the Jeep itself? I mean, our entire car was rocking in the power of the wind. I'm just doing a little bit of a reverse here, guys, to get us in a safer position with the power lines because I just don't trust them. Although we're getting breaks in between the wind gusts, we still have powerful wind gusts, and these power lines have been dealing with very strong wind gusts for at least 4 hours at this point. So we're going to stay kind of at the base of the bridge here for a little bit. Kind of nice to see that the surge is subsiding. So as we start to feel more breaks in between the wind gusts, I'll feel safe kind of getting back outside the vehicle and checking things out. But we invite you to watch us here at Fox Weather. You can go to foxweather.tv to see how you can view us. Also, you can download our app. We're always on and always free. But, you know, just like you guys, it's been a long long, exhausting night. And, you know, Surfside Beach, it's a beautiful community. The last time I was here, I had my kids with me. So it's hard when you're, you know, showing up to these locations that you have fond memories of and you see them in such a different state. It's going to be interesting once the water goes out to really see what damage is left behind.
Britta, thank you so much. It's great to hear from somebody who was in Houston for so many years, knows the area well, has experienced hurricanes and tropical storms, and we will absolutely tune into your coverage. You can also find Fox Weather on Fox Local, which is the free app for your smart TV where you can find our live coverage as well as Fox Weather. Thanks so much, Britta. Stay safe out there.
And that is perfect, too, just in case you do lose cable service, because a lot of things are going to be kind of on the fritz right now. You know what? Let's get you a live look outside here. Let's take a look at Sylvan Beach. Take a look at this video here coming in from Harris County Precinct 2, where it gives you kind of an idea of what it's been like with the storm surge, with the wind, and with the rain. Again, we've seen inches of rain falling, like anywhere from between 3 and 6 inches of rain that's already fallen, expecting 2 to 4 more. And remember, this is for another couple hours that we're expecting this to be kind of on top of us in Houston before moving up north. Again, we have flash flood warnings as far north as Atascocita, Spring, the Woodlands coming in from the storm that made landfall a couple hours ago.
We also have a live look right now from Galveston. Let's take you down there. This is, I believe, along the seawall, right, guys? Okay, our photographer is along the seawall right now. Look at the wind whipping those palm trees around. The seawall is just right across from him there, and you can see where the rain is just moving across the roadway there so quickly because of how strong those winds are. There is a voluntary evacuation order for the west end of Galveston Island. Highway 87 on the Bolivar Peninsula has just become temporarily impassable. So the message from Galveston County right now is if you are on the Bolivar Peninsula, please remain in place. The Galveston Bolivar Ferry suspended service at about 2 a.m. this morning. So again, Highway 87 is now impassable.
And we also had County Judge Mark Henry on with us live here, and he did say the message for everyone is not to go outside. The advice from his office and from the Office of Emergency Management is to stay in place, to shelter in place, to not go outside. He said there's 11,000 power outages on the island alone. We've already seen a storm surge in the area as well. So the message from him and from the Office of Emergency Management, calling 911, they may not be able to get to you in certain locations in certain areas of the island.
Also in Galveston County, the city of Texas City is aware of the controlled flaring that is happening. You may notice the Marathon refinery had some flares this morning. Right now, the city is waiting for some updated information from Marathon, but Marathon has said that this was a brief power disruption that happened during the storm, that flares are safety devices that allow for the safe combustion of the excess gases. So this is a something that happens, you know, I don't want to say often, but this is something that we've certainly seen before during a storm. And so they don't want you to be alarmed that the refinery is currently flaring. Marathon says that they are working to maintain safety there for the community and their employees.
Because of power disruptions, which we've seen here at the station, the generator kicking on about 5 minutes ago. Also, we have nearly 1 million people now waking up without power as well. Let's take a live look outside and see how things are looking on the roadways. Not particularly because we want you to be able to navigate around. We're hoping that you're able to stay home and stay safe where you are. But we do want to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like outside. So let's take a live look outside to show you kind of, you know, we've had several situations where we're seeing not a whole lot of ponding of water because the wind is making it shift. But I'm also not liking the speeds that I see a couple of people out there. But this is a live look here at I-45 North at State Highway 105. We actually saw a transformer blow on the North Freeway just off the side of the freeway, which is leading to a lot of the power outages that we're seeing.
Another live look from Transtar here, 69, the East Tex Freeway at Collingsworth, so further into the city. And then here's 69, the Southwest Freeway at Newcastle, not far from the Fox 26 studios. You can see there are not a lot of people on the roadways right now, and certainly we want to keep it that way. This is not the time to be driving because in the next few hours, this is when Houston and surrounding communities are really going to get hit hard by this storm. This is further south, so this is what's coming our way here. This is 288 at Alameda Genoa. Visibility is definitely reduced in so many locations.
So let's get you over to one of our two meteorologists who are on deck for you this morning to keep you informed. So we do have Allison, who's walking us through, kind of the next dangers that are on the way and who's expecting to get the worst of it next.
Well, it's going to be the outer rain bands that are likely moving through Houston and then off to the north. I quickly just want to show you our power outage map, trying to show you at least once an hour that numbers, mainly along the coast, are increasing significantly. Actually, my in-laws live in Cypress, and they just texted me that the power just went out. And as we know, up towards Cypress, Tomball, the Woodlands, they haven't even, and League City also just lost power. So we're getting reports from our families, and you guys can as well. And if you're still watching us on TV, please, while you can, download the Fox 26 News app on your phone so that you can watch us live through that. Now, I want to take you out to our river levels graphic. Now, what this is showing also tides along the coast, and all of these little dots here that are shaded in red or orange, and if we can take links 1 again, that would be great. Keep switching over to a different source, which Mike is using at the moment. But we are looking at storm surge plus high tide down in Freeport is making the water at about 8.44 feet. So that is major flood stage, meaning that really that storm surge is something that we are monitoring out at Freeport. But let's talk about the several flash flood warnings that we have. The most recent one has been extended to include the Woodlands. But take a look. There's another that includes most of Harris County and the entirety of Houston, and then all the way down to the coast from Bay City to Lake Jackson, Galveston. That does not include Palacios, but honestly, it looks like that our gauges out there are just completely offline because of the heavy rain and strong winds. So unfortunately, we're not really going to be getting any updated rainfall totals from them. But here we go at Lake Jackson to Angleton, more than 7 inches of rain in the last 6 hours. We talk about street flooding. There you go. That's not something you want to drive through. And the thing is, you don't know how deep the water is because likely the strong winds are going to be pushing that water, rushing onto different street corners. So just please don't go out if you don't have to. We're looking at anywhere from 6 to nearly 7 inches of rain in total out towards Santa Fe to Alvin, Liverpool, and even out toward Holiday Lakes. And then lastly, I want to show you some rainfall totals inside the loop through Houston, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. Sugar Land potentially up to 5. These are radar indicated, so it's not an exact number coming down from one of our reporting stations, but still, it's just giving you a good idea of that heavy rain that just continues to drop. But it's 7:02, and I want to take you out to current wind gusts because it's just impressive coming from a meteorologist standpoint. I mean, take a look at these numbers out at Bush. Current wind gusts right now just shy of 70 miles per hour. LaPorte gusting up to 60, 62 in Hobby, 59 mile per hour wind gusts in Pearland. And then even take a look out west to Columbus, 46 mile per hour gusts. And it's actually interesting to watch the numbers start to drop a little bit on the south side of the storm as it's making its way toward Bay City. You're likely in the center eye, meaning not much is happening, but likely just outside, like we're seeing in Wharton, just shy of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So these winds, like we've been talking about all day, really aren't decreasing. Usually when we see these hurricanes and tropical systems move on shore, they tear apart pretty quickly. But the thing is with Beryl is that it was gaining strength up until the very last moment. I mean, we talk about the dirty side of the storm, the east side of the storm, and just how our coastline is, that all of those rain bands on the dirty side were over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico for much longer than what we were seeing on the west. That's really why it's kind of teetering, heavier on this northeastern quadrant. And now take a look at these heavy rain bands moving just north of Houston and likely heading up toward the Woodlands. But let's talk about the center, the eye of the storm. It's pretty elongated. We're likely going to continue to see it not look all too impressive. That's just what happens when it moves over land. But you can see Needville, Sweeney to Bay City. Honestly, even Wharton and El Campo, you're probably pretty quiet compared to what you've been seeing over the last several hours. That's just because the center of the storm is moving through. But all points to the east and north, it's a different story. Here's Angleton here. Take a look at that heavy rain that just moved overhead. I mean, we're talking in the last 15 minutes. That's going to be blinding rain and likely dropping a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Here's Baytown to LaPorte, down to League City, and even close to Texas City and Galveston Island. Looks like we're seeing some of that heavy rain now start to move off to the north. Pearland, a similar story. We're looking at very heavy rain through Houston as we speak. So still a lot going on, but I want to talk about what our GFS model says for some future wind gusts. So this is at 7:15, so in about 10 minutes, and honestly, we're already seeing those winds peaking at about 70. This is maybe a bit high, but think 70+ mile-per-hour wind gusts continuing for the next hour. And then we get into your 8:45 hour when, if this is where the center of circulation is, which it could shift a bit off to the east, just that's kind of the way that we've actually seen Beryl move over the last hour. It was kind of going north and then it kind of kicked off to the east a little bit. But nonetheless, still at that time, looking at wind gusts from the coast to Houston and then up toward Conroe, 65, nearly 70 miles per hour. And then once that center makes its way, you know, north of Houston, we're talking outside the loop there, that's when the winds will start to decrease south, but still picking up on the east side of town out toward Liberty, even into the Woodlands. And then by 2 o'clock, a lot of that heavy rain is going to be north of our viewing area and then continue as we head into the evening hours tonight. So, you know, that's something that we're looking ahead to, is that this storm is moving pretty quickly, and it's going to thankfully not sit overhead. But the thing is, it's really not decreasing in intensity all too fast either. That's why we're still seeing so much heavy rain, you know, heading up I-45. And so these are some of the rain bands that we've been monitoring. One over Galveston, another over Baytown, Houston, and then another one that's going to be moving into southern Fort Bend County. This is where the rain is falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. So you saw on the cameras that Lena and Sally just showed a few moments ago that it's difficult to see. So we just ask that you stay inside. It's not worth taking the risk, taking the chance to, you know, wherever it would be that you're going, just hunker down. We say that the storm is moving through quickly, and it is. Just a few more hours, and we wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more power outages during that time. But here we go with the actual forecast from the National Hurricane Center, and actually just in at 7 o'clock, so this must have come in just a few moments ago. We have seen the maximum winds drop just a bit, though. Really all morning they were at 80 miles per hour. Right now it's at 75, and then the pressure has increased by a little bit, but hey, with pressure increasing, winds decreasing, that is showing that the storm is starting to lose some steam. But we've talked about how it's not necessarily going to happen fast. So looks like as this Beryl does make its way further north, that I'd say this afternoon it's likely going to be dropping down to tropical storm status. So we're looking at about 65 mile per hour winds. And you saw that with our forecast model that I showed just moments ago, that yes, it will be below hurricane strength, but even within this, we still could be seeing gusts that are of that hurricane strength. And then rather quickly, it zips off to our north and east. And actually, Mike and I were going over some models for what tomorrow could look like. And honestly, this is going to be taking a lot of moisture out of our atmosphere. So hopefully it will kind of take it with it. So we're leaving you with this at the moment, but again, strong winds and heavy rain, flash flood warnings in effect across a huge chunk of the viewing area, meaning that any road has the potential for flooding at this point. If you live near any of the bayous, rivers, please make sure that you're staying vigilant. And we just ask that you stay inside, just hunker down for a little bit longer with us. And if you lose power, always remember to download the Fox 26 News app. Now we're going to send it over to Melissa and Heather at the desk.
And that is so important to do, Allison. We're going to be reminding you that all morning as more and more people lose power. Almost 1 million people without it now.
Yeah.
Good morning to you, everyone. Melissa Wilson here now.
I'm Heather Sullivan joining you in for Delon this morning, and we have a lot we want to update you about. We are seeing a lot of those power outages. We typically do see more as more people are starting to wake up and they realize their power is out, so we start to see these higher reported numbers. So they've been increasing over the last few hours. We also have flash flood warnings in effect all the way up into the Woodlands for Harris County, Fort Bend County. So that really is a situation that we're seeing all over right now, is really significant situations of high water, and that is why there's such an urgent caution for people to just stay off the road, stay home today. We still have a few more hours of this to go through, and we really don't want to see anybody get into harm's way.
And as we take a look and really keep a close eye on for you what's going on with our power outages, and you can take a look at Centerpoint and you can actually see where the storm went and who's lost their power. About 75% of people in each community are losing their power from this storm. So you have to figure that that probably is going to keep that path for quite some time. That means everyone north of Houston, in the Woodlands, Conroe, be prepared for that and know that so far about 75% of people are losing power. That is not a good stat.
Yeah.
So make sure your cell phones are charged, and please remember, I've had already viewers sending me messages saying, what do? I don't know if there's any tornado warnings. Get our weather app. You can get alerts right to your own neighborhood, and that way, if you can't watch us on TV, we're going to make sure you're covered with that cell phone. Just make sure you have it fully charged while you can do that.
Yeah, and if you have lost power, you know people who've lost power, go ahead and you can also watch on our website, fox26houston.com. We're live streaming all of our coverage there. So just really utilize your phone and download the app, because that will keep you up to date.
And we know that Centerpoint is doing everything they can to just get it back on as fast as they can. Right now, let's check in with Shelby Rose. She has been in Sugar Land in the middle of the storm for quite some time.
Yeah, and we know that the power's been out there for a while. You were showing us a little earlier, Shelby, the darkness all around you. Thankfully, the sun is up now, but how are things looking right now?
Oh my gosh, Sugar Land has just been tormented by Hurricane Beryl all the morning. It seems over the last few hours it really hasn't let up at all. Right now we're seeing so much rain, this wind. I mean, yeah, just let's point the camera down this street. You can just see these trees just absolutely whipping in the wind. The rain being carried across the road here. We've come across some incredibly heavy gusts. It was a couple hours ago when all of the power here in Sugar Land Town Center went out. It went out as soon as we had a huge gust of wind come through, and then this whole area went dark. And it's been the same story for this entire area. Ever since that point, we were watching transformers blow all around us. My parents live in Sugar Land. They don't have power. It is certainly something that is, that everyone is keeping a close eye on. And in terms of the flash flood warnings that we've had here, I've been trying to keep in contact with the city of Sugar Land. They posted on their Facebook not too long ago saying that there are high water over the roads reported all over the city. I'm trying to see if I can get some specifics so I can be able to relay that information. But I also saw on the Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management Facebook page, they had an entire list of places that had downed trees, high water areas, specifically 2 spots where there were cars that were stalled out because of that high water. That's Westheimer and Cinco Ranch, as well as 99 and 90, that little interchange that's right there. So moral of the story is that this area, Fort Bend County, Sugar Land, is just so inundated with water, and that it's something that you do not want to drive out in. Even like take the wind out of the factor, it is just how much rain that this entire area has just been inundated with over the last few hours. Hopefully it won't continue for much longer, but right now I am just, it's incredible to see how it hasn't let up hardly at all. I mean, whenever we've just been in between, oh, hold on, sorry, need to keep my footing a little bit better apparently. Sorry. Anyway, whenever we've been sitting inside the news truck in between live shots, our car has just been shaking because of these winds. Thankfully, we haven't really seen anyone out here aside from our first responders. Seeing Sugar Land police drive by every so often, as well as the Sugar Land Fire Department responding to calls, hopefully keeping everyone safe in this. But yes, if you do not have to be out, especially in the Sugar Land Fort Bend County area, please don't. But if you do have to, if you're an essential worker, just be mindful of how many roads in this area do have high water. And as we say all the time, turn around, don't drown. Back to y'all.
My goodness, Shelby, serious wind to almost knock you off of your feet. We're going to give you a quick break to recover. And thanks for being out there so we can really get a good sense of what's happening community by community.
Yeah, stay safe out there. Of course, we're very concerned for all of our crews out there. You're really kind of in the throes of this, so please stay safe. But thank you for giving us a look at the current conditions. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We want to go now. We have Mark Herman, the constable for Harris County Precinct 4, joining us on the phone right now to give us an update about conditions and any issues that they're seeing in that area. So thanks for being with us, Constable.
Glad to be here.
Can you give us a little bit of an update about what you're seeing in your area?
Yeah, so North Harris County, we're starting to feel the brunt of the storm. We're currently on generator power to our main station, our dispatch center. We're experiencing a lot of power outages. Intersections are blacked out. The good thing is people are obviously listening and staying, hunkered down, as Ed Emmett would say, and not a lot of people on the roadways, which is good for us. And it allows us to run these calls that have increased for us.
All right, and Constable, you've been the constable for almost a decade now. How do you compare this to former storms, and how did the other ones help prepare us for where we are today? I feel like the city just really feels like it's under, and the whole county feels like it's under control right now, and everyone doing what we've been asking them to do, which is primarily stay home if you can.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So past experiences with storms has allowed us to strategically deploy assets. As of actually yesterday, my office went to 12-hour shifts. We deployed our high water rescue equipment around the precincts, and we're basically in a state of readiness. We do have a lot of trees down and things of that nature. We'll be coordinating with Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Briones' office shortly, but we're going to wait till the storm blows through before we start actually getting those trees cut up. So we really need our citizens to stay hunkered down for a couple of more hours, let this thing blow through, and then there'll be plenty of time to get out and look at everything.
Constable, one thing I've been very thankful is that we have not really been hearing about injuries, deaths, anything like that being reported. But I want to ask you, while we've got you, have you heard of any incidents of people that have been injured by anything that's happened so far?
We have not. No, we've been blessed, not so far. And again, if you're in a safe area, stay where you are till this thing blows through.
And Constable Herman, this has been such a fast-moving storm, and in that sense, it's good for us because it just hasn't been able to just sit over the Houston area and dump that rain. That being said, we have seen about 3 high water problems on our highways, but just a few lanes here and there. No freeway shutdown or anything like that. So are there any high water areas that you're concerned about that we haven't heard about? Have your rescue teams had to be deployed anywhere?
Yes, we right now we currently have high water at FM 1960 and Interstate 45 on both sides of the service roads. We've deployed barricades and deputies at those intersections. Also, Cypress Wood at Champions Forest, which is where Cypress Creek runs through that area, that is completely flooded. We did last night move our entire patrol fleet of patrol cars, about 150 cars from Cypress Wood, from that back parking lot, because that's flooded too right now because of the increase in water into Cypress Creek. But those are the main 2 areas, as far as the roadways. But again, like you mentioned, it's a fast-moving storm. The water will drain quickly, and you can thank our commissioners for that, keeping the drains clear to allow that to happen.
And Constable, as a medical reporter, one of my biggest concerns always when we see almost 1 million families without power right now, not knowing when it could come back on. We know crews are working so hard. Is anybody with medical conditions, and that's something we've been warning in the past, just for people to be prepared for that. Have you heard of any calls that are coming in? Anybody in distress because they don't have power? Perhaps they need oxygen or any other type of medical device?
Yeah, we have not, but I'm going to tell you, the folks out here on the north side, they're good about calling us if they need a generator or they need immediate assistance. And, we have hundreds of first responders standing by. But again, we would rather let this storm blow through. But if someone's in immediate need, by all means, call us, and we'll be there in minutes.
Okay.
Very reassuring to know you're there. You always do such a good job of just making us feel nice and safe. All right, Constable Mark Herman, we know it's a busy day for you from Precinct 4. If anything's going on, anything you want us to know, please reach out to us. We'll do everything we can to help share that word.
All righty. Thank y'all so much, and have a good day.
All right, you do the same. Be safe out there.
We want to take you now to our Domely Keith. She is live near Atascocita in the Summerwood area in northeast Harris County. So let's check in with Domely right now and see what kind of conditions you're facing up there. Good morning to you, Domely.
Hey there, good morning. Yeah, as you can see, it's raining cats and dogs here in the Atascocita area. This is the Summerwood area, and residents are without power. You can see the tree branches there in the road, and as we continue to drive, you'll see that this is Deucin Parkway that we're on right now, and there is a downed tree that's across Deucin Parkway, and so you can no longer drive here. As we've been out and about this morning, we've seen a lot of people sort of speeding up and then slamming on brakes right here where their tree is down. So it really is a good idea to stay off the roads if you don't have to be out right now, because you just don't know what you're going to come upon. This storm is very strong and has knocked down a number of things in the roadways, knocked out power to almost 1 million people because of things just like this, down trees, down power lines. And as we try to turn around and make our way back the other way, we'll show you that. There's a vehicle coming just on the other side of the downed tree. So a lot of people are trying to take this road this morning, and this is Deucin Parkway right here at Deucin Park, where this downed tree is. A lot of people are trying to take this road this morning, but of course you can't get through because the tree is covering the road. We've also seen some traffic lights that are out because all of the residents appear to be without power in this area. We've seen lots of dark homes, but as the sun is coming up, we're trying to figure out if any of these residents have been restored power, but what we're hearing from Centerpoint at this point is that no restorations, electricity restoration could take some time. So as we are out driving, there is also some ponding on the roads because there's a lot of water, and as this water, it's going to take time to drain off the road, so there has been a lot of ponding. We've not seen any flooded roadways yet, thank God. Hopefully that won't happen, but there is a lot of ponding, and so that can sort of throw your vehicle around depending on the speed. So it really is a good idea to stay inside until all of this rain dries up, and the roadways get a chance to dry up as well.
Disheartened to hear you talk about so many people being out on the roads. I'm glad that we're not seeing these cars, but you were telling us that you've seen a number of cars out because we really want people to try and stay home if they can for a few more hours at the least. Are you seeing anybody that got into trouble, has had any issues, maybe that came into high water or had, issues where people are stuck?
No, we've not seen any, and of course a vehicle just passed us on the other side of the road there. We've not seen any people who've been stuck in any high water, and this is a good sign right here. This traffic light is on here at Deucin Parkway at Westlake Houston Parkway, so that's a good sign. Maybe some of the power is coming back on, but as far as drivers, we've seen a number of people who have just been out, and they appear to be in a rush. I'm not sure where they're going in such a hurry, but it seems like every time we pass someone this morning, it seems like they're going pretty fast, especially because of the rain. This gas station is still without power, and it's still closed. Here, this Shell gas station on Houston Parkway at Westlake Houston Parkway.
And it looks like
the door's still closed, locked up.
Yeah,
it looks like they might.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like, and the power. It looks like the power is out there. Didn't look at there were any lights on.
Yeah, this gas station, you know, as most gas stations are typically open at this hour, but because of the power outage, the gas station is still closed. There was a sign on the gas station a little bit earlier, not sure if the rain took it down, but earlier the sign said that they were closed because of the power outage. Oh, here's another tree across Westlake Houston Parkway. It looks like you still can pass possibly in the other lane. But here's another great example of why you should not be out and about driving this morning. Trees are coming down, power lines are coming down. There's lots of ponding on the roadways. It's just not a safe situation. It really is best to stay inside. There's a sheriff's deputy on the other side. Not sure exactly what's going on over there, but it really is. It's a better idea to stay inside if you don't have to be out right now.
Yeah, because it's so dangerous. You just never know when one of those trees will fall with the past few storms.
Yeah, very
fall
scary.
on vehicles, and it can be deadly. So such an important reminder. You can't just assume you're safe in that vehicle. And Dominique, we've been showing some Houston Transtar shots while you were talking of just the greater Houston area along I-10 freeway of Houston. Some fairly high water there. Vehicles trying to make their way through it. We see one right now driving
fast.
through it.
Yeah,
a couple. And we just encourage you. You just don't know how much longer that is going to be drivable. It doesn't look good. Dominique, you guys, please be so safe out there. Thank you for showing us what's going on and keep us up to date with what's happening in your area. Again, that was the Atascocita area, specifically Summerwood, northeast Harris County. And as the storm heads north, this is what we're going to be seeing, those down trees, power lines. We are heading into the beautiful part of Houston where there are massive trees, and that is going to be a huge concern with these winds.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, continued effects on the power outages when we see that as well. We were just talking about on the Katy Freeway there, a lot of cars, you know, we're sort of watching it on the big screen, a lot of cars, you know, rushing through pretty high water. And that is just a really, you know, dangerous situation. So again, if you don't have to be out right now, all of the emergency officials are urging people stay at home for a few more hours. We're really just continuing to see this storm continue to move through the area. We're not by any means done. We were seeing out earlier, Jade earlier was now in the calm, you know, things had gotten better, but of course we're seeing the really bad conditions. And this is a live picture right now of the Beltway at Harwin, where we've been looking at very high water here throughout the morning.
Look at that. It looks more like a lake right there in front of that shopping center, and just know that that is a fairly serious area where you do not want to go. Let's check in right now with our chief meteorologist, Mike Iskovitz. Mike, my concern now as this storm heads north is we saw so many weakened trees from the drought there. They're already in such a state of disaster there because those trees could come down now that they were weak anyway, and you've got high winds headed that way.
Absolutely right. One of my big concerns too are the trees coming down, and obviously the flooding taking place too. So Melissa, you'll remember this. You know the whole incident that happened years ago of, you know, the road is flooded, Tax Day flood, I think, or Memorial, and, you know, people were still expected to be at work and all that. And you would think that, and these enlightened times, that bosses would be a little bit more reasonable.
I remember you calling out bosses on air. In fact, our chief meteorologist, and saying that you need to let people stay home and live.
I'm not going to lose it this time, but I am going to. I'd like to read you a comment from my Facebook page, okay? And I'll leave her name redacted because I don't want her boss to get mad. But let's call her Susie.
Okay, Susie it is.
So she says, I know you mentioned on air, Mike, that you're shocked that people are out. But reality is some companies really don't care, and we have to show up. Thank you for keeping us informed.
Wow.
I mean, are you crazy? A lady responded, Carol, and said, well, let's call her Carol, said that her husband works in a machine shop on vacation, but the company told employees to show up for work at 6 a.m. in Pearland. They've had 60-mile-an-hour winds in Pearland. There's flooding. There's a flash flood warning in effect for Pearland. There's no way on earth. People are saying no job is worth dying for. I pray for everyone's safety. Shout out to Ashley Furniture in Katy. They told all of their employees stay home.
Yeah.
Who's going to go furniture shopping in a hurricane, right?
Even, yeah, and you know what? If your car is, I don't think anybody expects their car to be repaired today. I think you have a feeling it's going to be delayed a few days, and that's okay because everybody's safe. And Mike, I was so happy yesterday when our boss sent out the note, non-essential Fox 26 employees, stay home where you're safe and sound. Everybody else come in early to make sure you're safe. I mean, those plans were in place to protect everybody here, and I hope that people will heed that and bosses will listen.
I hope. Yeah, I mean, if any business owners are watching, I've never been a business owner. I mean, I work for Fox 26, but God, I mean, we need to be reasonable. I mean, the whole city's flooded. You can't get, I mean, no job is worth a life. And the thing is, if you care about your employees, why would you want them to risk their life to come to work? So we have a view right now of I-10 Katy Freeway at Houston Avenue. I mean, this is one of the areas right in town right now. This is right in the Beltway, right? Where, yeah, is this, hold on, I gotta get a closer look at this. So that's a bridge. Is what we're looking at the bottom of the screen, is that like Buffalo Bayou? That's Buffalo Bayou? Yeah, okay, so. White Oak Bayou. Oh, White Oak Bayou. So look, White Oak and Buffalo are already running high. And as I'll show you here in a minute, that's not going to stop anytime soon. So, off the soapbox. So to summarize,
you care, Mike, and we know that, and we love that about you.
But it's a very good point, especially in this day when we know if you really need your people to work, people can often work from home, you know, or to get something done if that's really, you know, has to be done. But you're right, you know, if people are being called in, they're being put in harm's way. Not to mention, if they get damage to their car, they're going to have expenses of repairing that. It's all. I mean, this is just a mess that keeps unrolling.
It really does. So anyway, let's get to more of the science of everything, guys, and I'll show you Hurricane Beryl and the latest information we have. Now, it made landfall as an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1. The landfall was right around Matagorda. I say around because when it made landfall, it was 40 miles in diameter. So it was difficult to say exactly where the landfall was. But it's now moving to the north at 12. So it's made it farther inland. The thing is, we haven't really seen the winds come down very much at all. They're still about 75 miles an hour. Here's the outlook for the rest of the day today. So coming up at 10 a.m. this morning, Houston's going to be in the thick of it. Even Fort Bend County, as the center of circulation is going to come somewhere near Katy. Now, the west side of the cone takes it near Sealy. I would lean toward the middle or maybe even east. A little closer to Houston because this thing's been kind of wobbling a little bit more off toward the right side or the east side of that cone of uncertainty. And then here's a look ahead. Look, by 4 o'clock this afternoon, the center of circulation is up there well to the north of Huntsville, and then it moves on out of here. So we're not going to be dealing with this all day. I wanted to show you how big the storm system is. So from the extreme north side of the rain shield all the way down to the farthest south part of the rain bands, 350 miles, give or take. Now, this is the threat for flooding here. These rain bands extend for 300 miles, and all of this moisture just is getting pulled into Galveston County and Chambers County and Harris County right now. So that's why we have so many of these warnings. This I saw, too, which was amazing. At the very end of this loop, if you look right here, watch Houston, at the very end of the loop, you're going to see this thing blowing up right there. So I turned on the radar, you know, to kind of see what's happening there, and we had on the backside, so this is still the really big circulation. So like if you're in Needville or Damon right now, you're basically in the giant eye of the storm. We had an eruption of really strong thunderstorms there in southern and eastern Fort Bend counties. This was moving up toward Missouri City, Sugar Land, Richmond, Rosenberg, and that was what sort of you saw as that big burst on the satellite imagery, and now it's all moving up toward New Territory and eventually back over there to around Fulshire. A lot of our stations have been knocked offline, and I say stations, it's an automated surface observation station, ASOS. That's what we have at airports. So for example, now Galveston was knocked offline, Angleton is offline, and Palacios offline. What happened was you saw this ramp up. We got 80-mile-an-hour winds, and then it got cut off. Right now, we're still seeing these pretty incredible wind gusts across Harris County. Hobby Airport, A wind from the east at 62. Remember, that's a gust. The sustained wind is more like 35, I think 38 or something like that. Bush Intercontinental, a recent gust of 67. Katy, a gust of 63 degrees, not degrees, miles per hour, excuse me. Tired. And Tomball, 60 miles per hour. Lots of flooding is taking place as we've been showing you. You'll see it there on the side of the screen. Roadways are flooded. If you leave the house, you're going to end up in a flood. You're not going to be able to get anywhere, so please just stay put. All of Harris County under a flash flood warning right now until at least 9 a.m. That's another hour and a half. It may be, of course, extended beyond that. Farther off toward the south, we also have a lot of really hard-hit places. If you live down in Lake Jackson, I know I've heard from some folks on Facebook who live in the Lake Jackson-Angleton area, and the question is, when is this going to stop? You know, it's been just relentless. Well, you're still in the thick of it there along that 288 corridor, but you're going to get in on this bottom side of the storm, which looks like it is weakening a bit more. So I think you'll get some relief within about an hour, hour and a half. It'll at least get a little better. It's not going to be fantastic. Really, from Lake Jackson and Angleton up to Roche-Sharon and parts northward to Fresno, we still have that very heavy rain coming down. So a flash flood warning continues until 8:30 this morning. Here's another look at the location of the storm. So as of 7 a.m., the middle of the very large eye, by the way, is just off to the west of West Columbia and off to the south of Needville. But like I said, it's a very large circulation. By noontime today, people are kind of asking, like, when is it going to get better in Houston? Well, by 12:30, the center of circulation will end up over here, probably around Lake Conroe. And so we're still most likely going to be dealing with heavy rain in Houston, but the winds will start to get a little more reasonable by then. This is the latest look at, again, the sustained winds and the wind gusts. So Pearland, for example, 38 mile per hour sustained winds, with a recent gust up to 59 miles per hour. Look, Sugar Land and Wharton are offline now, too. I mean, it's just left and right. We're losing contact with all of these observation sites because of the high winds. So no report from Wharton, no report from Palacios or Galveston either. Here's a look at your futurecast wind gusts, and this gives us a rough idea. Not going to be an exact number, but a rough idea of what's there potentially for the rest of the day. And I want to fast forward to 1:30. So we're looking at, what, about, 6 hours from now? A little bit of an improvement here. Still windy, but winds gusting out of the southwest at maybe 30, 35, 40 miles per hour, which will be, seem like a picnic compared to what we're seeing, out there right now. And then by still breezy, but a whole lot better. Heavy rain in Houston. Look at Hobby Airport. A southeast wind at 45 miles an hour with very low pressure in place as well. Dangerous Category 1 continues. Also, by the way, a storm surge is still taking place. We have a tornado watch. We have a flood watch. And we have all of these flash flood warnings that continue across the area. So many warnings to tell you about. The bottom line is stay put. And also, just a little reminder before we go back to the studio, when the power comes back on, if your house happens to become flooded, you'll want to go turn the power off at the breaker right now. We have had lots of instances, very sad, of people getting electrocuted after the storm passes and the power comes back on. So just keep that in mind. Might want to go turn the power off at the breaker if you are either having flooding in your house or you think that the house might actually flood. Back to you guys.
Very good tip. You mentioned the tornado watch, and I know that you talked earlier about in Jamaica that you believe a tornado did touch down in that area this morning. Well,
that's what the National Weather Service said, is that there was a tornado. I mean, it was probably a very narrow water spout that moved ashore, but it did cause damage to a home on Jamaica Beach. We also did have 3 tornado warnings earlier this morning, Fort Bend and Harris County. None of those have been confirmed tornadoes, but you'll often get very small, very fast-moving tornadoes in these rain bands, and by the time you get a warning on it, it's like it's over already. So you just have to be prepared to look outside and say, wow, it's really bad outside. You know what? It could suddenly get a whole lot worse. So, you just want to respect Mother Nature, and make sure you know that there could always be a little surprise jump in the activity.
That's a very good point. Yeah, thank you, Mike.
And now we were just checking out the power outages. He was talking about how careful everyone needs to be. We're at more than 1.1 million people now, or families, the homes without that electricity. Crews have been working so hard. They've already restored 312,000 people, so that shows you what they're trying to do. They're out there. They'll get you back on as soon as they can. Make sure you have our Fox app on your phone just in case yours goes out if it hasn't yet, so that you can stay in touch all morning long, all throughout the day to find out what's going on with this storm.
Yeah. We want to check in now with Chelsea, who has been out in the Angleton area, and she's really been battling a lot of the strong winds. We're so glad that the Buc-ee's there has been open as sort of a safe place for her and probably some others that have had to go through. But Chelsea, give us an update on, I understand you're seeing some damage in the area now.
Yeah, that's been our refuge here at the Buc-ee's gas station, and we were actually heading out to survey the damage in the area. We ended up circling back just because I want to show you a few things here. We mentioned some of these trees being torn down. You can see the one in front of us just uprooted and knocked over, and just taking a tour around here in the parking lot, we've been seeing some of these trash cans, these bins blown around, and even ahead of us or on the side of us, there's a creek that runs right around here, and it looks like it's at one of its highest levels. Now, this isn't the worst that we've seen right after a storm, but just a reminder for people who might be, since we're getting some sunlight, might want to head out on the roads. It's not over yet. Like we've been approaching the eye of the storm. We're just about there. Mike was mentioning getting a little bit of relief, but we're still, getting this wind howling. You can see the tree in front of me being pushed all the way over and how high that water is. So we're not yet to the streets where there's flooding. We've already seen the reports of flooding, but things to keep in mind because there is already debris out here on the roadways, and our truck was still rocking just a few minutes ago. So the wind is still pretty strong. But yeah, we're going to look at the damage. I want to show you this, guys, because we were talking about this maybe a couple hours or so ago. A guy came in to Buc-ee's saying that one of these ice chests that we kept hearing slamming open and shut. He said one of them almost hit his car, and here it is. We couldn't see it because when he came in, it was so dark earlier. The power has been out here since a little after 4 o'clock in the morning. But now that the sun is out, we're getting a look at the aftermath, and I just can't imagine. I mean, the winds out here around 80 miles per hour, upwards of that. It's hard to imagine moving this thing, but just to see how powerful these winds were to pick up this ice chest and toss it over here in the bushes, just incredible, and a reminder of how terrible these storms can be, even at a Category 1. So thank goodness he was okay. Nobody was injured in that. We're going to head out and take a look at what else might be happening out in the Angleton, Freeport area. We've been trying to make it to Freeport all morning, but now that things have calmed down a little bit, we're hitting the road, and we'll, of course, keep you guys updated on what all we see.
Wow, that is incredible, because that has to be a very heavy ice cabinet there. Please stay safe on the roads, Chelsea. We appreciate the update.
Will do.
And you know that the landscape in the greater Houston area is going to be changed forever. You saw the tree sideways. Think about how much work everybody is going to have to do out there. Let's take a look at Rosenberg area just to get an idea of what things are looking like out there. The Rosenberg police shared that information with us to give us an idea of what's going on. It looks like it's difficult to tell exactly what's going on, but you see here them putting up some barriers to block off the high water areas to make sure that nobody drives through there, because if you take a look at that, you really can't tell how high that water was. And then you saw it was almost up to his knees, and you see here looks like a vehicle that might be trapped because of it. Before the sun came up, it was probably very difficult to see how deep that was. And so we just want you to know Rosenberg still having some water problems. Jade Fleury is on her way there right now, so let's check in with her, see what it's looking like where she is and where she'll be heading into to give us a better idea. Good morning to you, Jade.
Good morning, you
guys. Yeah, like you said, we're driving through Rosenberg right now on I-59, and I know it's hard to tell through the camera, but the rain is still pouring down, and the wind gusts are still very strong at the moment. It is hard to drive through these conditions. Our photographer, Ed, is taking it very slow as we make it through the city, and some things that we've seen on the roadways are sitting water, which can be very dangerous if people are on the roads right now, so I would try to avoid that if you can. Again, we almost hit one of those puddles and we had to take it slow. When it comes to damage, we've seen, down trees, we've seen the flooding on the sides, but again, it's very windy, very rainy, and I would not suggest anybody drive in these conditions.
I just want to cut in here for a second because my phone was buzzing and we're like, what's that? Just another emergency alert coming in from the National Weather Service of a flash flood warning still in effect for this area now until 11 a.m. They say this is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order. That coming in from the National Weather Service right now, a flash flood warning. So that really is sort of the urgency of the situation.
All right, so from what we can tell from your vantage point, Jade, it doesn't look like there are a lot of vehicles out where you are. Is that true?
We see one person on the road right now, but obviously they have those emergency lights on, so they're making sure that they know that other drivers know that they're taking it slow and they're being aware of the road. We see a little bit of debris on the roadway from, those gusty winds, but it's really just that one car in front of us. Everybody else seems to be hunkering down, as they should be. Of course, those essential workers have to get to work somehow, but again, for anybody on the roads, I would suggest taking your time and being safe and very careful.
Absolutely. Jade, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing your reports coming in from the Rosenberg area where we were just telling you that police, they say that there are a number of high water areas, and again, the urgent call for people to just stay inside. We still have a few more hours of this storm passing through. And we want to give you a look now at some of the traffic situations around the area that we're dealing with. So first, let's take a look here. This is our TransStar camera from 288 at Holly Hall. We just got the live picture back in there. And again, we're seeing light traffic. We're seeing people out. Again, the message from emergency officials everywhere is if you don't have to be out, to please just stay home at least for a few more hours. And look at this. This is I-45 North right now at FM 2854, and traffic is kind of picking up. Thankfully, it doesn't look like they're dealing with high water in this particular area, but we've certainly been seeing very high water on some of our highways.
Oh, yes, we have. One of those problems has been just really right down from our station here along I-69, the Southwest Freeway northbound at Dunleavy. That was a problem a little bit earlier. Other problems along Beltway 8 near Alameda Road, Beltway 8 near the West Park Tollway. All of those have had some pretty major problems. We talked to the constable from Harris County Precinct 4 earlier. He was concerned about the FM 1960 area. So just know that there are plenty of high water areas out there.
Okay, and we want to show you, in fact, some closures that you need to be aware of today. These are all, were sort of called because of the impending storm. So many school districts and businesses are closed today. HEB is closed until noontime, and we have a full list of the closures on fox26houston.com. So if you're wondering, is the school system closed? Is my business closed? We are continuing to update that list there. Just go to fox26houston.com to get a look at what is closed. But really, all of the emergency officials are saying if you don't have to be out, if you don't have to be going into work today, this is the time to be staying home and staying safe. And that helps to keep all of our emergency responders safe as well, because we don't want to see any of them at risk because they're trying to rescue people that really didn't need to be out.
We've also been keeping an eye on what's going on with the Metro. Just so you know, the services, if you need a ride today, you need to know that it's suspended at least another 10-15 minutes, and that could really happen longer. So make sure you keep an eye on that. We're talking about buses, the Metro Rapid Rail, Metro Lift, all park and rides. That is delayed until at least 8 a.m. for about another 10-15 minutes. But we've got some pretty serious problems out there. You might expect that to happen even longer. We'll keep an eye on that and try to let you know just as soon as we hear any updates on that. We've also been keeping an eye on what's going on all over the place, closer to the area where this hit in the first place.
That's right.
It started all in Matagorda, moved up to the Galveston area. We have a crew there right now. It gives you a better idea. It looks like it's raining so hard it's difficult to even tell what we're looking at right now.
It's very hard to see. And we're going to check in now with Allison, because Allison, earlier we saw Jade in what looked like perhaps the eye of the storm, because conditions had really calmed down, and we know that will happen, and then it will kind of pick back up again as the other side of the storm. So can you give us like a sort of an update on, you know, for anybody who might be seeing that we're really not done yet?
No, and that's the thing. It's like it's a false you're in the clear, because you think, okay, things have quieted down, I'm going to go check my yard. But you don't want to do that, because that center eye is about 40 miles wide. Honestly, it's kind of become a bit elongated, but it is moving into southern Fort Bend County as we speak. But the thing is, outside of the eye is where the winds are ramping up. And if we can take Lynx 1 behind me, that would be awesome. Yes, there are, what looks like a tornado warning, which just popped up. So I'm glad that that went off. Yes, tornado warning for Chambers and Galveston County. So let me just get some info for you. We're looking at a severe thunderstorm located over Rollover Pass, or about 21 miles northeast of Galveston Pier 21. And the thing is, this is moving quickly. So here we go with our tornado warning. Again, portions of Galveston County as well as Chambers County. So if I can try to get you down to some areas, neighborhoods, Gilchrist up to Oaks Island Bayou, Double Bayou, and then just to the south of Winnie and south of I-10. So this is in effect for about, let's say, 10 more minutes. But they are saying that this is radar indicated, and it's moving quickly. So I want to get out to our velocity scan, and the best I have for you is going to be down here. Again, with these tornado warnings that I have seen, it is honestly a little difficult to actually pinpoint exactly where the rotation is. Now, the reason being, and you guys, if we could take Lynx 1, that would be great. Yes, let's see if... Okay, thank you. Yep. Okay, so we're good here. So I want to just get us out to some of the winds that we're seeing. So anywhere from 44 to likely about 50 miles per hour that we're seeing. Now, these are going to look a little bit different than our normal tornado warnings, which has bright reds and bright greens that are next to each other, and you know they're moving around. The thing is that the rotation is probably so small that it's difficult for us to actually see at this point. But we just want to let you know that there's some really strong winds that's going to be along coastal Galveston County. And we mentioned, look, there we go, one more loop of the radar, and even some of the winds on the west side of where we are seeing this tornado warning have decreased. So sorry, looks like there we go. If we can just zoom out a little bit. So this is moving at about 60 miles per hour to the north. It's all about those outer rain bands that we have been watching that move in that counterclockwise motion. So we see a lot of the action, you know, starting off into the southeast and then start to move off to the northwest. So that's likely exactly what we are seeing at this time. So once again, this is happening in portions of Galveston County and then making its way up into Chambers. So let me just see if we can zoom out just a hair here. So that's where some of the stronger winds are, but actually what we're seeing in the northern portion, so up toward Double Bayou here, there is some reds and greens that are pretty close to each other. But if we take a look at some of the winds, it's not all too impressive. Really where the strong winds are off to the south toward Gilchrist as well as High Island, anywhere from 30 to about 45 miles per hour. But again, it looks like this is going to be over Rollover Pass or just north of the Galveston Pier. So likely going to be in this southern area. So right down here. When we talk about a tornado warning, we mentioned that there is the potential for rotation that could even be making its way down to the surface. Right now, this is all going to be some elevated winds that we're monitoring at this time. And, you know, out over the open waters of the Gulf, we're looking at some stronger winds than what we're necessarily seeing right on shore. But I'm going to try to switch to our storm relative velocity, and it does look like maybe a bit more impressive of the winds down here. But once again, everything moving off to the north. Now, when we are seeing this tornado warning, and I can actually draw out a track. I'm going to have to zoom out a lot, though, because some of the strong winds that are down here are going to be moving north at 60 miles per hour. That means it's likely going to be close to the I-10 corridor in about 15-20 minutes. And this tornado warning only goes until 8 o'clock this morning. So it's likely going to be moving that way. Again, this is radar indicated, and you know, all morning long we've been talking about the rain. So if I just take you out to the reflectivity, I mean, just take a look at that heavy rain, the line that's extending from the coast and almost up to the I-10 corridor. Now, some of this rain is falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. So the thing is, you do not want to be outside for this. You need to be away from any windows. When we're talking about a tornado warning, that you're staying in your safe place. That's going to be the most important thing that we can tell you. But with some of these strong winds that we're monitoring and saturated ground, does come the potential for even more down trees and down power lines than what we've been seeing earlier. So right now, with the latest scan of our radar, we are looking at those winds anywhere from 35 to about 55 miles per hour. And we need some of these bright greens, as you see on your screen, to be close together. Now, you don't see really any red that's embedded within it like we would normally see during a tornado warning. You know, just with a severe thunderstorm, that's maybe much broader. But with these tropical tornado warnings, we actually see just, it's so minuscule that it's difficult for us to even show you on the velocity scan. But I just want to take you out to some roads that are embedded within this tornado warning. So just to the north of Gilchrist, we have Paisley and Maryland Drive. And trying to get down to street level for you, looks like White's Ranch Road. If you live there, please make sure that you are getting into your safe place. We have Smith Point Road, Rivers Road, Joby Wilson Road, Jackson Road, Fairview Road, and it looks like Garth Road and Canal Road. So if I mentioned a street that you live on, your family or friend, please make sure that you are getting to your safe place. Again, this tornado watch does continue till at least 10 o'clock, trying to get some word down from the National Hurricane Center if, you know, we do think that we'll be getting much from that. But again, this goes until 8 o'clock this morning. So the next few minutes, like we mentioned, really where we're seeing the strongest winds is going to be just north of Gilchrist, and we keep getting, you know, new scans of the radar showing about 56 mile per hour winds. So honestly, that is pretty impressive. And the thing is, it's not just where this tornado warning is, but out toward Sugar Land and, you know, even points off to the west. So we're going to continue to watch this for you. Again, it continues for about 4 minutes in Galveston as well as Chambers County. So we'll send it over to you guys at the desk.
Yeah, that was a great deep dive into what's going on. Thank you so much, Allison. We appreciate it.
And we keep looking at power outages. Every time I look down, it's about another 100 or 200,000
it just
people.
keeps climbing.
We're at a little over 1.3 million households now without power. So just know it is a very serious problem.
Yeah, and we'll probably continue to see those numbers rise again. That's typical when people start to wake up and realize their power is off. They report it, but we start to get a more clear picture of exactly how many outages we have.
Right now, we have Wake Up anchor Sally McDonald, who's made her way around town to see what's going on.
I can't believe she even got there.
I know. She's in one of the highest water areas. Sally, tell us where you are. We understand Beltway 8 Harwin area. Look how windy it is. You could barely stand up.
Oh, I tell you what, our photographer Ray Williams has been out here for the last couple of hours, so he's been able to give me a good idea of how these wind gusts have changed. Look at these trees blowing here, and this This is Harwin. This is Harwin at Hillcroft right here behind me. It is like a river out here. The wind just whipping up this water. It looks like a fast current is taking place out here. And despite this, we have seen about 24 drivers navigating through here. Some of them have turned around. We've got one driver over here who's saying, no way, I'm not going through this intersection. But there are a lot of drivers who have decided to just plow through here, and I'll tell you what, it is not a good idea right now at all. I mean, this water is so fast moving. That's certainly why I'm not standing in it. But we are right now in like the northeast eye wall of Hurricane Beryl, and so it's not uncommon for Houston right now to see wind gusts of 60, 80 miles an hour. We're not getting much of a break at all. Getting here was a little challenging. This is not far from the station, so I hopped on 59. I was able to exit Hillcroft and get right to my photographer here on Harwin. But take a look around me. There is no power to any of these businesses. We've got the street lights out as well. This driver right here, he had second thoughts a moment ago. He saw a couple people make it through, and now he's trying his luck at it. But look at that red car. Look how low to the ground that red car is. That water already up halfway to the tires. I think he's just got to keep going. Don't stop. You got to keep going. Once you're in it, you got to keep going through it. But it's not advised to do this at all because now it looks like he may have stalled out. We saw a Houston Police Department unit at this intersection a few moments ago. I thought maybe they were going to put up barricades. We have not seen those yet. And now this driver looks like he's probably gotten himself into some trouble, and somebody's going to have to go and help him. We have seen some people walking through this high water as well. In some cases, it is knee deep. So conditions continue to deteriorate out here in Southwest Houston. Again, we're at Harwin and Hillcroft. We'll continue to check back in, and I'm just hoping that driver is going to be okay and this water doesn't get any higher. Flash flooding occurring with the rain falling down, just aggravating the situation out here. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, yeah, going to see that. We're gonna stay on this shot with you, Sally, here for a little bit because we want to see how this. Oh, and here now we've got another one. It looks like perhaps the bigger, like SUV, the taller cars do a little bit better because this water is so high and they sit a little higher. But you know, for a sedan like that, and we certainly hope that these people don't like if once the engine kills, not to try and start it. I mean, at this point, they've got to be towed out of there. I mean, they're not going to go anywhere at this point. And of course, such a dangerous situation. And you know, so many times we have covered hurricanes. I don't ever remember seeing a situation like this on city streets in Houston where the wind is just blowing the water like that. I mean, what a dramatic sight that's happening right there. Yeah, and I feel like it even has picked up because we've been looking at this particular live shot for a while, and we saw the high water, but it looked calm. And then as soon as we went to Sally, you can see how strong the winds have picked up there. Yeah, well, welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, Melissa Wilson along with Heather Sullivan in for Delon today. Hurricane Beryl made sure of that water around 4 o'clock this morning. Yeah, she absolutely made her presence known. And I think, you know, because people were, you know, kind of looking at this and going, oh, you know, we're so used to, like, you know, Cat 4s, Cat 5s at this point that people are like, oh, it's a tropical storm, it's a Cat 1, it's going to be fast moving. I think, though, this storm has still kind of caught people by surprise that we're seeing these really intense winds. We're seeing really high water. You know, we're seeing so many issues. The power outages, we're well over 1 million power outages now. We're at 1.3 million. 1.3 million people in this area without power right now. So it really it's a very serious storm. So even though, you know, of course, in this region, we see a lot of this kind of activity, but you need to take it very seriously. And we're not by any means done. We are still watching this storm move through the area. And as we were just showing you, the winds have really picked up. This is at Harwin and Beltway 8, where our Sally McDonald is live right now. And we saw this sedan pull into this water. We're seeing several cars trying to get through this particular intersection, but you can see how high that water is. No one should be trying to get through that. No, and it looks like maybe they didn't stall after all. Maybe they're just fearful of moving forward because look, the car's moving now. So it hasn't, oh no, someone's pushing it. I just saw someone's behind, never mind. Yeah. So they are stalled and now they're having to push the vehicle. Yeah. So what a scary situation with the water just being swept all around them with the wind, and hopefully they'll get it to drier land and stay safe. safe throughout this. And something that's happening right here in our own studios, we're on the other side of Houston from where we're showing you this, but we're hearing things slam against our building. A few times we jumped out of our seat. We have no idea what's happening out there, so interested to hear what's happening, but definitely things slamming around all over the place.
Yeah, after Chelsea showed us like the, one of those really heavy ice cabinets that sit outside of stores. She was at the Buc-ee's. One was just like knocked over into the trees. The doors have been banging open on those. Those are heavy. Yeah, so that has us worried about what these big bangs are outside our own building.
All right, let's check in right now with our chief meteorologist, Mike Iskevitz, and find out where the storm is right now. Who's getting the brunt of it right now, Mike?
Well, we're seeing places like Katy, even right around downtown Houston and the south side of Houston, seeing some of the worst of it right now. Also, we've been watching, so Allison was telling you just a few minutes ago about this tornado warning over in Chambers County, Galveston and Chambers County, but it's primarily in Chambers County now. Now, the warning has expired, but I'm still seeing a little hint of a circulation over there. So I just want to tell you where it is. This is mainly like in farmland, very, very rural to the south of Anahuac, but if you're watching us from that area, maybe you downloaded our app, and you're watching it on our weather app. Here's what I want to show you. There's I-10 way up there. There's Anahuac and Winnie. And down here, there's a little hint of a rotation there. And so we want to keep an eye on that. This is going to be moving almost due north. So general direction of Anahuac just about. So just keep that in mind. There's not a warning on this right now at this time, but yeah, because that's just expired. So there's not a warning on it now, but there could be. So who's getting the worst of it? Yeah, I mean, right in Houston, Katy. So by the way, this, because we were checking in with Shelby Rose, was in Sugar Land, and so she was getting battered around. Now, Sugar Land's kind of getting in the eye of this thing. And now what was in Sugar Land is moving up toward Katy. So Cinco Ranch and Katy right now getting in. You guys will definitely want to stay away from the windows. Really, really high winds moving into your area right now. We've recently had a 76-mile-per-hour wind gust at Hobby Airport. We also are now starting to get really sort of forming individual ones. You'll see there on the coastline, and that's heading in Galveston County, Chambers County. Winds too, and so we will, have to watch for any additional warnings that come out of that one. But the winds are still tremendous, and a little bit more here. So Bush Airport 53. Remember, these are the difference between a sustained wind is a 1-minute average of the wind, and then a wind gust is what's called the instantaneous wind. So it's just like the one, poof of wind. And so right now, the latest wind gust, Katy 64, Tomball 55. Bush Airport 53 miles per hour. And then zooming in on here, Ellington Field, which is on your way getting a little closer to the Space Center, 62 miles per hour. And in LaPorte, roughly the same, 61 mile per hour wind gust. A very large system, as I showed you earlier. It's about 350 miles from north to south, at least as far as the field of its rainfall, with these big rain bands beginning to trail in behind it. And this system, really what's amazing is, yes, it is going to gradually start to weaken as far as the winds are concerned, but it just is not weakening very fast. In fact, there's been a big flare-up of activity. That's what's over Houston right now, and over Katy right now, and over Galveston County right now. All of this after the landfall. You can't really call this an eye anymore, but the circulation is huge. When it made landfall, it was about 40 miles across. Now we have this huge area from Wharton and El Campo all the way across to Highway 288, where there's not that much rain falling and where the winds are relatively light. All around the outside of that, it is just awful. Across Galveston, northern Brazil, heading up to Harris County. I want to let you know that the flash flood warning has been extended for Harris County. It was set to expire at 9 a.m. The flash flood warning is now in effect until 11 a.m. We have seen very serious flooding. Sally McDonald was just joining us out from around the west side of Houston, Beltway area, over there, I think around West Park-ish, that area. And also, we've seen some flooding taking place along White Oak Bayou, or at least a very high level of White Oak Bayou near downtown as it approaches downtown, and I'm sure Buffalo is rising as well. And one thing to keep in mind, guys, is that In addition to all the heavy rain that's coming down, we do have a storm surge that's taking place down here on Galveston Bay. When there's a storm surge, everything drains into Galveston Bay. Buffalo Bayou turns into the ship channel, drains into the ship channel. The ship channel is attached to Galveston Bay, and so when the Galveston Bay rises, the water in the ship channel rises, and therefore all the rivers that drain in there will also start to rise. So it puts a lot of pressure on Buffalo Bayou and White Oak Bayou and Greens Bayou also, because of the combination of all the rain draining into it and the storm surge that's preventing it from flowing downstream. A flash flood warning continues until 10 a.m. You guys have had some of the worst around Lake Jackson, I know. In fact, we had Chelsea down there. The sign at Bucky's got knocked down, and I mean, it was pretty high winds. And so that's going to continue. And here's another look at, this rain band that was just slamming the 288 corridor has finally moved off toward the east. Watch out in Liverpool. Watch out in Alvin. Watch out around Manville. This is going to be some of the heaviest of the stuff coming your way as well. We will get an update. Let's see, we just got the 8 o'clock update on Beryl, so this just came in. Winds are still rated at 75 miles per hour, so that means that the National Hurricane Center has not downgraded it to a tropical storm. It's been over land now for 4 hours, made landfall at 4 a.m. near Matagorda as an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane, and it's still hanging in there with some small areas of 75-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. It is moving north at 12, so that's good because it is going to be, moving along, but that means it's probably going to take about another, well, I would say about 3 hours or so to make it, maybe a little less, to make it up to I-10, and then we'll start seeing some drying coming down on the bottom side of it. By 1 this afternoon, it looks like it'll be north of 288, making its way toward around the Montgomery area, and then after that, by 5 o'clock this afternoon, we're starting to see some big improvements across the area, I believe, as this thing moves right out of our area. So again, that's where it's located right now. The center of circulation is just south of Sugar Land. In fact, if you're watching us from Sugar Land right now, you're going to be in, I mean, it's not much of an eye at this point, but basically it's a similar concept. You're going to be like right in it, and then from there it could move across Katy as well. Still a dangerous Category 1. These are the current hazards. A storm surge for Galveston Island, a storm surge for the Galveston Bay communities as well. So try not to venture out near the water, Texas City, San Leon, Kemah, Seabrook, Morgan's Point, in those areas, and keep in mind, like I said, anything that drains into the bay is also going to back up. I'm talking about the San Jacinto River, the Houston Ship Channel, even places like Dickinson Bayou and Clear Creek are going to have some rises because of the combination of rain coming down on those bayous and creeks and rivers, but also the rise in the body of water that they drain into. Flash flood warnings are in effect. I mean, we're begging you to stay off the roads. I mean, we've just seen havoc out there on the roadways. I mean, you just please stay off the roads. And if you know somebody who doesn't watch TV and doesn't check weather on social media, and we know people like this, text them, please, and tell them don't get out on the roads. We have a flash flood watch. We have a tornado watch for all of southeast Texas. We have widespread power outages. Melissa and Heather just told us as of the latest update, 1.3 million customers, CenterPoint customers without power. We'll have a vast improvement by the early afternoon. That's my bit of good news for you. Futurecast wind gusts. Let's fast forward ahead toward 10:30 this morning when we could still be looking at 60 mile per hour wind gusts in Houston, maybe still 60 mile per hour wind gusts down in Galveston County. But take a look at what happens after that. By 2 o'clock this afternoon, we really start to get some relief for folks down there to the south around Palacios, Bay City, Lake Jackson, Freeport, in that area. And by 5 o'clock, we're going to see some vast improvements across the entire area. Here's the Futurecast of Beryl. One thing to keep in mind is that even when the eye passes, because right now it's just south of Sugar Land, and it looks like it's actually going to pass just over the Katy area, we still have rain bands coming in behind it. Each one of those rain bands make with it a chance for tornadoes and a chance for very high winds as well. I want to skip ahead here and show you the Futurecast because this dip, there's a trough in the jet stream. That's why this thing ended up getting steered in our direction, unfortunately. Here's a look at the futurecast. So high winds and rain this morning. Here's a pause at 11 a.m. Here's 1:30 p.m. And now here's tonight. So by 9:30 tonight, drying out. I mean, conceivably, we could see the sunrise tomorrow. You know, well, I mean, the sun is going to rise, but we could see the sun. And then I just wanted to tell you what's coming our way after this. Well, after hurricane conditions today, we're looking for about a 30% rain chance for tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. So the good news is, Heather and Melissa, that we're going to have a ton of people without power. We're going to have some trees knocked down. We're going to have a lot of cleaning up to do. The weather looks like it's going to clear out of here pretty quickly. So it's better than it hanging around for 3 or 4 days.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, we definitely got lucky in that department. We just got word in, though, that one man has died in this storm. Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez just tweeted out that it was a 53-year-old man. He was in his home with his family, and a tree fell on top of it.
It is so sickening to think about somebody doing what everybody's been asking to do, stay home, be safe. But we understand that the tree fell on his home, and then he got trapped under debris in his own house, and he didn't survive. And so just thoughts, prayers with everybody. Their first responders are at that home right now. Again, we're hearing that from Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, and they're saying, again, it happened in the Kings River Village in Humble. So just hugs to everybody. We are hearing so much banging around outside here at our studios. You may see some flash of lights because the power is in and out. Our generators keep kicking on. And so I just heard from Ruben Dominguez, one of our reporters, and he's been making his way around to figure out where some of the hardest hit areas are. He said it's pretty bad in the Heights right now. He said it's the highest winds they're seeing in that area so far today.
Wow, yeah, we're definitely still dealing with some very serious conditions, even though, as Mike was saying, we're starting to see that eye, which is where it's calm, moving towards Sugarland. And we're going to give you a picture of what's coming up in Sugarland coming up soon. And that's going to, you know, people will think, oh, it's safe to go outside, but there's still like the whole nother side of the storm that still has to come through. And yeah, the winds are really strong from what we're just hearing here in our studio. We do want to go to Tom Ramsey, Harris County Commissioner Precinct 3, who's joining us on the phone to give us a little update on some of what he's seeing and some of the resources that are available. Good morning, Commissioner. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning. Thank you for the frequent updates. That really helps.
Yeah, and yeah, again, we're very sad to have to report that, we've just been hearing from Sheriff Ed Gonzalez about the first death in this storm, a 53-year-old man killed when a tree fell on the house. Are you hearing about that incident or any others?
That's actually my precinct.
Yeah.
We have people headed over there now to help remove the tree and deal with anything that's immediate. And currently, the reports that we have in from all our different service centers, we probably have hundreds of trees down on roadways. I know the storm was bad 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Draco, but this is more impact in terms of roadways than then. But at this point, we're only moving trees. We can't really cut up or haul off. At this point, we're just trying to clear the roadways. But you've said it over and over. People should stay home. We have yet to experience the worst part of the storm. We're in the middle of it right now.
Tell us about what you're most concerned about at this hour. Do trees seem to be the biggest concern, or do we still have some high water areas that you really want to make sure people know about?
I think at this point, the immediate concern is trees on major thoroughfares, trees on people and property and other things. So it's probably the wind damage, but that'll shift very quickly in a couple of hours to more of a drain, flooding, and those kinds of issues. We've not got reports in terms of structural flooding at this point, but that doesn't mean that it hadn't happened. Maybe we just hadn't got the calls in, but our people are out there monitoring the bayous. I know a creek near me has risen 5 feet in 2 hours. Now it's got another 5 feet to go before it leaves its bank and start doing real damage. But I would think the immediate concern is the wind damage and dealing with everything on the roadways. And within a couple of hours, I think this is going to be dealing more with the flooding side of it and And we really can't assess that until the storm moves out. And right now, I think the eye is just to the west of us going up the Brazos River. And that's just the worst location for us here in Harris County, particularly in Precinct 3, which is the Tomball, Cypress, Spring, Humble, Kingwood, Memorial Village area. They're all getting hit pretty hard right now.
Commissioner, one of the biggest questions I'm seeing from our viewers online and the people who are reaching out to me is just the concern of how long their electricity will be out. And it's so difficult for us to answer that. From what you're saying, can you tell if power lines are down or if the generators are being blown out from wind? Any idea of what's happening out there? They're just so concerned about, is it going to be days? Will it be hours? And again, difficult for us to answer that.
I think the only thing I can do is reference the storm 3 weeks ago. We were, for the majority of folks, it was less than 4 days. Some got on earlier, some had a couple of days after that. But I know Hurricane Ike, and I hate to mention this, Hurricane Ike was 3 weeks for a lot of folks. So hopefully it's more like what we just experienced 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, where the power for most folks was back on within 4 or 5 days. I know CenterPoint has roughly 2,500 crews, but they can't mobilize until the storm winds lay back, and they can't really assess the damage until the storm passes. So we're probably a day of assessment in terms of what the problems are. Of course, CenterPoint will get those back on as quickly as they can based on the amount of damage. But it's whether a transformer's blown or whether trees have taken down power lines. I'm not seeing the damage with power lines on the road that we saw during the event 2 or 3 weeks ago. So maybe that's some good news, that maybe the power has a better chance of getting back on more rapidly than what happened even 4 weeks ago.
I wanted to ask you, you've been through a number of these. You kind of were talking about some of the past ones. You know, how do you think that this compares to what we've seen in the past? And do you feel like how prepared were we? Do you feel like there are things that we maybe should be, learning or looking at as we continue to, expect a pretty serious season?
Well, I have to tell you, I'm encouraged going into the storm. After Harvey, we've done a lot of infrastructure improvements in the county and the city. I'm seeing those actually working in terms of removing the water, draining the water. So I think in terms of making this area more resilient, after Harvey, I think we've done that. But the unpredictability, every storm is different. Every one of these ends up being a little bit different. And I don't know that, I can't remember an eye coming up on the west side of Houston quite like this one with the wind. Remember, Ike was on the east side of the county coming up, and we were getting probably less wind. But even the Draco that we had a couple of 3 weeks ago, we've collected enough debris between the city and the county to fill up NRG. And here we go again. Now we're having winds, in some cases, maybe not 100, but sustained winds of 70 will do a lot of damage, hopefully not to the extent that we experienced 3 weeks ago.
All right, Commissioner, before we let you go, any last words of advice for our viewers about anything that you want to make sure that they're thinking of right now at this hour?
Well, the safest place to be right now is in their home. So I know that we had that unfortunate incident out in Humble, but really is in your car in these circumstances. Please stay out of the weather. If you identify significant issues, it could be flooding, it could be wind damage, please call in, and you can call the 311 number and we'll get it. And again, I think just remain in certainly through the early afternoon. Just stay home.
All right, there you have it. Harris County Precinct 3 Commissioner Tom Ramsey, valuable time spent with us this morning. Thank you for all your words of advice and of reason and just all that great information.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're responding to that very tragic incident where we, again, have had one man die, a 53-year-old, when a tree fell on his home. You know, we've been talking about the eye of the storm kind of moving towards the Sugar Land area, and that's where our Shelby Rose has been live for us throughout the morning. We want to check in with her now. Shelby, earlier we were seeing you dealing with really strong winds and, of course, vast power outages there. So how are things looking right now?
I mean, it's night and day difference, right? We're only seeing like a very light sprinkle. The winds are still coming through, don't get me wrong, but it is certainly a nice break from what Sugar Land has experienced for hours now. I mean, it was torrential with these incredible gusts that were ripping through town center here. But now that it's daylight, we're starting to get a look at what it's left behind. I mean, here's the elephant in the room behind me, just at least one down tree here in the town center area. Now, it looks like it's like completely over a car. I kind of got a little bit better look at it, and it really kind of almost missed that SUV right there. Maybe some scratches to the paint job, but definitely something that could have easily crushed that car if that car would have been just a little bit over to the right. But if we swing the camera around, we can also see some more damage that is also in the town center area. You can see all of those trees that are down over there. We've seen a lot of city crews that have been driving around in golf carts, kind of assessing the damage and taking photos. But it is nothing that we're seeing, you know, a high dollar amount of damage, at least in this immediate area. But we also know, aside from the winds and what that did, the rain and just how inundated this area has been all the morning long. We are seeing a lot of flooded roadways, some that are stalling out cars, trees that are overtaking roadways. And so both the Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management as well as the city of Sugar Land are just really asking people to stay home and stay away from the roads because they are still flooded. And of course, yes, it is a nice breakout right now. We are only seeing like a little bit of wind and some light rain. People in Sugar Land may think, oh, we're good. Absolutely not. We still have, obviously, the second half of Hurricane Beryl that is hopefully not going to come in the near immediate future, but definitely is going to come and hit us soon. And so, yeah, we're just going to be standing by and waiting to see what will happen in a little bit.
Glad to see that you're getting a break from that, Shelby, because we looked at her earlier. She was really, getting
couldn't even
blown
stand
around.
up. I mean, she really couldn't even keep her footing. Shelby, enjoy the break because we know it's
a few times where I thought I was about to blow over.
Yeah, you did a few times, right? So enjoy that break because we know it's going to be coming back at you. And we just want to remind for people, when you think about all the serious things that people have going on in their life, maybe they're going through cancer treatments, know that places like MD Anderson are not opening their doors until at least noon today. So check in with your doctor. More than likely, if you're trying to get out and about and you're stressed, thinking that maybe you're going to miss a really important appointment, it may not be happening. So really important to do that. Make sure you can reschedule whatever you can to make sure of that.
Absolutely. We want to go now to Tom Ziska, who is live for us in Katy. We understand the last time we were talking to Mike, Tom, he was saying Katy was actually getting hit pretty hard. So we're curious to see how things are looking and feeling out there for you right now.
Heather, Melissa, good morning to you. So we have that relative calm of the, I don't want to say we're in the eye of whatever Beryl is, but we're certainly close to it. So it's breezy, but not like it was and has been for much of the area that's been affected by this storm. By the way, I'm a much bigger person than Shelby, so I'm not going to get blown away. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but today I'm going to take it. By the way, photographer Tori also, we're going to be okay. So driving here, just echoing what CenterPoint has been telling, a lot of the power on this west side is out. No big shocker there, that 1.1+ million people and customers out of power. I saw a couple of pockets driving up from the Richmond Fulshire area to here that had power, but most of it is out. Most of the damage is wind damage and not serious so far. Lots of trees, lots of fences, branches over the road. So if you do venture out, that's the Harris County Sheriff's Office. There's a collection of deputies just around the corner. They're being prepared to be deployed. So they were just saying hi, by the way. But anyway, some of that minor wind damage in the scheme of things. Maybe some roofs, some roofs that have had some shingles damage. But this sort of stuff that you're seeing, trees being blown over, very, very common in what we have seen by light of day. Most of it, though, as the rain continues, the wind continues, and the light of day, we'll be able to get a better sense of what has happened. But already I've heard from some folks who have said, hey, Tom, good morning to you. Lost my fence, got a leak in my roof, that sort of thing. So if you have a power generator, use it intelligently, but for right now, as we're in a covered area right now, so no real damage or threat to us right now. But we will be getting out into the elements as the light of day progresses, so we can see what Beryl has brought, folks. Live in Katy for now. Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
Hey, Tom, really quick before you go, I'm curious, were there any issues you had getting to where you are in terms of flooded roads? Did you see any flooded roads, places people need to be, avoiding?
No. So there was ponding on the roads, and you just needed to be aware and drive slowly. I drove slowly and had my my hazard lights on. There weren't a lot of people intelligently out on the roads, just folks like us. But that was really the only collection of water that I saw. Now, I saw a lot of ditches and some reservoirs out here that are getting full, but not dangerously so at this point. Folks like George Bush Park, people mentioned that last night when I was at work. That'll be full of water because that's a reservoir that's supposed to collect water. But most of the usual ponding spots on roads is what I'm seeing is collecting water, but not widespread flooding yet on the west side of town.
All right, it looks like it'll be heading back your way very soon. All right, Tom, thank you for the update there. Be safe. Appreciate it. We'll check in with you in a little while. And he mentioned earlier about being so careful with those generators. Just a reminder, everyone, there are going to be so many people in our area relying on a generator, perhaps in the coming days. And just know that every single hurricane, we end up losing somebody because they get it too close to their house or even put it in their home. You have to keep it so many feet away, 20, 30 feet away from your home, I believe, to make sure you don't get carbon monoxide poisoning. So please be so careful. Make sure you know the rules and the directions, follow them closely so that we don't have any more tragedies.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to get you updated now on the very latest. We've got Allison in our weather center monitoring the latest conditions and to give us an update. Allison?
Guys, get this. 84-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Hobby. That is so incredibly strong. We talk about how the power is out, down trees, down power lines. These winds are the real deal. You need to stay inside because on top of where we're seeing some of the strongest wind gusts right now, out from Pearland to Katy, Tomball, all about 50 to nearly 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Again, Hobby has been, this is the peak that we have seen so far, but is there the potential for some higher wind gusts? You betcha, especially in some of these outer rain bands. But take a look at spots to our north. Cleveland at 22-mile-per-hour gusts, Conroe just shy of 50, and Huntsville at about 36-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So right now, it's the wind and it's the flooding we need to keep a close eye out for. I just want to take you down a little bit. So the center of the storm is now moving into Sugar Land. So where I'm showing you right now, Lake Jackson to Angleton, Sweeney, you are actually on the southeastern side of the storm. So I would say from here on out, winds are likely going to begin to decrease in intensity as that center of the storm starts to move north. But spots and folks that live in Houston, live out toward Jersey Village. We're talking the Heights, out toward the airport, even into Cypress, Tomball. You're still seeing sustained winds 45 to 55 miles per hour, but we have seen those gusts even higher. So it's important that you're staying inside. With this wind blowing the rain, it is going to be bringing dangerously low visibility, difficult for people to see. So just stay inside. This storm is moving pretty quickly here, but I want to show you the extent of the rain bands. all the way now just south of Tyler, the most outer rain bands, and then to down in the Gulf of Mexico. It is spanning about 374 miles long. So the thing is, there's still some strong outer bands. It's over the open waters of the Gulf. Warm waters, not surprised that, they're still bringing some storms, heavy rain, and we're even seeing some lightning in some of the spots near Galveston, and I'll get to that in a moment. But here we go. This is the center of the storm. Not well defined at all, really, but you can see extending from Eagle Lake and then likely to Sugar Land. So folks in between Needville to Pleak, maybe you're going to be seeing some light rain, but all in all, the winds will be really low. But where we're seeing some of the strongest winds, like we mentioned out at Hobby, and the heaviest rain, it's going to be this band right here, just on the edge of the eye. And that's dumping a lot of rain at this time. But I do want to take you out to Galveston because we talk about these tropical systems, and that does not go hand in hand with lightning. Really, you don't see much of it. But the lightning count is decreasing a bit, but just off Galveston Island, we are looking at about 12 lightning strikes. So keep that in mind if you do live along the coast. But let's take you out to Katy. Actually seeing a bit of a lull in that heavy rain. If anything, it's moving toward Brookshire and points north. Sealy also seeing just some very light rain. But take a look at Houston to Bel Air. We're looking at South Houston to Pasadena and even down to Pearland. It's almost like a wedge here where that heavy rain, it's just like a corridor of rain that's going to continue up into the heights and even moving outside of the loop at this time. Taking you out a little bit further to the east. So we're looking at portions of up near Baytown and Baytown rather, and then making its way up into Liberty County and even out toward Atascocita. That heavy rain setting up over Spring toward the Woodlands, Tomball. Actually, Cypress and likely over into Bridgeland. You're probably going to be seeing the rain decrease just a bit as the center of the storm is just off to your south. A bit closer to I-10, but still, it looks like that heavy stuff will be off to your north and east, taking you up to Splendora. We have Roman Forest, Cleveland, heading out on 5969 there. And don't want to forget about Conroe, because here you go. That heavy rain is already moving in. And honestly, we're starting to see some reports of flooding in portions of northern Harris County. And so that trend is going to continue, points off to the north. So the heavy rain likely moving into Willis, Montgomery, I'd say within the next 5 to 10 minutes as these outer rain bands are moving pretty quickly. And then in the most northern portion of our viewing area, Huntsville to Trinity and even Cold Spring, we are looking at moderate to light rain, but you can see what's just off to your south, these bands of the very heavy rain, with rain falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour, meaning flooding is going to be likely. So we just ask that you don't go outside, that you don't get on the roads, as we still have some heavy rain to come. Now I want to show you our exclusive Fox model. So within the next 2 hours, we're likely going to be seeing that center of circulation, undefined eye over Cypress, like I had mentioned. But again, folks from Navasota to the Woodlands, Cleveland, and even out toward Atascocita, still going to be seeing those outer rain bands, heavy and strong winds. Then the eye is probably not going to be defined at all as we head into your 11, 12 o'clock hour. That's likely when we're going to lose the hurricane status for Beryl and get down to probably tropical storm strength. If I would have to guess, we're likely going to see that continue into the afternoon, but by 2, 3 o'clock, the center of the storm is going to be well to the north of Houston. Again, taking all the rain and wind with it. But what that leaves us with is still some flooded roadways. So actually, I want to take you out to some flash flood warnings, and they've been extended. So as far north as the Woodlands and as far south as Lake Jackson and into Bay City. All of these areas that you see that are circled in the seafoam green color, going to be that flash flood warning, meaning we're likely going to be seeing flooded roadways, but also you need to take a look at the bayous and rivers that you live near, because the thing is, as water has been rushing on shore, it's actually going to back up some of those rivers from being able to release in some of these bays, if not into the Gulf of Mexico. So it's important to note that we're definitely not in the clear yet. And actually, I want to go through some areas to show you our 6-hour rainfall total. So this is just since 2:30 this morning, and Lake Jackson to Angleton at one point had up to 7 inches. So I should probably put on the 12-hour rainfall total loop next time for you guys, and you can see just how much rain has fallen. But let's take you out south of League City. So south of where our radar beam is here, to Alvin, and even out to Liverpool and Jamaica Beach, 5 to 7+ inches. But then take a look at Houston, South Houston, especially into Bel Air, 6 to 7.5 inches of rain. So this is why we are telling folks to not go out on the roadway. You don't know how deep the water is going to be. It's not recommended that you drive through this. We want to make sure everybody is staying safe. We know that there's a lot going on, and folks that are in the eye, you know, I know it's so tempting to actually step outside to try to see what's happening to your property, but please, a friendly reminder, there's still going to be strong winds, still going to be seeing that heavy rain, and our tornado threat does continue. We haven't seen one in a bit, but that's definitely not ruling out the chance that we still could see a few more. So please download the Fox 26 News app. I've been texting with a friend who lives in the Heights, and she was just saying, oh, just lost power. So try to do so before you lose power so that you can make sure you have the app downloaded and you can watch us on the go, even if you don't have access to your television. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, and thank goodness we have a generator here at Fox 26. That's what we are relying on right now. Just moments ago, when Allison was talking, I just went the doors just not too far away from us just to see what it was looking like here. We're along the Southwest Freeway, so if you think about Highway 59 or I-69 is 610, that's Greenway Plaza area across the street. The best way to talk about where we are in our studios. I could barely open the door. I could only open it about 4 inches.
It's just so hard.
The wind is blowing it so hard. All the trees to the north of our station are almost sideways.
And we have big trees.
We have huge trees out there. It's a dramatic scene to see. And because of that high wind, we are seeing power outages all over the area. I mentioned earlier, every time I look at our power outages, it's at least another 100,000, unfortunately, families out. Take a look at this now. We're now over 1.5 million customers affected by this hurricane. So just know that if you're on the north side, the storm is coming toward you now, and you could possibly be next without power. Make sure those cell phones are charged. Make sure you have a way to find out about tornado warnings. Get our weather app. Get those alerts sent to your phone, because more than likely you will not be able to watch us on TV for much longer if you're able to do that right now.
Yeah, and you know, really quick, because Allison just mentioned Hobby Airport, and the winds there were, I think she said 83 or 84 miles per hour. I wanted to just give you an update on what we're seeing. Of course, flights have been canceled, but right now, looking at the misery map from FlightAware at IAH, they have 188 flights that have been canceled. And then checking over at Hobby, pretty much everything is canceled until about 3:45 today. That's the first time that I'm seeing where they're like, well, we think maybe we can make that one. But so if you were planning to fly today, again, just, you know, basically across the board, we're seeing cancellations until those weather conditions improve. And it may not be until mid-afternoon before some of these flights are able to start getting out of the area. So just, you know, continue to stay posted on that if you're trying to get out. There's, you know, I don't know, maybe some people at the airport that are kind of stuck there. There were some early flights, like there was like a 6 a.m. flight that got out, you know, so probably some very early ones. They're like, oh, let's get out of here before this thing comes in. But anyone else, you know, they're just kind of in a holding pattern.
And that's going to be that way all day long. Definitely check in, and a good idea to stay home if you can. Let's talk about what's happening around town. So we're going to check in and find out what's going on in the Lake Jackson area. Chelsea Edwards has been on the highway trying to make her way there with one of our photographers. Chelsea, tell us about where you are now and what you're seeing.
Hey there, yeah. So we were trying to make it to Freeport, which we've been trying to do all all morning long. We hunkered down in Angleton. I've been getting a lot of comments from people who I posted some video during the storm. You know, people saying to be safe, and so we made it out of that. Finally got into the eye of the storm. Finally getting some relief and some calm. Now we made it to Lake Jackson. We did not get very far before we started seeing all of this damage. We just showed you the apartment sign here at the Monaco Apartments. It looked like they had a cover that had been torn down, but everywhere we look, just coming off of 288 going south, there are trees down everywhere. So much debris. We just ran over a branch here. So many branches down, so many limbs down. Big trees, you know, earlier when I was in Angleton, we didn't have a whole lot of trees where we were, but look at how huge these trees are that have been uprooted. You know, there wasn't a lot where we were earlier. There was some small trees that had been tossed around, but now we're getting to the big oak trees, seeing how much damage is here in Lake Jackson. I got Jeff driving the truck now. I'm going to take a little bit of a look down here. We're still going 288 south. Look at the size of this. Look, and there are people out trying to assess the damage at this time. I don't even know if they'll be able to make it off of the from the top floor of this apartment, because you can see this large tree blocking the stairwell. You know, let's see if everybody is. Are you okay? Yeah, they're saying they're blocked in. They're blocked in at this time. It looks like they're going to have to wait for some help for somebody to be able to remove that. I mean, just, you know, we're just hoping that no one was hurt in all of this happening in Lake Jackson area. We're going to back out and take another look. But this is just what we've seen just in the few miles that we've been going down 288, and trying to get a peek to see if that was also, if it went through one of the windows here. But, you know, I heard Allison saying this is not the time to be on the roadways. Even though it seems like things have calmed down, we still got some more winds on the way, and there's so much debris just in the little bit of traveling that we've done. So many things in the roadways, including power lines. So again, if you come across a power line, hopefully you don't have to be out, but if you do come across a power line, let's say it did fall where you are in your area, you want to stay 35 feet away and make a call 311 if you're in the Houston area to report that, but definitely don't want to put yourself in danger because you were trying to look at all the damage out here. That's what we're out here for, just to give you a peek. Here we are at another Buc-ee's. Got a few people on the roadways now, unfortunately, but yeah, that's what we've been seeing going here. Still trying to make it in Freeport, hearing reports of flooding and all that. Yeah, let's take a look at these trees up here. Jeff is gonna pull up here. We got our flashing lights on. Oh, the lights are out. Yeah, the lights are out. The power's still out. That has been since about 4 o'clock this morning, not having power in this area. So once again, just, you know, it might be hard to continue to hunker down because it seems like things have calmed down, but you don't want to get out in the roads and be dealing with all of this, guys.
That's a really good point, and it's going to be quite some time. They're saying late this afternoon would be the best time if you could just hold on a little longer.
Yeah, and I feel for those people. They're stuck upstairs with a tree blocking their only way down.
Chelsea, I love your heart that you reached out to them to make sure that they were okay. That was really smart because you never know if they could be trapped in there. Looks like they were. Hopefully they'll get out soon.
Yeah, thanks, Chelsea. We'll check in with you again soon.
Right,
we want to use TransStar cameras to give you a look at what's happening. You know, this is S288 at 610, and thankfully we're not seeing any cars right now. We've certainly been seeing our share of cars. You know, and I want to just talk a little bit at Sam Houston Tollway northbound at West Park Drive. This started after 5 a.m. this morning. There was a heavy truck accident. And that, according to TransStar, is still working, affecting the left shoulder, left lane, and center lane. That was kind of a serious situation. So anyone who is out, you know, of course, are, you know, being met with these conditions and then having issues.
And then I want to make sure you know that there are 12 high water locations being reported right now. If you do have to go out for any reason, if you perhaps are an essential worker and have to go, I highly encourage you to go to Houston TransStar. Look up the high water locations because there's so many and it affects a lot of highways, which ties you to all those places. It's going to be difficult to get wherever you're going. This is a good example of how awful it looks right now. Highway 288 at Alameda Genoa. Look, you can see this TransStar camera is just blowing in the wind. You can see the rain is really coming down. But as I take a look right now, our biggest high water locations are actually in this area. There's 4 different ones at different locations along Highway 288. That is really a big problem right now.
Yeah, and if that's it looks to me like that's a vehicle that's not going anywhere out there right now. So yeah, we've been continuing to see high water situations. And so even if you're seeing kind of the calm right now, it may be that you're in the eye of the storm. There's still the whole second half of the storm that has to go through. And so really don't be fooled. Don't be taken in that it's over. You know, you're gonna see the winds kick up again. You're gonna see the heavy rain kick up again. We still have a few more hours of this. So don't be fooled and go out and, you know, I know people want to check on things, but we're really not done with this. So we really want to urge everybody, stay inside and stay off the roads if you don't have to be out there.
And we have experts all over the greater Houston area. We've been checking in with them the past few hours, and they're telling us there are hundreds of trees down in every community. So you're talking about thousands of trees down in the greater Houston area. We know that people are going to have so many expenses coming.
Sure.
It costs a lot of money to get those cut up and moved out of your yard. But at the end of the day, you just have to say, as long as we're safe, it's okay, because we want to make sure you know that someone did lose their life this morning in Humble after a tree fell on their home and collapsed that rooftop on them inside their home. So just prayers for everybody to be safe this morning when you're helpless and there's nothing you can do when it's in your own house.
Yeah, just heartbreaking. And to your point, you know, I've reported 1 in 12 was the number of homeowners that canceled their flood insurance, you know, in this very tough economy over the past, you know, year or so. And so the concern too is, you know, anybody who might be dealing with flood damage, either from this storm or, you know, we still have the whole season to get through. There are a lot of expenses that people are going to end up having to face.
But right now, let's check in with our reporter Greg Grugan to find out where he is, what it's looking like there. Greg, fill us in.
Hey ladies, I'm out here at Alameda in the Beltway, and the wind gusts have been, you know, really intense, really powerful. You can kind of see this tree swaying in the wind. We've watched huge gusts hit this shed over here, and some of the doors look like they're about to give way. Matt, come over here. You can just see how heavy this is. We just saw this piece of paneling rip off. And you can see how that shed's about to buckle. And the tree. The wind's still pretty intense. We're at Alameda Road and the Beltway. I'm gonna get some cover, okay?
What intense winds.
Yes, yeah, we're still there with you, Greg.
Yeah, if you can continue to talk. Can you tell us a little bit about what it was like for you guys to get out there?
Yeah, so we were driving over here on the Beltway. We got off on a feeder road, witnessed a high rescue. A van had gotten into the water. An 18-wheeler tried to go through, had to back out. You really should not be out on the roads at this point. We're doing it as a matter of news coverage and public safety. But if I had my choice, I wouldn't be out here. But these wind gusts almost knocked me down. And, you know, hell, I'm a grown man. So stay inside, be safe. We've got to move to our next location, you guys.
All right, Greg, my goodness, it's just unreal to see how a strong man can barely stand up in the wind there.
The winds are really
well, with
strong.
Things flying around like that, Greg, we're going to let you get to safety. We want you to get in that vehicle because that's scary. When you have things that big flying into the wind, somebody could really get hurt. So we're really monitoring that situation and getting him to safety because we don't want to take any risks.
Yeah. We want to check in now with Jade Fleury. We've been, you know, kind of keeping you updated as she's been working her way towards Rosenberg. We understand she's in Rosenberg now, and this is where police have been issuing warnings and showing pictures of high water and blockades that they have had to put up to try and keep people off of some of the streets that are flooded. So how are things looking? Can you tell us a little bit about where you are and how things are looking for you right now?
Yeah, that's exactly why we came out here, because we saw that Facebook post from Rosenberg Police saying that people needed to be rescued. And we did see one of those vehicles down the street. You guys can't see it, but it did take on water. But right now, this is what I want you guys to take a look at. This is a drainage ditch. It's supposed to take on water, but it took on too much water, and now it is overflowing and going into this neighborhood over here. These residents over there that you guys see in the distance, they've actually been trying to unclog the storm drain because the water keeps creeping up into their driveways. I don't know if their efforts have been successful, but again, they were trying to clear out those storm drains. But this neighborhood here is close to flooding. I don't know if it can take on any more rain. Luckily, it's not raining too hard out here, just a little bit of sprinkling. But we also saw some damage down the street. You guys can't see it, but a whole light pole came down. And if that can tell you just how strong the wind gusts were earlier today, it can topple a whole light pole. Also, you know, some of these electricity lines going down as well. But again, flooding in this area is a big issue, and residents out here trying to kind of make their way out. But even despite Rosenberg Police telling people not to go in the high water, we've seen trucks go through the flooding and make it out. But again, that's not what we want people to do. We want people to hunker down, stay home, and stay safe so they don't get stuck.
That the police were talking about. Can you tell us anything more that you may have learned about that?
Other than the fact that we've witnessed it ourselves, we've seen that car down the street flooded, the flashers on. Luckily, nobody was inside. We weren't able to figure out whose car that is. But again, don't drive through high water if you don't have to.
All right, Jade, thanks for being there. And we just know those neighbors all around you, they just have to be feeling so sick and overwhelmed right now and helpless. Like you said, all they could do is just try to clear the drains and hope for the best at this point.
Yeah, and just seeing that the water's just overpowering the situation. You know, they're trying to get it to go down, but not much they can do right now.
Hope it doesn't keep creeping on up. Keep us up to date with what's happening there so we can let everyone know.
Will do.
We want to take you to a live camera we have in the Strand right now, where we see again high water accumulating, flooded roads. This is from a live camera that we have there. And do we know anything further about what street this might be?
I know it's the Strand, so just one of the main areas along the Strand, and you can tell that there's definitely high water there. And here's a different view from another area, and it looks like it is over the curb now, doesn't it? At least on that right-hand side of your screen. I can't tell if it's creeped into the businesses there, but look how windy it still is in Galveston. It almost makes you nauseous to take a look at this camera, so we're freezing it for you to give your eyes a break so that you can get a better idea of what it looks like. But yeah, it is just sickening to see what's going on. Yeah. And we were also just talking to you about what's been going on in Rosenberg with Jade there. She said that she witnessed that high rescue, and they were able to get a high water rescue on video for us to give us a better idea of what that looked like.
Yeah, so we want to go to that video right now. This is some video of that rescue where they, this truck, she said, you know, basically got stuck. And so this is what they were able to get. I'm sure it was probably kind of hard to maneuver around the scene. This is the photo that the Rosenberg Police posted on their social media pages earlier this morning about, you know, having to put the barricades out, seeing the high water in the roads there, you know, to stop cars from going through. And, you know, as we went into this, you know, the Lieutenant Governor was talking about, you know, beware of, you know, places just because you don't see a barricade. Well, the barricade may have, you know, blown away or been knocked over. So sometimes, you know, that high water is there, and you may not see the barricade there anymore, but you definitely don't want to try and guess, you know, or think, oh, maybe I can make this, because it can always end up being much deeper than you realize. But this was that high water rescue, some of the shots they were able to get after this vehicle got stuck in the high water. And of course, we're seeing that happen on some of the TransStar live cameras, you know, cars kind of, you know, really going pretty fast and in pretty high water. And, you know, we were watching that in Sally's live shot earlier, you know, seeing that sedan try to get through, get stuck, and then we saw people hopping out, you know, having to push the vehicle out. So, you know, again, to your point about the cost that this is going to have on so many people, you know, when you've got damage to your car like that, that can be very expensive damage to your vehicle. I was just, you know, talking with a mechanic about all the ways that can, you know, get in. Our cars are so electric these days, and they're basically, you know, with so many computer components, the water can really do some serious damage.
And I think one of the biggest take-homes I remember from your report is you said if you're not driving and your car is out there and you're seeing the water, maybe like in one of those neighborhoods in Rosenberg, and you're seeing it rise up on your car, don't start it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just wait and get a mechanic and get some
And
help.
I'm sure people are like, I just want to get out of here. I just want to get out of the situation. So they're going to try and start it. And it just allows the water to get into all the components. As soon as you do that, once you've got water in your gas tank, that car isn't going anywhere. And it can end up just being completely totaled.
Sure.
You know, some cars can be repaired after they have been, you know, damaged by flood water, but it really depends on the level of the damage. And you know, whether or not they can, you know, kind of bring the car back to being functional. But the problem is people will start it up and then it's done.
Well, considering how big of space of how many communities that this particular storm is affecting, we're really seeing it wind. It seems to me is the highest concern here, because we have 12 high water locations. A lot of times during hurricanes, it will be hundreds of high water locations, right? Our biggest problem is thousands of trees down in the greater Houston area as the storm continues to make its way north.
And I'm sure that's a big part of, you know, we're seeing power outages well over 1.5 million. I think we're almost to 1.6 million throughout the region from CenterPoint. And that doesn't even include some of the smaller power suppliers. So I'm sure those numbers are even higher. But yeah, with so many trees down, that's always a big culprit of what causes so many people to lose power.
All right, and we're talking again about generators. We know a lot of you, I'm seeing so many of you reaching out to me and saying, hey, I'm on generator. That is, it's just one viewer after another. Please just remember to do that safely. We do not want any reports of carbon monoxide poisoning, so please make sure that is so far from your house, as far as you can get it, to make sure that you and your family stay safe.
You know, and one of the hazards people do there is they'll even put it under, you know, like something like an overhang or, you know, a parking thing, but the fumes can still
build
accumulate even though if it's open on the sides. You don't want to still have it under there, and I know people are probably doing that because they don't want it out in the rain either, but it really just needs to be a good safe distance outside where it can just breathe the air. You don't want those fumes coming in to affect you.
It'll be nice when we can all breathe a sigh of relief when this is over, but for now we're still in the height of the storm. Let's check in with our chief meteorologist Mike Iskevitz, find out what's happening out there right now. How are we looking as far as those tornado warnings? It seems like that has slowed down a little bit from earlier when they were just one after another.
Yep, thank goodness we haven't had any recently, but we're still having very high winds. In fact, Hobby Airport just at 8:13, so about 45 minutes ago, 84-mile-an-hour wind gust, which is wild. To put it in some perspective, when Hurricane Ike made landfall, remember it was Category 2, much larger system, but the highest wind gust, I believe, 92. So this is comparable in some ways to that. Of course, it's not going to have the long-lasting catastrophic effects that system had. Speaking of rainfall totals, because, you know, we were just talking about staying off the roads at all costs unless it's absolute emergency. Let me show you some of the rainfall totals. This is as measured here over the last 12 hours. So we've gone through, looked at the rain gauges. So these aren't estimates. These are official measured values. In new territory along Highway 90 in Sugar Land, just shy of 8 inches of rain, 7.92 inches. The Westbury area there, southwest Houston, 7.88 inches. Makawa at the South Beltway, just north of Pearland, south side of Houston, 8.28 inches. Just north of Alvin, this is just up, I think, Highway 35 from Alvin, 8.28 inches. Bear Creek in the western part of Harris County, just north of I-10, 6.04. Baytown has had coming up on 5.5 inches of rain. Channelview's had a little bit more than 4.5 inches. Galveston is approaching 6 inches. And this is, I know, one area that everybody pays attention to since 288 has flooded so many times, you know, there around the Herman Park, McGregor Park area. McGregor Park, Brays Bayou, that area has picked up 5.5 inches of rain. So yeah, we've had some amazing rainfall totals. And when you look at the radar estimated rainfall totals, we may have had as much as 11 inches of rain falling down in parts of Brazoria County. We don't know yet because there just weren't any observations there. The Angleton Lake Jackson Airport, by the way, went offline after we had those super high wind gusts, lost communication. I don't know if it broke or if it just maybe the internet connection, you know, cut off, but we don't have any more data coming from that location. Pearland, this area here just off to the north of Pearland and into the southeast side of Harris County, looks like radar estimates between about 6 and 9 inches of rain. What about those winds? Well, we could still use our Doppler radar to track the cloud level winds. So it's tracking how fast the rain droplets are moving. It's actually technically tracking how fast they're moving toward or away from the radar, which is in League City. But it's getting cloud level winds of 83 miles per hour and 86 miles per hour zipping by there. So up, you know, maybe 1,000 feet, couple of thousand feet up in the air, that wind is just howling along with sustained winds of about 85 miles per hour. And from time to time, that's mixing down to the surface. And it is getting worse. So Bush Airport recently measuring a 79 mile per hour wind gust. That is amazing. For the storm to hold together this far inland, that eye, which is really not an eye, it's an eye-like center, is right over Katy right now. So if you're watching us from Katy and the winds are kind of lighter and you think, well, maybe it's, you know, this is it, you're actually in the rare circumstances of, you know, sort of being in the eye of the hurricane. But Houston is getting the worst of it right now. One of the reasons is that we have rain bands coming through. This is where, so I showed you up at the cloud level how the winds are blowing at 85 miles per hour. And that will mix down to the surface when you have these downpours like that. You know, the rain falls through the air and you get these higher winds that just, that momentum gets carried down to the surface. So we have 79 miles an hour at Bush, 84 at Hobby, and Houston Ellington Field, 62 miles per hour, LaPorte 60 miles per hour. Remember, these are gusts. It isn't a sustained wind, so we're seeing gusts out there that are very, very strong. The system is actually more than 350 miles from north to south right now. And what we would love to see, what we're waiting to see, in fact, starting to see it, is that those brighter colors, like that magenta and the really darker red, that starts to go away. It looks like we're trending in that direction. What that means is that the clouds are not as tall. The clouds actually start to warm on the top as they sink a little bit. And so that's a sign of some weakening and that the rain will get a little lighter. So the storm is finally starting to show some signs of weakening, but for right now, I mean, you can see that circulation. It's actually right over an area from Katy down to Sugar Land and Rosenberg, and we do still have some rain bands, so some higher winds could still make their way through West Columbia and Angleton, but this is the worst of it right now. Talking about Pearland and Friendswood, and then all the way up to downtown Houston. That's where we're seeing some of the worst of it right now. Whoops, that's an old tracker there for you. Flash flood warning, again, continues across the area, including all of Houston until 11 a.m. You will not want to venture out there. We've been showing you cameras from all over the place where roads are impassable. We've already had some people stall out their cars. The car's probably ruined. And so let's not do that. We want to try to keep you safe and keep you at home or stay put, just to, you know, obviously to be on the safe side. It just so happened that the center of circulation is passing through an area here around Fulshire and Katy that the city of Houston itself and Harris County is just right in the bullseye of the heaviest rain, the strongest winds on the eastern part, or that so-called dirty side of the eye wall. And by the dirty side, I mean, if this is the circulation right here, over on the cleaner side, you know, again, these are just terms, there's much less rain over around Sealy. And then on that so-called dirty side or wet side, it is just going bonkers in Houston. This flash flood warning will probably even be extended for some spots past 11 a.m. Also, be advised, even if the rain has stopped or even if it's slowed to a trickle, that doesn't mean that the flooding is over with. Flooding takes a long time to settle down, especially since you're dealing with the combination of rainfall draining into the creeks and bayous and still a bit of a storm surge along the coastline. Everything's just rising. So Sweeney, Lake Jackson, Freeport, Bay City, all of these areas, you guys are under a flash flood warning. And that goes the same here for Brazoria County. So hard hit, I know. Angleton, Lake Jackson, and then even heading up here past Bonnie, village of Bonnie. I've been through there a few times on the way down to Surfside. Hope you guys are okay. This area I know floods very badly. Holiday Lakes and those spots. I hope you guys are doing all right. If you're home and you're safe, please stay there. You know, don't venture out there on the roadway on 521. Or on 288. Here's a look at the latest location. So this just was an update to us. We'll get the full update, meaning the new forecast track and the new prediction of speeds and so forth coming up at 10. But as of the 9 a.m. advisory, you'll see the center of circulation of what's still considered a Category 1 hurricane is right around Mission Bend. So, but because it's so large, it includes Katy and like the west side of Harris County and even Sugar Land. It's moving to the north at 12 miles per hour. We'll get a new pressure measurement too coming up at the 10 o'clock update. But this is a look ahead at what we're looking at as far as the progress by 2 p.m. today. The center of circulation is around Huntsville, and then beyond that by 5:30 this afternoon, it's out. So we're going to see very fast improvement to our situation coming up during the mid to late part of the afternoon. Thank goodness, right? Because there's going to be a lot of cleanup that has to be done out there. So this is not going to be a long-lived system. In fact, let me go ahead and just show you this. We haven't talked a lot about 7-day forecasts for obvious reasons, but let me just show you this, that once we get past the hurricane conditions today, tomorrow, Wednesday, even Thursday, yes, a chance for a few isolated thunderstorms, but by and large, it's going to get hot and drier. Not dry in terms of humidity, but dry in terms of less rain. So something to keep in mind, guys, as we sort of recover from all of this, Heather and Melissa, is that it is going to get hot. So people have no electricity, no air conditioning, and they're doing repairs outside, and the high temperatures probably going to get up to like 92, 93, 94. So that's going to be yet another post-storm hazard. But for right now, in the short term, the next hour, hour and a half, actually Houston is seeing some of the worst of it right downtown.
All right, Mike, thank you for that big update. We not only have our team of meteorologists right here at Fox 26, we also have them in Harris County keeping a close eye on things and keeping us up to date with what's happening.
Yeah, so we're joined right now by Jeff Lindner from the Harris County Flood Control District. Thanks so much for being with us, Jeff. Can you sort of give us an update on some of the particular problems that you are keeping an eye on this morning?
Yeah, we got a lot of issues right now, that's for sure, in Harris County and the surrounding counties with this northeast eye wall coming in. So first is the wind. We've really been hit hard here in the last hour with that northeast eye wall gusting to 84 at Hobby, 79 at Intercontinental. And then the heavy rainfall, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain. We've been talking about that 8-inch threshold kind of being the threshold that's going to push some of our bayous to the breaking point, and we're starting to see that on Clear Creek. We expect overbank flooding on Clear Creek. Not necessarily a lot of structure flooding, but some flooding along Clear Creek. Keegan's Bayou around Beltway 8 and US 59 overbanks, and some flooding around Willcrest Drive. And then, unfortunately, Braze Bayou is extremely high and potentially some structure flooding ongoing now in the Meyerland area. This is going to be the lowest homes in the Meyerland area. But just looking at the radar here real quick, you can see another band, again, coming up on that Meyerland area now. So we are likely going to have flooding there. White Oak Bayou, downtown Houston, I-10, I-45. We have water coming up on the freeway there, and flooding ongoing on the exit and entrance ramps into downtown Houston. We'll likely have some flooding around Milam in that area. And then Brickhouse Gully that drains into White Oak Bayou up around 290. We anticipate structure flooding along Brickhouse Gully. And this big mass of heavy rain is lifting north through the county. So it's hit the southern side of the county, now lifting to the northern part of the county. We'll have to watch those watersheds, Halls Bayou, Greens Bayou, Cypress Creek. Your turn is sort of coming with this heavy rain. Hopefully, it's moving a little bit more now than it was, and we won't get as much rain, and those channels will be able to handle it. But we're sort of at that breaking point right now with the rainfall. And luckily, looking at the radar again, this looks like we're starting to get into that eye and that break on the south side. Don't want to forget the storm surge. We've got about 6.5 feet of surge going on the coast in Southeast Harris. So we do have some flooding down there, Seabrook, Kemah, Clear Lake, up in the Shore Acres, and then up into the lower part of the San Jacinto River. So there's a lot of water. Even as the winds and rain start to go down, we're gonna have a lot of water left around here into the afternoon and evening. So it's extremely dangerous out there. We need people to stay where they're at. And lastly, one message for this eye wall that's coming through here. We're asking people to treat this like a tornado with this eye wall that's coming through, and get into an interior room, lowest floor of your house, away from windows as this eye wall moves through. So especially talking to you up Woodlands, Spring, Conroe, Kingwood, Humble, that is where this is heading here over the next half an hour or so.
Can you further explain what you mean by that? Because I think that sometimes people don't even think about taking shelter unless they're hearing this tornado warning, and then they consider going to do that. As you talk about the eye wall, why is that so important for people on the north side to take shelter?
Yeah, this is that part of the hurricane, like Mike was saying there, that we have those strongest winds. You know, we're gusting 75, 85 miles an hour in that eye wall as it's moving through the metro area here. So if you're still on the north side of that eye wall, northern Harris County, up into Montgomery County, Liberty County, further up towards Conroe, this is coming in your direction. Those winds are coming in your direction. Those are strong winds. So get away from the windows, get away from doors, interior room, closet, bathroom, pantry, something like that, an interior area. Just in case as those strong winds come through, you get a little structural damage or some windows blow out or something like that. So at this point, we're just treating this like a tornado. It's not causing tornado, like conditions or damage, but it's a very wide area of strong winds that is moving through the metro area.
I want to ask you how you feel like we're doing overall, because I saw you tweeting early this morning about your concerns about Brays Bayou flooding, and you mentioned Meyerland. We've, of course, had a lot of projects and construction to try and alleviate some of this flooding. So I wanted to get your feelings on how these areas that typically do flood, are we seeing at least it not being quite as bad as it has been in the past, or, what are your thoughts on what you're seeing?
Yeah, with that, we have no eyes on anything right now, obviously, with the situations we have going on. And so we're relying on our gauge network, which is continuing to run even in the face of everything we're going through. And, I'm going to speak in kind of general terms here because we're not in the specifics. We just don't know. But we're probably looking at some of the lowest homes in Meyerland flooding, not what we've seen before with Tax Day and Memorial Day and, of course, Harvey. So this is a lower, threshold flooding that's happening. Some of the lowest homes are likely getting some water. The bayou's doing the best it can do with the type of rain that we're seeing. Almost all of this rain has fallen in the last 3 to 4 hours, and it's a tremendous amount of rain. A lot of this falling in a very short period of time. And so we'll see. We're relying on our sensors now. We don't have any real-time reports. We certainly don't have any crews out there that can put eyes on this. But just based on what our water level sensors are showing along the bayou, we probably do have some structure flooding potential there in the Meyerland area. I think this is isolated at this point. I don't think it's widespread, but some of those lowest homes probably are getting some water.
And Jeff, looking for the rest of the week, we were just talking to our chief meteorologist moments ago. He was showing a 30 to 60% chance of rain the rest of the week. Do you feel like our swollen creeks and bayous will have time to go down and recover before we possibly get even more rain throughout the week?
Yeah, the good news, we can get rid of water really quick. We have to give it some time. And, when you drop 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 inches of rain in 3 or 4 hours, it's just not enough time to drain the water. So once we can get these heavy rainfall rates to come down, we can start pushing a lot of this out, and we'll get rid of it pretty quickly. So within about 24 hours, we'll see most of our creeks and bayous at least, back within capacities that they can handle more rain. The good news going into the rest of the week while we have higher rain chances is nothing organized like what we're dealing with now. So we're not expecting widespread heavy rain. You might get a heavy thunderstorm here or a heavy thunderstorm there, like we get in the summer afternoon, cause a little street flooding. But as far as the creeks and bayous go, we can handle that. But when you get stuff like we're dealing with now, this widespread heavy rain, that's when you're going to get the big responses on our channels.
Any last words, Jeff, before we let you go? Advice for people watching in some of these areas where you're saying you're anticipating the possibility of some structure flooding. Any advice for some of those people that might be looking at that situation?
Yeah, you know, HarrisCountyFWS.org is your best resource right now, where you can watch these sensors and watch the water rise, and just keep on top of it. You know, we got a couple more hours of this. We got a couple more hours of the wind, the strong winds. We got a couple more hours of the heavy rainfall, and then we'll get into some improvements here. And you know, I just want to caution everybody, just because the weather starts to clear up here midday afternoon, there's potentially a lot of hazards out there. We're talking down power lines, down trees, flooding on roadways, flooding at underpasses, no signals. We have lost signal capability in many areas, so everything needs to be treated as a four-way stop. So while the weather may improve getting into this afternoon, it's still best to stay at home. We just heard a big boom here at Transtar, so a lot of stuff is still happening as we're going through this.
We are hearing a lot of that bumping going on outside of our station as well, Jeff. Before we let you go, just because the north side of Houston is not really used to all this, I don't remember them suffering so much since Ike, and that you said, I really want people to make sure that they understand what you're saying. You're saying to take shelter as though it's a tornado. And I'm wondering if you're concerned with these winds being so high, if it could almost be like the derecho we saw a few months ago, where windows could be blown out from this. Are you more worried about trees going to the homes? Tell me a little more about those concerns for people who, again, are not used to these high winds.
Yeah, as this northeast eye wall gets up there into northern Harris County, Montgomery County, you know, that's pine forest and big trees, and it's gonna do a number on those trees up there. So you're gonna have trees coming down, tree limbs coming down. You know, the best course of action right now is to put as many walls between you and what's going on outside as possible. Lowest floor of your house, away from the windows, away from the doors. For the next, you know, as you're going to hear this. You're going to hear this eye wall coming through. It's going to be loud, a lot of popping and breaking on those trees, and then it's going to let up. And when it starts to let up, that's the time you can come out from wherever you're taking shelter. But the best course of action right now is to get in that interior room up on the north side and up into Montgomery County.
All right, Jeff Lindner, thanks so much for being with us. We really appreciate your insights right now.
Thank you.
And just to give you an idea of how severe this weather is, we saw earlier a severe 18-wheeler accident. Now we're seeing another one on the Fred Hartman Bridge, and you can't help but wonder if wind didn't just grab it and toss it over. A very dramatic scene unfolding there right now.
Yeah, and it's heartbreaking to hear someone was out, you know, trying to get through in these conditions. But do we have a picture of this that we can show to? Okay, we'll see if we can get some of those images for you later. But again, this is on the Fred Hartman Bridge, and they're saying right now both the north and southbound lanes are closed because of this. So it's a fairly serious situation. And again, it was an 18-wheeler, so a good size truck.
Yeah, and I certainly hope that driver is okay. We're trying to do everything we can to get more information. We obviously have crews all over the greater Houston area. We have multiple meteorologists right here in our building. Right now, we're going to check in with meteorologist Allison Gargaro, closely keeping an eye on this situation. Where are the big problem spots right now? It looks like just about everywhere.
Yeah, just about everywhere. But I would say just to the east of where the eye is, not super well defined at the moment, but we're talking over Houston, downtown proper and inside the loop, and going basically all the way north up to the Woodlands. Heavy rain and still very strong winds. So I quickly just want to touch on some 12-hour rainfall totals for you. We're looking at new territory, just shy of 8 inches, but north of Alvin, more than 8 inches of rain. Bear Creek, so Highway 6 north of I-10, about 6 inches, and then on Brays Bayou, about 5.5. So if the director can actually take links 1 for me, that would be best, because I want to hop into some river levels. So we're talking about the bayous, White Oak, as well as Buffalo. We're going to be seeing No, it's not Lynx 1. This is Max 3. Sorry, just talking with the director here so I can get the correct graphics for you. But you can, when we talk about the river levels rising and the bayou levels rising, we are seeing not only it coming from the rain that's falling, but everything that's draining into these bayous. And then the thing is, when we talk about storm surge that's, pushing on shore earlier, that helps to back up any of these waterways from actually draining into, let's say, the bay, into the Gulf of Mexico, things like that. So it's something that we're watching for very, very closely, and I promise we're trying to work on getting the graphics for you, and I might actually be able to grab a different clicker here. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. So let me just go over to this. So until you guys can get Lynx 1 for me, I'll click through these graphics. So those rainfall totals that I did just show you are actual, recorded, and reported. But we're going to show you some rainfall estimates. Down near Lake Jackson, over the last 12 hours, over 11 inches of rain. We're seeing that out toward Galveston as well, and even into Santa Fe. Taking you up a little bit closer to Pearland, about 9 inches. Alvin, like we mentioned, actual recorded was more than 8, and we're seeing that kind of across the board. So we were able to get these river level graphics for you, so I'm going to transition over to that from the rainfall. But we are talking about current river levels. This is White Oak Bayou at Houston, almost 31 feet. So we're going to be inching close to minor, and in some spots even major flood stage. Now let's take you just down the road a little bit. So that was White Oak. Here we go with Buffalo Bayou at Shepherd. We're looking at 21.21 feet. So still in that action zone, meaning that the water level is high. And with all the rain that we just talked about that we have already received, and even more on top of that, I would guess that these numbers are going to be rising pretty quickly in some spots. Lastly, we're going to take you out to Brays Bayou at Houston. So all kind of in the same little corridor on where we are seeing the elevated water. And the reason being is that there's a lot of runoff from spots that are seeing that localized flooding. So we are monitoring several. It actually looks like potentially that is a tornado warning. So let me just hop off real quick for you. And it looks like, yes, there is a tornado warning right now. That does include Cleveland and then into San Jacinto County. So I'm going to hop on over to our analysis mode so that I can actually show you exactly what's going on with the reflectivity here. So once again, we are monitoring a brand new tornado warning this morning. This is going to include Liberty, Montgomery, as well as San Jacinto counties. So where we are seeing the rotation, let me take us out, is going to be a little bit closer to Cleveland. Now, I know that these colors are really bright on your screen, and kind of the problem that we run into with these tornado-warned storms within a tropical event is that it's not a well-defined center that we see, unfortunately. So just very, very strong winds that we're monitoring at this time. So these are moving to the northwest at about 40 miles per hour. So if we can take you out, we're going to do a little track right here. Zoom out to 40 miles per hour. We're going to see this making its way to just south of Magnolia and north of Cut and Shoot. So we talk about this is in now 3 counties, and the reason being the winds are really starting to pick up here. Now, as I try to look for a little bit of rotation, it's probably somewhere between the Cleveland and North Cleveland area. So right about in the southwestern spot of where we're seeing this tornado warned storm. It is in effect until 9:30, so about 6 more minutes. And with these tornado warnings that we have been watching, no, it's not a super long warning. If anything, it's been pretty short-lived, but the National Weather Service is saying, hey, we see a little something on our velocity scan, so they're going to go ahead and put the tornado warning in. So we have West South Line Street, we have Neville Street, East Houston Street moving through Cleveland, and then you can see the frontage road here. And this is going to be the area that we need to be keeping an eye out for. So right what I circled here, Cleveland to North Cleveland, and this is all going to be moving off to the north and west at 40 miles per hour. So again, I'm taking you out to some really bright colors, and I know it's difficult to see because the tornado warning is shaded in red there. So a lot going on, but I just want to show you how strong some of the winds are within this. Again, at cloud level, 56 to 71 miles per hour. So we see this tornado warning in effect for about 5 more minutes, and it is important to make sure that if you live near Cleveland, near North Cleveland, in southwestern San Jacinto County, northwestern Liberty, or eastern Montgomery, that you are getting to an interior room on the lowest floor of your house. We know that folks are home right now, and you know, maybe you are losing power, but just know that you can continue to watch us on our Fox 26 News app, even the weather app as well. We're going to continue to bring you that coverage, even if you don't have power to watch us on television. Now, these are the areas that we are seeing that chance for rotation. And again, it is not looking impressive at all. Just going to be straight up honest with you. But, you know, the National Weather Service sees something, and maybe it's some of these spots where we're seeing some of these lighter colors here that that's what they're keeping an eye out for. But again, near Cleveland, Bendiston there, and if we take you up to some other roads, we have Fosteria Tram Road, Meekins Road, Brown Road, Shell Oil Road, Tony Tap Road, and then up into Oak Grove and Bear Creek, just some of the spots that I mentioned that are in this tornado warning, and technically Magnolia is as well. But I want to show you some of the heavy bands of rain that are still in this. So you see 59 right here, that would be heading up to Shepherd or down to Splendora. That's kind of right on the eastern edge of where this is, but you can see some heavy rain in the center of where this tornado warned storm is. So once again, it looks like they are going to expire this, which is great news. Therefore, the warning is expired because it has weakened below severe limits. So with that being said, I'm going to hop back over to some of my graphics just so we can kind of get through the nitty-gritty of what we're still seeing at this time. And since we last came over these graphics, take a look at the wind gust reported out at Bush. 83 miles per hour. It's very similar to the one that we felt at Hobby. And the reason being is the center of the storm is now just to the west of Houston. So basically, downtown Houston, inside the loop, up towards Spring and the Woodlands, is getting the worst of the rain and the strongest winds. So we talk about that making its way up toward the airport. Right about here, we are seeing it. But here's the center of the storm. It does include Sealy to Brookshire, Katy, Cinco Ranch. It looks like Richmond, you're now going to see some of the outer rain bands just outside the eye wall. But take a look at just how quiet it is. Not much happening in the center of the storm. But the thing is, just to the east and north of that center is where they're getting just a ton of rain right now. You live in Houston, you live in the Heights, Bel Air, even down to Hobby. We're talking Pearland to Pasadena. Anybody that I just mentioned, even into Friendswood, we are going to see this heavy rain continue to move off to the north. So if you live right now out in Liberty County, it's going to be some light to moderate rain. It's really this rain band that we're keeping a close eye out on. Again, we have Spring up to the Woodlands, likely even up to Conroe, which is just out of view here. Cypress, it looks like the outer edge of the eye wall is heading to you soon. It's likely in Bridgeland, if not Town Lake, as we speak. But just out to the north of that, it's all about that rain. We are still monitoring flash flood warnings continuing for at least the next 90 minutes. But honestly, these all have been extended, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does that as well. Again, this is where that tornado warning is, which will expire in about 30 seconds from now. But we have Conroe as well as Willis out to Montgomery. there's that heavy rain that we've been talking about, cut and shoot as well. And as we track it, it's all kind of moving off to the northwest, and it's just going to continue to bring that heavy rain and slowly moving up to the north. So Huntsville, you're probably going to start to see, at least on the east side of town, some heavy rain begin to move in, I'd say within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Trinity, you're still under that light rain, but much, much more is to come. So there is that center of the storm over Katy, over I-10. But again, right now, the heaviest rain from, I'd say, downtown Houston up to the Woodlands, rain falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. That's why those flash flood warnings are in place. And I updated this just moments ago, but it was before that report out at IAH of 83 mile per hour winds. But earlier this morning, we had 92 mile per hour peak wind gusts reported out at Freeport, 91 mile per hour gusts in Jones Creek, and Palacios just shy of 90. So it has been bringing a ton of rain, a ton of wind. So the good news is that we are on track to have the center of the storm start to move in the northern portion of our viewing area, I'd say within the next few hours by lunchtime. So yes, we're going to lose the immediate threat of heavy rain and wind at that time, but the thing is, flooding is still going to be on the top of everyone's minds, not just on the roadways, but also along the bayous. And if you live there, please just stay inside. We're going to ride this storm out together, and we're likely going to be seeing a bit more weakening as it continues to make its way overland. So ladies, we'll send it back to you at the desk.
Okay, Allison, thank you very much. We want to get you up to date on a very tragic situation that we're covering this morning, and that is that a 53-year-old man in Humboldt was killed when a tree fell on their house. He and his family were inside that house, and tragically he was killed. And we're working to get more information on that. Our reporter Dominique Keith is there. She's been, covering this to get more information.
And it's so just sickening to think about, because this family was doing what we've all been asking them to do, what all city experts and officers have been saying, is stay in the comforts of your home. It's still considered to be the safest place, so know that. But again, this man was in the home with his family. The tree fell onto their home, then the roof collapsed, and it killed him. And we sent a crew in that area, and now they're having to be very careful because tree branches are coming down all around them. So they're doing what they can to bring us this story, but at the same time do it as safely as they possibly can.
That's right. So we were planning to actually go out to their shot, but a branch just came down, and so we want to make sure that they're safe before we're able to go out there. But of course, our hearts are really with this family, and we're hoping that we don't have more cases of this. But we have so many trees down. There's certainly going to be other situations of trees landing in cars and homes and all kinds of damage.
And we have just seen so much damage to our area lately. Downtown Houston not too long ago because of those high winds. And now look, this is what's going on in downtown Houston. Look at what this looks like with that wind whipping around the rain in the downtown buildings. It's eerie looking, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is the same, but you remember it was just recently that a bunch of windows were blown out from a building in downtown Houston during the derecho. And so, they've probably just gotten some of that, repaired. And now here we are again having to deal with such strong winds. And you can see the rain is kind of going sideways right now through the downtown area. It looks like a different city.
It is just sickening. Yeah, the main street, Louisiana, has been shut down for weeks as they did what they could to repair all those windows in multiple buildings, and difficult to tell if there's any type of damage that's new in that area at this point. But we will have crews monitoring that for you, waiting to hear from city experts and leaders to find out what they're learning. But again, what a dramatic scene. And we just want to make sure that everybody knows on the north side, we were talking about the dangerous situation in the Humboldt area. This was something that surprised me that I don't remember reporting before, but I think that we don't usually see hurricanes on the north side of Houston where those massive trees are. And that was when Harris County meteorologist Jeff Lindner encouraged everybody on the north side, we're talking Spring, the Woodlands, Conroe, to take this seriously as though it's a tornado and get in an interior part of your home in case those windows blow out. Look at the damage here.
Yeah, this is in the Lakewood area. We're just getting these images in, so we wanted to show you. But these are large trees that have come down, and there you go. There's a tree that fell on a vehicle, and I expect that we'll be seeing more images like this. Hopefully, no one was inside that vehicle at the time.
Again, Lakewood Forest subdivision, and again, you see those huge trees. That's what it looks like more up on the north side. These massive trees that come down.
Yeah, so very scary situation. So as soon as we're able to go to Donnelly when they're safe, we will, because we do want to be able to try and update you on that very tragic situation.
And it's just such horrible timing right now. We have so many situations with the large trees in our area. We had the drought, first of all, where we lost so many trees. They were weakened. Those root beds are already loose from all of that. Then we've had all the recent windstorms where they were getting a little bit weaker. Now you have some of these winds with up to 92-mile-per-hour wind gusts in some areas. It's unheard of just one storm after another after another. And then who knows what's happening at the airports. You can't help but wonder about damage to the airplanes, even with 84 and 83-mile-an-hour winds at both Hobby and Intercontinental.
Yeah, and all those flights have been canceled, so that means there's lots of planes on the ground waiting, because according to the charts, it looks like some of these flights won't start to get out until mid-afternoon, you know, past 3 p.m. So yeah, they're kind of just waiting for all of that, and just basically cancellations across the board throughout the morning. We do want to go now to Tom Ziska. He's live for us out in the Cinco Ranch area. He's been giving us a look at what the conditions are like and some of the damage he's been seeing in the Katy area. And I'm seeing a lot of water behind you there, Tom.
Cinco Ranch and this bayou. I just wanted to show it to you because it was the first one we came across that was fuller. There's still a fair amount of capacity in this bayou. All of this water is headed into the Barker Reservoir to hold the water, as we know it does. But just to give you a sense of where we are here in Cinco Ranch, this road, Tori, if you look right up this way, is Mason Road looking north. Through Cinco Ranch, the commercial area of Cinco Ranch is a couple of miles north of where we are. There is some significant ponding on Mason Road. Some small branches have been broken down. We saw a couple of signs that were blown over during the height of that front end of the storm. Right now, just echoing what Allison said, we're in that relative calm of, it's not really a defined eye as she showed you on the radar, but there's not a lot of wind, and there presently is no rain, just a little mist in the air. So we'll see what happens on the backside of Beryl as it continues to head north. But I do want to show you this. We had a bunch of people here earlier. I was going to show you all the looky-loos, if you will, coming out to see what happened. But this tree right here, this is not really impacting traffic, but it is indicative of kind of the worst of what we have seen out here as we drive around. So some branches in the middle of the roads. This tree is a goner. Once the storm passes, crews will come out here and they'll get rid of that and get it out of the road. But that's really the significant problem and the significant damage that we have seen. If you're in the Katy area and you're hearing us, you're able to watch this, by all means, reach out to us and let us know if you think there's something we need to be seen. But for now, on the far west side of town, the damage is fairly minimal. We've heard some generators because power continues to be out. We've talked about that. I've looked kind of as we drive by. I've not seen any roofs that have been damaged out here. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, just haven't seen it yet. But most of the damage is fairly minimal. Again, some fences I've heard have been blown over, some trees that have been toppled, and there is some ponding on the roads, but not significant flooding, not damaging flooding. I heard Jeff Linder earlier say that this is primarily a wind event for us, and it's kind of bearing out that way, and not a major wind event for most people, but the kind of wind that you would get from a real strong storm. You know, a thunderstorm line blowing through. This one is certainly a storm line that blew through, and we've seen what happens. But we'll continue to kind of rove around here, see if we find anything. And again, if you're in this area, and we'll give you like a 10-mile radius. We can drive to wherever some damage is. If you have seen it, you're experiencing it, let us know. We'll come see it. We'll take a look, and we'll share it with folks to see what Beryl has done. For now, though, that's what I can show you from Cinco Ranch, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. And I can see there's some people kind of out behind you taking a look at the conditions. But of course, the reminder is we're not really through this yet. We want people to stay inside.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. People come out with their umbrellas to take some pictures and look around. I saw some people riding their bikes. Gotta love a bike rider. But I wonder how much sense there is that that maybe there's a little more to this storm to come through. So hopefully they don't stray too far from their homes when the rain and wind comes back. However strong it may or may not be, we'll find out.
Says the expert bike rider himself, I must add. All right, Tom, thanks for being out there. Be careful.
I'm not riding the bike today.
No, I don't blame you for that. But be careful out there. We know you have plenty more to come out there for storms in your area. We have a major update now. Unfortunately, I just heard from Constable Mark Herman, and another person has died in their own home because a tree fell on it. This is in the 17,000 block of Rustic Pine Trail in Houston. So we mentioned earlier a man in Humble, now a woman in Houston has died because another tree has fallen onto her home. Obviously, trees are the huge concern right now, everybody. And so please just try to get it. They're saying to get into the interior of your home in the safest place where you can, away from windows, whatever you can do. But when it falls on the roof of your home, I just don't know that you can find a safe place in there. But you just have to do what you can to keep your family as safe as you can.
Yeah, and like you were saying, when we had the big drought that we did last year, that really tends to kind of loosen up the earth that's kind of holding trees in place. And then when you have massive water on it, it's so much easier for a great big heavy tree to fall over. And so we really kind of had the perfect storm leading up to this. So it's heartbreaking to hear that we have another situation like that.
It's so sickening. So far that we know of 2 deaths in our area because of Hurricane Beryl. Right now, let's give you an idea of what some of that high water looks like. It's a little difficult to tell because it's so windy. It is shaking this Houston TransStar camera all over the place. But right now, we're giving you a live look at Highway 288 at 610 through this Houston TransStar camera. It looks like that might be a vehicle, unfortunately, under the water. If you look to the far right-hand side of your screen, I see another vehicle that might be trapped. They have nowhere to go because they can't get through.
It's pretty deep right now, and this is, what we're seeing time and time again when we see vehicles trying to get through. They push it. They're not sure how deep it is, and that's where we're seeing people get into trouble. And we're seeing it happen live on our air over and over again. And this is, 288 at 610, but I'm looking at the Houston TransStar, and I just want to give you, we've got a number of high water situations that they're reporting. I just want to go over some of them so that you're aware. I-10 Katy eastbound at Houston Avenue. We've got I-69. I-69 southwest northbound at Dunleavy, and several on 288. The managed lane northbound at McGregor, high water there. Northbound at Holcomb Boulevard on 288 at the entrance ramp there. And again, these images coming in, we've been looking at this for a while. This is at the 610 South Loop that we've been showing you. So, to the point that Tom was making about seeing people out, we know people are curious. You want to get out. You're tired of being pent up. You want to look and see what the damage is, but we're still seeing the bottom half of this thing moving through the area, which means all of those winds and all of that rain is going to be kicking up again if it hasn't already. And so this is why we really want to urge you, don't go out in your cars, don't go out of your homes yet. We're really not through this.
Right now, we want to let you know about a fire that we've just learned about in southwest Houston. So we're closely monitoring what's happening to that. But look at these flames. This is a very dramatic scene going on. We are trying to figure out exactly what's going on. I certainly hope nobody is injured in this. But look at those flames just shooting up and all the smoke coming. And it looks like it might be, it's hard to tell if it's a construction site or what this is because that fence looks a little unsturdy to be a home. But we have our crews out there, as you can tell.
Do we know which crew this is?
It's Jade. Okay, Jade, and she's in the Rosenberg area. So that's what we know so far. We're not quite sure what road this is. We're working to get that information. Of course, we want our crew to be safe first. They're pretty close to it. That was our photographer, Ed, there. So yeah, we can see these flames are kind of kicking up, and it looked like he was kind of, you know, like running to get out of the area. So just incredible. We don't know, you know, what may have sparked this fire. Or what exactly is burning. It's right there next to the road. So of course that could be really hazardous if there's anybody that was, you know, trying to drive through that area. It doesn't look like it's particularly a high water area. You almost kind of wish it was. If there was some high water there, that might help to put some of these flames out. But it's burning pretty good. And again, this is our crew. Jade Fleury is in the Rosenberg area, so I'm guessing that this is in that area somewhere. And so we're working right now to see if we can get you some more. Southwest Houston.
Windswept
Lane.
And Southwest Houston.
And do we know anything about what? Okay, we don't know yet what might be there that is burning, whether there's a business next to this, or
and this reminds
what this
me
might
of
be.
So many hurricanes in the past where we've seen historic restaurants burn down downtown Houston when things like this happen. And so it's certainly a huge risk when you have winds this high. So many different things can happen, and so not only trees down, but fires can certainly spark. And so, my goodness, this is just such a dramatic scene unfolding, and that's what our crews are finding all over the area, the whole greater Houston area. Every turn they make, they're finding something else, and so you can tell our crews are staying back as safely as they can. But now that smoke is barreling toward them, so they're probably going to have to back up to make sure that they stay safe in this situation, because it looked like that wind gust changed just a little bit the direction of that smoke coming right at them now.
Yeah, we don't want them trying to push through that. They've really, you know, they're giving us an incredible view of it. But really, you know, you don't know whether something, you know, might explode or what have you, because we don't know what it is that's burning.
Let's check in with Jade right now, who's in that area. Jade, tell us what you're seeing and how you came upon this.
It's getting the electrical lines now.
Jade, can you hear us?
Shit.
Are you guys talking to me here?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on a hot line.
The fire departments are pulling up right now. Yes. The fire department just pulled up right now. We're told by a business across the street that this is the flea market, and we can see that this fire is burning power lines, possibly even transformers, and honestly, it's getting bigger, so we're trying to kind of back up, but we have fire crews behind us. Now we're kind of trapped in here, but just stand by. Firefighters are about to head over there. Surprisingly, with this downpour going on, it's not enough rain to put out that fire, and we were just driving on 59 and we saw the smoke, so we figured we'd go check it out. But this is what's going on, and it's very surprising that an incident like this can happen in the middle of a hurricane.
But we saw that just some flashes of bright white light. Is that was that the electrical lines that you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like they're sparking because they're burning right now.
And tell me about the smoke. Are you able to breathe okay? Do you feel like you're safe?
Luckily, we're in the car, but I can smell the smoke from the car. And our photographer, Ed, when he went outside to go ask what facility that was, he said that he heard loud noises and popping. Luckily, I don't hear anything right now, but we still see that flashing. It's kind of hard to see through the camera, but in person, you can see sparks and stuff flying.
And it looks like the fire department is
It looks like the smoke is turning white, so that, yep.
You go ahead. What were you
No,
going to say,
exactly
Jade?
what you were saying. It looks like the fire department is starting to put it out.
And perhaps at least assessing the situation to figure out. But we saw some more of those sparks flying because of the electrical lines, perhaps.
And do we know anything about the flea market? Was this, you know, something where there might have, you know, hopefully weren't any, you know, people in there, you know, through the storm, but anything about what might have been going on there, or, you know, what kinds of things are stored in that area?
Right now we have very little information. Honestly, we just kind of pulled up on the scene here and happened to be here at the right place at the right time. I know we called 911 as soon as we saw the place on fire, but there are also people on the other side over there. They possibly called the first responders too, but it was very big at one point. Luckily, it looks like the fire department is starting to put it out. But it's quite interesting what would have possibly started this, especially in the middle of a hurricane.
Yeah, I have to wonder if it was a downed power line or something like that.
Yeah, it seems to happen almost every hurricane. We typically see a fire, really several throughout the area. So no surprise there. Now, as far as this is concerned, it does look like the situation is under control, perhaps, because we did see the black billowing smoke. Now it's turned to white, and we're seeing very few flames. So, I mean, they're definitely still there. It seems like they flare up every once in a while, but certainly seems like it's getting under control. So that is a huge relief. Tell me about that area of what you see around it. So we see a flea market on the left, Jade. What do you see on the right side? And then closer to where you are there any other buildings in that area of what you can see through the smoke?
This does look like a business kind of industrial area. There are a lot of tarps up around the fences, so it's hard to see kind of what other businesses are here. We tried to talk to someone earlier, but unfortunately we didn't speak Spanish, but they were pointing at the fire, and I think they may have been the ones who also notified first responders as well.
Yeah. Probably not a lot of people out to be able to ask and talk to right now, which is a good thing.
And I want to ask Jade, because obviously you guys were relocating. Were you heading towards something? And can you tell us anything about some of the road conditions and what you guys were seeing, on your way to where you were going?
Yeah, we were heading into the city from Rosenberg, and when you saw me earlier, it was just sprinkling, but as we headed up towards on 59, the rain was starting to get more intense, and the rain and the wind gusts, so clearly, the hurricane and the bad weather is not over. But like I said, when we were on 59, that's when we noticed the smoke, and we got off to come check out this scene.
All right, we are so appreciative of you being there. Just one last question for you. A lot of people might not know where Windswept Lane in Southwest Houston is. Can you give us some major cross streets so we have a better idea of where you are?
Yes, give me one moment. A street nearby is Green Ridge, and I would say that we are north of Southwest Freeway.
Okay, that gives us a better idea.
On the west side of Houston.
Okay. All right, Jade, will you all be safe out there? I'm thankful to see that it looks like things are definitely getting under control. We're seeing some firefighters walking out, and looks like nobody's in a huge panic now, so that's a really good thing. Thanks for being out there. Be safe, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning.
And we are going to go now. We're going to check back in with Sally. She was at the scene at Harwin where the road is flooded, and it looks like it's still pretty flooded there behind her. We were watching about an hour ago when we checked in with her. Cars trying to drive through this. One got stuck, and people had to hop out and push it out of there. So good morning to you again, Sally. Can you give us an update on the situation there?
Yeah, man. We need Beryl to go away, ladies. As you can see, things have not gotten much better out here. We have been getting slammed for the last 3 hours here in Southwest Houston as the eye wall has just come right over us. You can see this is the parking lot where we are. When we first started reporting out here, the water was not up over the parking lot. This is above the street level, so you can imagine just how deep it is out there. There are times when we see white caps on those the water on the roadway, like right now here at the intersection of Hillcroft and Harwin. These hurricane force wind gusts are just kicking up the water here, where it's creating a current, and on top of that you have sheets of rain still falling, just aggravating the flash flooding situation out here. This is one of the first high water vehicles that we've seen, so perhaps they're going to perform some rescues right now, help some folks who are stranded, but take a look at the waves that it causes. All right, photographer Ray Williams is going to back up out of the way here. Every time a driver comes through here, this is what we're dealing with. There is debris all in this roadway. This SUV, this 4Runner that you see here, this 4Runner actually just hopped up onto the median, so that's why it looks like that driver is a little bit higher up. We've got a tree down right behind him. This is, of course, a popular shopping area, a very diverse international area. All of these businesses are closed today. The power is out. The street light's not working. You see the sign that's over there just in the middle of the road. I cannot tell you how many wicked noises we have heard out here. When we came to you about an hour or so ago, this tarp was still up on this business, and we have just watched it fall, watched it slam back and forth, and we moved our cars, of course, out of the way so we wouldn't get hit here. But this is the area I was standing in when I saw you earlier, and look at this car over here that drove into high water there. That driver right there thankfully got out okay, and we've seen him just kind of walking back and forth trying to get help. And Ray, I don't know if you can see, there's one other car way down there, a silver car. So we've got two cars that are stuck here in high water. Everybody inside able to make it out okay, but that's exactly why we want everyone to stay off the roadways until this threat passes here. It is still just absolutely nasty out here. We're cold, we're wet, and we want Beryl to say goodbye soon. Back to you guys.
Yes, we do. We can't think of anything better. We can tell you, Sally, it has finally been downgraded. No longer a Hurricane Beryl, is now a tropical storm. We're moving in the right direction, but we have a ways to go.
Yeah, so we want to go right now to our chief meteorologist, Mike Iskovitz, to get that update that just came in. Mike?
Yep. So, we're trying to look for some light at the end of the tunnel, some encouraging news, and I could tell you that it's of little consolation to all the folks that are dealing with the damage that's already happened, but we can tell you that it is now a tropical storm, Beryl, and it's picking up speed a little bit as far as moving out of the area. And I'll tell you, in the greater Houston area, things are going to improve dramatically within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So let's get to it. Let me show you the latest numbers. Again, this just came in. In fact, it's not even 10 o'clock yet, but it just came in moments ago from the National Hurricane Center. So as of the 10 a.m. advisory, 70-mile-per-hour winds on tropical storm Beryl. The pressure is up a little, so the higher the pressure, the weaker the storm. So still 984 millibars, which is still a fairly significant tropical storm. It is moving to the northeast now at 13 miles per hour. Previously it was moving at 12, so it's moving a little faster, which means that by 11 a.m., so that in an hour basically, we're looking for the storm to be making its way, would you believe it, into the Cypress and Spring area. Actually, it's moving into Cypress now, but the eye, which is a very large circulation right now, is actually going to be moving over places like Spring and the Woodlands, and then quickly making its way over Conroe by 12:30. Now, keep in mind, the center is actually not where the nasty stuff is. It's kind of going to be over here, which means Willis and Splendora and even up to around San Jacinto County could actually get in on some nasty weather coming up over about 3 hours from now. And then beyond that, it exits the area very quickly. The latest wind gusts are still pretty wild, really. I mean, it's unbelievable the gusty winds that we're getting. When the hour turns here, coming up in 3 minutes, we'll get some new data coming in here. But recently, within the last hour, we've had 75 to 82 mile per hour wind gusts measured at both airports in Houston, which is really rare. Even in a lot of the big hurricanes we've had, it doesn't happen all that often. The center of circulation here is going to be moving up here into northern Harris County. And eventually, what that means is that the focus of the rain is going to be shifting a little bit. So, for example, we've had extremely heavy rain in Houston. A lot of that is starting to let up just a little bit. The focus of the heavy rain right now shifting from around Webster to Pasadena to Crosby and Sheldon and around Humble. We still have a flash flood warning in effect for Houston and just about all of Harris County until 11 a.m. So that's another hour. And it'll be kind of reconfigured after that. North of Houston, it's now in effect until 1 p.m. for that reason that I mentioned, that center is going to be moving up past Cypress and toward the Woodlands. It's going to pull a lot of moisture and rain along with it into Montgomery County, Liberty County, and then closer to around Livingston. Down to the south, we had so much rain earlier this morning that even though it has let up a lot, we have this huge area here, all of Brazoria County, much of Galveston County, much of Matagorda County, all under what's called an aerial flood warning. So that means we don't really have any additional flooding that's taking place, but because of the fact that we have what I would call steady continued flooding. So a lot of the creeks are all out of their banks, the roadways are flooded, and it's just not getting any worse, but it's really not getting any better anytime soon. So that advisory is in effect until 2 p.m. All right, we have seen some big time improvements in a lot of spots. I mean, look, this center of circulation is really big, and it still includes Katy and Cypress right now. Katy at 26-mile-per-hour wind gust, a far cry from what we're seeing elsewhere. The focus of that heavy rain over the next hour is going to be from around Humble back up to Conroe and Willis, and then up to around Huntsville. It's really shifting off to our north. On the back side of it here, finally we're going to get some relief. Fort Bend County, yes, it's still going to be windy, but the rain is going to really start to let up down around Sugar Land and even eventually here around Pearland. When we take a look at how fast those clouds, the cloud droplets are moving, we're still getting some velocities of more than 90 miles per hour up there in parts of Harris County. Now, that doesn't mean that at the surface we're getting 90-mile-an-hour winds, but if you get a downpour out of some of these rain bands, that velocity, that momentum can sort of be pulled down by the rain if you're in these heavy rain bands, and that can give you those extremely high wind gusts that we're seeing. So this is a little bit of an encouraging sight for those of us in the, let's say if you're in Fort Bend County, let's say you're in Katy, Sugar Land, and then all the way down at a very hard hit Brazoria County, is that if you see at the end here, we're finally seeing the rain really let up for most areas south of Interstate 10. And the focus of it is going to be inundating Montgomery County and northeast Harris County. So like I said, we're talking about Humble, Atascocita, Kingwood, Porter, Conroe. You guys are really going to be in the thick of it here for the next hour, maybe 90 minutes or so, and we'll gradually see improving conditions in Houston, although certainly not quickly enough, right? So the storm is starting to become a little bit less, huge when you take a look at these bright colors here. We're still seeing the core of the system fairly impressive, pretty feisty at this point still, but we're not seeing that huge sort of extent of the really heavy rains and wind that we had earlier this morning. And here's a close-up view. When we're looking for these darker spots here, that's where we have the heavier rain that's falling, the taller cloud tops. Down here to Brazoria County, I just want to remind you, I know you guys were so hard hit and you're probably ready to bust out of the house at this point, having the morning that you've had around Lake Jackson. But just be advised that it's going to keep flooding down there for a while. Same thing here around Angleton and heading up to around Alvin. That flooding is going to continue. So what about forecast wind gusts for the rest of the day? Well, let's go ahead and hit fast forward to 4 p.m. this afternoon. We should see a very welcome improvement. It's still going to be kind of windy, still a bit gusty out there, but I mean, we're talking about wind gusts of 24 to 30, maybe 35 miles per hour, which is a far cry from the 70, 75, and 80 mile per hour gusts that we've been experiencing. Let me just fast forward ahead here to the 7-day forecast because we haven't been talking much about this for obvious reasons. Today, we're going to eventually lower that rain chance, but for right now, everybody's still getting in on the rain. Still count on some 40 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts in the short term, and then that'll tone down just a little by the late afternoon. Now, the next few days, I got to tell you, a lot of our models are actually showing almost no rain tomorrow, maybe even no rain. I'm worried that there could be a lingering rain band behind it, but the thing is, we might end up with, hold on a second.
Tornado watch is now ended in Houston.
Okay.
In Harris County,
Good.
but up into Montgomery County and Northeast.
Got it. Okay, so the whole area was under a tornado watch before, and now it's just the areas I was mentioning that are in that that leading edge of the hurricane. Let me go ahead and go back and show you. So remember, I was sharing with you how the center of circulation had moved up to the northwest part of Harris County. Now it's this area that's under the tornado watch. So not here anymore and not in Harris County anymore, but Areas north of Houston, we still need to watch these rain bands for some potential rotation. And I would say even out here, too, is where you're going to have a good chance. And that's moving into like Winnie and Port Arthur, Beaumont area. So, you know, I will say that we are, you know, right now, yeah, you know, maybe it's some relief that the winds are letting off a little bit. But 288, that white truck that you see there, prayers for that person, because apparently they just drove into it and that water is up to the window levels. Goodness gracious. Well, hopefully the first responders are aware of this. I mean, obviously they are aware of it. Look, it's on Houston TransStar, which means that the Emergency Operations Center, they're seeing this. So for anybody who's watching us online, especially from out of town, just know that they know. But just really, obviously, an extremely scary situation to be in. And again, we cannot stress enough to everybody to please stay home. Even if the wind starts to get lighter and you're starting to get cabin fever or whatever, you have to stay home. And if, you know, your boss or whatever says that you're required to come to work, you know, the only thing you can say is the whole city is flooded. You know, you're risking your life literally trying to get from point A to point B right now. Obviously, that bridge that goes across 288 is elevated, and so you're okay in that regard. But this is 288 at 610. You know, this is an area, unfortunately, that is notorious for flooding. From 610 up to the McGregor exits, you know how badly this is flooded in previous storms. And so we'll keep an eye on this. Hopefully the person or people that are in there are going to be okay. But just for everybody's watching, just know, the emergency responders know, and I'm sure that they're scrambling to go make a water rescue right now. But that is scary as heck, and we just don't want that to happen to anybody else. Because when we have inland flooding, that's the most dangerous place you could be is in your car. The safest place you could be is at home.
That is a very scary image, because you're right, that car is submerged pretty deeply in the water, and we haven't seen anybody get out of that car yet. So hopefully they will get a response there soon. I want to give you just a couple of updates on numbers. I just checked our outages from CenterPoint. It's reporting that we're now at 1.9 million outages across the area, and then of course there are other power companies. So really there are higher numbers than that of power outages across the area. So it's pretty vast. We've also seen 1,000 flights in and out of Houston have been canceled so far today. And then of course we've also had 2 deaths that we have reported so far. A man in a home, a tree fell on the home and he died, 53 years old, in the Humble area. And just recently we also heard of a woman who was killed when a tree fell on their home. So we're working to find out more about both of those situations, and we will update you. But very tragic losses from this storm so far. We do want to go out to our Chelsea Edwards. She is joining us live to give us an update. Where are you headed now, or where are you at now, Chelsea? And give us a look at what some of the conditions are.
Yeah, we are deeper into Lake Jackson. We've been taking a tour of the area. The best way to describe what we've been seeing is just a mess. I mean, trees down everywhere, signs down, stoplights down, windows broken in homes, also high water on several of these streets. So interestingly enough, we've been rolling through this neighborhood that has a lot of streets named after trees, sycamore, cypress, and we've been seeing nothing but trees down in this area. I mean, from, you know, branches to the entire tree being uprooted. So Jeff is behind the wheel right now taking us through this neighborhood. It's pretty much an obstacle course, and that's a good way of describing it. You can see, you know, some where the tree was just broken in half here. And you can imagine these trees have been around for decades. I know we have a lot of trees north of Houston, but there are a lot down here in this area. So we've been making our way around. Some people have started cleanup. You know, not a whole lot that could be done right now at this moment. I think everybody's just also been trying to wait to see if we were going to get that second round of the storm. But since it's looking fairly clear at this point, we're seeing more and more people coming out, even people pulling out their equipment, trying to clear the roadways here. One thing I do want to mention that the city of Lake Jackson posted was that, you know, there was this expectation that trees would be down in this area. There were just so many trees. However, they do not want people to approach trees that are over roads because there could be live power lines tangled in them or hanging near them. We were showing you earlier where we were in another area where there were plenty of power lines down. So just something that people should be aware of if they are getting out to start cleanup, not to approach a tree or try to handle a tree that is down over a road when you aren't sure that a live power line could be entangled in it. So another thing, if you do come across a power line, a down power line, you want to stay 35 feet away. So I know we've been encouraging people to stay inside anyway, you know, kind of let emergency officials come out and start cleanup and things like that. I think a lot of people are just anxious to get out the house after all that's happened here. But yeah, people are already getting out here, starting to clean up, and we just want them to do it safely if they do step outside. But you can see it is quite the mess over here in Lake Jackson.
Such an important reminder, Chelsea, because it would be so easy if you're trapped somewhere to not know what to do but try to get out and move that tree, and you think about how heavy they are, you can get injured, and again, those power lines, a big problem. Now, obviously, the neighborhoods like this, it's such a dramatic, sickening scene to see because we know it is going to cost everyone so much money in order to remove these trees. And think about how many are down, Chelsea. It's going to take a long time for all of this to be removed just because it is so many people in our area. What were the roads like getting there? So this is the neighborhood. What were the highways like to get there? Were you seeing that on the side of the roads as well?
Yeah, not so much on the highways, just because, you know, there wasn't as much. We did see, I remember a street lamp that was down. So, you know, more signage and lights closer to the freeway. But of course, here, once you're in the neighborhood, that's where you're seeing all these trees. You can even see it from 288, trees down in the neighborhoods, signs down, things just blown all over the place. So, yeah, it is just a mess. I mean, I wouldn't encourage people to get out in the streets because there's just so much debris at this point. And we're just hoping people just hang tight, you know. I know the power's out in this area, just like many places across our area, but we don't want people to just get on the roadways and start trying to navigate this because again, there's also flooded streets and high water in some areas, and it's one of those things where people think that they can make it through, but then you end up with an emergency situation, or you have something swimming around in there that you're unaware of. So it's not something to play in. Just, you know, hang tight if you can.
This is the first time we've seen water on the roadways while you've been driving around, but I don't even really see it splashing, so it's obviously not very deep in that neighborhood.
Yeah, so in this area, it's not as bad. We've just been running across some pockets of it. Some of it, you know, we're in an SUV, luckily, so some of it has been a little trickier to get around, but just been doing a great job making sure that we don't get our vehicle flooded. And I mean, the only other vehicles we've really seen out here are some, you know, some high-powered SUVs and things like that for people who are really anxious to start cleanup. We saw a guy out here ready to start working on a tree. So, you know, I think it's something that we just don't want people to take a chance with.
No, and I'm glad to see that your photographer is very wise there, backed up, playing it safe like we're encouraging everyone else to do. Chelsea, thanks for being out there. Let us know if there's any updates.
All right, thanks.
All right, Melissa Wilson here, and now we bring in our evening anchor, Caroline Collins. Thanks for coming in. And
you've been doing such a great job covering all this. I've been watching all morning. Just crazy to see what's going on out there, and now we're seeing damage and what's left, and just staying informed. You guys have been doing a great job.
Oh, thanks. And I know you've got a busy day ahead, too, as we really work all over the greater Houston area now. I want to make sure you know we are downgraded to a tropical storm, and why that may seem like a sigh of relief for a lot of people, you got to know it's still to come for so many people, especially on the north side.
Yeah, it's been wild. When I was driving in here, it was raining so hard, and now to see like where Chelsea was, for that rain to be letting up, you can see areas still flooded, all the debris on the road. We have over 1 million without power. I feel like this is just the very beginning of what we're going to see unfold as this thing moves on through here.
And we want to make sure you know that our city leaders are really closely watching this to let us know what's going on, to bring us up to date with what we can expect throughout the day. We're expecting to hear from Mayor John Whitmire anytime. We'll be certainly cutting into that the second that happens. And then we've been talking to constables all over. They're actually out and about in neighborhoods helping people, including, unfortunately, 2 people who lost their lives after trees crashed into their homes in Humble, and also one house in Houston.
It's so sad. It's so sad, but it's so encouraging that they are keeping us up to date, and we do have this information available for us, and we do know that the mayor is supposed to speak here soon, which is you know, just another positive to hear from our leaders in a time like this. But definitely avoid those areas like you saw that are flooded. That's when we could see avoidable danger happen. It seems like the 2 incidences that happened, these people were in their homes, and unfortunately the wind knocks trees over. You know, they were doing what they were supposed to do, so do what you're supposed to do, and just you know, hope for the best until we ride this thing out.
Yeah, let's check in with our meteorologist Allison Gargaro, closely monitoring this for us all morning long. Allison, how is it looking right now? Who are you most concerned about at this point?
North of I-10. So we're talking Montgomery County, and then all points north and east. So the good news is that this thing is losing some steam. As of 10 o'clock, we got our latest advisory, and maximum winds are now at 70 miles per hour, meaning this is a tropical storm. Yes, it is still in the stronger ranking of tropical storm winds, but this is now making its way up towards Cyprus and into spring. I mean, we have watched this all morning long make its way inland. So what I have is our radar loop just for us here in Houston. So it's not showing any of the radar north of that, but the latest models does have this decreasing by a little bit later this evening down to about 45 mile per hour winds, and then likely becoming a tropical depression, if not a remnant low, as it continues off to the north and east. But I want to take you out to some of our bayou levels. This is going to be very important for folks that live along, if not live near, any of the bayous that I'm going to mention. So let's start off at White Oak Bayou at Houston. So that's going to be very close to I-10. We are now seeing it at moderate flood stage. So you can see 34.17 feet. And to be at major, it just needs to go up a bit more. And the thing is, we're still going to be seeing runoff from the heavy rain that's already fallen, and still the potential for some of that rain to fall. So there we go with one bayou. Let's take you out to Buffalo Bayou. This is going to be at Shepherd. The water has risen and is high. We're not quite at minor flood stage yet, but you can see that about less than 4 feet more, and it would be at that level. Taking you down a bit more, we're at Brays Bayou at Houston. So you can see Bel Air just off to the west of that. So honestly, that's going to be pretty close to just to the south of those 2 other locations that I mentioned. Again, the water level is high. And then I just want to take you over to Brays Bayou. This is going to be at Gessner Drive. And just moments ago, we saw that it is now at minor flood stage by 0.3 inches there, but nonetheless, we're still seeing that water continue to rise. I mean, every time I've showed you these graphics, numbers have bumped up just a bit. So this is likely going to continue, as now there is that flash flood warning in effect until 1 o'clock. So that's the thing. It keeps getting extended. So yes, maybe at that time we're not going to be seeing quite as much rain in the area, but that doesn't mean that we're still not seeing flooded roadways, meaning it's not recommended to get out on the roads through early this afternoon. Now, this is an overlay of our 12-hour rainfall totals, and These are radar estimates. So this is not set in stone exactly what any of our gauges are picking up, but still, take a look. Down near Lake Jackson to Freeport, Angleton, anywhere from 8 to about 10 plus inches of rain in total over the last 12 hours. So that has been past when we did see that landfall. Now taking you up to Santa Fe, out to Alvin, even into Thompson's and Liverpool there, about 7 to 8.2 inches. But let's take you up to Houston, and I'm going to need to even go all the way to the Woodlands, where we are seeing anywhere from 5, 8 to nearly 11 inches of rain in total that have fallen. That's why we are seeing these swollen rivers, swollen bayous. And the thing is, folks that live along any of these flooded roadways, you just can't go outside. I mean, take a look at the picture right down here in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And I believe that's 288. And we see at least 2 vehicles that are almost completely submerged. The thing is, when you drive through flooded roadways, which we do not recommend, but you don't know how deep the water is. So again, this is our TransStar, so 288 at 610. And I see 2 vehicles there, and it looks like 1 vehicle that just went over the overpass, which, you know, looks like it's clear. There's another one, but we just don't know where the flooding is besides this underpass. And it looks like there's a truck or a big SUV, and then kind of in the back, difficult to see because it's not completely zoomed in, but it does look like some sort of sedan that you can barely see the top of the car there, and you can maybe see the front windshield of that larger vehicle. And there we go, basically right on cue. The fire department is there. They are likely coming to hopefully rescue the person, maybe people that are in that vehicle. Again, we really don't have any updates for you other than what we can see at this very moment. You know, I haven't been watching it completely to know if somebody has been able to get out, or, you know, are they able to roll the windows down, whatever it is. But it does look like the fire department is on the scene, and hopefully we can watch a rescue and make sure that everybody is staying safe there. Now, I want to get back over to oh, he's on the roof of the truck. Okay. Oh, yes, you can kind of see a little outline. So it does look like just 1 person there. So he is clearly waiting to be rescued. And you can see now there's a person up right on top of the road. So this is going to be on the left-hand side of your screen. You can kind of see somebody walking. Again, it's a little blurry for us to see at this moment, but hopefully that is a first responder that's maybe trying to talk to this person to say, hey, you know, we're working on getting you there. You know, with the fire truck there, that person probably feels a sense of relief because he doesn't know how fast the water is going to rise. And there's likely still some rain and you know, a lot going on at this time, but thankfully the fire department is on the scene.
Well, I gotta be honest, this was one of the scariest things I was unfortunately anticipating to see today. And you can see just how high that water has risen. Look at that overpass there. And then that looks like the top of the car, as Allison was saying, and a person on top of that car. We are hoping we see a rescue here, but this is what, unfortunately, I was sort of bracing myself to be witnessing as we continue our coverage today.
And what's sickening about it is just while we've been talking in just the last couple of minutes, you can tell the water's rising because we're seeing less and less of that vehicle. I mean, it's just happening so quickly. And earlier,
this really looks quickly right now.
We were seeing vehicles coming the other way earlier, and it looks like perhaps they've backed up and out of there because I don't see anybody else down here on this lower level, only crossing over. But what a dramatic scene, all unfolding along Highway 288 at 610. Look over to the far left-hand side of your screen. So awesome to be able to see that fire truck there and crews doing what they can to help.
My goodness, I hope that we see this person or people rescued because this is certainly a scary situation. And I think it's just a good reminder, even though, you know, conditions might be lessening in your area, you could easily drive into water like this. As you can see, it blends sort of in with the roadway because things are dark and hazy outside, and visibility, especially if it's raining, is not easy, and you could find yourself driving right into a potentially deadly situation. And in this case, we do have rescuers here, thank goodness. It's going to be interesting to see just how they're going to make their way down to that person, as it's sort of like racing against the clock.
It sure is. And take a look at the TransStar camera. It is just blowing in the wind, so the conditions are less than ideal there. But it looks like the rescue crews now on that, if you take a look at the grass, if you look at the hill, it looks like they're trying to make their way down it. But imagine how muddy and slippery this slope is. So it's a dangerous situation from them as well. They have to do what they can to make sure that they stay healthy, that they don't get injured on their way down. But it looks like they're doing what they can, and now it looks like they're backing off. So it may be they may have to go where it's not quite so steep. It looked like it was really difficult for them to get down right there.
It looks like they're going to a different angle. I see at least one person carrying something, probably a device that would aid in this rescue. And the ladder is extended. Not sure what they're going to do with that, but man, it just looks like that water is getting just higher and higher as the seconds go by. So it really is like racing against the clock in the middle of rain, in the middle of high winds. The traffic camera, you can see it shaking. That's from the wind. And it's dangerous for all that are involved in this right now.
If you look at the top of your screen now, right under the word TransStar, there was another vehicle that was making its way toward all this. I'm really hoping they stop. It's hard to tell if there's barricades out, but I could see the car coming toward, and now they're under, you can't see them because they're now covered under that bridge. So I really hope they were able to tell and nobody else drives into this. There are so many high water areas now that crews are having a hard time getting those barricades up to warn people not to go into it. So just know that there are a lot of problems like this around town where we do not want to see these high water rescues. Again, the crew's trying to figure out how to get to this person in the first place.
If I'm not mistaken, they're lowering that ladder down right now, and hopefully that person or people, it looks like just one person though, is able to latch on somehow and be lifted to safety. This looks like that is the plan of action right now. It is difficult to see, but if you look, you can see the white ladder on the truck stretching across your screen towards like the front of the overpass. It's right above where that person is on the car. Now there's another person walking down the slope towards the water.
And it's hard to tell what's on the end of that ladder. Maybe it's some type of safety device for them to grab onto. Perhaps it's some kind of cable or roping system. Very difficult to tell, but I believe that's the very end of the ladder where you see something dark hanging down from it. And now again, that one crew member at the very edge of the water, I'm sure they're shouting out directions, probably trying to help those people or person. It's difficult to tell. Stay calm and just give them direction about what they're going to do. And it looks like actually the ladder goes past that dark spot, doesn't it? It looks like it's almost right over the vehicle now. It is almost there.
And it lowered a bit more. So I think we're right here. There must be some sort of rescue device on the tip of that ladder that they're trying to get this person to latch onto or just be able to be pulled to safety from. But man, I've never seen a rescue quite like this, using the ladder of a truck that's on dry land, stretching over into flooded water as the water seems to be just, I mean, it's rising. I mean, it is. That car is, it's like we're seeing less and less and less of the car.
And think about the strength of this ladder. It's just fascinating to see how they're able to just run it like that with the ground and just send it out over that water. And look at the water flow itself. The wind is blowing so hard that the water flow, I'm surprised the vehicle's not moving, because you can tell, you can actually almost see waves in that water.
And Melissa, you had mentioned before we had seen cars kind of coming towards this water. We don't see them anymore. We don't know if that means they're in the water or not. We're hoping that they just backed up, stayed put. Hopefully they could see that this is not something you want to be driving into. This is 288 at 610 North, a Houston TransStar camera. You're watching a live rescue right now. Fire department out there with a ladder truck. And we're just waiting anxiously to see if they pull this off.
And what's difficult about this situation, too, is you never know what is in that water. We have seen all kinds of things in floodwaters like this in the past. Huge piles of fire ants floating along, all kinds of different types of chemicals, snakes, even gators. And so I'm sure in a situation like this, they're trying to make sure that the crews stay safe, that nobody gets injured, but at the same time, make sure that this person is in a situation where they have a little time to put the perfect plan together to make sure that they are able to pull this off correctly and safely.
And Melissa, like you mentioned, the water being such a hazard, I believe also if power lines are down, you could be electrocuted. We've covered that before. We've seen that happen. So how would you even know if this water, you know, was dangerous and would, you know, electrocute you or something, or who knows what is in here? It's just so dangerous and so scary to watch. That person is still on the roof of their car at this point. It's crazy that they were even able to get out on the roof of their house, being how deep this car is.
Well, what a relief that they were able to get those windows down, because unfortunately that is something that we see time after time in flooding storms, is that if somebody has electric windows and they don't roll them down in the nick of time, the whole car shuts down. The pressure of the water, they're not able to open those doors, and if they don't have some type of device to break those windows, and they get trapped in that vehicle. So a huge relief, first of all, to see them on top of the vehicle, even though it is still a very alarming situation. I don't see the emergency worker on the slope anymore. They may be back up at that fire truck trying to figure out how to pull this off, and I'm sure it's hard to get the ladder that low, because think about the slope. You've got a huge slope, and this is going up and out over that, and I'm sure to get it down that low in that angle, it may be physically impossible to do that.
I think, you know, they are trying everything that they can at this point.
Is there somebody on the ladder now? It looks like somebody might be crawling out over it.
There is somebody out crawling over the ladder right now, and then there's another person to the left side of your screen wearing black on the ground. So there's someone making their way out on the ladder. It looks like they're in a lighter color. You can see that little blurb kind of moving down the ladder. And then we just lost the person who was on the ground on the left side of your screen. They're making their way towards this person, and we're going to see if they can get them.
Yeah, so I guess what will happen at this point, I wish we could tell how many feet that are above, but it looks like, I mean, maybe 10, 20 feet. There's no way to tell how far that ladder is from that vehicle, but I'm assuming that at that point, they're going to have to throw down perhaps a rope ladder or something in order to be able to pull that person up. This is going to take a lot of physical strength, a lot of balance. There is a lot going on here. Now, multiple people on the ladder trying to get out to them.
At least 3 people are on this ladder. I just caught that in that view. You see a person in yellow, red, another one in yellow. 3 people up on that ladder making their way to that person who's stranded out there in these floodwaters. We've been following this now for several minutes, so we're going on 10 minutes of covering this particular rescue. Multiple people on the ground too, kind of orchestrating what's going on, and also being out there suspended like that on that ladder in these high winds that you could see has to be so challenging.
And they must be very concerned about what is in that water. And I'm thinking, Caroline, that it may be what you were talking about. Perhaps there are some wires down that they can see, because it seems like as close as this vehicle is to the shore, it would be very easy to throw him some type of flotation device, him or her, we can't tell at this point, throw a flotation device and just pull them in. They are doing everything they can not to touch this water. And so there must be some major concerns about that. So they're doing everything they can to pluck them up and over out of that water.
Well, you can, just like you mentioned, I mean, even just the rate at which this water is flowing, because if you look at the water, you can see waves in the water, meaning that water is moving. So I wonder just how fast it's flowing. It does appear like this is a man on top of this vehicle, and as far as we know at this point, it does look like just one person on top of the vehicle, and they are getting closer to the end of the ladder. They're making their way. It looks like they are almost there. The ladder stretches almost directly on top of this car, almost.
I'm so thankful for our first responders. They work so hard year in and year out. They have special trainings for situations like this, and you can imagine the adrenaline's flowing to do what they can to save a life right now. It looks like now that worker is at the very end of the ladder, right on top of this person. So any moment we may be seeing this person being hauled up. It's going to be really interesting to see how they pull this off, because at the very end of the ladder, I feel like this would be incredibly physically difficult to pull this off.
I'm wondering if we just lost the picture. Man, we just lost the picture.
Hopefully we can
I hope it comes back up. But you saw that wind blowing, making that rescue extremely difficult as somebody is on the edge of that ladder, suspended over water. The wind is blowing. probably some rain coming down in that area, making that extremely challenging. If that camera comes up, we will absolutely bring you back to that rescue.
And you think about a typical man weighs about 200 pounds. You're at the very end of the ladder in a very stressful situation, and somehow they've got to get that person up and on top of that ladder. What a dramatic situation that's going to be taking place there. And if the wind messed up that camera, there's no way we're going to be able to pull that back, because someone probably physically can't get there right now to do it. So we're going to be closely monitoring that and seeing if we can get, I don't know if it's possible to even get our crews that way. I know we'll do everything that we can to be able to pull that off to see what's happening.
It's hard to tell because you can see that whole area was totally flooded. So that's what people are going to be running into when they try to drive. Our crews included, or just anyone, if you can, stay home. I mean, that's the smartest thing.
And I know you have to be like us, like literally on the edge of our seats, pulling for everybody out there who's in a situation like this. We've been monitoring a situation in Southwest Houston with a fire, we think at a flea market. Let's check in right now with Jade Fleury, who's been there since it started. In fact, they were one of the first people on the scene, called 911. What's happening there now, Jade?
Well, right now, when it comes to the weather, it's raining. Earlier, this place was up in flames. Now you can see firefighters are still dousing it with water. Again, this is a structure. We're told it was a flea market, and the Houston Fire Department tells us that they think it may have started from a down power line, and that's what ignited it. But they also say that the wind gusts from the storm made the fire bigger, and it increased. So they're continuing to douse it. Luckily, they say nobody was injured, but earlier when we showed you guys the fire, this place was up in flames. It was huge, and like I said, this is at the flea market. We are on Windswept Lane, north of 59, near Fountain View. And again, firefighters, first responders are still here. We noticed the fire when we were driving into the city on 59, and you can see there's still some power lines that are sparking over there, which is a little bit scary. And there is one utility pole that looks like it's still trying to catch on fire, but it's just so hard to believe that a fire can even start when it's raining in these conditions. But again, thankfully, nobody was injured during this incident, and they gave us kind of an inside look. Again, everything in there is pretty much burned up.
Sickening to see. Have you been able to talk to anybody in that area about anything was anything stored there? Is this one of those flea markets that people bring their stuff every weekend, or do you know if things were actually there that they keep, where they have the same vendors week after week?
We haven't gotten a chance to talk to anybody out here yet, just because we kind of got out here. But again, these first responders have been dousing the fire for about 30 minutes now. We're not too sure about the vendors. It looks like it may have been individual units, but all of them pretty much got burned up. But again, thankfully, nobody was injured during this incident.
Jade, what are the weather conditions like right now? I can see it is raining. The camera has raindrops on it. I can see the trees blowing. Kind of give us an update on what it's feeling like out there at this moment.
At this point, the rain has been on and off. At some points, there will be a drizzle. Right now, it's kind of coming down on us. Those wind gusts are still pushing us around. Luckily, they're not as bad as they were earlier, but again, it's still raining. It's still the hurricane conditions.
All right, and it seemed like earlier it was raining fairly heavily when all that started. Do you feel like that helped put those flames out a little bit faster, even though our Houston Fire Department was there doing their part as well?
You would think that the rain would have had an impact on the fire, but honestly, it got bigger. I think those wind gusts are what kind of ignited it and made it even more serious and larger than what it would have been if it wouldn't have been as windy.
Wow. Well, Jade Fleury, thanks so much for keeping us updated on what's happening out here. It's, you know, that just shows you how hard that rain's coming down. Your photographer, who I hope you guys are safe, just wiped off the lens because it really is crazy.
All right, thank you so much for that. And I'm just taking a look now. I want to refresh and see how we're doing on our power outages, because every time I look, it's so many more. Now 2.1 million people without power, so many severe areas. Our crews are having a hard time getting to where they want to go.
They are. We have Jonathan Mejia, who was on his way to Galveston, but then had to pull over, I understand. Jonathan, can you give us an update about where you are and what you're seeing and experiencing at this moment?
Yeah, we're in Fort Bend County. It is difficult to hear you because of the winds, and the cell service isn't too great here, but we're just seeing and feeling the wind pick up here and splash the rain here. I'm going to take you a look at this live situation. You're going to see lots of stuff just floating around here in this gas station. You're seeing a trash can. Also, gas pumps are out of place, and street signs have fully come off from this location here. Now, I want you to, if you can take a look over here, I don't know if it's possible. I'll show you this way. What you're going to look right there, that's a piece of a car. That flew off one of these cars here, and I just spoke with the man who owns this part of the his vehicle. He tells me that he came out here looking for gas because he lost power. He needed gas for his generator, but as he was driving, he heard a big pop, and that's when he realized that the back of his car piece broke off. So he's just been driving around following it to make sure that it doesn't put anyone else in harm's way, in danger. As you mentioned, we've been trying to get to Galveston. That's where we were trying to go to see the impacts there, but it's been completely difficult to get there because several roads have been closed. The GPS continues to reroute us where roads are completely flooded, so we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we're stranded there. So we're going to continue to monitor the situations here and make our way to Galveston the safest way possible to bring you the latest information. Of course, you can always stick with us both on air and online at fox26houston.com. Back to you guys.
Wow, it really looks windy out there. Jonathan, are you hunkering down here for a bit? If you can hear us, I know you said it's hard to hear, or are you going to try to head on down to Galveston still? Okay, he can't hear us. It's bad in that area. The wind's really loud out there, and conditions are bad whenever it's raining like that, and our crews are out there trying to stay safe, so we appreciate their updates.
Yeah, we're doing everything we can to keep them safe, but at the same time making sure you have everything that you know and need to know at home. We do have an update on that dramatic moment when we were literally sitting on the edge of our seats watching a man being rescued. He is safely on the ground. We're glad to say they were able to get a flotation device around him, and they were able to get him up, and then he was able to wade out of that last part of the water and onto the land. So he is okay. So thank goodness for the Houston Fire Department, for all of our emergency crews doing what they can. But we want to let you know now 3 other vehicles are submerged in that same area at Highway 288. Remember, we were concerned we could see them driving that way. They unfortunately kept driving
288 and 610. And I was saying that when it's kind of not fully sunny and it's gloomy out and this water kind of blends in with the road, it's easy to do this, unfortunately. So you have to be so careful because you don't know when this type of flooding is going to pop up in these types of situations. So you could see a van, and then maybe it looks like another type of van, and then it looks like a car right under there, stuck in the waters, unable to move.
And then look at again, the same thing of the wind is it's blowing so hard in that area. It's just, it's crazy. It just looks like storm surge, right, of this water. Well, let's check in right now with our chief meteorologist, Mike Iskovitz, because we know that even though we are now downgraded to a tropical storm from a hurricane, things are still severe in some areas.
They sure are. Hi, Mike.
It is amazing. Hey, Caroline. First time being able to talk to you today. We are still actually seeing some very strong winds in Houston, even though a lot of the rain is starting to let up a little bit. It is hanging in there on this eastern, you could call it an eye wall. I mean, we don't really have that much of a defined eye anymore, but the eastern or right side, or so-called dirty side of the circulation, is still bringing some pretty high winds. So I'll show you what I'm talking about here. The storm is actually spinning right now right up there in northwest Harris County. I mean, it's hard to pick out the exact center, but give or take, it's around Tomball or heading up probably to around Magnolia, actually. But notice here on this east side or right side of the circulation, these are sustained winds. These aren't gusts. I mean, the wind is howling out there right now at tropical storm force all across that half side of Harris County. On the other side of the county, you go over to Katy and you've got winds coming in behind, sort of that backside wind of about 26 miles per hour. So the wind does vary a lot depending on where you are. And by the way, where you see no numbers popping up, those are areas where we have lost communication with the automated weather observation site. So Galveston went offline when we started having these wind gusts of 80 miles an hour. We lost Galveston, we lost Angleton, Lake Jackson, we lost Wharton, Palacios. We just don't have any more data coming from those spots. And so there's a lot of repairs there to be done. I wanted to loop this over the last 3 hours just to give you an idea of, it's hard to imagine just how bad it is out there right now. It is improving. So So when you look at the extent of the rain right now at the beginning and then compare it to the end, we've seen a dramatic improvement from most areas south of Interstate 10. Now, there's a lot of damage that's been done. I mean, we got trees down, we've got electricity out, we've got a lot of flooding still taking place, but the rain is slowing down at a lot of spots down here to the south of Houston. Still windy, but at least the rain has slowed down a lot for Richmond, for Sugar Land, for even Stafford and back over to Pearland. But this is one of the spots of greatest concern right now. I think especially that part up there, which is affecting places like Atascocita, Huffman, all the communities there around Lake Houston, because that is that front right quadrant of the circulation here, which tends to be the nastiest. So you've got the heavy rain coming down. You probably have really, tough swirling winds up there around Lake Houston. So that's one of the biggest concerns that I have right now, is just off to the east of Humble and also heading up the road to New Caney, Splendora, and those areas. Just please stay indoors in those areas. You could get a sudden, really nasty wind gust still of maybe 60 or 70 miles per hour, believe it or not. And then we're going to begin the drying process here in Houston. We've had so much rain. At this point, we still have a flash flood warning that's in effect for Houston and most of our surrounding areas until 11 a.m. So that's in 17 minutes, but it'll end up maybe either being converted to a flood advisory or maybe it'll be reconfigured. By the way, the northern part of Harris County, like Spring and Humble and heading up to around Conroe and those spots, or the Woodlands, you're under a flash flood warning until 1 p.m. So we got another couple of hours on that one. Do you know what's ironic? This is really strange. I wanted to show you this, is that in Corpus Christi, they were preparing for the last several days for a hurricane landfall, right? Well, it turned, they didn't get much in Corpus, and would you believe they're actually under a heat advisory today? So they missed out on almost all the rain, and they're looking for a heat index close to 108 degrees. I mean, it's just amazing how Mother Nature will do that, right? This large green area down here in Galveston and Brazoria County is an area where we just have this steady flooding that's taking place, and so that's called an aerial flood warning, and that's going to be with you through 2 p.m. this afternoon. And we continue to see the center of circulation actually moved directly over Katy, is making its way up toward around Magnolia, Plantersville, that area currently. We're going to look for these colors to start to calm down. So where you see the dark reds and even those bright pinks that show up, that's where you have the tallest, coldest cloud tops. That's where you have a very well-developed storm and super heavy rain. We're seeing less of that. So the low is starting to fill in, as we say. So the pressure is going to start to rise. The winds will eventually begin to kind of slacken a little bit. But for right now, this thing is hanging in there, especially wrapping around that side of the circulation. Down here in Lake Jackson, I also wanted to let you know, this was one of the hardest hit spots. We had storm surge flooding down around Freeport. We had a lot of inland rainfall, and a lot of these rivers, like the Brazos River and others that drain into the Gulf of Mexico, you now have everything coming together. You have still a bit of a storm surge coming in off the Gulf, meeting up with the water that's trying to drain into the Gulf, and you end up with a rise in the river levels. That's happening, for example, over in like the Channelview area right now. So again, if you're just joining us, that's where the storm is located. It's in northwest Harris County, and it will be moving out of the area. Let's take a look at the futurecast wind gusts. So this is our graph computer model projecting what to expect by noontime in an hour and 15 minutes. Still looking at some wind gusts across the area of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then by 1:30 in the afternoon, watch out in Cleveland and in Livingston and even in Huntsville. And then as we head toward the middle part of the afternoon, finally, many places start to see a big improvement to the extent of the wind field and the strength of those winds. Here's a look at the next 24 hours and where Beryl is going to be headed. It's actually moving out of the area really quickly. You know, previously there was a lot of chatter online about this storm resembling Harvey. It isn't, though. It's not going to hang around the way Harvey did. We're not going to have day after day of an inundation. It really is just a pretty short-term and scary event. We'll be improving. We'll stay breezy. We'll begin drying out by this evening. And here's a look at what to expect as the cleanup continues. Now, cautiously here, I have a 30% chance for some isolated storms in the forecast tomorrow and Wednesday. I'll be honest with you, there's a very good chance that all the moisture just exits for a couple of days and we see no rain at all. But I'm just concerned there may be a trailing rain band coming in behind, this storm. So I want you to just be cautious about tomorrow and Wednesday. But in general, we're going to have a pretty nice, smooth pattern to pick up the pieces after Beryl moves out later today.
All right, Mike, doing such a good job of keeping us up to date, not making us panic, but giving us the very valuable information that we need to know. It's a fine line,
It is, because it does sound like we will get through this, but unfortunately, we've already seen 2 people unfortunately have died as this storm has made its way across Houston. And I know that we do have some images of the second death that we reported in Precinct 4. There was a 74-year-old who's the 911 caller said that a tree fell on my grandma's home, and we do have confirmed that person has passed away. This is images from that scene there. This is one of 2 deadly incidences that have happened so far throughout our coverage here in Houston.
Just sickening to see how fast and easy something like that can happen. The tree uproots, falls onto the home, and then a lot of times the roof will collapse on the person. The same thing happened to a 53-year-old man in Humble earlier this morning. So now 2 deaths confirmed of people just trying to stay safe in their home, and then this happens. We know that there's also flooding all over the greater Houston area, including in Galveston. So the storm first hit Matagorda, moved up toward Galveston. We saw a lot of storm surge, and we have a photographer who's in that area giving us an idea of what that looks like.
Wow, that is just incredible. You can see the wind is gusting, and this is live video from our photog Darlene on Harborside Drive in Galveston. And the water's looking high. You can see it rippling. The trees are blowing, and this is definitely impassable. So this is another instance of, don't accidentally drive or purposefully try to drive through water, because we've already been showing you how cars are getting stranded and rescues are happening. So this is really dangerous. Look at that wind picking up there.
Doesn't it almost look like there's a helicopter over it?
It does.
That it's whipping, and that is still those wind gusts. And in a situation like this, you think, well, it's innocent, it's just a few inches, but that's what happens. It can sometimes end up being feet, and it can just swallow up the vehicle. And you can tell there, if you look toward the left-hand side of your screen, at first you see the yellow stripe, and the further you look in, you can no longer see it, which means that water is fairly deep. And so we've seen our crews have to turn around over and over again this morning, just because they are playing it super safe this morning.
Even live on air, when we're watching our crews driving around, they'll come to an area like this, and luckily our amazing photographers and reporters are paying close attention, and they know to back up, turn around, don't drown. You hear this over and over and over again, but it just seems like every time we cover a weather event, unfortunately, we're also covering rescues, and even more unfortunately, we're covering people who don't make it out of these high waters once they drive their car in there, or if they try to walk through. It's dangerous. There could be power lines in there. You could get electrocuted. There's many other elements that could be in there. You can see on that right side of your screen, when that wind blows, those bushy trees or bushes there are just billowing in the wind, and it just is a really, really dangerous situation. And Melissa and I have been monitoring those power outages. Over 2 million impacted.
It's sickening to think about how many people are going to have a lot of problems maybe in the coming days, because there are so many people out to get that back going. And I want to make sure you know that you see this water here in Galveston. That is far from an isolated situation, because there are 33 reported high water locations in Houston. We know there's so many more that aren't actually showing up on Houston TranStar. These are on our main lanes, on our main frontage roads, 33 of them. And at least half of them are showing that that's not going to improve even a second before 3 p.m. and could even be extended past that. So you just have to know it is still a good idea just to stay in the comforts of home for quite some time
And
today.
that's a good point, because this water, as we know, can pop up so quickly that some areas are not going to be listed on that list quickly enough, because they're popping up so fast, and this is just going to continue throughout the day. This isn't going to let up.
And in the beginning of this storm, it seemed like our biggest problem were those trees, and we're told thousands of trees down in the greater Houston area. But now we're starting to really see this water really popping up problems all over the Houston area. Now again, I'm getting new reports from viewers every second in the Woodlands saying, oh my goodness, it's getting worse. So even though it's a a tropical storm, now people north of us are really getting the brunt of it.
Yeah, it's like you can breathe a sigh of relief whenever it dropped to tropical storm, but then you can't because the rain and the wind and the water and the flooding keeps on coming. So yeah, good news. We found out, I think it was just before 10 o'clock, Mike Iskovitz and you two on the desk said it's downgraded to a tropical storm, but you still have to use an abundance of caution. We just switched our look back to those 3 vehicles that were stranded here.
Highway 288 is always a problem spot. We see this every single time in the same area, time after time, and it's because the water blends in so well with the highway. You can't tell the difference, and it looks like the water we showed you a moment ago in Galveston. It looks innocent enough, but you keep driving, and then here we go. They're stranded, and this is where that high water rescue was, where a guy was stranded on top of his vehicle. Now he has to be so happy to be on dry ground.
My goodness. And obviously once you get your car in a situation like this, you're probably not getting your car back. So it is very damaged. But we do want to make sure that you know that there are over 2 million people without power at the moment. As we mentioned, obviously crews are working to restore that, but I'd imagine it's quite difficult whenever these elements out there are still so dangerous.
And we talked to a lot of different county and city leaders earlier, and they say the outages are for a number of things. Certainly some high wind gusts blew out some transformers. We also have trees down all over power lines, all over the area. And you know what I expect to see very soon, and it's always such a beautiful sight. It gives me goosebumps, and I'm so thankful for them. We're going to see linemen coming in from other states all over the country. And if you are out and about in the coming days, I guarantee you, you're just going to see lines of them just coming in, doing everything they can to help us out, and we're just going to have to be really patient and know we're all in it together.
Well, I don't know if you realize this, Melissa. I've never experienced a hurricane before.
This is your first time.
Yeah, I moved to Houston almost 2 years ago now. So this is the first time that I've experienced it, and it's I feel very confident with our team of meteorologists and people like you who've been through so many events like this, covering these in Houston over the years. So I feel like I'm in good hands here alongside you and the team.
Sure.
I know, I feel very thankful.
But think about how many new-time Houstonians are experiencing what you are right now. So it's nice that you're able to do that with them, and we can, again, we're all in it together.
Totally, and we do have Allison is standing by with an update on our weather conditions as Tropical Storm Beryl makes its way on through. Allison, I know you have plenty of experience covering these hurricanes.
Plenty. And Mike and I were even talking about this morning. Each hurricane is just so different. You know, we talk about a Harvey that basically just sat overhead and dropped so much rain over the span of several days. Well, the thing is, I'd say a lot of people that are south of I-10 right now are pretty much in the clear. I'm not clearing you out for sure, but you know, the heaviest rain and the strongest winds are north of the I-10 corridor as we speak. But I do want to bring you some rainfall totals just coming down from the National Weather Service. Hillshire Village saw just shy of 15 inches of rain in total. Sugarland saw just over 13¼ inches of rain. Brookside Village saw about 11 inches and 3/4 of rain in total. Friendswood just more than 10, and Waller more than 7 inches. Okay, so that was rainfall. Let's talk about peak wind gusts. Also coming down from the National Weather Service. State Highway 36 at Brazos saw 97-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Houston University saw just shy of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Surfside Beach, 87 miles per hour. Hobby, 84, which we brought to you live on the air when it happened. And Galveston saw a wind gust of 78 miles per hour. So we still could be seeing some strong winds, but I'd say just shy of 100 miles per hour at Brazos, likely going to be where we peaked as the storm does continue to move through. So here's a look at our current wind gusts. Hobby still looking at a peak wind of 75 miles per hour, a Bush at 67, Conroe at 69, and take a look at Tomball, 44, but even out to the west. Again, they're going to be on the western edge of the storm, looking at 52 to 54 mile per hour wind gusts. College Station out to Brenham. So we're still going to be seeing heavy rain and strong winds, but the heaviest heaviest rain is out on the northeastern edge. So I would say the eye is over Cypress and basically over a pretty good chunk of 290, and we're going to continue to see this move up to the north. So folks that live in Katy down to Rosenberg, even Sugar Land and East Lake, Columbus, Belleville, you're starting to see some rain move back into your neighborhood. The thing is, it's definitely nothing as heavy as that you saw earlier, but it's still going to be pretty consistent. Now, downtown Houston and really inside the loop, not monitoring any rain right now. That trend does continue out to Beaumont Place and even down to Pasadena and into South Houston. But here we go, from Atascocita to Dogwood Acres, Roman Forest, Splendora, and to Conroe. This is going to be the main corridor of the strongest winds as well as the heaviest rain. I mean, you're seeing some spots that are shaded in purple here. I mean, we're looking at rain falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. So talk about flooding. This is going to be the next spot that's likely going to be seeing an increase in those rainfall totals as we're on the what we call dirty side of the storm. It's still going to be that east and northeast side. So I mentioned Splendora to Cleveland, but up to Shepherd, Cold Spring, and then out toward New Waverly. Not quite to Huntsville yet. We're seeing another band of some pretty heavy rain, and I can guarantee there's some strong winds embedded with that as well. But folks that live down toward Lake Jackson, Angleton, Bay City, even Wharton, El Campo, Palacios, Port Lavaca, you're likely not going to be seeing much more in the way of rain. You know, still the chance for a few strong winds, nothing like what we're seeing up to the north. So, you know, please be careful as flooding is still going to be likely. Even though we're not seeing any more rain, the thing is, all of the flooded roadways need to drain somewhere. That's all going to likely go into local rivers, into bayous, and we're going to be seeing those water levels continue to rise, and we'll bring you some updates on that in just a bit. But as of the last hour, we are now no longer under a tornado watch in Harris County and Point South, but still in Montgomery County and off to the north and east. That does include Liberty County. Tornado watch continuing until this evening, so there's still going to be a possibility. Now, our exclusive Fox model does a good job at showing that center of the storm likely up, I'd say, between College Station as well as Huntsville by later this afternoon. Your home, we can still be on your TVs to make sure that you and your family are staying safe as well as informed. Ladies, we'll send it back to you at the desk.
Oh, that is a good point, Allison. And I guarantee you, with 2.1 families without power right now, they're watching us. The majority of our viewers are right here, and thank goodness that we have access to be able to help people and let them know what's going on through their cell phones. The Fox app is what you need. If you haven't lost power, there's still a chance you could.
Well, and even I did lose power earlier and was able to watch you guys from the app. My phone was charged. I had backup chargers. So even though my power was out, I still had like cellular data and could watch you guys live. So that was keeping me updated this morning. It's a great tool. So please download it if you haven't already.
Well, our early morning anchor, Wake Up Sally Mack, is out in the middle of the storm. She has barely been able to stand up. And Sally, it looks like you're on solid ground. I'm still seeing a lot of water around you, though.
Yes, conditions have definitely improved out here, Melissa and Caroline. Just within the last 30 minutes or so, we are still getting some of those very strong tropical storm force wind gusts out here.
But luckily the rain has stopped, and so you don't see the wind pushing the water as much. There is still a current out here, and you can still see the water moving pretty quickly. And of course the damage is already done for some drivers out here who drove right into very deep water here at the intersection of Harwin and Hillcroft. Luckily this driver was able to get out. We just saw him get picked up by a friend a few minutes ago, so hopefully he is getting to safety, but unfortunately his car is totaled. Let me walk you a little bit this way. You can see just all of the debris in the water. I mean, this is what it's going to look like on so many streets around Houston that are dealing with this flash flooding right now. It is going to take a while to clean up. We have seen and heard some really wicked noises out here. The tops of some of these buildings, of these strip centers here in the Harwin district, being ripped off, pieces of them flying through the street here, now submerged underwater. There are still drivers that are making their way through this flooded intersection. This is certainly not advised. There's all kinds of debris in this intersection that we have been watching, and unfortunately, you could run over that, you could get stuck. There are so many things that could happen. We did just see a Houston Police Department high water vehicle pass through here, and you can see this driver in the red car deciding not to chance it, backing up right away. I will say some of these lower vehicles, when they commit to it, if they stay on the gas and they go through and they don't stop, they have been making it through. But again, this is just not advised right now at all to be out in this. The city of Houston says they have made about 30 or so high water rescues. Most of those high water rescues have involved drivers in their cars that have gotten stranded. This awning was at one point up, and we watched it as it fell down, was swinging back and forth. Just a very dangerous situation out here. There was a guy who was standing under here at one point. In fact, it was the driver of that car that got stuck, and luckily he got out of the way as this thing was swinging. So still not advised to get out, even though things are calming down a little bit. You can see all of the hazards that do remain out here.
We were just breathing a sigh of relief and thankful that car started backing up. Sally, when you can see it from afar and you can tell it, that is just not a safe thing to do.
No, that's not safe at all. Sally, I wanted to ask you if you can hear me. How was it driving from, because I know you were here at the station, you were anchoring coverage, and then you set out and drove to Harwin, that area that you're standing in. What did you encounter? What did you see? Are there more areas like this?
Yes, it was a pretty straight shot from the station over here. I just had to hop on 59 and then exited Hillcroft. At the time, though, we were getting some of the strongest wind gusts, so it was, a 10 and 2 white knuckle kind of a drive, going like 40 miles an hour on the interstate over here. Luckily, when I exited, the feeder road did have a passable lane, and my photographer, who's actually our chief photographer, Ray Williams, guided me in here, said I would be okay getting to where he was, and so we've been here ever since for the past few hours or so now. And as I mentioned, just when we think it's getting better, you get one of these strong wind gusts and you're like, oh man, when is this going to end? It just seems like it is taking forever, even though we know this is a fast mover and it's going to be out of here by this afternoon. When you're in it, I mean, it's like, gosh, is it ever going to end is what it feels like.
Well, Sally, you've been out there, what, about 3 hours. This is definitely the most movement we have seen behind you, and it just hasn't improved enough for there to be that movement. So please, everybody, don't risk it. It is not getting better at this point.
No, it's making me nervous because I can see how that wind is moving your body a bit, and you had to kind of catch your balance, and you can see how the water blows behind you. It's really a scary situation, Sally. Please be careful out there.
Will do. We'll go get inside the car and get our hurricane snacks out and get dry while we're waiting to see you guys again.
We're going to let you recover for a little bit. Thank you for being out there, taking one for the team to really give us an idea. Helps our viewers a whole lot to see why we're asking them to go out there, listen to the wind.
Definitely. One of those useful pieces of information is on Houston TransStar, because they have high water locations mapped out, as you pointed out earlier, and there's over 30 places with high water right now. And those are not all of the locations that exist. That's just what's on the list that we can see through Houston Transtar of locations that have high water, including the Katy Freeway and the Southwest Freeway. I mean, big major areas that you might not suspect. We've been watching rescues happen on, like 288 and 610. That was, the water is high and dangerous.
And the problem with those, you may think you're okay once you get on the highway, but then you can never get off because so many frontage roads are underwater. So then you get trapped on the highway and you just have to keep going until you can find some dry ground. And the number of high water areas and problem spots match the number of rescues. There have been more than 30 high water rescues in the Houston area in just the last hour or so. So just know that the crews are out there, they're doing what they can, but some places it's very difficult for them to get to try to help. So I don't want you to go there.
All right, let's go to our chief meteorologist, Mike Iskovitz, who's standing by with an update on Tropical Storm Beryl, as it is literally barreling through Houston right now.
It is literally barreling through, that's right. This has been quite a memorable storm. You know, those of us here in the Weather Center, we've been through a lot of them. The last hurricane that hit here was in 2021. It was Hurricane Nicholas, and it actually hit in almost the exact same spot, but it was nothing like this. It did not have this intensity. Every storm is different. That's what's so odd about this, is that one was a Category 1, this Beryl was a Category 1, but this one held on to its power for such a long time, and the way it moved in and the way this center of circulation moved basically right over Katy, you know, and right over Sugar Land, right over Katy, it put Houston in a lot of spots just in right in the track of the heaviest rain, the strongest winds, and it continues to actually be really, really windy out there. So I want to give you the latest on that, the fact that despite the fact that this thing made landfall now, let's see, 7 hours ago? Gosh, it's been that long. Wow. Let's take a look at some of the winds and gusts that we still have out there. So made landfall just about on the dot near Matagorda, so all the way down there. And the winds since then have just been extremely slow to let up. Unreal. So we're going to the mayor. Okay, so he takes precedent over me.
Asking everyone to be prepared, look out for everyone, that when they went to bed last night, they would wake up to a different environment, a different set of circumstances and weather this morning. Certainly that was an accurate statement. When I turned in at 2 this morning, after riding the streets of Houston with the police chief at 2 o'clock, it had not arrived. And certainly this morning at 6, a new set of weather conditions arrived during the night. Very serious amount of water, in excess of 10 inches across most of our city, approaching 90 miles per hour winds, hurricane conditions. But we prepared for this. We had the department directors with us yesterday when I spoke to the public. Everyone was pre-positioning its resources. And of course, one of our major concerns is always energy, electricity. We have over 2 million in our region without power, over 700,000 Houstonians. What I want to emphasize in this briefing is, please, Houstonians, anyone that can hear my voice, shelter in place. Shelter in place. We're in an emergency. We're in a rescue mode, life safety. We're literally getting calls across Houston right now asking for first responders to come rescue individuals in desperate life safety conditions. We've been in the control room monitoring Houston fire, saving a life on 288 and Holly Hall, literally saving a person's life. We have fires that we're addressing. So shelter in place. We've had individuals show up at the LBJ hospital, residents in the lobby, seeking out safety. We're doing everything we can. These department heads, the first responders, Our airports are not operating right now, but doing everything they can to get operations back. Now, where do we stand? We're in a rescue mode as I speak to you. The National Weather Service says in about 45 minutes to an hour, it should start improving. So we will do an assessment. We will be opening up centers. The Red Cross is in contact with us. We had locations identified, but now we've got to do an assessment. Most of the city multi-service centers, even the George Brown, are without power. We're locating situations where the generators have not been able to function. We know that we have a lot of infrastructure challenges in this city. The bayous, most of them I could name are out of their banks. Certainly White Oak is creating some life-threatening conditions along Heights Boulevard. White Oak is far-reaching as Houston Avenue. Brays Bayou is out of its bank. White Oak. We're actually monitoring Greens Bayou on the northeast side. Our friends in the county, Cypress Creek and others, we're monitoring the San Jacinto River. So all I want to do is urge everyone, I plead with you to shelter in place. Do not put our first responders in further danger. Our first responders are making calls, over 400 911 calls in the last hour. They will likely increase. We are doing everything we possibly can. Stay off the roads. There is debris. I traveled from my home early this morning. The mayor was barely able to get to the emergency center. That's how dangerous our streets. Our traffic lights are out throughout the city. So let me just say I'm going to get some real-time reports from these outstanding department directors, our first responders. But my message to the public is shelter in place, stay off the roads, take care of your loved ones, your neighbors, your pets. Bark. Without power, generator did not kick on. We have a lot to do when we assess things in future days. But right now, it's life safety. All we need to worry about right now is protecting lives. We've been in contact with the county judge. We've been in contact with the state government, and the White House has reached out to us offering assistance. So it's all hands on deck. We literally almost didn't have time for this press conference because we're so busy taking incoming calls for rescue, for public assistance. So all I can say is we've prepared for this moment. We're doing everything we can. In the coming days, we will restore all the resources, the power. Our multi-service centers will be prepared. We hope CenterPoint will continue to do their outstanding job. They're bringing in thousands of additional assistants, line personnel, vegetation personnel. Clearing our streets and lines and getting the power back on is one of our highest priorities. I do not have power. We're all living this together. We're all in this together. Collaboration with every level of government, with every social agency, with the faith community, and with these outstanding first responders. I'm going to ask our fire chief to come give us a real-time report of his operations and what we can do going forward. Chief Pena.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I think, well, the mayor nailed it. I don't know, he summarized essentially what we want to communicate to our residents and to our community is stay home. Protect yourselves, protect your families. We're in the middle of this. It's going to keep raining. We're going to continue to see street level flooding. But I'm going to report really quickly on our response posture, our focus, our service demand, and our resource status for this operational period. As the mayor mentioned, our focus right now is life safety. The life safety posture is what we're focusing on right now, and we're going to continue this until this storm passes. And then we're going to move into the recovery and consequence management. But for right now, our resources are committed to emergency response. The service demand, we've had one fire fatality that happened early this morning at a house fire in the southeast part of our city. The high water rescue call types and the live wires, the down wires, are a primary service demand. The streets are flooded. We saw video earlier of a fire crew evacuating and rescuing an individual that got stuck in a high water situation. If everybody could see that video, you see how resource intensive those call types are. We cannot continue to service every call type that same way. So we ask that you do the responsible thing. If you don't need to be on the street, stay off the street. If you are on the street, do not drive over flooded roadways. It doesn't take much for your car to be, the electrical system to be overcome, and you're dead in the water essentially. So please be cautious, heed the warnings, stay off the flooded roadways. What we're anticipating is widespread power outages. We're seeing that now. Those will continue. If you're going to use your generators, please do so responsibly. Keep those away from your home. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a real concern following these types of storms. Use the 911 system for emergencies only. If you need to report any other service need, 311 or 211 is the appropriate way to do so. Reserve 911 for true emergencies. And again, stay off the streets. Stay off the streets because there is a lot of risk. High winds are still in the area. Street level flooding. The mayor mentioned about the condition of the bayous. If those overflow, we're going to see some structural flooding that will require our response as well. So please do the responsible thing. Don't expose yourself, your family, and first responders to the additional risk. Look out for yourself and look out for each other. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Judge Pena. The real clear statement is help us help you. By staying in place, sheltering in place, you will assist the community because we need our resources addressing the most severe situations. With that comment, I want to recognize Chief Harden to give us an HPD status report.
Thank you, Mayor. I cannot reiterate enough what the Mayor and Chief Pena have said. As this weather passes, which hopefully it will in the next hour or two, and we begin to or continue to respond to these rescue calls, please help us be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Stay home. Stay home so that we can utilize our resources to help the people who really need it right now. For HPD resources, we have our high water trucks that have been here all night along with our fire partners and Public Works. We so far have made 15 high water rescue calls, rescuing 8 individuals. Our trucks are out and about, coming upon people who don't even have cell service, so they have not been able to call, as well as responding to calls for service. We're co-located with our fire and Public Works partners, as well as our other partners in the OEM and our EOC, and doing everything we can to respond as quickly as possible. Every single time we have an event like this where we have power outages, you always have a select few of our population that try to take advantage of the situation. Well, let me tell you that we are putting the full weight and force of the Houston Police Department behind helping the citizens of Houston. That includes staffing people and officers that you cannot see at places without power. So we will be in and about our community, both in our high water vehicles, our marked police cars, and our unmarked cars that you cannot see. So please, stay home. Stay home so we can help the people that need it most. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. The emergency center where we're located right now is the nerve center of the city during emergencies. We've been here all night. They've been preparing the last 48 hours. They're the best professional emergency response team in the country. We've done this before, and quite frankly, we're in the middle of an emergency and all hands on deck right here. I would ask our director, Tom Munoz, to come give us a status report and how the public can assist the emergency center going forward. Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate what my colleagues behind me, the mayor, have said. Life safety, that is at the stage we're at right now. Again, want to emphasize the message. Stay off the road, stay at home, shelter in place. We're currently at level 1 now. We're working with state and local and federal officials to ensure the safety of everyone. What we are doing is identifying those vulnerable areas. Assisted living homes, nursing homes. We have already those identified. We'll be monitoring that situation very closely to ensure that people are safe. And again, that the rest of the residents are safe as well. We are going to be working diligently throughout the day and the night till this is over. But one thing that I want all Houstonians to know is that we are working together, have been working for the last 4 days to ensure everyone's safety. Mitigation plans are already set in place. The other thing that we're going to go after, we want people to understand that we are going to be in the recovery phase after the life safety, as Chief Pena had mentioned. So we are paying attention, we're monitoring closely, and again, want to emphasize, stay off the roads, shelter in place. We have the whole city already under the watch. We are paying attention. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't mind being redundant at this point. Shelter in place, stay off the roads, call 911. Our first responders are responding, fire, police, public works. Randy, why don't you come up and let us know the status of your public works. Our water supply is safe. Our water pressure is strong. Wastewater as well, backed up by generators. So we're monitoring our water supply, and I'm going to let our director give us a real-time report on public works.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, in the interest of redundancy, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to stay off the roads. As the mayor mentioned, the water supply is good. It is safe. We're doing well there right now, although we are still faced there with the same power challenges that everyone across the city is faced with. Most of our facilities are using backup generator power to accomplish that. We continue to monitor things, though, to ensure that we stay above all of the necessary thresholds from a regulatory standpoint. We are well above those thresholds at this point, so our drinking water supply, our wastewater is all operating within the regulatory parameters. As far as our streets are concerned, it's important for everyone to remember the primary drainage mechanism throughout this city is our streets. For better or worse, that is the reality of the situation. And so while we see our streets fill up with water, a lot of that is by design so that it can be conveyed out to the appropriate outfalls and drainage channels that are necessary. When we have an event like this, our streets are going to naturally drain slower than we are used to. And so we ask people to be very patient as they do that, and that's why we'd like you to stay home as long as you possibly can to allow the streets for time to clear. Once they clear of the water, we're going to find other hazards that are going to be there. And so once the storm passes and it's safe for our crews to be able to do so in conjunction with fire and police, we'll be out on the streets. We'll be out there with saw crews clearing debris. We'll be making sure that everything is operational from the right-of-way. You can help us by reporting power outages at traffic lights and intersections that you see, whether it's flashing or the intersection is dark itself. Report that to 311. That helps us make sure that we can get the appropriate priorities there. We'll be working with our partners, of course, at TxDOT like we did just a few weeks ago to help restore power to the intersections as quickly as we possibly can. Beware of live wires that may have come down as a result of some of the debris that we find in the city. But most importantly, stay safe, stay off the roads as long as you possibly can.
Thank you, Randy. And after we transition from life safety and rescue, we'll do an assessment. We will see where our multi-service centers can open to assist residents. And then we will also be working with the faith community and our social services. What I want to emphasize to everyone is collaboration. We're in this together. If we're united, we look out for each other, we're going to come out of this as safe and sound as humanly possible. We literally have rescues going on as I speak to you right now. First responders are putting their lives at risk, but that's what they're trained for. It's working, but if everyone will help us, help them. Look out for the most vulnerable. We've identified nursing homes, independent living. If you have additional information, certainly call non-emergency calls to 311, emergencies 911. And here's something I know it's very difficult to express, but we have to have patience in these situations. We have to prioritize our rescues and our first responders. So we're there. We're going to be here all day. We'll do an update mid-afternoon. We'll be here all night long, and we will not rest until every Houstonian, every community is served by the first responders, health, public works, and every service that a great city provides. With that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions. We're just about there. Certainly to our Spanish-speaking residents, I would ask Chief Pena to come give a status report in Spanish.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Bueno, miren, les vamos a dar un reporte en español de lo que ha ocurrido hasta este momento. Hemos visto que la tormenta es grave, es seria y ha causado bastantes apagones en varias áreas de la ciudad. También hay casos de inundación en la ciudad. Y lo que el alcalde Whitmire y todos los compañeros que están aquí.
All right, everyone, the biggest message that we are getting from our city leaders is shelter in place, stay off those roads. More than 400 911 calls in the last hour alone. Our crews are stretched thin. They need you to help them by not getting yourself into any trouble.
I know, 10 inches of water across the city, according to the mayor. He said even up to 90-mile-per-hour winds. I did catch an 80-mile-per-hour wind at Hobby earlier today in our reporting. The major concern, he's saying, is, of course, making sure that people are safe. They are in a rescue mode right now. He said that there has been so many rescue calls. He's just urging people to stay home, and he says that sheltering in place is, of course, the best thing you can do at this point. He did mention that the fire department has been a bit stressed with all the rescues that they have been doing, some of which we've watched play out live here on air. So he's just saying, please stay at home, monitor the situation, don't get yourself into a situation where you're going to need to be rescued. He also brought up the heights, like White Oak in the Heights apparently hit pretty bad. Bray's Bayou, they're monitoring closely.
So much so that he's calling it a life-threatening situation in that area. So if you live in that area, make sure that you're keeping up to date with what's happening with that. We also want to just give you reassurance, let you know that the Red Cross, as always, is on standby to help out families in need, because the big concern right now is the fact that generators are out in our service centers. So the places where we usually go if you have an emergency situation and you need to get to a safe place, those aren't available right now because they don't have generators. So he said that people are even going to LBJ Hospital begging to hang out in the lobby because they don't have anywhere to go.
It's so scary, and you could tell that they are in a situation right now where they are still actively working, rescuing people. We've been covering it, and it was crazy to hear from all of them just how kind of bad those situations are getting. They said it's all hands on deck. Also, another interesting point, they brought up bark without power, and then their generator didn't work. So there's even issues of animals now who are in need, and I'm sure they're not the only place in a situation like that with this moving across the city and the greater Houston area. So it was a good update in a way, but also still we have a lot to get through before we're in the clear.
And one of the biggest concerns they keep saying over and over is the live wires out there in the water where you can't see them. So don't be walking through any of that water, because we've already lost 3 lives today. Not because of that one we just found out about during that news conference was a person lost their life, unfortunately, in a fire over on the southeast side of Houston. Again, 2 trees fell, killing 1 man in Humble, another woman, a grandma here in the Houston area.
And those ones are just so heartbreaking, because those are the ones that are staying at home, are doing the right thing, and then the wind knocks over a tree and suddenly we have 2 lives lost in the middle of Beryl. So even though the storm is now a tropical storm, it's still dangerous, it's still windy, and our local leaders are just begging you to please shelter in place and be careful out on the roads. Also, the mayor mentioned just how many traffic lights are out in the city. That's dangerous as well. So even on top of the floods and the debris and the wind and all of the elements, I mean, just those traffic lights being out is also a hazard.
And I was glad that he brought up the fact that you can call 311 if you do have to get out later, and it looks like that no one has been able to monitor that situation yet. If you can let 311 know, don't tie up the lines of 911 about a traffic light, but if you can call 311, report it. They're making a list, and they're going to get crews out there just as fast as they can. But at last check more than 2.1 million people in our area without power. But I also want to give you a little assurance there. The crews have also restored more than 400,000 customers within the past 24 hours. So you can see how fast they're doing it, just as quickly as they possibly can.
I don't know how they're possibly doing it, because we've seen our crews live out there. We just saw Sally not long ago.
They
on
can't even stand
Harwin.
up.
She was getting knocked over by the wind. So to be essential workers and to be out there, including our police and fire, doing all these rescues, trying to restore power, making sure that the places that are essential to power keep power and generators. It's remarkable what they're doing right now.
All right, let's listen back in. We understand Mayor John Whitmire has a few more comments. We want to make sure we don't miss anything important.
Concerns me, life and safety of every resident and everyone in our surrounding communities. Look out for each other. Allow us to help you by you staying sheltered in place. Stay off the roads. Our traffic lights are damaged. It's going to take hours, if not days, to get them back operational. You can't go through an intersection full speed. You have to stop when there's no lights. Traveling here early this morning, we saw in Shepherd people speeding through 34th Street, 43rd Street. Unacceptable. Stay off the roads. If it's essential travel, go slow. Look out for each other. This is a dangerous situation, and it will be dangerous for several more hours in terms of severe weather. Then allow us to get out and do an assessment and let our first responders, our city employees, public works do their job. But to do our job like you expect, you've got to do your part by staying at home, only essential workers traveling. We're going to bring in additional resources, county, state, and federal resources, and we're going to get there. But give us some time. We're doing everything humanly possible right now. We're fixing to leave this briefing and go back to the Nerve Center, take calls, collaborate with all of our resources, and make things get better as soon as possible. We all know we want energy. We all know we want electricity. One of our highest priorities, center point, is recruiting resources as we talk. We've been there before. We know what we're doing. Now we've got to remember, look out for lives, look out for safety, and allow our first responders and city resources to do their job. I urge everyone, do your part by staying at home, listening to the press, hugging your loved ones, and let's go forward like we know how. Thank y'all. Got to go to work.
All right, and there you have it. You just heard the mayor say, we got to go to work. A lot is happening in the city right now. One of the biggest takeaways that we heard from this press briefing was just how many rescues that there have been. Over 30 rescues. There have been over 400 911 calls made in the last hour. The mayor reminded everybody, though, to call 311 if you're reporting non-emergency things like the traffic lights or trees down or things that don't need to tie up the 911 line. And unfortunately, before the mayor spoke, we heard from the fire chief, Chief Pena, that one person did die in a fire. And then, of course, we reported on the 2 deaths that happened in Precinct 4. Or Constables 4 let us know that there were 2 deaths that happened because trees fell on homes as people were sheltering in place, and it's just so sad. But anchor Anthony Antoine joining our coverage now and bracing for your first hurricane as well.
Yeah, you know, it was certainly reassuring to have Melissa, you, and everyone here on the team guiding us through this. We are doing our very best to get you guys the most up-to-date information as it becomes available. We are going through this storm with you. So many of us are experiencing some of the same thing at home. I don't have power either, but it is reassuring to hear the mayor kind of lay out a plan for us moving forward. Right now, the focus is life safety. you have to do your part in order for first responders to do theirs, and that means staying at home. And like you were mentioning, unfortunately, with some of the fatalities we've experienced here, it was involving a tree falling on the homes, and the homes, that's where you want to be. That is the safest place for you to be, is it inside of your home and hunkering down. And unfortunately, even by doing that, still you can have these situations where these large trees can fall and ultimately taking someone's life. But hopefully you guys are finding that safe place with you and your family, power batteries charged, everything. You guys are on your phones and you guys are safe as possible.
There are so many people without power, more than 2 million people at last check, according to CenterPoint Energy. And the mayor did reference that they're working to restore power because that's obviously important, especially for people who are at home, who have medical conditions or need power for some reason. Medically, it can become a really big concern in these times. So they are working to restore power. Some power has already been restored, which is crazy considering the elements out there with the high wind. But it's really just stay off the roads because we have a whole list of roads that are flooded, more than 30 according to Transtar, and those are just the ones listed. So, and we've been showing you live pictures of the cars in the water. So he's really just urging you for right now and for the foreseeable future, just stay put. It really is in your best interest. We've been covering 288 at 610, and there are cars that have just been stuck in the water. You can see them right here. There's still those 3 vehicles that have been there for quite some time. We've been showing you this for over an hour now, and we showed you a rescue in this area where firefighters were able to extend their ladder truck and actually throw a flotation device to a person who was stuck and get them to safety. Now, we don't know if there are any people in these vehicles here. It looks like it was a bigger sized truck in the back and maybe another bigger sized type of SUV in the middle, and then a regular sized car there at the front. And this is 288 and 610. This is a problem area, and it's when you get to these overpasses. And Anthony, you drove in, so I'm curious, you know, how your drive went. But from what I can see and what I'm understanding is this water kind of comes out of nowhere if you are not paying close attention and you're not aware of the areas that are flooded, because it sort of blends into the roadway. And you know, when you put it in your GPS, I know my route to work obviously, but I put it in the GPS today just to get an idea of if there were any road closures because of the flooding. And I got to be honest, you know, I was white knuckling it, just kind of trying to get here, because aside from the water, if you encounter water, that is one thing, but then the wind, you know, if you're driving on I-10, if you're on 610, if you're on some of those interstates and you're getting this strong gust of wind, you know, meteorologists are telling us we're getting winds in some areas of up to 90 miles per hour. And though when those gusts come, your car is going to move with it, you know. So thankfully my drive was a safe one. I was able to get here safely, but in the future I will certainly be sleeping at the station beforehand. I know. I think it's a good time to remind everybody that you can still, even if you don't have power, if you know of people that don't have power, tell them. Reach out to them right now and say download the Fox 26 News app to your phone, the Fox 26 Weather app. If you do have power or you're in a situation where you have a generator or something like that, you can even download our Fox Local app to your smart TV. We are wall-to-wall coverage around the clock. We are pushing you notifications as to what you need to know, what roads are flooded. You're looking at Galveston right now. Look at all this water there on the road. This is enough water to take a car, and this isn't even the most flooded type of area that we've seen in Galveston so far. I mean, if you look though, you can see how those white lines on the road, you can see them close to us, but everything just kind of disappears as you get further down the road. That could mean deeper water. So it's just a good idea to download those apps and just stay aware, because we'll send you those push notifications from officials. Like, we're keeping track of them 24/7. So it's good information that might help save you, save a family member, save a friend. Let people know. It's a great tool in a time like this. Yeah, and certainly you will see more of that happening in our coastal communities along those lines of the places that were initially impacted by Hurricane Beryl at the time it made landfall, now a tropical storm. I do believe we have our Coco Dominguez standing by, because you guys at home have been sending us pictures and videos and letting us see what you're seeing outside. Coco, what are they sending in?
Well, first of all, there's so much to be said about those roadways. As a traffic reporter, I know you kind of want to go out. Some of the areas don't have any rain anymore. The pictures and videos that we're getting in are from the last couple of hours, but that does not mean that it is okay for you to venture out. This is 8:30 this morning. Dickinson Bayou, you can see how high the water are. You can see some cars stuck in the distance, and that kind of is the case here. You're not going to see it until it's a little too late to turn around. And and that's not what you want. Even in the daytime, there's so much danger in these roads. There's live wires, there's flooded waters. You're thinking, I'll just shoot around the corner to go get something. That's not going to be the case. Now, this here is a power pole swinging in the air. Now, this is happening in Santa Fe. They sent this in, Danielle from Santa Fe. Some of the dangers that are out there, you really don't know what's out there until you get out there and it's a little bit too late for you. So we don't want you to get stuck in these situations, and it really is block for block. We heard the mayor say the best thing you can do is stay off the road. This was 8:30 a.m. this morning in Kingwood. You see how strong those winds are, and even when the wind is, you know, kind of down a little bit and the rain is gone a little bit, do not get on those roadways, because what Transtar is reporting about 30 high water locations, that does not even begin to touch the surface on the street flooding. You're literally going block for block, and that's not where you want to be, because you may not be able to make it back home. We're looking now at Sugar Land, Eldridge, and West Airport. High wind started 6 a.m. video, 7:30, still hard wind, lots of tree damage, and you're going to see a lot of that on the roadways. Just not too long ago, right in front of the station, they had to clear a tree. People couldn't even go past, you know, to get to the station. But look at all of that debris that is in the roadways, and of course a lot of the areas are still getting hit, so it's not over. We've got a lot to report on, a lot in the streets, a lot of high water. These are ditches full and shingles flying off in LaPorte. This is sent in by Leslie, and so this continues to be the situation throughout a lot of the city. It's not over, and you won't see the damage until it's a little bit too late. Let's go now to Omar here in Houston. He says Beryl damage, backyard, trees, fencing. You can see all kind of stuff. Wow, that is just a mess right there. We're hoping everybody was safe, because you don't know which way the trees are headed in. So you're at home, you're heeding the warnings, but sometimes things like this happen. So you just need to be aware, stay away from those windows, stay away from your vehicle. And I know some people want to go to their cars. Maybe you have no power, you want to charge up a little bit. If there are no winds, maybe that is a little safe if your car's literally in front, but if not, I would not advise going over through if you're at apartments, if you have to walk far, I would not advise walking over to your car. You know, maybe it's going to, right now it's about 77 degrees, so we're hoping it doesn't get too hot, but they may be a problem, and people may want to just jump in their vehicles and thinking that they can go to a better location. Of course, find what is best for you, but the streets are not what is best for Houstonians right now, or most of the greater Houston area either, because that is, the streets are used, you know, for the flood waters to go down. That's the avenue that they go, so there's no other way around it. And if it keeps getting pounded kind of in the northern area where the hurricane kind of is right now, or the tropical storm, I should say, all of that, it's still going on. So right now we're looking at Houston. This is Omar. Let's go over now to another shot that we were looking at. I think we have maybe Baytown. There was a truck that had fallen, a tree that had fallen on a truck. There's just so many pictures coming in, and we appreciate everyone who is sending in this stuff. It's, you know, as long as you're doing it safely, we don't want you to go out into the street and get this for us, but please continue to send them in and stay safe and stay off the roads.
Certainly a good reminder, Coco. Thank you so much. And thank you guys at home for sending in those pictures and videos. It really helps us tell the story as we try to fill in the blanks here as we are going through this storm here together.
For sure. Now, we have our reporter, Greg Rugen. The last time we saw him, he almost blew over in the wind. Now we have him out at 288 in Alameda. Greg, what are conditions like where you are?
What a mess. That's all I can say. What a mess. Look at it. 288 and 610 is completely underwater, and not just a little bit of water. We're talking about a virtual lake. Looks like it goes for a full half mile. You heard the mayor talking about high water rescues here. We're at the inner pass right at Holly Hall. You can see the vehicle that was abandoned there. We hope that person got out okay. While we were sitting here, a guy hammered into the water in a Tesla. We thought he was done for. And he made it in several hundred yards, managed to pull out. Look, this is a flashback for me. This interchange was completely underwater during Tropical Storm Allison. I live not far from here. My wife was a reporter at Fox 26. She spent 3 days here waiting for this water to come down. So a whole lot of water, nowhere to go. and this is completely impassable, will be, I would suspect, for quite some time. We do know that this particular area, 288 and 610, has been undergoing lots of construction over several months, and I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that it is filling with so much water. But as you can see, lots of water here. It's not going anywhere fast. Hopefully no one drives into it, because that's a losing prospect. Guys, back to you.
And you know, Greg, I see some folks there outside behind you as well, kind of taking it all. Have you had a chance to speak to any of them? Are those vehicles, do they belong to any of the people outside there behind you?
You know, lots of onlookers here. We've been on scene setting up. We hope to talk to some of those folks, mostly just curious to see what's going on here. When I was telling you about the Tesla rolling in, dozens of people ran over to watch that unfold and hope that person could get out safely. He managed to do it. I bet he won't be driving into high water again.
Man,
guys,
how dangerous. It is remarkable how different the conditions look compared to where you were just a couple of hours ago, Greg, when you almost blew over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the wind's still gusting here. It has tamped down somewhat. When we first got here, I'm working with photographer Matt Mateka. He was bracing with the camera on his shoulders, and it was really kind of, you know, kind of perilous. But the wind seems to be dropping to some degree. It's still very, very brisk. Sky's gray. We're hoping that the rain is over and that the Bayou City can dry out for a while. Guys?
And Greg, before we let you go here, in that press conference, the mayor was talking about the bayous all across the city, and one of the bayous he brought up was Brays Bayou. And I know you were roaming across the city earlier here today, and you were at the Stein Family Park area in Meyerland.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We were on Brays Bayou near Fondren earlier today, and it was full. Now, Brays Bayou underwent a huge development project called the Brays Project, which widened and deepened that channel for flood control. This is going to be a big test of whether Project Brays actually worked. I mean, I covered the Memorial Day flood, the Tax Day flood, and Hurricane Harvey. Some of those neighborhoods were flooded 2 and 3 times. Project Brays was supposed to be the answer, and this is a big test today. So I'm sure we'll be checking that out later. So far, so good over there, but water is still streaming into the bayou from the cities. I mean, from the streets. And so we'll see if it is able to contain everything that came down in the last 6, 7, 8 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the value of having an experienced reporter in the field, right? Can give us that context to that project and what's happening, and Greg paying attention to what can happen there with that in the future. Greg, thank you so much.
Greg, thank you. We appreciate it. 288.
Okay, we'll talk to you guys later.
He was at 288 and 610, and it's underwater. So you could see those cars that were just stuck in there, because those are people that aren't aware that these roads are flooding, and then, just like our officials are saying, just stay home because they're having to do too many of these rescues. And once your car goes in water like that, who knows if it'll even be okay once it gets out of there, or what will happen to it. So it's just better if you stay home for your safety, for our first responders' safety. And it's nice that we do have reporters keeping tabs on all of the situations that are happening throughout the city.
And it was interesting when he was talking about those cars, one of them being a Tesla. It didn't even cross my mind that those electrical vehicles that are out there on the roads with this type of ponding and this level of flooding happening across the city. As we continue to look at what's happening across the city, let's go to our Chelsea Edwards now, who is in West Columbia, giving us another look at some of the damage now done by the storm. Chelsea.
And Hey, we actually pulled over. We've been assessing the damage out here in West Columbia. We're off of 36 near 35. We had to stop and give you a look at this tire shop where it looks like the bay doors have they've caved in. They've been ripped off the hinges here. Just to look at some of the damage, people may think Category 1 might not be so bad, but you're getting a look at how powerful these winds have been. Just on the roadways, we've been seeing a lot of this. Put my seatbelt back on here. Trees down all over this area, either split or uprooted, a lot of debris in the roadways, and we're starting to see people starting their cleanup. Hopefully doing that carefully, just, because we've also seen a lot. This is an older area, so a lot of power lines down, and we just want people, like, if they are starting to clean up, that they make sure that they're not dealing with any trees that might be entangled with power lines. We are seeing so many branches, so many limbs out here in the roadways. Again, no point in driving out here if you don't have to. We've seen some, windows busted. Hopefully people inside their homes are okay. We haven't heard any additional reports of any loss out here. Just quite the mess. We're looking at trash cans and bins and all sorts of things in the roadways now. People just kind of heading out, trying to get things cleaned up out here. We were in Lake Jackson earlier, where I would say it was especially hard to navigate because of the amount of trees in the area that we were in. And just coming off of 288, off of the freeway, we could see so much damage, signs blown over, signs damaged, and of course, people stuck where they are, especially at one apartment complex, people trapped on the second floor. Take a listen.
All right, Chelsea, thank you so much for that. Chelsea, if you can, one more time as well. I'm sorry if I misheard you. What else are you seeing? Like, where were you earlier today? And talk about the differences in some of the spots that you're seeing this damage.
Apologies. I thought we had the soundbite from earlier. So I could walk you through. We actually started in Angleton. We were trying to make our way to Freeport earlier this morning, but we had to hunker down in Angleton because the storm got so bad. So we were out at the Buc-ee's there off of 288 and 35. We were on the dirty side of the storm, and we got a lot of it. One of the, afterwards, saw one of the ice chests, one of those large ice chests where they have, the packs of ice in the front that had been picked up and tossed. A lot of damage, a lot of down power lines over in that area and small trees. And then we ventured out to Lake Jackson, where we were seeing a lot of trees down. That's just, an older neighborhoods there. A lot of trees that just did not survive these very strong winds. So they're dealing with a lot of cleanup over in that area. And we kind of worked our way to West Columbia right now to get a look here. You can see this large tree in the roadway. This is what people are dealing with, not being able to get out of their neighborhoods or have to find another way out. Where we were in Lake Jackson earlier, there were just people who were stuck on the second floor of an apartment complex because a tree had come down on the stairwell. And I yelled out to see if they were okay. They said they were fine. They were just stuck. But, here's the thing. If you're stuck, it's not the worst place to be, even if you don't have power. It's just that, these roadways are such a mess, especially from what we saw in Lake Jackson. It's just, it's not advised for you to be out here driving. I understand people want to step out and get some fresh air, but to actually get on the roadways, not the best idea, especially with the amount of downed power lines that we've seen.
It just seems like if it's not flooded, it's trees, big trees down, and debris on the road. It's one or the other, it seems, Chelsea. These trees are big that came down in this area that you're in.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, talking about these neighborhoods that have been here for so long, and you can imagine just these trees have been here decades, and this Category 1 hurricane brought them down. I mean, we've been seeing trees uprooted, snapped in half, you know, not just a few limbs missing, but just taken down entirely. So people have their work cut out for them out here.
And you know, in the coming hours, we're certainly going to see communities coming together as folks are going to be helping each other out, trying to cut down those limbs and try to recover in their individual communities and also help their neighbor. That is always one of the things that we continue to see here throughout our viewing area in Southeast Texas. Chelsea, be safe out there. Thank you so much for your continued efforts on the roads. We will check back in with you here in a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Chelsea. Well, one of the most remarkable things about this storm was that the eye, when it was still a hurricane, it dropped down to a tropical storm now, went right through Houston and went right through downtown, which is so crazy. That hasn't happened here in quite some time. And that's where we're going to find our reporter, Jade Fleury. She's live on Commerce Street downtown to give us a look at what conditions are like there and what's happening there at this point. Jade.
Yeah, you guys, we're right here by Buffalo Bayou, and as most people know from Houston, any other day you'd be able to just walk down to the bayou, but this thing is out of its banks. You can see a light pole literally submerged in water, along with a trash can, and right here we have a storm drain that is overflowing and spewing water out into the roadway. It's been blocked off by markers over there. And then even further down, you can see Buffalo Bayou out of its banks, covering up this roadway right here as well. And the water is even going into this building. I believe that's a law office. And it's just, it's entered, it's flooding the place. Obviously, you can see a couple people walking. You know, people are out and about right now, kind of checking out and surveying the damage. But this is an excess amount of water that we're seeing in the area. I haven't seen anything else like this downtown. We're still kind of surveying the area. But right now, this is the most intense portion, this Buffalo Bayou overflowing.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. Continue to survey that area for us downtown, and we'll check back in with you momentarily, get another look at what's happening down there. You got to think, right, when you think about downtown, that derecho that we had a couple of weeks ago feels like yesterday. It left a lot of damage downtown.
And there was still a main road closed down there because they were fixing all of the damage that had happened to those buildings as that wind gusted through. That must have been a really scary situation, or even thought for those people that went through all of that just a couple weeks ago. It seems like we were just hit with that storm, and now we are here, which is so crazy. But we do want to bring in our morning anchor, Sally, who's been out near the Harwin Drive area in Houston, giving us a look at what's happening there. Some major flooding over that way, Sally.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the biggest change since we last saw you, Caroline and Anthony, is there are so many more people out and about taking a look around, just trying to get somewhere. I don't know where, though. So folks right now, they see that this intersection is flooded here in Hillcroft and Harwin. So they're coming down here in this parking lot, and then they're trying to get through down here. Well, then they're stalling out in the water down there. So that's a brand new car that we just saw stall out there in the water. This Suburban thought, well, hey, maybe I'll give it a try. They just turned around. The Range Rover did the same thing. I'm not going to chance it. And now look right here at these folks here clearing out debris in the water. This guy in the navy blue and red shirt in the blue vehicle just drove in to this high water here. These are Good Samaritans now who are helping him out, going to try to push his car up here onto the parking lot. What people don't understand is just how deep this water is. If you cannot see the roadway below, if you don't see the white line, not a good idea to drive into it. And not only that, but you're dealing with debris in the roadway as well. We've been watching for 4 hours now as signs have blown into the flooded roadway. We've seen pieces of roofs from the strip center blow into the roadway. And so this is just a very dangerous situation out here. But thankfully, we've got some really nice folks who are helping this driver out. Oh, gosh. Yeah, he's losing his footing because he's in slides there. This is a very, very difficult situation as they're trying to get this car up on to the parking lot here. A lot of these folks have come out to help another driver who just got stranded, and they stuck around now to help this guy as well. Looks like it's been able to get his car up, and now he's going to have to wait for a tow truck here to get it completely out of the way. I will say the one good thing that has happened out here is the rain has stopped. The wind has definitely died down. We were seeing some pretty nasty wind gusts up until about 15 minutes or so ago, and it's not completely out of the way. We're still seeing some, strong, I would say like 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts out here. But this is the best in Houstonians, right? When we see people coming out to help one another, people they don't even know, and they are willing to put, their lives at risk to help others. I will also say that this is a very international community. A lot of different languages are spoken over here at Harwin and Hillcroft. And so I wonder, did people even realize what was happening? Were they getting information correctly? And maybe this was their first storm that they've ever experienced here in Houston, and they just did not realize how quickly conditions can change. But the message from the mayor, as we heard if you were tuning in about 30 minutes or so ago, is stay where you are. Shelter in place a little bit longer out here. We've just saw, right before you came to us, we saw fire trucks going by. First responders are having to put their lives at risk right now to help people who drive into these flooded roadways. And so we want to keep our first responders clear to respond to the biggest emergencies out there right now. So do your part, and first responders will have a much easier job at doing their part. Just listen to some of the sounds out here, guys. This is this big awning that's been blowing down, and we're just hearing it crashing against this garage door. The rain is actually picking up again. I thought we were in the clear here, but here it goes again. Everybody just waiting for this thing to pass through so that they can get out safely to look around.
My goodness, Sally, I thought that, things were easing up because we saw you much earlier today struggling with standing out there and not getting blown over. Now it looks like that wind's picking up again, and that area is looking just so flooded. I can't believe they got that car out of there with that group effort. But Sally, in the elements for us today, it's just crazy what you're showing us.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. Right, and usually I can maintain my footing pretty well, but these gusts are still like no joke out here. And I just look around and see how many people are still out here, driving around. Down power lines and high water rescues are the #1 priorities right now. So if you can stay where you are, help those first responders out. I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
All right, Sally, we appreciate you on Hillcroft and Harwin there. Please be careful. Get back safe.
And really powerful to see, though, the community coming together, live TV, as they help that gentleman get out of that flooded portion of our city. All right, now let's head over to Galveston. We want to continue to check in on our coastal communities, as they were the projected main impact of landfall, as Hurricane Beryl, a Category 1 at that time, made landfall in the southern coastal communities. And we're going to go to Galveston. Now, Jonathan Mejia right now is going to give us a look at what's happening down there. Jonathan.
Yeah, we were finally able to make it to Galveston after trying all morning to get here. But this is what we're seeing right now, just the storm surge. And this is what our meteorologists have been talking about all morning, the potential that we could be seeing here in Galveston and the Bay Area. Go ahead and take a look. You're just seeing this water. This is all coming from the seawater because the wind is pushing it here inland. And we're seeing homes completely flooded, front yards and backyards here. And you can just tell by the movement of the water how fast it is moving here and how quickly it is growing. Now, we're seeing some parts that have receded, but we continue to just see the water here in this neighborhood continue to grow. And again, this is what our meteorologists were talking about, the storm surge. When there's wind, that water from the sea makes it inland. Now, another interesting we'd like to talk about is while we were driving on our way over here, we saw some of that storm surge all along the highway as we made it over here to Galveston. And unfortunately, that also impacts animals. We saw a lot of pelicans, flocks of pelicans there on the highway, and unfortunately some of them were injured. Others got hit by a car, and unfortunately we just saw them, they're dead on the road. But this is what we're experiencing and seeing here in Galveston, is just the storm surge, and we'll continue to make our way further into the island to bring you the latest on what's happening here on this coast. For now, I'm reporting live in Galveston, Jonathan Mejia, Fox 26 News.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for that report in Galveston. Hopefully everyone down there in our coastal communities are being safe at 12:05 here this afternoon.
All right, now we want to go to Dominique Keith. She was at the scene of the first local death that we learned about as a result of this storm.
Yeah, she recorded this story a couple of hours ago in Humble.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're told a man lost his life at his Humble home right here, and he was doing exactly what emergency officials have been telling all of us to do all day long, and that is to stay inside. We're told he was with his family riding out the storm, and a tree came down. What can you tell us about what happened?
So like you said, he had actually hunkered down to try to ride out the storm with his family inside, and unfortunately a large tree in the back of the home fell due to the high winds, landed on the roof, and his rafters came down on top of him and killed him in place as he sat in his couch in the middle of his home in the living area. The rest of the family was able to get out unharmed. However, the entire house is absolutely treacherous. It's standing water, debris, exposed nails, the entirety of the roof that's still above your head and standing could come down at any time, and we can't send deputies back inside, so the family is completely 100% stranded. They're at a relative's, a loved one's house, trying to ride out the rest of the storm.
And the other family members, including children, had to witness that?
There was yes, there were other family members, children, and at least one infant that I know of. We had to go back inside to get, I don't know his or her, but a formula because the stores are closed and they didn't have anything to feed the child.
This is just heartbreaking. And his wife was sitting right there in the room with him?
I can't confirm that. I actually, I don't know for sure, but I do know that nobody but him was injured.
And even as we're talking right now, these winds have been picking up. There's one tree in particular that you guys are really concerned about that's in their front yard that you're concerned may come down also.
Well, this is an established neighborhood with a lot of very, very large and old trees, and we're having issues with downed trees across the whole of this side of the county right now, blocking public roadways, falling on homes, and causing a lot of problems. So these winds kicking up 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, any given tree at any given time could fall in any given direction. It's extremely hazardous.
You're right about that. Just a few minutes ago, we were actually at the corner because the deputy told us not to stay on this side because of the trees. We were at the corner and a tree came crashing down. First, we were being pelted by branches and a tree came crashing down maybe 4 feet from where our vehicle was and where we were. We were trying to seek shelter in the hatch, behind the vehicle, but that tree came crashing down. What do you want to say to everyone who's trying to ride out the storm?
Well, first and foremost, if and when this happens again, try to leave, obviously, and for obvious reasons. But if you have to stay for whatever reason, just have enough emergency equipment, have some first aid equipment. Know that first responders may or may not be able to make it to you as quickly as you might hope, and be ready for anything.
Thank you so much for all you're doing to keep all of us safe. And he's telling us that we should probably get out of this area with all of the big trees, and we're certainly going to take heed. For now, we're in Humble. I'm Dominique Keith, Fox 26 News.
It's heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. It's so sad to see people doing what they're supposed to do. And obviously, as they were talking, family was in that house, and just thoughts and prayers with that family. And there was also another death that we reported, a similar situation that also happened in Harris County where a tree fell and killed another person. And then there was a death that happened because of a fire. And unfortunately, this is just, the kind of middle of the storm. We still have a long way to go. So hopefully, this is the worst of it, but we'll keep you updated as time moves on.
And we're still doing assessments out there, but we definitely want to take a look at this radar because Allison Gargara joining us now. And Allison, I live close to the Katy area, and at one point it seemed as though everything had passed, but it turns out I was kind of in the eye of it a little bit. It was kind of eerily quiet, and then on the back end, more rain.
It is bizarre.
It would be.
Hear me? Okay, good. Mic is on. But being in the eye of a storm is completely bizarre, just like you said, because you've just gone through what you think is the thick of it, and you look up, maybe there's some puffy clouds out there, maybe there's a little bit of wind, but it's nothing like what you just went through. But the thing is that there's still a little bit more on the back end. Now, with Tropical Storm Beryl, we're still looking at tropical storm status with 65-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds as of noon. So we got that latest advisory at 10 o'clock. But what we are seeing on the back end of this storm is not much. Really, the bulk of the rain and the winds is still off to the north and east, and this is likely going to be clearing out of our viewing area a bit later today. But here you go. So Houston, you've been pretty dry for quite some time. I know our reporter Jade Fleury is there, even Sally McDonald on the southwest side of town. Well, you can see that the back end of what is a very not well-defined eye, basically the center of the storm, if we can even still call it that, is starting to wrap into Belleville. Now it's passing through I-10 into Katy, Sugar Land, and even starting to see some of that rain in Cypress. Now you can see the Woodlands in Conroe, Atascocita, Baytown, League City. You're pretty dry, but once again, we're not ruling out the chance to still see a few strong wind gusts. Definitely nothing compared to what we saw earlier, but we're definitely not out of the woods yet. Here we go into Houston, the Heights down to Bel Air, looking at that very light rain. You can see Conroe to Willis and even to Splendora. Not seeing much in the way of rain. All of it's out toward Cold Spring right now, into Shepherd, along 59 here, into Livingston. We have Onalaska and even Huntsville to New Waverly, right along I-45 there, seeing some of that heavy rain. But I definitely say the worst of it is now cleared out of a big chunk of the viewing area. We're not seeing anything in the way of rain from League City. Galveston, maybe a bit on the northern side of the island. Angleton, Lake Jackson, Bay City to El Campo, Wharton, Port Lavaca to Palacios. You're in the clear for at least the rain, but I'd say there's still going to be the chance for a few of those winds. But I want to talk about our bayou levels because we have seen several locations now pop up to major flood stage, meaning that water is out of the banks and by a big margin. So we are looking at current height. White Oak Bayou, this is going to be at Houston, is currently at 38.51 feet. Now I want to take you over to Buffalo Bayou. This is going to be at Piney Point Village, and we are technically in minor flood stage, but I want to let you know the further south you go, I think a little bit longer it's going to take for those waters to really start to pick up into these bayous. Once again, water is going to be pretty high and moving. We're seeing that at Brays Bayou at Houston as well, technically in that minor flood stage at 41.46 feet. And I actually want to take you out to Brays Bayou. This is going to be at Gessner Drive. Now, the interesting thing is, from the last time I checked this, it was actually at minor flood stage, but it looks like it dropped just a bit. I would say we need to not look at that as a technicality. The water is still going to be high and likely in a lot of spots above its banks. So if you live along near any of these bayous, just know that we're likely still seeing flooded roadways, and then a lot of that's going to be ushering into these waterways. Now, lastly, I want to take you up. This is going to be Greens Bayou at Houston, and we are at moderate flood stage, but boy, are we ever so close to major flood stage. So once again, you need to be keeping an eye on these bayous. You know, if you live near them, you know, maybe you haven't seen this happen in a little bit, but just note that we're likely going to see this flooding continue as there are still flash flood warnings in effect till at least 1 o'clock. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of these are extended just because of the onslaught of rain that we have seen. Now, this is exactly where the storm, at least the east side of the storm, moved through. And, you know, if you were joining us last night and days past, we were talking about kind of the alleyway of where we'd see some of the heaviest rain. And, you know, it's almost spot on. From Angleton to Sugar Land, Houston, Atascocita, the Woodlands, Conroe, Cleveland, you can see basically the center corridor that was on that eastern or dirty side of the storm that has seen 8 to 11 inches in total, and you know, some spots even had recorded rainfall totals of 14 plus inches. So these are radar estimated, but from Freeport to Lake Jackson, Angleton, about 7 to 9 inches. From Santa Fe to Alvin, Thompson's, even Liverpool, about 7 to 8 plus. We were seeing that widespread across portions of Harris County. And here's a look at some official rainfall totals coming down from the National Weather Service. Hillshire Village, 14.88 inches. Sugar Land, 13.32 inches. Brookside Village, more than 11 3/4 of an inch of rain. Friendswood, more than 10 inches, and Waller, more than 7. And some of these spots could have gotten a bit more rain, likely out in Waller from when we got the last report. And the thing is, we saw some very strong winds at State Highway 36 at Brazos, about 97-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, it was a singular gust, but still very strong. Houston University, 89-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Surfside Beach at 87. Hobby, 84. We showed that to you live on the air this morning. And Galveston had a peak wind gust reported at 78 miles per hour. So obviously very, very strong winds associated with this. I do think the winds are going to start to clear off to the north. So like we've been talking about all day long, here's where basically the center is. Again, it's not super well defined at this time, but points south are looking at wind gusts much, much lower than what we've been seeing all morning, just about 20 to 25 miles per hour from Matagorda to Bay City and Wharton. But on the north and northeastern edge of the storm, we're still looking at some pretty strong wind gusts of 55 miles per hour right now in College Station, 56 in Huntsville, even down to Bush, Pearland at nearly 50-mile-per-hour winds. So it's still going to take a bit. You know, that center of the storm really needs to continue to move up toward Huntsville before we start to see any of those winds decreasing, I'd say down near Houston and then maybe just a bit north of that. So we're not out of the woods yet. Yes, the southern viewing area is really not seeing anything in the way of more rain, at least falling. Still, you know, some strong winds embedded within it, nothing compared to this morning, but please don't let your guard down. Always remember, turn around, don't drown. It is not worth totaling your car just to drive through. Just hunker down, stay put. This storm is moving at about 10, 12 miles per hour at last check. So it will be out of here, we promise, by a little bit later this evening, but we just want to make sure everybody's staying safe and informed. We know the power is out and that a lot of folks are watching on our app or on our live stream, and we truly appreciate you sticking with us and that you trusted us to help you get through this storm. Again, not out of the woods yet, but things are improving, which is great news. Guys, we'll send it back to you at the desk.
Allison, thank you so much for that very informative update. We're going to continue this coverage after this quick commercial break, but stay with us. Much more to come as we continue to track Tropical Storm Beryl. All right, 40 people now looking for a place to stay after their apartment building collapses.
Our Shelby Rose has been covering the storm in Fort Bend County.
Fort Bend County officials are still urging residents in this area to stay home as everyone continues to brace the impacts of Beryl. And I mean, just look at all of the flooding that we're seeing specifically in this neighborhood. This is the Country Club Estates, water overtaking this entire road here. It does seem passable at this moment, but it could get worse as we're still experiencing rain and high winds. Aside from flooding, though, we're seeing incredible damage due to those hurricane force winds. Beryl crumbling the wall of an entire apartment complex, displacing at least 40 people. The good news, though, is that not a single injury was reported, and it is something that Fort Bend County Judge KP George is thankful for.
We are absolutely happy to hear that, because it is, everything else we could bring together, the resources we could bring together, but the life lost is lost. And so we are extremely happy everybody's okay.
And aside from that, they are urging everyone to only call 911 if it's an emergency. The main reason being is that Richmond and Rosenberg's dispatches have been down due to power outages. All of those calls now going to Fort Bend County, so they're already inundated as it is. So they want to ask everyone to call 311 or only call 911 if it's an emergency. Reporting in Richmond, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
All right, just a difficult situation every which way you look at it today, especially for people who are hunkering down at home who now do not have power. According to CenterPoint Energy, more than 2 million customers don't have power at this time. That's more than 2.1 million people. Luckily, it's not too hot like we normally see here in Houston right now. But of course, I'm always concerned about people who need medical help or need electricity for oxygen or something.
Dialysis or anything like that.
Babies, so it really can be a difficult situation. The Red Cross is on standby to help. The mayor did mention earlier that some of their sites where they can help people, they were without power and their generators weren't working. So it's really an issue that we're seeing across the whole city. So hopefully crews, well, we know that they are working to get this power restored, but really this is a lot of people without power. So I would anticipate being without power for a while.
Yeah, and just want to piggyback off some of that. In that press conference the mayor held at around 11:30 or so, he also mentioned they have identified places like nursing homes, or senior assisted living facilities that do not have power because the generator may not have worked. They have identified some of those locations, so they're going to be assisting there as well. He also mentioned Bark not having power because the generator didn't kick on. So there are individual situations happening across the city where the mayor, along with the fire chief, police chief, they're all trying to work together along with other city, county, and state leaders to try to rectify some of those situations here. Again, this is 288 here at 610 South. This is one of the areas that continue to see lots of flooding. I believe our Greg Grugan was there earlier today as well, giving us a look at what's happening there. But again, if you are at home, that is the safest place for you to be. The mayor continued to make that plea here for a lot of folks to stay home, because right now the main thing is life safety. Stay home. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and your family. Allow first responders to then focus on maybe some of the rescues that they have to do. And at some point, we're going to get into the recovery mode, and we're going to move past, of where we're at. But this look right now, Carolina.
Yeah, this is a little live look now from Galveston that we are looking at, and this portion of this road has been flooded. If you know what road this is, let me know in my ear so I can update our viewers. But it's windy and it's flooding, and you could still see those raindrops coming down there. You can see how the wind is just blowing the water, making it into ripples. And then you still can see the yellow line in the road pretty far down. If you look, like, it doesn't really disappear, but still this type of water is really dangerous to be in, especially in your vehicle. That's still enough that it could take your vehicle away with it. So this is just a live look at Galveston as the flooding continues and the rain continues to fall, and many parts of our viewing area look like this right now. So this is where you really have to be careful when you're driving. Okay, you can see it's not that deep because you can see the stop there on the road, but again, it's still dangerous.
And you know, Galveston, again, one of our coastal communities that we're expecting to be one of the main points of contact to get that initial round of rain, strong wind, and potentially even storm surge on those coastal communities from this Hurricane Beryl at the time of landfall. Right now it is a tropical storm. But again, you can see folks at least heeding the warning. The streets are clear. No one seems to be on the streets. This looks to be emergency crews of some sort there. I can't really make out exactly what they're doing, but you can see emergency crews there in Galveston assisting or trying to remove
a barrier, maybe.
A barrier of some sort.
If you look at the water on that truck, though, there, you see the white truck. You can see that water is up on the wheels quite a bit. So, I mean, the water is deep in some areas. It's flowing, and it looks like they're trying to remove a barrier, maybe,
or maybe even
or
put up a barrier because
a barrier. Yeah, there we go.
Going into that building. So we're trying to do our best to assess what's happening. Our producer's back. Where's Jonathan Mejia? I believe he was down there in Galveston. Is this his? He is in Galveston. Can we get him queued up here? Let's see if we get another idea of what's happening across that community. But again, Galveston, one of the areas, storm surge, part of the concern there. When you look at other places in Matagorda County as well, all places that were receiving the initial blow of Hurricane Beryl at the time of landfall.
That looks like they're in front of the Railroad
Museum,
yeah. It says. So that's where this is taking place. It looks like they're putting up the barriers, probably
That's
because
exactly what it is.
It is so flooded at this point, and the water is coming. If you look on the left side of your screen, there is another small vehicle. It is parked there. You cannot see under that vehicle because that water is so high. You cannot see under the vehicle. If you look at its wheels, you can see that that water is coming up about halfway to the middle of that. It looks like a silver or a white car's wheels there. Of course, the truck is a little bit more elevated. So the water is high in this area. And I was actually about to look up what street this is on. I could kind of see the street sign. It's the Railroad Museum in Galveston.
This area might be known as like the Strand a little bit. I'm not too sure. But
yeah.
That's definitely what's happening. As you can see, if you look at the building itself, you can see on the floor there are also some, it looks like bags, orange bags in front of the entrance to this museum. Obviously looking to, stop more of that water from going inside of that building. So that, and you also see the trash can on the bottom left-hand screen. Lots of flooding there next to that white car as well. This is Rosenberg Street, I believe it is. But if you guys know in the back, please let us get some clarity on what's taking place.
Yes, this is about, I think, at Santa Fe and Rosenberg Street in Galveston. Santa Fe and Rosenberg Street, which is not far from the coast. It's real close. You would just have to cross over Harborside Drive. So I do know that storm surge obviously is a big problem in Galveston when an event like this does happen. But these are, looks like, essential road workers here trying to put up a barrier as the flooding or the storm surge continues to make its way through Galveston. Man, it's and it looks like it's raining there again pretty hard, which is unfortunate because that's only going to add to our problems that we are seeing here. As we're watching this and as people are hunkering down in their homes, just a quick reminder from the Houston Fire Department. They are just warning you to be careful of generators. They do emit carbon monoxide. They're warning you to keep generators 20 feet from your home and place them in a well-ventilated outdoor area and avoid placing generators near doors, windows, or vents. So if you're watching this at home, if you do have a generator, please make sure it's in a safe area outside. We don't want anything happening like carbon monoxide poisoning. And they also, the Houston Fire Department, put out signs and symptoms of CO exposure, and that could include headaches, nausea, dizziness, chest pain, confusion, and blurred vision. So please, generators are meant to be 20 feet from your home outside because they do emit CO carbon monoxide, and it can be deadly. So we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and the County Judge Mark Henry has been very vocal and communicating with the general public, letting folks know that there's going to be some issues here, and he's encouraging folks to stay off the road, saying that many of them are really impossible, as you see some of that video unfolding there in real time on the Strand, on Rosenberg, in Galveston. You can see the issues taking place, and there are also lights on Broadway that are out as well. That's part of that larger issue that we're having with lights being out across Southeast Texas and our viewing area. More than 2.1 million customers, according to CenterPoint Energy. But I also want to say, in that same breath, I want to say about 430,000 customers have also been restored in the last 24 hours. Now, I do want to let you guys know we're still trying to get some more information from CenterPoint, because I'm really thinking about those transmitters, those larger towers. They are somewhat the highways, if you will, to get that power and electricity from point A to point B. And after that derecho we experienced, a lot of those transmitters had to go through repairs. So it's interesting to see. I would be interested to see how those transmitters are holding up here, because we're still getting some strong gusts of wind. At one point, I believe they were up to about 90 miles per hour. So
wow,
Let's go over to meteorologist Mike.
Yeah, let's check in on the conditions out there. Hi, Mike.
Yeah, hey. Great point there, Caroline, about that the storm surge flooding down on Galveston Island. This has been a very frequent problem in that area around the Strand district, which of course is a historic area down there on the island, and it has to do with storm surge, absolutely, that comes in from the bay side. So I'll show you what's happening down there and why it will gradually improve, which is good. So here's a close-up view of Galveston Island, basically the east side of Galveston Island. So here's East Beach. This is Stewart Beach here. This is actually the port of Galveston, and where the cruise ships park and all of that stuff. But this is all connected to the Gulf of Mexico. So when the storm surge comes in, it raises the water levels here. The front of the island is protected by a seawall that went up after the Great Galveston Hurricane of 1900, but the back of the island isn't. And so when a storm surge forms back here, it goes into the low-lying areas like Harborside Drive and ends up flooding the Strand. And this is because it actually flooded with Hurricane Alberto, or Tropical Storm Alberto, last month. So it's been happening pretty frequently. All right, so here's some good news. We have been the winds with this system. The intensity of the winds and how long they've been lasting is really remarkable, especially considering that the center of the circulation now is way up there, heading into southern parts of Walker County, northern Montgomery County. We still do have some pretty strong sustained winds. So for example, Hobby Airport is getting a south wind at 37, Bush Intercontinental a south wind at 28. Embedded within that, though, there are still some gusts above 50 miles per hour right in Houston. If you're watching us from the Lake Livingston area, watch for flooding. This is some really heavy stuff that's coming down from Livingston up to Corrigan and then up to around Trinity and Groveton. And off here to the east, we're going to keep an eye out for this. Sometimes you can get little spinners or some short-lived small tornadoes out of these outermost rain bands. So something to pay attention to for those of you from Crystal Beach and then all the way inland up into Liberty County. But for the most part, I got to say, things have improved dramatically, obviously, from where they were before. I mean, just look how that system Beryl has begun to move pretty quickly off toward the north and taken most of the intense rainfall with it. There still is some rain wrapping around what we would call the backside of it, or the dry side of the circulation. But considering the incredible rainfall that we had down in Brazoria County and Matagorda County earlier this morning, boy, it's really a godsend that finally you're getting a little bit of a break. Still seeing a little bit of rain coming down in Katy, but the thing is, it's the wind, right? I mean, it's still whipping around out there when these little squalls come through. A few warnings you still need to know about. So a flash flood warning has now been extended for the city of Houston through 1. We'll see if it gets extended beyond that. And it's not even because of the additional rain that's coming in. It's just that a lot of the bayous are filling up. We've been keeping an eye on, for example, on White Oak Bayou, which is right at bank level, and lots of others as well. And also, as I explained earlier, a lot of that had to do with the storm surge that came in, pushes water up the Houston Ship Channel, and then prevents Buffalo Bayou and White Oak and the San Jacinto River from draining, really. So that does lead to some river flooding sometimes, too. We also have a flash flood warning that continues for Spring, the Woodlands, Humble, and back over to around Mont Belvieu. So that just means please stay put. I know that it's starting to clear out a little bit. It's starting to feel like maybe we've seen the end of it, but there still are hazards out there, mostly with the flooding and then, of course, down trees, down power lines, and things like that. At the same time, you know what's pretty wild? You know that for several days, Corpus Christi was preparing for a landfall from a hurricane, right? Well, they did not get it. What they do have is a heat advisory today, which I just thought was ironic. Down here in Brazoria County, I also want to let you guys know that because of all the heavy rain that fell earlier this morning, there still is an advisory for you. This is called an aerial flood warning. It's different from a flash flood warning. You know, flash flood would mean roaring water, you know. This is sort of like stagnant flooding that's not draining quickly enough. So a lot of the roads are still going to be impassable, or at least, you know, to have a pretty good amount of water on them. The creeks and streams and so forth down there are still running very high. So I would definitely urge you to still stay put in Bay City, back over to West Columbia, the Angleton, Lake Jackson, Freeport area. It's probably still not safe to really be out there driving around unless it's an absolute emergency, because there's going to be a lot of debris out there as well. Here's a look at the satellite view. There's actually a hint of maybe a little bit of sun breaking its way through the clouds. Not a lot of it, but you could see a temporary appearance of the sun. Here's the infrared satellite view, and what we have finally seen here is we've seen bright, intense, sort of dark red and pink colors that indicate really tall clouds, really deep convection, heavy rain, and high wind. Seeing that finally start to dissipate as the system moves to the north. That being said, there's a lot of momentum. It's sort of like, you know, if you roll a bowling ball, it's going to keep going for a long time because of inertia, right? When you get these things ramped up, even though it's cut off from its supply of energy over the Gulf of Mexico, it still has a lot of momentum to spin around. And so it takes a long time sometimes for these winds to die down. And that's exactly what's happening with this one, even though there are definitely signs here that it's beginning to subside a little bit. Too slowly, though. Here's a look at our futurecast wind gusts. So this is our graph computer model that'll give us a rough idea of what to expect as far as gusty winds for the rest of the day today. So this is right now. We'll look ahead in time here and pause this at 2 p.m. today, when we still have definitely some gusty conditions, but not nearly as bad in Houston. Sugar Land maybe about 25 miles an hour. Houston about maybe 30 to 35 miles per hour. The focus shifts to the north, places like Cleveland and Livingston and maybe Huntsville, getting those wind gusts to about 45 or 50 miles per hour. By 3:30, as the storm continues to move to the north, the winds become more manageable. And then as we head toward 5 o'clock today, we're looking for some more ordinary feeling wind gusts of maybe 10 to 20 miles per hour. And then we should calm down quite a bit overnight tonight. And the great news is that in the extended forecast, we should be heading toward pretty tranquil conditions, I think, for the most part tomorrow and possibly Wednesday. We still have a zillion warnings out there, including a tornado warning that actually is in effect there to the north of Beaumont. We still have flood watches around for areas north of Houston and tornado watches up here for this region. So let me walk you through your futurecast here, where we're going, like I said, improving conditions very gradually heading into the afternoon. Not impossible that some of you might see the sun at some point this afternoon. So obviously that'll be a very welcome sight. And then tomorrow, a slight chance here that maybe we catch the tail end of a trailing rain band. Sometimes the models don't see this. Right now, I'll tell you, the vast majority of our computer models are showing us a dry day tomorrow. I'm a little cautious. I just don't want you to completely let your guard down. You see how there's a little bit of rain over there by San Antonio. Sometimes there may be a rain band that kind of sets up maybe along the coastline. So just keep that in mind. But for the most part, it actually does look like we're going to see very much improving conditions tomorrow. So following the passage of the tropical storm and still 30 to 50 mile per hour winds in many spots for the next couple of hours, we'll transition to hotter conditions with lower rain chances of only 20 to 30%. Guys, this is a concern because, look, we still have, I think, 2 million or so customers without power. I think what Rashi's over there now, huh? So I guess, do we have Rashi and Anthony?
We're good. We're good.
Okay. Okay, it's Rashi and Anthony now. Rashi, hi, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mike.
The bad thing is, and this is actually going to be a difficult hardship for a lot of people, no electricity, right? We have 2 million customers without power, and we're looking at high temperatures back in the 90s tomorrow, and probably Wednesday as well. So today we're kind of getting by without, you know, having to worry too much about it because it's not hot out at all. But tomorrow it will be, and the next day and the next. And so the quicker we can get everybody's electricity back online, I say we like I have anything to do with it, but I mean, you know, the faster the CenterPoint can get everybody back online and Entergy, the better, because it's a bad situation to have nobody with air conditioning and highs near 93.
Certainly a recipe for disaster, but we do know that the mayor saying earlier today as well in the press conference, and even yesterday in preparation for all of this stuff, I believe it was about 2,500 linemen that are going to be coming into the community, and as they have in the past, assist in this recovery effort to get that energy and those electrical lines, reconnected.
And that really was the biggest concern yesterday. Also, obviously, there's the high wind and then the flooding because we were expecting 5 to 10 inches of rain. So we do know with our streets, there's a lot of flooding that happens very quickly. Just because of the storm drains and all of that. But the wind is what was so concerning, which is why we have those down power lines. And yesterday, Judge Lena Hidalgo held a press conference. It was around 8 o'clock, and she was saying how CenterPoint is prepared, and they're actually getting teams from other parts of the area to have those resources out there. Also, when we spoke with Acting Governor Dan Patrick, he was saying that those resources are out there, too, for those water rescues, which clearly, unfortunately, we have to use those resources because people are out there on the roadways. And as I was coming into work, there was just so much debris everywhere.
Yes.
And because you might be in an area where there might not be debris, but the problem is that the signal lights are out. So that poses another danger. So there were some times that people were just going straight through the signal light because, you know, the power is out. But just branches, tree limbs everywhere, fences. It's a bad situation out there. So until the emergency crews are able to clear it all up, it's just not a good idea.
Yeah, just hunker down, folks, for a little while longer. As Mike stated in his forecast, as you can see behind us even, it's starting to move out, but we're not in the clear yet. This is still a very dangerous tropical storm. I want to make sure everyone is safe. Let's give you one last look here at this update on the CenterPoint Energy and what we're seeing out there in terms of total number of power outages. And again, we have crews on standby that are going to be going into the community once this storm moves out entirely to restore power to so many folks that are out there. I do want to note as well, the mayor mentioned that they have identified places like nursing homes, assisted living facilities. Mike was mentioning how we're going to be in the 90s, you know, for the foreseeable future, next couple of days. So the city has identified places that they're going to be working with to try to restore power to, so those folks can get that air they need, especially our senior citizens in our community. Again, this is that map I was just mentioning, 2.1 million customers without power. I do want to also note about 300 and, what is that?
390, almost 400,000.
Around 400,000 folks already getting their power restored. But this is going to be something that's going to change.
Right.
These numbers are going to fluctuate here in the next couple of hours and the days ahead.
The good news is that once they are able to clear the debris and actually get out to the sites there, then those numbers start decreasing rapidly in terms of getting all of that power back. So that's a lot. That's the silver lining.
And hopefully it's not like the derecho. When we had the derecho a couple of weeks ago, even though it feels like it was yesterday.
Right.
When the derecho came through, it really damaged a lot of those transmitters. So I'm hoping with this system here, the winds weren't strong enough to do that. Maybe we get some electrical power lines down, but not the transmitters, because once those transmitters are down and they have to restore those, that's going to take even more time for them to get that power restored to the folks that need it.
Definitely.
So we're going to continue to see if we can get some more updates from CenterPoint, because I would love to get an idea of how many transmitters, if any at all, were severely injured, because that can add some time to when that power will be stored.
And that's the biggest question that so many people have, is when is my power going to be back on? And really, the CenterPoint information that we provide you is the only information that we currently have, because we do know that the crews are out there right now working diligently to make sure that they're able to put that power back up as soon as they can, safely for the crew workers as well, because there's also so much water. And you know, Anthony, one of the big things with water and all of this flooding is you don't know what's inside of the water. And you know, there's snakes, there's all kinds of things. I mean, even alligators, you don't know, because there's just so many feet of water at some spots, and some locations very low lying can really cause a lot of damage to your cars. And some people do take that chance to go through it, and then they get stuck like we've shown on our broadcast.
And you know, earlier today we were watching Sally Mack. She was out there live with TV, giving us an understanding of what was happening on the roads. And I believe she was at, let me check my notes here, Harwin and the Beltway. And literally, this guy gets stuck in the water, and about 7, 8 Good Samaritans, they run over in the water, just try to get him out. And we watched that all unfold on live TV. But again, if you see that water, we say it all the time, turn around, don't drown, because I'm sure we could pull up a TransStar camera right now to show you cars that are stuck in the water.
Yes, definitely, and a lot of debris on the roadway as well. Let's go to Fox 26's Coco Dominguez with the latest on what she is seeing.
Hey guys, yes, so a lot of people are sending in videos. I want to kind of take a look right now. This is 610 Loop Feeder Road near 288. A lot of damage is still out there. We're going to see a lot of debris going by. We have a lot of high storms, if we can pull up some of those videos. But remember, be safe. Look at this. This looks a mess. Now, this is coming to us. This is actually from someone, I don't see the name, but it's completely down. This is areas you do not want to be. Look at all the down wires, such a dangerous area. Even to be driving by this area is super dangerous. Once again, this is 288 at 610 Loop. So that damage is there. Stay away, stay off of the roadways. I do want to go now to the Missouri City Sugarland area. Now, this is an area by a lake, and they initially had 1 boat. If we can go to that, then they have 2 more boats added. So they only have 1 boat, my friend Candy. Then 2 of the boats came on in, so people are not docking their boats properly. That is the mess that's happening. And she actually has a young daughter that she's making her wear a helmet in the home. You never know what's coming down, what's coming from everywhere. So a little different precaution, but a precaution nonetheless. There she is, kind of trying to take in some quiet time, but she is wearing a helmet in the home. You've seen some trees come down. You've seen some debris come out of nowhere, flying everywhere. A lot of things are still kind of up in the air, so just a different precaution. I've heard some people putting life jackets on their children, just different high water areas. And once again, you do want to stay off of those high water areas or stay away from the road, because you don't know. It really is block for block. Trust me, I've been through a lot of hurricanes. I'm from the Houston area. You don't know what's out there until it's a little bit too late to turn around. All right, now this is coming in from Megaphone, downtown Houston. This was at 9:13. And look at all of that wind just kind of going everywhere. The downtown area has already suffered a lot. Andrew Bender sending that in from the Houston area, and this is our Megaphone. Please safely send those in. It looks like they are inside sending that in, but this is another one. You see the kind of winds going around the building. This was at 9:30 this morning, blowing off around the skyscrapers. That is from Bryce Donovan in Houston, sending in these photos, these videos. Thank you so much for sending that in. But this is not too long ago. I mean, what time is it now? Just a few hours ago, this was the situation. So imagine how many trees are down in the downtown area. Just stay where you are. That is the best precaution. And now we're going to look at another shot. Down trees at the river plantation, and a lot of down trees everywhere throughout the entire city. This is really a dangerous situation right here, and there are cars everywhere. I know some people are losing power. You want to go to your car, you want to charge your phone, but sometimes that is not the best option. You know, kind of power your phone off until you need it is my recommendation. Find all of the avenues, whether it's online, whether it's social media, I mean, your phone service. There are a lot of ways to try and get some help, but these are 2 vehicles just crushed by the trees. 3 trees down in this river plantation area. Very dangerous situation. You don't want to be in the cars. And some of the trees, you see them outside. Oh, the tree's fine. You don't know how sensitive they are and how much damage they've taken on. Maybe, you know, there are a lot of, we saw Sally out there and Dominique earlier, where you see trees that are getting ready to come down. So people are saying stay out of the area as best as you can. Now, I do want to show you another video here. Now, this is coming from Brandon Scott at Greenway Plaza, not too far from here in the Houston. Oh, we don't have it yet, but we'll pull that up. I'll just tell you, a bunch of windows, a lot of the glass windows, the rotating windows at Greenway Plaza, I believe it's 24 Greenway Plaza, the winds have completely knocked down this glass, and this is just not too long ago. So the danger is still out there. I know we say turn around, don't drown, and some people think, I'm not going to drown in this water. It's not just you, it's your vehicle. When you get trapped in your vehicle, it could be you, because the water is continuing to rise in some areas. It's pretty bad in some areas. Some areas are still getting hit hard. And if you get caught in that water, even though the water could be small, you're not going to be able to pull those windows down. The electricity, everything could go out once your car kind of gets wet. And then there's the whole situation with your car in danger. You know, who's going to pick up your car? Where do you leave it? All of those precautions, there's a lot to heed out there. I know it looks, you know, things are getting better. Like they said, we might see some sunshine, so it's going to trick you a little bit to think that it is safe to go around the corner, but there are down trees, there are down wires, there are flooded areas that you may not be able to make it back home, because it is one block at a time. These trees are blocking the entire area. You definitely don't want to try to move the trees out of the way. Some people think, oh, it's a few branches. You don't want to do that. And thank you to everyone also who is continuing to send us all of their video. We will post those, and you guys stay safe out there. Back to you guys.
All right, we're joined by meteorologist Mike Iskovitz. Mike, you know, one of the big things that we were talking about yesterday was the fact that it was a tropical storm and it hadn't upgraded to a hurricane, but really it doesn't make a difference when it comes to the damage that the wind and the rain can make.
That's an excellent point, because, you know, it was downgraded to a tropical storm this morning, and it was still creating 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And we're getting a lot of reports, and people are sharing a lot of pictures with me of trees down, big trees down. And part of that is that this was a pretty rare occurrence, that these gusty winds made it pretty far inland. Places like Kingwood, for example, where there are a lot of trees, a lot of very, very tall trees that came down. A lot of them really did. And so it's a scary sight out there, and kind of just what Coco was just mentioning, you know, maybe the sun peeks out and you think, oh, everything's okay, you know, it's done. There are a lot of hazards still out there. I mean, there's going to be debris. Oh, I guess my mic is not open apparently, so I'll let you guys toss to Jade, they say.
So let's get a look at the bayous. You know, yesterday they were talking about they will likely flood, so the waters will rise. So let's go to Jade, who's at White Oak Bayou, with some more details on that. Jade?
Yeah, we're here near the heights, and the rain and the wind gusts are back, but let's take a look at White Oak Bayou here. It is out of its banks, just like Buffalo Bayou was, but this one is almost close to the street, Stoodwood Street. It's almost close enough touching the street. If the water gets any higher, it may just flood this street here. Also, take a look down this way, down Stoodwood. The water has flooded the underpass here, and that is why officials are asking people to turn around, don't drown. These are the conditions on the Houston streets. You can kind of see how high it is based off that light pole over there, and I would say at least 7-8 feet underneath there. And again, we've also seen huge street signs. I'm talking the ones that tell you to exit. Those are lying on the interstates as well. So these are just some of the elements of why people are saying to hunker down and avoid this storm. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. And that's just one of the many bayous here in the Bayou City, where we're expecting some of those water levels to rise. Jade, at White Oak Bayou, but also Brays Bayou, Buffalo Bayou. We had our Greg Rugen, who was at Brays Bayou earlier today. The water really high as well. Jade, thank you so much. We're going to check back with Jade and all of our other reporters throughout the area. And, you know, the mayor really, they knew this was coming. You know, the type of rainfall we're going to see here, Mike, that rainfall, some areas 10+ inches of rain.
Yes, 10 inches of rain. This 288 issue has seemingly been going on. Well, you grew up here. It's been seemingly going on forever.
Right.
And I have, you know, remember so many floods, some recent, some in the past, where that area like McGregor and 288 or 610 and 288, the freeway completely floods. It happened again today. We had a very dramatic water rescue that had to take place. It's loaded with hazards out there right now. You know what I mean? And earlier this morning, we had a tractor trailer that turned over on the Beltway, on the west side of the Belt. I haven't heard confirmed it was from high winds. It probably was, I don't know. There were a lot of people on the road. Way more people than you would expect to be out on the road. in the dark during a hurricane.
Right.
And everybody was just taking a lot of chances. So I think right now, you know, it's another lesson learned, you know, that we have to get the word out there about keeping everybody safe and, you know, hunker down and stay put at home unless it's an absolute emergency.
And I know you've been doing this for a while. I mean, there's no other word to describe it other than crazy, is it, that you have hurricanes this early, this intense, and affecting us in the way that it is.
This one, yeah, this one is going down in the record books because it was the earliest Category 4 to form. It was the earliest Category 5 to form. It set a record for the strongest June storm on record, the strongest July storm on record. Made 3 landfalls, actually. One in the Caribbean, one in the Yucatan, and then another one here in Texas. It also opened up, I think, some vulnerabilities even in our best forecasting models. I mean, the technology we have now is amazing. I mean, they literally have supercomputers that are feeding in millions of pieces of data. And they didn't do a fantastic job, really, because, you know, for the longest time, the storm really looked like it was going to cross the Yucatan and move into Mexico or maybe deep South Texas. And it just, with every new update, it kept going farther and farther. Even that being said, though, we did have some notice. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a totally last-second thing, but it wasn't like we had days and days and days to prepare for it. So I think it's a wake-up call for everybody that we live in a vulnerable area. You know, it's great to live here in Houston, it's great to live in Galveston, but one of the trade-offs for living on the Gulf Coast is that you get these storms that come along once or twice a year, hopefully only once, you know, a year, and look, I mean, you'll see what's happening out there.
That is interesting for you to kind of provide that context just based on your expertise, because I think for myself included, as someone who just moved here to Houston, my first time experiencing a hurricane, there's tons of people that moved to the city and this is their first time experiencing something like this. But to hear you say clearly, like, this did not pan out to some degree, like, you know, the information wasn't that great. That's interesting.
You know, it's kind of like, so you grew up in New Jersey, okay? So meteorologists there will have to predict like how many inches of snow, you know? So you think there's going to be, let's say 6 to 8 inches of snow, and then you end up getting, I don't know, a foot of snow or something like that, and it makes a big difference. And they are just, but you know that you have to be prepared for a snowstorm. So the cities go out and they salt the roads and they get the snow plows, whatever it is. I've never lived up north, you could tell. But it's the same thing here. You always have to prepare. You hope for the best and prepare for the worst. It's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. And it's also better to be cautious when it comes to taking chances. Look, I'm not going to like BS anything. I'm going to try to leave work when I can. I would love to drive home. You know, my family's home. We have no electricity. I can't even talk to them on the phone because they have no cell service. I mean, I would like to get home, you know, and be with everybody. But even then, I'm going to have to wait until I know that I've checked all the sources that I have to make sure that there is a safe way home. You know what I mean? But
we're not immune to it.
No, nobody is. And so, you know, so let me just get this across too. There are some hazards that we need to be aware of that you wouldn't even think of. One is electricity. During Hurricane Harvey, and even before that, even going all the way back to Hurricane Allison, or Tropical Storm Allison in 2001, people died of electrocution. You don't think about that. You think, oh, maybe trees are a hazard or the wind's going to blow my roof off. People died of electrocutions. The power's out now, right? And so when the power comes back on, boom, everything, you know, the power comes right into your house. If your house is flooded, if people do have homes that are flooded, all of a sudden that can energize things, and you go to grab something and you could, people have died that way. Also, there are things you might not think about, like traffic accidents. If the power is out and if you come to a intersection where the lights aren't even flashing, it's just completely blank, a lot of people don't know you're supposed to treat it as a four-way stop. We have to be patient, stop, look both ways, be courteous. But that doesn't always happen, and a lot of times somebody will just zoom through it, and boom, you have a collision there. There was, this is going off maybe on a tangent, but I hope it's educational. There was a study that was done in Florida after they had 9 tropical systems that hit between 2004 and 2005. They looked at all of the fatalities that happened. Half the fatalities happened after the storm. So, and it came from things like people having a heart attack cleaning things up. It's hot outside, you're upset, you're picking things up, you're cleaning up trees, you're out there with a chainsaw. Literally, that happens.
Right.
Accidents, you know, people get lacerations from, carport roofs, you know, there's a lot of hazards out there. Not to scare you, but I'm just saying, you wouldn't believe the kind of stuff that gets thrown around when you have 70, 80 mile per hour winds. So just take care of each other, be careful, take it slow. We just have a friend in the newsroom right now. He showed me a picture of a gigantic tree that came down over his swimming pool. And so we're like, okay, how are you going to get rid of that thing? I don't know. I mean, how long is it going to sit there? It's huge. And that's just one person. So I imagine there's thousands of you out there right now that probably have these giant trees down all around your house. And of course, you want to get rid of it. You know, you want to clean everything up as fast as you can, but just you have to do it with caution.
Definitely.
There's, I try to keep everybody safe. You know, we can only do so much with the radar. You know what I mean? With the radar, we can show you, what's happening, and we can analyze it and do our meteorologist stuff. But a lot of it out there is just like regular human things that we just need to be careful of.
Yeah, we got that heat coming, 90-degree temperatures in the days ahead.
And it's going to get hot.
And then we also have a lot of cleanup as we start to process what took place here today. Mike, we'll get back to you here in a second, but we also have a phoner.
Yes, we do have on the phone with us right now with Galveston County Office of Emergency Management. We have the county judge, Mark Henry. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I know that we heard from you yesterday, and you were telling everyone to hunker down, basically. What are you telling folks right now?
At this point, it looks like the storm has passed us for the most part. There's still some slight gusts, but nothing that should pose any danger. The problem we're going to have is that 73% of our county now has no power. So it's going to get uncomfortable. We expect a high in the mid-90s tomorrow. So if you have a cool place you can go stay, you might want to think about that, because we cannot give you any assurances that power is going to be restored anytime before probably the end of the weekend. So that's what.
And Mark, what are some of the challenges you guys have seen here in the last 24 hours?
The power being the big one. I don't think any of us anticipated, 73% of the county being without power. And by the way, I'm raising my hand. I'm one of them. So we have no power at my house. And just having to plan for that. I've got 2 8-year-old girls. I'm trying to plan to have no power or do something with them and my wife is a bit of a challenge. And I'm sure there's hundreds, if not thousands, of others in that same boat with me around Galveston County and all over the region, really.
Yes, definitely. And one thing I was going to ask is, I know it's earlier on, but have you all been able to assess any damage that's been done?
The damage that we've seen so far has been what you would expect. Lots of down power lines, lots of broken power poles, lots of down trees, fences blown over. I have not personally seen anything other than one house on Galveston Island that is substantial damage to private property. So I think that what we have seen so far is really what you'd expect from the kinds of gusty winds we saw.
Yeah, and we also saw some video. We have crews down there in Galveston, and we saw one of our crews there in the Strand in that area, and we saw some street flooding. Any word on how that flooding may have gotten into some of those historic buildings there in that community?
We don't have any reports of damage from flooding yet. I know what you're talking about, and yes, some of those streets do flood, on a somewhat regular basis, but it's also going to drain off fairly quickly. So I would be surprised if there's still any standing floodwater on the streets. And we have put out a call to all municipalities. Let us know if you've got facility damage, because we have a certain dollar amount we've got to get to meet our state threshold for financial reimbursement. So we are actively seeking their input to let us know about damaged facilities or any kind of infrastructure.
How do you think that the residents did? I know that there were some voluntary evacuations and people were leaving their homes and then also staying put inside of their homes. So how do you think Galveston County did as a whole?
I think we did well. I think the people who were not comfortable staying went ahead and voluntarily evacuated. Those who have a faith in their home structure decided to stay. I think at this point they might be reevaluating how long they stay. Again, because of no power, it's going to get uncomfortable, hot, sticky, and you're going to have a hard time cooking anything. So, and that's okay. And this is a good time to reassess and say, maybe I'll relocate to someplace further inland that's got power, and I'll be more comfortable for the next couple of days till power comes back on.
And just touch on some of the resources down there in Galveston County for folks.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was that?
If you can, just touch on some of the resources available to folks down there in Galveston County.
Resources. We have a group called the Long-Term Recovery Group. We really encourage anyone who had damage to their home to contact them. They are a nonprofit who's kind of in the business of getting your house back up in good shape again after storm damage. They are a direct result of Hurricane Harvey. So that's a very good resource. And other than that, it kind of depends on what specifically they're needing. Cities will sometimes open up cooling centers to help them in the short term. I don't have a list of those cities yet who are going to do that, but we will get it. And most everything that we have available is at gcoem.org, Galveston County Office of Emergency Management.org.
I know you guys probably haven't shifted to that recovery effort entirely just yet, but any word on tomorrow? Any city buildings reopening? Are you guys going to try to get back to normal operations down there in the city?
I'm with the county, but yes, the county will be back to normal tomorrow. Short of, I have not heard of any county building sustaining damage that would prevent it from opening tomorrow. So unless I hear that on a specific building, Galveston County as a county government is back in business tomorrow.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to tell the residents out there?
Yes, we know that generators are a big deal, and we want to stress generator safety. Your garage is not a good place to put your generator because it emits carbon dioxide, as everyone knows. So just be careful about your generator. Don't refuel it while it's running. You know, the usual safety stuff that unfortunately happens almost every time we have a lot of people running generators.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Galveston County Judge Mark Henry here live for us. Stay safe out there.
Bye.
All right, now let's go to our Randy Wallace, who is giving us another look at the Brays Bayou, one of the areas that we continue to see a lot of that rising water because of the rainfall we receive. Lots of portions of our viewing area getting anywhere from 12 to 13, 14, 15 inches of rain. Randy, what are you seeing down there in Brays Bayou?
I want to correct you real quick, Anthony. I'm not at Brays Bayou. I'm at White Oak Bayou, 610, TC Chester, and as you can see, the water is moving rapidly. Thankfully, it is still in its banks right now, but it is raining out here, so a lot more rain could change all of that. Now, back in 2001, during Tropical Storm Allison, White Oak Bayou came out of its banks and flooded an area called Timber Grove Manor, which is just farther down TC Chester, and that was what was called a 100-year flood. That area never flooded before, and everyone needs to kind of keep an eye out on White Oak Bayou and of course, all the bayous around the city, because that is a huge concern. Another thing we've noticed around here, again, we're in the 610 TC Chester area. There's no power. Most of the lights are out. A lot of traffic. People are driving around to kind of take a look at everything. There's a lot of downed trees in this area, a lot of them. But fortunately, we haven't seen a whole lot of street flooding. The street flooding is pretty much contained to TC Chester, like TC Chester 34th, and that area always has a tendency to flood when it rains. So again, the concern is White Oak Bayou staying in its banks, which right now it is, but if a lot of rain came along, it could change that. Back to you, Anthony.
All right, Randy Wallace, thank you so much for giving us that look there at White Oak Bayou here in the city.
All right, and now we want to turn it to Tom Ziska, who is now at a collapsed condominium over in the Montrose area. So, Tom, what is the situation like there?
Picture says 1,000 words. Take a look right here. This is a townhome on McDuffie, which is near West Gray and Shepherd, and this happened later this morning after 8 o'clock as the storm was moving through, and the winds of Beryl grabbed the corner of this building and literally tore it away. That's a bedroom right there in the middle. The woman who lives there noticed that the ceilings were leaking, I'm told, around 8 o'clock this morning, and she got out with her cat, and then the building went kablooey. To put a fine point on it. Now, next door, there were some people staying in, and they were trapped by all of the debris. They had to call 911. 911 comes in and pulls a ladder up and lets them climb down because they can't use the door. There's so much debris. So, additionally, this other unit to the left of your screen here, it also is damaged. Obviously, the ceiling is gone, the roof is gone. There are workers up and around. They're trying to tear down what they can. There's no sense of the full extent of the damage to the building and what will happen to it. We are thankful to report that no one was injured here, however. Just really, really scary. I'm told that just the sound of that roof and this corner of the building coming off in the wind was just monstrous. And fortunately, again, everybody is safe, but a lot of damage and a lot of belongings just left out to the elements because of what Beryl brought here. We're talking to these folks. We'll be able to share some of their comments later this afternoon at this point.
Tom, before you go, okay, Tom Ziska, thank you so much. All right, let's get to meteorologist Ramisha Shade for another update on this forecast. Ramisha?
Well, we have been dealing with the wrath of Beryl, of course, all morning long. Things got really, really bad, really dangerous, and we've got widespread damage. Of course, Beryl came in as a Category 1 hurricane, making landfall around 4 a.m. around Matagorda, and it has just been a mess out there. We're dealing with major flooding after several inches of rain, and we're also dealing, of course, with a ton of flooding, a lot of trees down, a lot of power outages. Of course, as we've been telling you, over 2 million people without power. You could see that eye wall rolling right over Katy, Sugar Land, and Houston as Beryl moved in from the south to the north, bringing all of that rain, and it is starting to pick up some speed and push off to the north and east. So I think the worst of this system is over, but it is going to take quite a while to clean up from all of the major damage that is left behind from this system. As I mentioned, Beryl did strengthen right around landfall, making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Of course, those are sustained wind speeds between 74 to 95 miles per hour. So on our Saffir-Simpson scale, that's a 1 out of 5, which is on the lower range. But as you can see, it doesn't take a Category 3, 4, or 5 major hurricane to do tons of damage. We've got a lot of you with large trees that have been uprooted, blown down. We've got power outages. And of course, we've got that increasing risk for that flooding with all of the rain that has come down. For many of you, between 6 to almost a foot of rain falling since last night and throughout today. I want to give you the latest with the track with Beryl, where it is heading and the strength, the current speed. At this point, we're looking at the latest advisory. This is the 1 p.m. advisory. It is down to 60 miles per hour, so it is still a tropical storm, no longer a hurricane, but it still packs a punch. It can still put out some very heavy rain, cause some flooding, and of course, it can still spin up tornadoes very quickly. So we're still going to have to monitor those storms that develop this afternoon for any type of rotation. At this point, though, as I said, 1 p.m., 60 miles per hour. It is going to likely pick up speed. Right now, tracking to the north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. It is going to be pushing close to the Tyler area as we go into this evening. So around 7 o'clock, getting close to Tyler, Texas. So the weather deteriorating for those folks. Then it's going to pick up even more speed as it gets picked up by a trough, and it's going to get carried out over into the state of Arkansas, most likely, as it continues to weaken. Then as we expand the view, you'll see that Beryl races all the way to the northeastern U.S. and even into Canada as we go through the rest of the week. But that means it's moving away from us, so that is a little bit of good news for us. The good thing is that this tropical system did not just sit here and just crank out round after round after round of tremendously heavy rain for several days. Of course, we've already gotten damage that's bad enough, but at least we know that it is moving away. It could have been a whole lot worse, so we are thankful that at least it is moving north, it is moving away from us, and at least that super heavy rain and that extremely dangerous strong wind starting to subside for some of you. But here's a look at our radar. You can still see that counterclockwise circulation where we still have that eye wall between Huntsville to Conroe down to the Woodlands. You can see it circulating there. Of course, in the eye, you don't have much precip, but right around the eye, that's usually where you have those strongest rain bands and usually the strongest wind. So we still have some pretty gusty wind. We have some heavy rain, but at least for the Houston area, that rain is starting to get much lighter than it was for much of last night and this morning. So you can see some light showers across Harris County, Houston, the Heights area over towards Bel Air, but nothing severe at this point. Heaviest rain at this point situated up towards Trinity, Riverside, and over into the area just north of Onalaska. You can see some of those yellows and reds, and we do continue to monitor that. Some lighter rain as well back towards Brenham, but overall conditions are starting to improve. But I do want to quickly get to these bayous because they are still in minor to major flood stage, especially White Oak Bayou at Houston, major flood stage. So please, if you don't have to be out there on the streets, stay at home, do what you can to stay safe, but definitely avoid this area. All right, we're going to head back over to the news desk for more on the aftermath of Beryl.
All right, thank you so much, Ramisha. Now, I understand that we do have Brazoria County Judge Matt Sebesta here with us on the phone. Thank you so much for being here. Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
And what are you seeing right now when it comes to just some initial evaluation of the damage that has been done?
We've got a lot of trees down, a lot of organic debris on the roads. Power lines are down. I've seen some traffic lights down. Power is out over most of the county. So we've got a lot of street signs I saw that were down as well. So we've had a lot of wind damage.
And how have you been dispersing the resources there in the county to try to rectify some of these issues you guys are seeing?
Well, the cities, they've got their crews out and about. They're clearing the city streets. TxDOT, my understanding, is they're sending crews in to work on their roadways. We had skeleton crews at all 4 of our county road and bridge offices last night, and as soon as it was safe to this morning, they are out and about on the roads right now. They are moving green debris and anything else, trees, what have you. They're moving it to the side of the road to make them passable.
And I know Brazoria County does include Lake Jackson, Freeport, and I know storm surge was also a big concern. So what are the effects you're seeing from the high storm surge?
The storm surge was fairly significant down at Quintana and on Follett's Island, which includes the village of Surfside Beach, Blue Water Highway, which is County Road 257, which runs from the village of Surfside Beach down to Treasure Island, and the toll bridge that goes over to Galveston is impassable at this time. We had a lot of debris up on the road, but it is being cleared. I haven't talked to Mayor Bisso down at the village of Surfside Beach very recently, but they were looking for a high water vehicle earlier today to help get in and assess the damages that they've had. I know they had at least 3 homes destroyed from the wind, so you've had some damage down there.
Yeah, and I know we have those evacuation orders in place as well. Has the community heeded that warning? What is your understanding of how folks have been able to move out, or for the most part, did most of them stay?
You know, all of the RVs were able to get out, I believe. Those needed to be off the island. I think most of the folks that were probably down for the weekend renting property, I think they got out. And some of our locals probably relocated. And some of our locals are going to stay. They've been through these things before. So haven't heard of any major issues as of yet. But again, we're still assessing where we're at on things.
What about internet service down there?
Been spotty. We had some internet issues starting in the very early morning hours this morning, and so we have had some internet issues and some phone issues.
And what is the message that you want to get across right now to viewers who are listening, probably don't have power?
What I would say is, if you've got a generator, operate it safely. Don't get out and just ride around right now. Power's out. We have signage is down. We have some traffic lights that are down. None of the traffic lights are operational, at least here in Angleton and probably most of the places without power. So traffic control is an issue, and if people are just out and about, some people forget that when you get to a inoperable traffic light, that it becomes a stop sign. People forget that, and so the less people out and about while those traffic control measures are not in place, the better.
Any final thoughts?
Just everyone needs to be safe as we kick into recovery mode. Look out for those down power lines. Look out for those trees that may be in a precarious situation, and just be careful as you get out and about and take care of business recovering.
All right, Brazoria County Judge Matt Sebesta, thank you so much for joining us here, giving us that very valuable information to share with all of our viewers here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And when we were talking to Mike Iskowitz a little bit earlier, he was saying how this is really just a wake-up call for so many people, because we are going to have a very active hurricane season. And even though this wasn't a hurricane until later on, even the Tropical Storm Beryl, producing a lot of heavy rain and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So it really is a learning tool for us. I know personally, I think it was a good idea for me to stay closer to the station, which I haven't done before, but it was something that I learned from before, just staying off the roadways. And one thing that I think people do not realize is that we're not immune to all this either. So, you know, my family's dealing with no electricity. I'm sure yours is as well. Yes.
No electricity.
So we're all in it together, just trying to get through it. And the best thing to do is learn from whatever mistakes you might be making now, moving forward.
And, you know, we can't forget when Mike was here really filling in some of the blanks for us and adding his context, you know, to the weather. This system, earliest Hurricane 5 ever, earliest hurricane Category 4 ever, Category 5 ever. It made 3 different landfalls, and although it's a tropical storm now, it's still very dangerous.
Right.
You know, this is the same system in the Caribbean that killed at least 11 people. Today in our community, we know at least, we're getting reports at least 3 people have passed. And again, we're still in what the mayor has dubbed the life safety mode, right? Everyone just hunkering down to try to remain safe as much as possible. And they haven't really switched into that recovery mode yet. They're still trying to rescue folks that are out there on the streets, trying to respond still to people who need generators throughout our city. So this is one of those things where I know it may seem like, you know, we're in the clear, but not yet. Like,
right.
Just kind of sit tight. You might be a little antsy inside, but please sit tight for a little while longer. We're going to get you guys an update here on the forecast again, but it's still not safe to be outside.
Definitely, and it really is an opportunity also for everyone to help each other out. I know that there have been places where some homes might have electricity, so people have been coming just to charge their phones, something like that, and then just making sure that each other, they're okay. I know my sister called me. I was texting my mom with updates, and she was saying, oh, well, mommy's not getting text messages, so, you know, you might want to call her. So it's just a good thing to keep everyone informed. The biggest concern we have right now, more than 2 million people without power. So you are not alone if you are not with, you don't have any power. If your signal is not great, that's also an issue. AT&T has been putting out alerts as well. So we know that cell phone signal and power, 2 main concerns, but you're not alone. But you do need to know that people are working to make sure they can restore it. The only issue is we don't have a timeline for that yet.
And that's the gray area, the timeline. We just don't know.
Right.
All we can do is just share with you the information that we're receiving from officials, and the bulk of that is just to stay home and shelter in place.
Yes.
We've been No, I'm getting from word from our producer. We got some videos here and some pictures sent in from you guys at home. And this is the same, whether you're in Brazoria County, Galveston, here in the city of Houston, or somewhere up north. The images are similar. Lots of down power lines, lots of flooding, lots of trees. And I believe this is video from our Greg Grugan, who was off 610 and 288. And look at that. This is probably one of the more devastating scenes I've seen. You see this mangled metal here just kind of wrapped around this power line.
And that becomes very dangerous because of the water and the electricity. Or lack thereof, we don't know. But that is also where people run into issues. You can see that there's stalled out vehicles. If you look more to the left side of your screen, you can see the hazard lights there. That truck doesn't look like it's stalled out, but it is trying to get through that water, which is unfortunately a chance that many people try to take. You can see that the white car there, sort of in the middle of your screen, is stalled out. We have a lot of stalled out vehicles there. And the unfortunate thing is that there aren't emergency crews, enough of them to get to you as soon as you would like. So if you are calling 911, then they are probably going to take a lot longer than anticipated. 288 has been another area which has been just flooded, and it has been for years. And Anthony, from as long as I could remember, every single time there would be a storm, it's like 288. Yep, all the areas that normally get flooded are flooded right now.
Yeah, some more flooding we are seeing across the city. I believe we're going to go to Fulshire with some more video here to show you guys some Fulshire flooding. This really is another testament to the strong winds. I believe Category 1, around more than 70 miles per hour winds. At the time this system made landfall, it was a hurricane. Right now, a tropical storm, but you can see how the wind is just pelting that rain. It almost, Melissa made a reference that really made sense to me earlier today. It kind of looks like a helicopter. It's just hovering over the area because the wind and the rain is just shifting so quickly because of this system. So thank you guys for sending in some of this video to us. And you were talking about 911 calls. The mayor just kind of urging folks, like, don't call 911 unless you absolutely have to, because he said at the time of the press conference at 11 o'clock, they got more than 400 calls for service in 911 in an hour.
Wow.
That is a lot. And, you know, our crews are working hard to get to you, but the reality of it is there's only so much you can do with the staff you have.
Right.
So if you want to report some issues in your community, 211 and 311, those are the numbers you want to call. Try to leave those 911 lines open unless you absolutely need it.
Definitely. And we have a lot of debris as well. We're getting some video in from the Post Oak area where you can see that those trees basically blocking roadways there. And this really is the site for a lot of the Houston area, just broken branches, trees. Also saw garbage cans. I know for a lot of people, they put the garbage cans out because it's supposed to be garbage pickup day, but we were warning folks yesterday about bringing it back in. I know that Mayor John Whitmire was as well, and we saw some of those all over the place and down fences too. Vehicles had a lot of debris on them, and it looked like most of the area in the Galleria area, without electricity, people were just zipping by. And one big thing to remember if you must go out is the fact that when you don't have any of those signal lights working, it is a four-way stop sign.
And you know, when I pulled into the station earlier this morning at around 10 o'clock, that's what the station looked like pretty much.
Right.
There's a massive tree that fell earlier this morning in front of the station, and you could not get into our facility, into the building. Luckily, we have a second entrance, but our great engineer, Sammy, he went out there with the help of some other folks, and they were able to kind of hook up that tree and tow it away and pull it. But it took me an extra 10-15 minutes just being at the station, like, hey, how can I get in? I can't get in. This tree is entirely too big.
Right.
And that's something that you continue to see all across the viewing area.
And that really is what the local leaders were saying, is to help each other out, especially during the cleanup process, the debris, the just helping each other with electricity. It really is a communal effort, and that's how we get through something like this.
Yeah, and there's a disaster declaration issued for so many different counties that are impacted by this system. And a disaster declaration essentially allows the mayor and other county leaders to expedite some of the resources that they're going to need here in the days to come. Because when you have this type of devastation, no one city can do it by themselves. The mayor even saying today the White House reached out, you know, so they're in constant communication with the acting governor right now because the governor is away on business, but the active governor, Dan Patrick, he is involved. The White House has reached out, city, county leaders. It's all like a collaborative effort here to try to do the best we can to kind of usher us through this now tropical storm Beryl.
Yes, and I've been getting text messages from my friends about whether or not they have any updates on Centerpoint. Unfortunately, we do not have any updates. We just know how many people are without power. And I know from our live shots that we've been seeing, you've been seeing that crews are out as well, cleaning up, and people are just getting out of their homes, seeing what kind of damage is out there. So really it is an assessment phase, and unfortunately it's not the news you want to hear, but we don't have a timeline of when that electricity is supposed to be back on.
And as soon as we find that out,
right,
trust me, we are going to let you know as soon as possible. We do want to let you guys see some more images of what's happening across our viewing area. This is a Love's gas station. You can see the top of that gas station completely bent, and this is a 18-wheeler on its side. Again, the wind gusts and the wind associated with this system, category 1 when it made landfall, that's anything 74 to about 95 miles per hour. So that's very strong winds that could just blow over an 18-wheeler like this. And we have some more pictures. You guys want to cycle through some of these together? There we go. Some more flooding. This is in Woodland Heights. And this is a video from a homeowner that's, look at that.
Wow. All that flooding inside already. Wow. And that's one of the homes that we're seeing inside. We had roof leaks as well. Some of my friends had roof leaks that they were looking at. Here's some more video that we're seeing, just high wind and the water there. And even if you got just several inches of rain, that caused enough for some flooding. So right here, obviously you're looking at very high winds and high flooding because you see the fence there and it looks like a vehicle might have even been underneath that. This flooding that you're looking here from the Woodland Heights area of a home, and it looks like they have at least a foot of water inside, something that many people are experiencing, as well as that rainwater did get inside and their homes are flooded, probably trapped inside of there, and will need to be rescued. This is where I believe Tom Zisco was at, the condominium parts of it that just collapsed. Wow, you see that right there? It's a bed inside of that condominium, and I believe this is in the Montrose area. And something that happened earlier this morning, so it hasn't been that long, just because of those high winds. And when it is a hurricane, it was category 1. That meant winds were 74 miles per hour or more, and we were clocking in about 80, 85 miles per hour. But still, I mean, it's all high wind, and it's causing a lot of damage out there. If we look at some more video that's been sent to us right here, you can see fences down. That's another issue that we're seeing, is fences down and also on the roadways, which is why it is very difficult to go out and get to certain places safely, which is why local leaders are saying to stay indoors and not be on the roadways, because that's where we need crews and emergency responders to be able to get from point A to point B. And this right here is wind tossing some of the debris in Rocheron, that is. So you could see that a lot of debris there, and this looks like what was a trampoline and probably got tossed around. It's hard because you can't put the trampoline inside. I know that we said to get a lot of the furniture and everything inside, that you had lawn furniture, but some things you just can't put inside, and that is one of them. Again, we're looking at some down fences there. This right here is Highway 225 at Ritchie, and you could see the flooding. That is an exit sign there. Those roadways all completely flooded. So we are probably seeing a total closure for several miles there. And hopefully there's not anyone that was trying to get through there. But you can see that the feeder roads are just fine, but a lot of flooding, and this is going to take some time to recede. Right here, another angle of the same 225 at Ritchie. Again, the feeder roads are doing fine. It's the low-lying areas, Anthony, where we start to see a lot of the flooding and closures for people who are wanting to get by.
And if you have some more video, you guys, here we go. You know, the mayor saying earlier today, too, infrastructure is certainly an issue here in the city of Houston. These pictures coming from Rosenberg Police. You can see the flooding there on the roadways. and this is something that we're going to be dealing with here for the next couple of hours. So let's get an update here from meteorologist John Dawson. John, you know, we're seeing, how are the heights in particular, the people up there in the Woodland Heights area up north of the city, how are things looking up there?
All right, yeah, we're really seeing improvements all across the area at this point. Our very northernmost counties are still seeing some of those heavier rains, and along with that, the stronger winds. But we're certainly seeing improvements everywhere. Now, we're not completely rain-free yet, but we're definitely moving that direction and looking in a much better situation right now. So let's take a look at sort of that last, I think I've got 12 hours of history on the map here. Well, we'll check into that history a little bit later. I want to start by talking about rainfall then is what we're going to be doing. These are some 24-hour rainfall totals that we've been able to add up a little bit. So in the Sugar Land area, able to get close to 8 inches of rain. Buffalo Run Park in southwest Houston, also close to 8 inches of rain. McCalla at the South Beltway, that's about close to 10 inches of rain. Over 10 inches of rain just north of Alvin. Over in the Bear Creek area, we're getting up to 7.5 inches. Baytown also pulled in 8 inches. Channelview, similar area, about 8 inches, and Galveston Island 6 inches. The rain's not as much of the concern down in Galveston, I think, as some of that sort of backside. We've seen the Strand get a little bit of water on it from that storm surge issue, not as much of the rainfall. And then over in Brays Bayou near 288, we've got about 9 inches of rain, almost 9.5 inches of rain. Again, these are 24-hour rainfall totals that we've been looking at so far. So the winds certainly is the other aspect, or something that we're keeping an eye on and we're very focused on. We've got sustained winds still around 30 miles an hour at Hobby Airport. Up in Huntsville, looking at 12 miles an hour. I'm a little suspicious perhaps some of our data is not really coming in very clearly. You see some of these arrows that don't have the numbers by it. That's when they got, for whatever reason, we lost that data, whether it was the connection itself or whether the instrument itself ran into problems. But even that Hobby Airport at 30 seems a little bit suspicious, but probably something close to that. Katy about 24. You got that rotation taking place for sure as that's centering around what sort of we have left of an eye of this particular system. So the heaviest of rain you can still see just north of Kerrigan, getting up closer into the Lufkin area. This is really just beginning to pull outside of what we would consider the Fox 26 viewing area. I know, of course, we've got all of our digital platforms. Fox Local, that's the smart TV app that you've got available to you. That is something that is going to be making our folks a much larger viewing area than just what the broadcast antennas used to do. But if you haven't got that downloaded, you've got so many other features on there besides just our live programming. Something to consider, again, for your smart TV. The Fox Local app gives you what's coming in and out of our studio live, but then also you have quite a few of these videos on demand that's available to you at other times of the day. But here's that heaviest rain, as I was talking about, starting to move up towards Lufkin, starting to clear now back towards Lake Livingston, Huntsville, Trinity, beginning to get a little bit of a break from some of this rain. You certainly got your share of some of the heavier rain, but there are some of these bands that still go all the way back into the Gulf of Mexico. So if you're over in Chambers County or in Winnie, that's where we're seeing those rain that are still fairly heavy. You notice the yellow and the red indicating those heavier downpours that are still happening, and that training effect can still line up. This line can just continue to hit the same area, and that will create some flooding problems. So we're not completely done with our floods warnings as well. We'll check in on those in just a minute. But also, so if you got the bands that are coming around way back into the Gulf of Mexico, but then you also have kind of the backside that's getting wrapped around that, again, poorly defined center of circulation, but it's still kind of there. You can kind of make out where that low pressure is centered. Brenham, you're getting a little bit of that backside rain. Katy was getting in on some of that as well. Now it looks like we're kind of moving over into more of the downtown Houston area with some of these lighter rains. Again, this type of rain is maybe more of a nuisance than anything else, because maybe you're outside trying to do some cleanup. a reminder not to be wandering too far, but I know it's hard just to stay in the house for this long of amount of time with whether it be you or your kids or your pets wanting to break out just a little bit, but not really ready to start wandering around at a distance yet. We still have quite a bit of hazards that are out there with power lines that are down. Some of those could be active. You got to be very safe. This type of system also will displace animals, so you could have some wild or domesticated animals that are a little bit scattered right now and not very happy either, so keep that in mind. And then just the basics like broken glass and all those other kind of sharp objects and things that you just want to be extra safe on. Don't want to be driving around and injuring or endangering your car as well. And obviously when we've got water on the roadways, let's make sure that we're being extra cautious with the water on the roadways. So again, we're seeing these lighter bands, but they're much more manageable overall. There is a flash flood warning that's still in effect. That's going to be for the far eastern edges of our viewing area, over actually more into the Beaumont area. Winnie's right on the edge of that as well. And you can still see we've got this band of rain that's still lined up, continuing to drop quite a bit of rain for those folks. So this has already seen a lot of rain, and the expectations are with this training effect that's happening, still going to see some more rain. Right now that warning is in effect, that flash flood warning is in effect until 5 p.m. And then this is where we've got sort of what was considered the aerial flood warning. When it says aerial flood warning, basically what it's indicating there is that we're not expecting more rain falling from the sky to create the flooding, but we still have so much water on the ground already causing problems that there needs to be a flood warning sent out. So it's from previous rains that have already fallen. That water has got to move around, or maybe it's just stuck and not moving anywhere. That's why we've got a flood warning for a large area of Brazoria County, Galveston County, even goes up into the very southern portions of Harris County. This is the spot that really has received the majority of the rain from Beryl as it came in this morning. The heaviest of those tropical rains just drenched this part of our viewing area, and that's why the aerial flood warning is still in effect. But conditions should be improving. You'll notice that this expiration time is at 2 p.m., so we're starting to get to the end of this particular warning. Most of the time that would be a good estimate of when we can see conditions improving. But of course the National Weather Service will extend that if necessary, or maybe they'll trim it down and extend it if only a certain part is a little bit more a concern for some of that. So again, just kind of backing up here and look at this bigger picture for we're looking at the last 3 to 4 hours of radar data. That eye is somewhat centered, it looks like, more or less over the Huntsville area right now, Walker County. So that's probably the quietest spot in town. We still have some clouds that are getting wrapped around behind, as well as some of that rain. So that traditional kind of satellite imagery that we would use to show a hurricane or a tropical system, not really a well-defined eye, but we're continuing to see that kind of roll on through and continue to make its way up more or less to northeast Harris County. So I want to spend just a couple of minutes and sort of talk about the history of Beryl, what we can look back on, some facts, and we'll start with the landfalls. Officially, we'll put Beryl down as making 3 landfalls. The first one going to be those Windward Islands in Grenada. It was a Category 4 hurricane when it made that landfall with those max winds of 150 miles an hour. So of course that was when it was coming in off of the Atlantic, first encounter with land really, and it was so strong, and it just kind of makes me appreciate a little bit that this system did not have the time to strengthen into something like a Category 4 hurricane. I know everyone across the Houston area is pretty good idea now of what a Category 1 hurricane can do at landfall. And when you increase all of that, almost doubling the winds on what we saw here in Houston, you can imagine how much more damage that would have been done, and of course there's also rain that goes along with that. Moving to the Yucatan Peninsula on July the 5th, it made another landfall, this time as a Category 2 hurricane, max winds at 110 miles an hour. That's when it moved across the Yucatan, really got kind of chewed up a little bit by land and took a very long time to recover. So thankful for the dry air that prevented the system from developing any stronger, especially with all those warmer waters that were still out there. You would have expected it to increase in its strength and organization, but that dry air really fought it and kept that from happening. And then this morning, around 4 a.m., I think is the official time that the Hurricane Center is marking in the history books that a landfall near Matagorda is where we had today's landfall. Max winds at 80 miles an hour. That's a Category 1 hurricane, and those are the 3 official landfalls that we'll put on record. Now, some other interesting kind of facts that kind of go along with that. We've been talking about how active we expect this hurricane season to be, and I know from the beginning of Beryl, we were talking about how it was such a classic hurricane that you would see in August. It just did not make sense, the time of the year in which Beryl, it was just behaving like an August hurricane should behave, not like something that we see in June or July. And we have some indications on that. Number one, we normally don't see as strong of a hurricane this early in the year. But for the record books, this is in the Atlantic Basin. This is the earliest that we've ever seen a Category 4 hurricane form. And that is going to be June 30th when it became that Category 4 hurricane. Also, it will go on the record as being the earliest Category 5 hurricane that we've seen form, and that happened on July 2nd. Again, that's within the Atlantic Basin, and I will point out that our record books go back to 1851. I know that relatively that's a short amount of time if you want to look at the history of our planet, but that's still pretty good records if you want. It's not just like the last 50 years. I mean, that's going to go back to 1851 on the record books that we are able to keep these records for hurricanes and tropical systems that are out there. Obviously, once we got satellites, we got a few more details of what was going on out there, but overall, this will also go down as the highest or the strongest maximum sustained winds for an Atlantic hurricane prior to August. So remember, this system looks like it should have been in August, and we wouldn't have been surprised by a lot of what Beryl did if it would have been later in the year. So prior to August, this is the strongest winds we've ever seen within a hurricane in the Atlantic. And this one's a little bit sort of got a little bit of an explanation to it. Again, typically these storms are not going to form for that long, but we've got 4.5 days that this system was a Category 3, a major hurricane or stronger, for 4.5 days, 4.5 days. And that's the most that we've ever been recorded for a category storm. Again, prior to August. So as I wrap up here, I want to just put it all together on the map for you. Back around June 26th, that when we were tracking this low pressure system, then eventually we got into the end of June, around the 29th, we formed a tropical depression, then it became a tropical storm. Here we are on July 1st, that first landfall as a Category 4 hurricane that we talked about here in the Windward Islands of Grenada. And then we were all really nervous because we knew past this point, the Caribbean in this area right here was just primed for massive intensification to take place. Everything was right for developing a tropical system, and that's what happened. It quickly developed into that Category 5 hurricane, and we were really concerned with all of our countries here, with Haiti and also over into Jamaica, where we would see the possibility of this making a lot of damage as it moved through, and it brushed Jamaica, officially not calling that a landfall, but it came really close and rocked the island for sure as a Category 1 hurricane. Same thing with the Cayman Islands, skirted just to the south of it, beginning to weaken, Category 3. Then we got to Cozumel and the Yucatan Peninsula, near Cozumel and the Yucatan Peninsula, made that landfall as a Category 2, got out, struggled in the Gulf of Mexico, and then here we are, July 8th this morning, 4 a.m., making that official landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. That is your history of Beryl. I'll go ahead and take a break right now, and we'll get back into the anchor desk and check in with what's happening in there.
A historic storm system for sure, JD. Thank you so much for that breakdown.
All right, and we have our Coco Dominguez standing by with some video and images that she's been getting in from our viewers.
Yeah, a lot of this is incredible to even look at. Let me just say the alligators are out. I'm going to show you this first video coming in from Candy Senier. Now, this is from Highway 6 in Lake Olympia. Look closely. You will see the alligator pop its head and kind of looking to see what it can kind of get its probably hands on and mouth on. But folks are out helping each other right here tie the boats down. My friend Candy had one boat, but she ended up with 3 boats. So her husband and the neighbors are out trying to tie some of these boats down so they're not kind of moving through, because that's also putting them in danger with the alligators and so many other things that have kind of moved around there. So you'll see them trying to do the Houstonian thing. Look at that alligator popping its head out. Not that there's not always alligators there, but they want to kind of, things have been shuffled around, so I'm sure that has kind of disturbed their life as well. So just be aware of that right there. Let's go now over to Kristen Pitter, who sent us this from New Caney. Now watch this tree pulled completely from its roots. That just tells you how powerful this storm has been and how strong. Look at this, that poor tree literally pulled from its roots. Thank you so much for sending that in. Hopefully nobody was hurt, and that's kind of the thing that's happening out there right now. Some of these trees have been compromised and they've been, you know, wet, and so we don't really know how damaged they are. So just something to be aware of. We'll go now to our megaphone here and we'll look at White Oak flooding. Now this is coming from Sean in Houston. Look at that. There's still a lot of flooding out there. There's a lot of high water. There's a lot of danger. Trees, you know, people are getting out to the stores. I'm seeing a lot of people get out to the stores. Remember, you're still literally block for block. You can come across a block that has a tree right in front of it and you're thinking, oh, I'll just push this tree. Do not touch the trees. Do not try to go around them. You're going to cause yourself much more damage. And when we say turn around, don't drown, that's not just you. That's your property. That's things that you've worked hard for. We definitely want to salvage both of them. All right, now we are going to another. This is near Upper Kirby, Levy Park. I want to show you some destruction. This is not too far from Levy Park. Garage and parking little areas there completely gone. The fence is damaged, and this area is not maybe 10 minutes from here from the station. So a lot of different areas have been hit. There's no one certain area that has taken it all. There's some extreme situations in every part of the city. It could be here. Things could have weakened. So please, you know, kind of like the airplane when they tell you that, you know, when you're pulling your things down, things may have shifted. That's kind of the situation here. Things may have shifted with the property, with the building, with your home, with the trees. So basically just go out with caution. That is the most important thing you can do. Now I do want to take some sound from Brandon Scott. This is in Southwest Houston, and he sent in this video from Greenway Plaza, Cummings on Greenway. All right, I'm not sure if we have that video up yet, but we did. If you got a chance to see it earlier, they're thinking this is probably the safest. We got it up? All right, let's go ahead and play that video.
So this is not what I was expecting. This is downstairs in the lobby area of our offices here at Greenway Plaza. I was not expecting any of this to happen. I mean, we've lost windows. There is broken glass. There's water, so it's kind of raining in the building. There's gonna have to be a tremendous cleanup here. I mean, like this is wild, man. This is at Greenway Plaza. Like, we've lost windows. Check that out. I mean, that's serious right there. Like this is legit what we're experiencing right now, and this is really considered one of the safer places to be. So, kind of wild. So this is... Yeah, that is definitely a wild situation. And I'll tell you, I used to work at 24 Greenway Plaza at the radio station. That is where it's now called Odyssey. It was CBS Radio. That's where Mix 96.5 is, sports radio, The Bull. And that you really think is the safest place to be. There's no way you think those big, huge windows are going to blow through, and that's kind of at the lobby, like he said. So that is what you're thinking. Oh, it's safe to be here, but it's really, I mean, and everything goes at this point because it's Mother Nature. We can't predict what Mother Nature will do and how strong it will come.
All right, Coco, thank you so much. And now we have some video. Coco was just mentioning White Oak Bayou. Well, we just have some video here from Constable Alan Rosen's office in Precinct 1. Has some video of a rescue taking place here. Let's watch this video here together. If you look at the top portion of your screen there, that orange boat, it looks like, that's where the rescue is actually taking place. And he also tweeted out some of this video on social media as well, showing some of the employees there in the constable's office going out to rescue that person who obviously needed help there. And that seems to look like a car as well.
Yeah, underneath the water.
Water there, yeah.
And when we saw a video a little bit earlier too, there were many people who had at least a foot of water inside of their home. Now I'm sure that this is trying to get out to get to a resident here inside of this home and rescue them from those high waters, because it is taking some time for the waters to recede, and also with the high wind it makes for a dangerous situation there. But you're right, it does look like there is a car also underneath water, and you can see that the windows are basically almost all the way covered up. So we're looking at several feet of water, something that you would need a rescue boat in order to get people to be rescued from that area. So that's what they are providing there.
Yeah, a lot of rain we received here today in a very short amount of time. So now let's go out to our reporter here, Randy Wallace, who's at Brays Bayou with an update there. Randy.
Yeah, Anthony, we're at Brays Bayou at North Braeswood, and as you can see, it has come up out of its banks now. Hours ago, this whole street was underwater. There was no way that you could pass it. There's some people that are able to drive through right now, but if we go, Raymond, let's go this way here. Take a look back here. You can still see there's some flooded street. That right there is still flooded. You've got people that are turning around. We've seen some trucks that they go ahead and make their way through, but a car is just not going to be able to do that. And that's something that folks got to think about. They're driving around. You can come across an area where all of a sudden it's just impassable. Or if you try to do it, more than likely you're going to flood out. Again, this is North Braeswood at Brays Bayou. The bayou has come out of its bank. It's extremely high, and of course this is a dangerous situation to try to drive through. You see these two that they're not going to do it. They're turning around, but then you see this truck coming and he's spraying water everywhere. It's just not worth it, folks, to get out to survey the damage. There's not a whole lot of places open, so you're not really going to be able to go anywhere. So, again, probably the best thing to do is stay home for at least a few more hours. Back to you.
All right, Randy Wallace reporting live for us there. Now, we do know our Abigail died. We do have crews all over the area surveying the damage for you safely to get you, basically be your eyes and ears for you.
All right, we just got word. We're having some technical difficulties with her shot right now. We'll get back to Abigail in just a second. While we're doing that to get that taken care of, we'd also want to talk about here, the mayor, I believe we should be getting another update here, another press conference in a couple of hours, but he did hold one earlier this morning at around 11 o'clock, giving us an update about what's taking place. Again, the high water rescues continue to be happening. We just showed you some video there from Constable Precinct 1, deputy right there.
Alan Rosen.
Alan Rosen, right, at White Oak, and that issue, those rescues continue to happen there. We even said that they had more than 400 911 calls in an hour. So just kind of, if you don't need the help, but if you have reports of anything, you want to dial 311 or 211 as much as possible. Try to leave those lines open, 911, because there are a lot of folks, emergency crews out there assisting folks. So kind of sit tight. We're not there yet. You can see the radar behind us, still a little bit of activity, so we're not going to clear just yet.
The good news, though, from Randy's live shot over at Brays Bayou is he was saying how just about an hour ago the water was on the roadway, and it looks like it is receding. So we're on the good end there. We're looking like it is going to get better before it gets worse, if it does get worse at all.
All right, you guys, give us an update here. Is Abigail shot back up? All right, not yet. So we continue to give us some more shots. Let's get a look outside. How about TransStar cameras we can pull up and give you guys an idea what's happening there on the road. You see Randy Wallace. Folks are still trying to drive through some of these areas, and, you know, we continue to say turn around, don't drown. Here we see 288 at Alameda. A couple of folks out there on the roads, but you can see there are some pockets of our community where we have standing water. Infrastructure continues to be an issue. The mayor said that earlier today as we see the rain come down 10 to 15 inches for some of us. So now we have some standing water and some flooding in our community.
We'll be right back.
you hope the insurance company will make your problems go away, but they won't. Call Simmons & Fletcher today at 1-800-JUSTICE. Simmons & Fletcher, Christian trial lawyers.
For nourished, lightweight hair, the right ingredients make all the difference. Herbal Essences Sulfate-Free is now packed with plant-based ingredients your hair will love, like pure aloe and camellia flower oil. And none of the things it won't. Hair feels deeply nourished, soft, and lightweight. Plant power you can feel. Herbal Essences Sulfate-Free.
On your period, sudden gushes happen. Say goodbye gush fears thanks to Always Ultra Thins with rapid dry technology that absorbs 2 times faster. Hello, clean and comfortable. Always fear no gush.
When pain freezes you in your tracks, VapoFreeze your pain away. Penetrating pain relief with Vicks Vapors. VapoFreeze your pain away. Now at Walmart.
Is your insurance company giving you the runaround? I'll rise to the occasion. Hire Eric Dick on your home insurance claim. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Don't delay. Call me right away. 832-LAWYERS. Better get Dick.
Murders that could have been prevented.
I'm still in shock. I still can't believe why somebody would be so cruel and do this to him.
Finding criminals out of jail and out on bond.
Es un dolor profundo para mí.
Why are judges allowing these offenders to remain free?
No debían de haber estado afuera, porque solo salieron a matar a mi hijo.
Stories you will see on just one station.
He begged for his life, and they still shot him.
Breaking Bond, part of Fox 26 News at 9 p.m.
Don't miss the summer savings going on now at Affordable Dentures and Implants. New denture wearers can save an average of $700 with a free upgrade to our premium denture. Offer ends July 22nd.
Go ahead and smile.
Thank you so much for joining us back here with our continuing coverage of what Beryl has left behind. We are now assessing the damage and seeing basically what kind of damage that this hurricane and tropical storm has caused.
Yeah, it is now 2 o'clock. Our coverage continues now. Ramisha, I believe at 2 o'clock we were looking to see if there were some explorations on some of these flood warnings and watches. Can you give us an update on that?
Well, the good news is that we no longer have flash flood warnings in our area. At one point, we had numerous flash flood warnings as those heavy rain bands associated with Beryl were rolling through, but we still have flood warnings and flood advisories because we've still got to deal with a lot of flooding from several inches of rain. In fact, anywhere from about 5 to almost 15 inches of rain have fallen for much of the area between last night and today. We're looking at our radar loop, and you can see that counterclockwise circulation. That's basically what's left of the eye and eye wall of Beryl that rolled right over parts of Houston, Sugar Land, Katy, Cypress, the Woodlands, and now it's racing off to the north and east. Of course, Beryl did intensify as it was getting close to making landfall to a Category 1 80-mile-per-hour hurricane around 4 a.m. this morning, making landfall right around Matagorda. And of course, it pushed onshore, bringing a ton of devastating, damaging wind, a lot of heavy rain, and of course, that dangerous storm surge. So I want to show you what's going on now. You may be thinking, is the worst over? The answer is yes, but there are still quite a few hazards out there. We still have flood warnings, aerial flood warnings that you see on the map. That basically means the worst of the rain is over, but we're still dealing with the aftermath from some of that heavy rain. So you need to watch out for flooded streets. Just stay at home, stay where you are, avoid getting out there if you can. But if you do have to be out there and you encounter one of these flooded roads or a road that has barricades, don't try to drive through it. Turn around, try to find an alternate route. You can still see widespread aerial flood warnings covering Houston, up towards the Woodlands, down around League City, Galveston, Angleton, Lake Jackson, where some of these spots have picked up over 10 inches of rain over the last 12 hours. Also, notice the dark red shading off to our east, including Liberty and Livingston. That is a tornado watch. Anytime you have a tropical system make landfall, that large-scale circulation can kind of